In the chaotic streets of 1980s Hong Kong, Wu Jiahao awakens to find himself trapped in a nightmare. As an undercover cop infiltrating the notorious Hung Hing gang, he soon learns that his only lifeline has been brutally severed. With a dead superior and a target on his back, his survival becomes a race against time. Just when despair threatens to consume him, a mysterious system binds to him, offering a chance at power and revenge. Tasked with eliminating the East Star's leader, Wu Jiahao embraces his new identity, a fierce contender in the criminal underworld. With blood on his hands and ambition in his heart, he vows to rise from the ashes of his former self. No longer a mere pawn, he will carve his path through betrayal and violence, proving that even in a world of darkness, ambition can ignite the fiercest flame. Will he transform from a mere blue lantern into a legendary figure feared by all? The game has only just begun. Chapter 1: Rebirth in Guangdao. Starting as an undercover agent, transforming into a blue lantern. Guangdao, 1980. A throbbing pain enveloped my head, as if it had been mercilessly struck hundreds of times with a blunt object, leaving my mind a chaotic mush. Wu Jiahao struggled to open his eyes, only to be greeted not by the familiar confines of an interrogation room or the ceiling of a police dormitory, but by a mottled, moldy wall. The air was thick with the damp scent of mildew, intermingled with the acrid odor of cheap tobacco and inferior alcohol, making him feel nauseous. "Did I not get shot while pursuing a drug dealer?" he murmured, his voice hoarse and unfamiliar. As soon as the words left his lips, a torrent of alien memories surged into his mind like a dam breaking. Agonizing pain struck him. Wu Jiahao clutched his head, curling into a tight ball, convulsing on the filthy concrete floor. Raising his gaze, he realized he had traversed time. He had become a youth named Wu Jiahao, aged 18, an orphan without parents. After graduating from high school, he was admitted to the Royal Hongdao Police Academy, where he was secretly selected by a senior police officer due to his outstanding performance, becoming an undercover agent. His code name, Lone Wolf. The mission was to infiltrate one of Hongdao's largest triads, Hongxing. Yet, damn it, barely a month into this new life, his sole handler, that senior officer, was gunned down during a police operation. He died under mysterious circumstances. From that moment, the Lone Wolf became a lost kite, completely severed from the police force. His file was sealed, his identity buried. He became a person who did not exist within the police. As the flood of memories finally subsided, Wu Jiahao gasped for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat. He propped himself up, surveying his surroundings. This was a dilapidated room of less than 5 square meters, containing only a ragged mattress beneath him and a precariously leaning wardrobe. The environment was deplorable. Damn, Wu Jiahao, or rather the current him, who now bore the memories of 2 lives, couldn't help but curse. He, a righteous police officer dedicated to safeguarding the lives and property of the people, had somehow transmogrified into a Hongdao lackey. Worse still, he was a hapless individual whose handler had perished, unable to turn back, and with no standing in the triad. This beginning was sheer hellish difficulty. Instinctively, he checked his pockets. His fingertips brushed against a hard card. Pulling it out, he discovered a worn police badge, nearly fraying at the edges, almost patinaed with age. The youthful face on the badge bore a look of confusion and anxiety. It was indeed this face. Badge number, PC 39527. He rolled up his sleeve and glanced at his wrist. There, he wore an exceedingly cheap digital watch, its face scratched and the band cracked in several places. Etched on the metallic back of the watch were a series of crooked numbers, 39527. Wu Jiahao's pupils dilated sharply. A chill shot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. What genius thought it wise to engrave an officer's number on personal belongings as a marker? Was it not a blatant invitation for exposure as an undercover agent? With his handler dead, this watch and badge had become death tokens. Once revealed, not only would the Hongxing triad be after him, but the police would likely be the first Toklian Hasido distance themselves. In that case, he would become the pariah black cop. No refuge in the light, hunted in the dark. Being a lackey, I'll eventually be fed to the sharks, Wu Jiahao muttered under his breath, despair lacing his voice. He clenched the badge tightly in his hand, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. No longer could he think of returning to the police force. That path had been severed. Continuing down it would lead to his demise. Since heaven had granted him a second chance at life, he could not afford to die so pathetically. The identity of a police officer must be completely discarded. From this day forth, There would be no more Officer Wu Jiahao. He began to sift through the memories of his former self. The Hongxing Triad was a rigid hierarchy. Beneath the leader were 12 heads of various factions, followed by the low-ranking members known as grass shoes, red sticks, white paper fans, and then the ordinary 49 heirs. Yet, the original self was not even worthy of being a lowly 49er. He was merely a blue lantern, a term denoting an uninitiated probationary member, lacking even the qualifications to pay respects to Guan Er Yi or partake in blood wine. Within the faction, he was merely a temporary errand boy, subjected to the whims of others, tasked with the dirtiest and most laborious jobs, yet receiving the least compensation. The original fool actually believed in the grand promises made by his handler about enduring humiliation and biding his time for justice. And what was the outcome? He had languished at the bottom of Hongxing for a full 2 years. 2 years. Not only had he failed to access any core secrets, but he had scarcely glimpsed the faction's leader. Each day was spent collecting protection fees alongside a group of miscreants, guarding venues, negotiating debts, and occasionally being bullied by other factions. He lived a life worse than that of a dog. Damn it, what a waste, that Wu Jiahao cursed in frustration. Since I've become a gangster, I must be the fiercest of them all. Cowering and hesitating leads to nothing. He tightened his fists, the joints cracking audibly. In this life, I must change my approach. If I do it, I shall do it to the fullest. A newfound, fierce determination blazed in his eyes. In his previous life as a police officer, the constraints had been too numerous, stifling his abilities. In this life, in this lawless land, he would unleash the ferocity that lay dormant within him. At that very moment of resolution, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Underworld development system, binding in progress. Binding successful. Host, Wu Jiahao, identity, Blue Lantern of Hongxing. Notice, a critical life juncture has been detected for the host, and a random task is about to be triggered. Please prepare accordingly. Wu Jiahao froze momentarily. A system? A golden finger? Good heavens. The standard benefit of a transmigrator had finally arrived? After a brief moment of astonishment, ecstasy washed over him. The despair and confusion that had plagued him vanished, replaced by boundless ambition and exhilaration. With this, what was there to fear? What Liankuan, what Jiang Tiansheng, what Dongxing Crows, heh. A playful smirk curved at the corners of Wu Jiahao's lips. The underworld of this Gangdao seems to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. A fierce glimmer flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a long-dormant beast revealing its fangs. Howsy, are you dead in there? Quit dawdling. Brother Kun is growing impatient. Harsh shouts and the sound of banging on the door echoed from outside. Wu Jiahao instantly regained his composure, suppressing all outward emotions. It was the voice of Shaqiang, the right-hand man of Liang Kun. He swiftly tucked his police badge into the innermost pocket of his trousers, adjusted his wrinkled floral shirt, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Outside, in the narrow corridor, a group of unruly hoodlums stood waiting. Leading them was none other than Shaqiang, glaring with impatience. Damn it, I thought you were dead from an overdose, seeing as you took so long to respond. Shaqiang shoved Wu Jiahao. Wu Jiahao staggered back, not resisting, merely lowering his head and adopting a submissive demeanor, perfectly mimicking the original character's personality. This was not the time to clash with these minor players. He suppressed the tumultuous thoughts within him and quietly trailed at the back of the group. Upon descending the stairs, the outside revealed a chaotic and noisy street. At the street corner, a man clad in an ostentatious floral shirt with long, center-parted hair leaned against a brand-new Toyota. Instead of a cigarette, he held a glass bottle of Coca-Cola, occasionally sipping from it. The man tilted his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance with an expression brimming with arrogance and defiance. It was Liang Kun, the formidable leader of the Hongxing faction in Mong Kok. Wu Jiao's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. It was indeed him, identical to the neurotic character from the movies. He instinctively glanced at Liang Kun's waist, where the hem of his floral shirt was caught by the wind, revealing a glint of a silver knife handle. A butterfly knife. Wu Jiao's eyelids twitched. This man was genuinely ruthless, unhesitating to stab someone over a trivial disagreement, capable of even killing his own boss. Associating with such a madman was akin to dancing with one's head held by a belt. Brother Kun, Shaqiang scampered over, bowing and scraping. Liang Kun ignored him, his gaze sweeping past the crowd to land on the last figure, Wu Jiahao, his brow furrowing slightly. Why is he here too? The tone dripped with unabashed disdain. Chapter 2. The court's violent confrontation. Chun Haonan found himself at the mercy of a furious assault from the likes of Liang Kun. Shuang Chang, caught in the disdainful gaze of Liang Kun, suddenly shuddered and quickly turned to Wu Jiahao, unleashing a torrent of scathing insults. Damn it! Are you deaf? Brother Kun is speaking to you. You think we called you out just to admire the scenery? Hurry up and get over here. Spittle flew from Shuang Chang's mouth, nearly hitting Wu Jiahao's face. Wu Jiahao remained with his head bowed, yet his peripheral vision captured every detail. A cold smirk crept across his mind. What a dog, barking only at its own kind. However, now was not the time to retaliate. He suppressed his rising fury, hastened his steps to join the group, and carefully maintained a distance from Liang Kun. Brother Kun. He timidly mimicked the demeanor of his peers, his voice quaking with uncertainty. Liang Kun, dismissive, didn't he even spare him a glance but grunted through his nose as a response. He took a sip of cola, casually passing the glass bottle to a nearby lackey, before leisurely speaking, his tone laced with a sickly rasp and flippancy. Shuang Chang, why on earth did you bring this useless wretch along? People might think I, Liang Kun, have no one left in my ranks. The words offered no semblance of dignity. Laughter erupted among the surrounding lackeys, their gazes toward Wu Jiahao, filled with contempt and mockery. To them, Wu Jiahao was merely a fortunate fool who had stumbled into the gang, a pathetic creature who could only bow and scrape without any real merit. Shuang Chang, feeling the weight of embarrassment, hurriedly bent at the waist to explain, Brother Kun. It's just that we're a bit short-staffed. I thought having an extra pair of hands might bolster our presence. Bolster our presence? Liang Kun laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. He reached out and, in a neurotic manner, slapped Shuang Chang's face. Slap, slap, slap. Him? Liang Kun tilted his chin toward Wu Jiahao, his sarcasm thickening. With that cowardly demeanor. It would be a blessing if he doesn't let my presence down. A fleeting chill flickered in Wu Jiahao's downcast eyes. So, you think you can strut around like this, Liang Kun? Just wait until I find my chance. You will be my first target. Yes, yes, Brother Kun is right. Shuang Chang nodded fervently, not daring to utter a word of defiance. The group marched through the streets with an air of arrogance. Wu Jiahao lingered at the back, quietly observing Liang Kun. The man walked with an ostentatious swagger, his shoulders swaying in tandem with his long, center-parted hair, embodying the essence of a street punk. Yet, Wu Jiahao dared not underestimate him. He understood that beneath this seemingly neurotic exterior lay a deeply deranged and merciless core. Soon, they arrived at a public soccer field, Xian Mountain Soccer Field, surrounded by barbed wire. The field was alive with a gaggle of youths energetically kicking a ball, their shouts and curses echoing with the fervor of youthful exuberance. Wu Jiahao's gaze casually swept the scene before suddenly freezing. At the edge of the field, a short and stout man in a floral shirt was affectionately cradling a long-haired beauty, the two feeding each other ice cream in a display of intimacy. Meanwhile, within the field, a strikingly handsome young man with flowing hair was sprinting with the ball, effortlessly executing a beautiful Marseille turn, before skillfully passing it to a teammate. Chen Haonan. Wu Jiahao's heart raced. And that stout fellow, another hall master of Hongxing, the infamous Dalao Bi. His pupils constricted in shock. Wasn't this the iconic scene from the movie where Chun Haonan, after offending Liang Kun on the soccer field, caught the eye of Dalao Bi and ultimately joined Hongxing? He had unwittingly arrived at a pivotal moment in the narrative. Just as his mind reeled with realization, the situation on the field took a sudden turn. One of the boys struck the ball with great force, sending it careening off course toward Liang Kun. Damn it! Liang Kun, engrossed in conversation with Shuang Chang, failed to notice the approaching projectile. By the time he reacted, the soccer ball was nearly upon him. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield himself. Thud! The ball struck his forearm with considerable force, causing him to stagger. Liang Kun's expression darkened, his face transforming as if ink could drip from it. Who the hell is the blind fool? He roared, his fierce gaze sweeping over the field. The group of boys on the field, startled by this unexpected turn, ceased their movements, nervously watching the unfolding drama. The ball, after colliding with Liang Kun, bounced and rolled to a stop right at Wu Jiahao's feet. An opportunity. Wu Jiahao's mind buzzed. At that moment, the cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. Beep. The system has detected that the host is facing a critical choice. The mission has been triggered. Please make a selection. Option 1. Endure the humiliation. act as if nothing happened, and quietly return the ball to the other side. Reward. Title of Ninja Turtle. Upon wearing, all female characters' affinity towards the host permanently decreases by 50. Option 2. Step forward, reclaim dignity for brother Liang Kun, and in the most arrogant and ruthless manner, take down those punks. Reward. Mastery in combat, master level, strength attribute 10. Was there even a choice to be made? Option 1. Ninja Turtle? A minus 50 in affinity? What a ridiculous joke. I aspire to be a formidable figure, not a turtle. I choose option 2. Wu Jiahao roared within his mind without hesitation. In the instant he made his choice, a powerful and mysterious surge of heat erupted from his very core, coursing through his limbs. It felt as though the experiences, techniques, and muscle memory of countless martial masters flooded into his body and mind. His bones crackled, his muscles solidified with an imperceptible speed. Power, an unprecedented strength, filled every cell of his being. Wu Jiahao raised his head sharply. The timidity and fear in his eyes vanished, replaced by the ferocity and savagery of a hungry wolf. On the field, Chun Haonan sensed the fierce, menacing aura of Liang Kun and realized he was in trouble. However, in his youthful exuberance, he, relying on the numbers, was unwilling to simply concede. He shouted towards this direction, "Hey, my apologies, but toss the ball over." The tone, rather than an apology, resembled a command. "Throw it yourself." Wu Jiahao scoffed internally. He did not bend down to retrieve the ball. Instead, he took a step back, lifted his right foot, and delivered a powerful kick to the soccer ball beneath him. Bang! A deafening noise erupted. The soccer ball did not arc gracefully. It shot forth like a white cannonball, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, aimed straight at Chun Haonan, who had just spoken. Too swift. Chun Haonan's pupils dilated suddenly. He had no time to react. In the next moment, bam! The ball struck him squarely in the face. The tremendous impact sent him reeling backward, blood gushing from his nose, stars dancing before his eyes, and a buzzing echo filled his mind. Brother Haonan, his companions, Shan Ji and De Tian, were utterly stunned, quickly followed by a surge of fury. "Damn you! Are you seeking death?" Shan Ji pointed at Wu Jiahao, cursing vehemently. Yet, Wu Jiahao's performance had only just begun. While everyone was still in shock, he sprang into action. He snatched an unopened bottle of Coca-Cola from a nearby underling, his thumb firmly pressing down on the cap, his arm muscles bulging as he vigorously shook it. With a hiss, he twisted off the cap, aiming at the wide-eyed youths on the field. The black soda, teeming with countless bubbles, erupted forth like a high-pressure water gun. Chun Haonan and his group were drenched, their faces a comical mess. What the hell? Damn it! The cacophony of curses erupted. But this was not the end. With a flick of his wrist, the hefty glass bottle slipped from his grasp, tracing a precise parabolic arc through the air. Crack! The bottle struck Chun Haonan's forehead as he staggered to his feet. Glass shattered. Vivid red blood mingled with the black soda, trickling down Chun Haonan's cheek. A shocking sight. The entire field fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone was stunned by Wu Jiahao's seamless yet ruthlessly fierce series of actions. Even Liang Kun's mouth fell slightly agape, his anger turning to astonishment. Protect the family assets. Shan Ji was the first to regain his senses, his eyes blazing like an enraged beast as he roared and charged towards Wu Jiahao, fists raised. Seeking death, Wu Jiahao's eyes glinted with murderous intent. As Shan Ji's powerful punch came crashing down, he calmly stepped half a step to the left. A flawless evasion. Shan Ji's punch whistled past his cheek, missing entirely. Simultaneously, Wu Jiahao's fist was already in motion. With no extravagant movements, it was a simple, direct jab, striking Shan Ji's soft abdomen like a hammer. Thud! A muffled sound. Shan Ji's momentum abruptly ceased, his body curling like a shrimp, his expression contorted in agony. Mouth agape yet unable to scream, only able to produce wheezing sounds. Damn it! The bystander, Shaqiang, finally snapped back to reality. He glanced at Liang Kun and noticed that instead of anger, his leader wore a smirk of amusement. Understanding the implication, Shaqiang shouted, "Brothers, charge! Take down these blind little punks." "Yes, Brother Chong." Liang Kun's crew of thugs, already stirred with excitement, received the command and pounced into the fray like ravenous wolves, howling as they surged onto the field. Instantly, chaos erupted. The sounds of fists and feet colliding, piercing screams, and venomous curses melded into a cacophony. Although Chun Haonan's group could fight, they were ultimately still students. They were no match for these seasoned thugs accustomed to street brawls. Moreover, they were outnumbered. The tide of battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. Yet, the instigator of this turmoil, Wu Jiahao, had already withdrawn from the melee. He stood at the sidelines, observing everything with a detached indifference, as if he were an outsider. Liang Kun, at some point, had made his way to the spectator stands, plopping down and crossing his legs. He did not watch the inevitable brawl. Instead, his gaze was fixated on Wu Jiahao, filled with astonishment, curiosity, and a hint of admiration. Heh! Liang Kun retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, inhaled deeply, and released a smoke ring, murmuring hoarsely to himself. This kid, what has made him suddenly so fierce today? Quite interesting. Chapter 3, Dabi's direct recruitment and the professional crisis of the rebellious youth. The anguished cries on the court gradually diminished. The thugs under Liang Kun, exhausted, stood with their hands on their hips, spitting and stepping on the writhing bodies beneath their feet. At this moment, Chun Haonan's crew lay sprawled on the ground, none able to stand. Their battered and bruised forms, bloodied and pitiful, painted a grim picture. Liang Kun rose from the audience, dusting off his trousers with satisfaction, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he sauntered off the court. Approaching Wu Jiahao, he gave a hearty pat on the shoulder, his admiration barely contained. How impressive. You've concealed your abilities well. Wu Jiahao's expression remained stoic, merely bowing his head slightly. Brother Kun's orders, I dare not fail. Just then, a steady footfall echoed from the entrance of the court. A burly middle-aged man in a black tank top, adorned with intricate tattoos of dragons and tigers, entered alongside several equally formidable subordinates. This man was none other than Dabi, the enforcer of the Hongxing faction in Causeway Bay. He cast a cursory glance at the students on the ground, his gaze sweeping over Liang Kun before finally settling on the composed Wu Jiahao. Liang Kun, impressive indeed, Dabi remarked. Stepping beside Liang Kun and mimicking his earlier gesture by patting him on the shoulder with a hint of playful mockery. Your little brother here is quite the fighter. Liang Kun stumbled slightly from the unexpected pat, irritation bubbling beneath the surface, yet his face quickly transformed into a mask of pride. Flicking the cigarette butt to the ground, he extinguished it with the tip of his shoe, raising his chin defiantly. Of course, just look at who he belongs to. He then adopted a nonchalant demeanor, casting a sideways glance at Wu Jiahao. Just my little lantern, a minor player, not much to speak of. The words seemed derogatory, yet they subtly elevated his own status, implying that even his nameless subordinate possessed formidable skills. Dabi, feigning ignorance of the underlying tone, suddenly bypassed Liang Kun and addressed Wu Jiahao directly. Young man, my faction in Causeway Bay is in need of manpower, and you fight well. Interested in making the switch to join me? The court fell silent once more. Liang Kun's triumphant grin froze on his face. What the hell? Trying to poach my people in front of me? The thugs surrounding Liang Kun were equally stunned, with Shaki nervously glancing at his leader, fearing an outburst. All eyes focused on Wu Jiahao. This was a direct confrontation between two powerful figures. A misstep could lead to disaster. Wu Jiahao's heart raced, yet his face betrayed none of his inner turmoil. He stepped forward respectfully, bowing slightly to Dabi while forcing a humble and sincere smile. Brother B, your esteemed name resonates throughout Mong Kok. Who in the underworld does not know that you, Brother B, value loyalty above all? A well-placed compliment. Dabi raised an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. Wu Jiahao straightened, shifting his tone slightly, his voice steady and clear. However, I, Wu Jiahao, am but a rough man, adhering strictly to one principle. I work for Brother Kun, and I must heed his commands. This is the rule of the street, it cannot be broken. If you truly value me, please discuss it with Brother Kun. Whatever he decides, I shall comply without question. As a mere subordinate, how could I have the right to choose my own path? His words were impeccably crafted. They extolled Dabi's loyalty while reaffirming his own code of conduct. And most crucially, he deftly returned the hot potato to the two powerful figures. You two decide, I shall follow. Liang Kun instantly grasped the situation, his earlier anger dissipating, replaced by satisfaction and pride. Ha! He wrapped an arm around Wu Jiahao's shoulders as if flaunting a prized possession, boldly proclaiming to Dabi, Did you hear that, Dabi? This kid knows the ropes. Damn it. I've told Shaki I wanted to take him under my wing, and today it shall happen. Shaki nodded vigorously from the side. Yes, yes, Brother Kun has always had his eyes on Brother Hao. Dabi's expression darkened. He scrutinized Wu Jiahao for several seconds, his eyes complex. He had initially perceived him as merely a capable brawler, intending to assert dominance over Liang Kun. Yet he was taken aback by Wu Jiahao's quick wit, which had turned the tables with mere words. Continuing to press would cast him as a bully, undermining the very code he stood for. Very well. Dabi managed to utter, "What a perceptive one." He cast a deep glance at Liang Kun, then at Wu Jiahao, and slowly stated, "Liang Kun, consider yourself fortunate today. However, I must make it clear, once your business is concluded, if he wishes to join me in Causeway Bay, do not impede his decision." With that, he turned and departed with his entourage. Wu Jiahao silently exhaled, relieved to have navigated this tumultuous moment. Looking up, he locked eyes with a pair filled with venomous resentment. Chun Haonan, supported by others, clutching his bleeding forehead, he glared daggers at Wu Jiahao. His gaze was devoid of the previous bravado and fear, replaced solely by a profound hatred and unwillingness to accept defeat. It was a look that seemed to yearn to consume him whole. Wu Jiahao met his stare, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Discontent? Indeed, that was to be expected. Just then, a startling turn of events unfolded. With a sudden movement, Chun Haonan shook off his supporters, his knees buckling as he knelt heavily in the direction Dabi had departed. Summoning every ounce of strength, he bellowed, "Brother B, I follow you." This act left everyone present in stunned silence. "Haonan!" Shanji and others gasped in shock. Yet, the next moment, Shanji glanced at the kneeling Chun Haonan, then at the arrogant Liang Kun, and finally at the indifferent Wu Jiahao. Gritting his teeth, he too knelt beside Chun Haonan, exclaiming, "Brother B, we all follow you." The scene was profoundly impactful. Dabi, who had just reached the entrance of the court, came to a halt. He slowly turned around, his brow furrowed, gazing at the group of half-grown children kneeling on the ground. His expression bore no trace of empathy or admiration. Instead, it was marked by scrutiny and impatience. "With me?" Big B's voice was frigid. "On what grounds? Simply because you were beaten like dead dogs?" Chun Haonan lowered his head in humiliation. His fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. "As long as you, Bigu, take us in, we are willing to do anything. We will reclaim this humiliation ourselves." Big B fell silent for a moment, seemingly in contemplation. Liang Kun, watching from the side with his arms crossed, wore a sneer that reeked of mockery. "Want to pay respects to Big B? What a daydream." After a long pause, Big B spoke again. "If you wish to associate with me, that is acceptable. Liang Kun has recently opened a convenience store nearby and is in need of staff. You shall serve as his temporary help. Once you have accomplished tasks to my satisfaction, you may come to my gym and seek me out." With that, Big B turned and walked away without a glance back. To serve as temporary help at Liang Kun's convenience store? Upon hearing this, Chun Haonan and the others felt as if struck by lightning, their bodies frozen in disbelief. This was not an opportunity. It was the utmost humiliation. To make them work on the territory of their enemies? Liang Kun laughed uproariously, nearly in tears from his amusement. "Haraha, did you hear? Big B wants you to guard my store. You are most welcome." Wu Jiahao observed the despondent and utterly disheveled expressions on Chun Haonan and his companions, feeling not a single ripple of emotion within himself. At that moment, a mechanical prompt, audible only to him, quietly echoed in his mind. "Ding, newbie task, establish authority. Completed. Task reward, automatically stored in system space." Chapter 4. The ceremony of initiation with chicken blood. The Chilan tattoo cannot be concealed in Mong Kok. A black Toyota Crown sped down the street. Inside, Liang Kun lounged with his legs crossed, a cigar clutched in his hand, his countenance dark enough to rain. Damn it! That old bastard Dabi had the audacity to undermine him right to his face. Were it not for the respect he held for the older generation of the gang, he would have surely laid him out today. Wu Jiahao occupied the passenger seat, his gaze fixed on the rapidly retreating neon lights outside. Yet his thoughts were entirely consumed by the newly acquired system rewards. As for Liang Kun's sour expression, he dismissed it entirely. After all, even a big boss has his off days. "Jiahao," Liang Kun suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. "Kun Gu," Wu Jiahao responded obediently. "What do you think about what to be said today?" Liang Kun exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his gaze sharpening amidst the swirling haze. He was probing. Wu Jiahao's mind was as clear as a bell, yet his face wore an expression of perfectly feigned confusion. "What did he say? Oh, he mentioned that I should go to Causeway Bay? Huh." He chuckled lightly, turning to Liang Kun with an untroubled demeanor. Kun Gu, I'm merely a blue lantern. I fight only to avoid being bullied. Whether it's Causeway Bay or Mong Kok, it makes no difference to me. I don't even know the way. Moreover, it was Debe who sought me out, not the other way around. He isn't my boss. What does it have to do with me? This statement was impeccably crafted, distancing himself from any association while subtly implying his lack of ambition, portraying himself as an ordinary person caught in circumstances beyond his control. Leon Kun scrutinized him for several seconds, the gloom on his face lifting slightly to reveal a not unattractive smile. You're quite perceptive. The vehicle soon halted in front of a mahjong parlor, Leon Kun's stronghold in Mong Kok, an office on the second floor bearing the sign of Xing Sheng Entertainment. Get the hell out of my sight. Leon Kun kicked the door open, unleashing a torrent of curses at the few subordinates playing cards inside. The startled underlings trembled in fear, hastily scrambling away. Bang! Leon Kun's anger still simmering, he kicked over a mahogany chair, its legs screeching against the floor. The atmosphere in the office plummeted to a freezing point. That bastard Debe. Does he think Leon Kun is a pushover? How dare he touch my people? He pointed at Wu Jiahao, shouting at his top henchman, Sha Chong. He dares to snatch my people. Does he think I can't wield a knife anymore? Sha Chong shrank back, not daring to utter a word. Leon Kun's fury mounted as he paced the office, eventually halting abruptly before Wu Jiahao. No way. I can't swallow this anger. He fixed a fierce gaze on Wu Jiahao, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Isn't to be trying to snatch you? Today, I'll initiate you. Let him see whose man you truly are. Initiate? Wu Jiahao's heart stirred. This signified his formal entry into the gang. Well, that would spare him the trouble of finding a way in himself. Sha Chong. Leon Kun bellowed. Yes, Kun Gu. Sha Chong jolted, rushing forward. Go to the garage and summon the others. Gather all the tools. Today, I'm opening the incense hall. Yes, Kun Gu. Sha Chong took off, eager to carry out the orders. The office was left with only Leon Kun and Wu Jiahao. Leon Kun's mood shifted rapidly, returning to his arrogant demeanor as he patted Wu Jiahao on the shoulder, grinning widely. Don't be afraid. It's just a formality. With me, Leon Kun, you'll walk proudly in Mong Kok. Wu Jiahao nodded, yet his gaze was drawn to a photograph on the wall of the corridor. The picture, slightly yellowed and blurred, depicted a short-haired woman with piercing eyes, exuding a commanding presence. Below the image were the words, Hongxing Shisamai. Wu Jiahao glanced once more, remaining silent. Soon, Sha Chong returned with over a dozen robust henchmen, filling the modest office to the brim. The atmosphere transformed instantly into a solemn and grave one. In the center of the office stood a colossal statue of Guangdong, with a red face and long beard, wielding a green dragon crescent blade, emanating an aura of authority without anger. Sha Chong instructed the others to bring in an altar, placing incense burners, candles, 3 sacrificial offerings, and a large bowl of white liquor upon it. Everything was prepared. Sha Chong took a squawking rooster from one of the henchmen, his expression impassive as he grasped a sharp short knife. With a swift motion, he brought the blade down. Puff! The chicken's blood gushed forth, cascading precisely into the bowl of liquor on the altar. He discarded the lifeless bird aside, lit 3 sticks of incense, and respectfully offered them to Wu Jiahao. Brother Hao, please. Wu Jiahao accepted the incense, mimicking their actions as he bowed thrice before the statue of Guangdong. Beside him, Sha Chong recited in a chant-like tone, at the second board bridge, across 10,000 troops. Wu Jiahao paused, realizing it was time to respond. He echoed, but this bridge is for outsiders. This was the oath of initiation, signifying that after crossing this threshold, he would officially become one of their own. Next came the 36 oaths, 72 exceptions, and 21 internal regulations. Wu Jiahao's head spun with the information, following Sha Chong's lead, repeating each line. Failure to report knowledge, thunder strikes, seducing the second sister-in-law, death by 1,000 blades. After what felt like an eternity, Sha Chong produced a sanitized silver needle. Brother Hao, bear with it. He pinched Wu Jiahao's middle finger, plunging the needle in without hesitation. A sharp pain surged. A droplet of crimson blood seeped from his fingertip, falling into the bowl mingled with chicken blood. The ceremony reached its climax. Sha Chong lifted the bowl of blood liquor, his expression becoming exceedingly grave as he fixed his gaze on Wu Jiahao, asking each word with deliberate weight. Do you love your brothers? Or do you love gold? The office fell into a profound silence, every eye fixated on Wu Jiahao. This was the final test of joining the gang, a question requiring a lifetime to answer. Wu Jiahao raised his head, meeting the collective gaze, and without hesitation, he shouted, "I love my brothers." Sha Chong nodded, repeating the question with greater intensity. "Do you love your brothers, or do you love gold?" "I love my brothers." Wu Jiahao's voice overshadowed him. Sha Chong took a deep breath, summoning all his strength to deliver the third inquiry with a resounding voice. "Do you love your brothers, or do you love gold?" "I love my brothers." Wu Jiahao's declaration resonated throughout the office, imbued with an unwavering resolve. To hell with gold and silver. In such moments, rallying cries held paramount importance. With fervor, Sha Qiang extended the wine bowl to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Jiahao tilted his head back and downed the bowl of sanguine liquor in one swift motion. The potent aroma of alcohol, mingled with the metallic tang of chicken and human blood, surged up his throat, causing a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Yet he bore it stoically. He inverted the empty bowl, signifying that not a drop remained. "Excellent," Liang Kun exclaimed with hearty laughter as he stepped forward, delivering a robust pat on Wu Jiahao's shoulder, nearly causing him to stumble. "From this day forth, you, Wu Jiahao, shall be the CGO of Hongxing. Henceforth, with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, follow me, Liang Kun, and you shall have meat to eat and wine to drink." "Thank you, brother Xie Kun." Following tradition, Wu Jiahao knelt on both knees before the statue of Guanyu, bowing deeply 3 times in reverence to both the deity and Liang Kun. The instant his forehead touched the ground, his peripheral vision caught sight of an ominous inscription engraved upon the statue's formidable base. "Rebellious scoundrels, meet divine retribution." A chill coursed through Wu Jiahao's heart. "Rise," Liang Kun said, clearly pleased with his display, as he personally assisted him to his feet. Pointing at the statue of Guanyu, his tone shifted abruptly, laden with warning. "Observe clearly, I worship the green-robed Guanyu." "Why the green robe?" "Because Lord Guan, in his time, pledged loyalty to Han while serving in Chao's camp. It speaks of trust and loyalty. For us who navigate this world, the utmost importance lies in 3 words: loyalty, righteousness, and trust." Liang Kun's gaze turned icy as he leaned close to Wu Jiahao's ear, speaking in a hushed tone meant solely for their ears. "Remember, you are mine, Liang Kun S. Should I ever discover you harboring rebellious thoughts." He paused, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I shall personally ensnare you in a sack and cast you into Victoria Harbor to feed the fish." Feeling the chill emanating from Liang Kun's words, Wu Jiahao maintained a stoic expression. He solemnly nodded. "I understand, brother Kun." At that moment, a familiar mechanical notification echoed once more in his mind. "Ding, hidden task, Jiaji. Completed. Task reward, Constitution 10. Chapter 5. The arrival of the novice gift package. With the conclusion of the festivities, the crowd dispersed, restoring the previous clamor within the office. Liang Kun, in high spirits, embraced 2 young women while playfully throwing punches, with his followers cheering him on. Wu Jiahao had become the new darling of the crowd, with many approaching him, wine glasses in hand, calling out how gu and eager to toast with him. He suppressed the turmoil in his stomach, responding with a smile to each one. The after effects of that bowl of blood wine surged within him, not merely the alcohol, but also the lingering metallic tang that assaulted his senses. "Kun gu, brothers, I need to visit the restroom." Wu Jiahao seized a moment of respite, covering his mouth and feigning the appearance of nausea. Liang Kun, engrossed in his revelry, waved his hand dismissively. "Go on. Hurry back. There's still the second half to come." "Sure thing," Wu Jiahao exclaimed, relieved, as he stumbled toward the restroom tucked away in the corner of the office. Click. He locked the door behind him. The world fell silent. Through the door, the ruckus outside faded into a blurred backdrop. Leaning against the door, Wu Jiahao let out a long breath. Instead of heading to the faucet, he closed his eyes, plunging his mind deep into his consciousness. System. Show yourself." With a thought, the familiar mechanical voice manifested. "Ding, host, Wu Jiahao, physique, 20. The average for ordinary people is 10. Bloodline, Chilan bloodline, not yet fused. Skills, none. Items, Liuha chasing wine blade, not claimed. System space, 3 cubic meters. It's real." Wu Jiahao suppressed his overwhelming joy, focusing intently on the system space section. View. Instantly, his consciousness was drawn into a peculiar realm. Surrounding him was a gray void, devoid of sky or ground, resembling a chaotic swirl. The space was small, about the size of a phone booth. "Wow, Is this the legendary personal space? Wu Jiahao nearly gasped in excitement. With a thought, he returned to his physical body. He glanced at his waist, where he had kept a simple fruit knife for self-defense, unremarkable and inconspicuous. Collect, he silently commanded. Miraculously, the fruit knife seemed to evaporate into thin air, vanishing instantly. He hurriedly re-entered the system space. Indeed, the fruit knife now floated quietly within the gray chaos. Retrieve. Whoosh. The cold sensation returned to his hand as the fruit knife reappeared. He repeated the process several times, thoroughly enjoying the experience. This item was truly an essential tool for illicit activities, capable of concealing evidence and facilitating a swift escape. Calm down, he reminded himself. This was merely the appetizer. The real feast lay ahead. His gaze fell upon the Lioha chasing wind blade in the items section. Would you like to claim the reward? Lioha chasing wind blade? Claim. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Boom. A torrent of information surged into his mind like a dam bursting. Countless flashes of blade techniques danced before his eyes. 7 stars cross tiger blade style. Azure dragon emerges from water in 8 directions. White crane spreads wings to open the side gate. Hungry tiger pounces on prey above and below. Every move, every incantation, every technique for exerting force and combat experience was seared into his very soul, as if branded with a scorching iron. His body began to move involuntarily. In that cramped restroom, he was unarmed yet felt as if wielding an invisible blade. His feet moved according to some esoteric orientation. With a flick of his wrist, he initiated a standard stance. Whoosh. His arms sliced through the air, creating a soft rush of wind. Though his movements were somewhat unrefined, the essence of the techniques was already firmly grasped. His muscles had formed a memory. Have I really learned this? Wu Jiahao was astonished by his own prowess. He sensed that with a knife in hand, he could flawlessly execute this entire set of techniques. This was not merely learning. It was the caliber of a master who had immersed himself in blade techniques for years. System incredible. Wu Jiahao inhaled deeply, striving to quell his excitement. There was one last aspect, the most crucial one. His gaze ultimately settled on bloodline. Chilan bloodline, not yet fused. The description was succinct. Chilan bloodline, bloodline of an ancient auspicious beast. Upon fusion, it greatly enhances the host's physique, strength, and recovery abilities. This was it. This was the foundation of his survival. In this perilous world reminiscent of Hong Kong action films, even the mightiest blade techniques could falter against a bullet. Yet, formidable physique and recovery capabilities would be his trump card for survival. Fusion. He resolved firmly. Confirm fusion of Chilan bloodline? The fusion process will be accompanied by intense pain and will consume a significant amount of heat. Please prepare yourself, host. Pain. Compared to his life, pain was trivial. Confirm fusion. ZZZZ. An indescribably searing sensation erupted from his left chest. Damn. Wu Jiahao let out a muffled groan as beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead. It was scorching. It felt as though a red-hot iron was pressed against his chest, drilling relentlessly into his flesh. He tore off his t-shirt and rushed to the grimy mirror. In the reflection, bizarre patterns were emerging on his previously unremarkable chest. Black lines, as if alive, spread rapidly, outlining a fearsome yet majestic image. Soon, crimson hues began to fill the black lines. It was a Chilan. The head of the Chilan nestled perfectly over his heart, its eyes closed, exuding an aura of authority. The fierce horns of the Chilan extended from his left chest, traversing over his shoulder and reaching his back. A series of fine scales covered a portion of his torso, glimmering with a subtle red-black sheen under the dim restroom light. A pressure emanating from the depths of his bloodline enveloped him. Wu Jiahao gazed at his reflection, momentarily lost in reverie. This was incredibly handsome. If this were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly bewilder a multitude of young ladies. Just as he was lost in thought, that searing sensation manifested swiftly and then dissipated just as quickly. In the mirror, the Chilan tattoo, which occupied nearly half of his torso, gradually subdued its brilliance. Its colors softly fading until it completely vanished beneath the skin. Only a faint, coin-sized imprint of a Chilan's head remained over his heart on the left side of his chest, barely discernible to the untrained eye. With a sigh of relief, Wu Jiahao felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Thankfully, it would raise suspicion if he were to venture out adorned with such an ostentatious tattoo. Just as he prepared to adjust his attire, a thunderous rumble erupted from his stomach, echoing like a monstrous cry. Immediately after, an indescribable hunger surged forth, crashing over him like a relentless tide. His stomach felt akin to a vacuum bag being endlessly deflated, contracting violently and spasming, sending waves of painful cramps through him. His vision blurred, his legs weakened, and he nearly faltered. Goodness, Wu Jiahao thought, bracing himself against the sink, his face pale. He recalled the system's warning that bloodline awakening would consume an immense amount of energy. He now felt as if every cell in his body was fervently clamoring for sustenance. Food. He instinctively checked his pockets, rummaging for what seemed an eternity, only to produce a crumpled wallet. Opening it revealed a few scattered bills, barely amounting to 100 yuan, insufficient even for a decent meal. How ironic that a hero finds himself financially depleted. Wu Jiahao chuckled bitterly. He needed to acquire money to satiate his hunger. His singular thought was to dash out and find a cha chan tung, devouring 10 bowls of rice without delay. He quickly straightened his clothes, unlatched the bathroom door, and stepped outside. Bang! As soon as he opened the door, he collided solidly with someone. It was Sha Chong, standing there with an earnest expression. How go, are you alright? Kuan Gu said you fell into the toilet, and he sent me to check on you. Wu Jiahao leaned against the doorframe, weakly waving his hand. I'm fine, just a bit hungry. Hungry? Sha Chong scratched his head, momentarily taken aback. Wu Jiahao, too weary to elaborate, intended to sidestep him to seek an advance on his salary from Liang Kuan. However, Sha Chong firmly grasped his arm. How go? Don't go just yet. Kuan Gu is calling for you. He mentioned that there's an important task for you tonight. Wu Jiahao's heart skipped a beat. His only desire was to earn money to eat. He had no inclination for any tasks. What task? He inquired casually. Sha Chong leaned closer, lowering his voice, his face alight with an inexplicable excitement. Kuan Gu said that since you've just joined, he wants you to broaden your horizons. Tonight, you're going to Tsiyun Mountain to confront someone. Chapter 6. The Cha Chan Tang's exquisite 10 bowls of rice, shaman leopard. Is this the reincarnation of a starving ghost? Killing in Tsiyun Mountain? Wu Jiahao's eyelids twitched, nearly causing him to gasp in disbelief. What kind of international joke is this? I am so hungry that I can barely stand, and you want me to go and commit murder? It's more likely that I would be poked to death by a lackey on the other side before I could even harm anyone. Brother Hao, what's the matter? Your face looks dreadful, Sha Chong observed, his brow furrowed with concern. Wu Jiahao opened his mouth, wanting to express that he was on the verge of ascension due to hunger, but the words caught in his throat. No, I cannot say such things. In the world of the triad, one must embody courage. To call out about hunger before a confrontation would surely invite ridicule. How could I ever maintain my standing in Hongxing after that? His mind raced as he leaned against the wall, feigning an air of profundity, waving his hand dismissively at Sha Chong. It's nothing, merely a small issue. After a brief pause, lowering his voice to a grave tone, he continued, I just had an epiphany inside. Expending some mental energy. Epiphany? Sha Chong looked even more baffled, scratching his head. What can one comprehend in the toilet? Could it be the ultimate secret of unclogging toilets? Wu Jiahao. Communicating with a fool is truly exhausting. He opted not to elaborate further, pushing past Sha Chong and stumbling forward. In any case, I need something to eat right now. You cover for me with Brother Kuan. Just say I'm taking a moment in the restroom, and I'll be there shortly. But Brother Kuan said you need to go immediately. Sha Chong hurried after him. Can't handle it. Wu Jiahao suddenly turned around, his eyes wide. Although he was currently famished, the awakening of his Qilin bloodline still emanated a pressure that lingered. This glare, unexpectedly, carried an indescribable aura. Sha Chong shivered under his gaze, instinctively retracting his neck. I can handle it. I can. Then that is settled. Wu Jiahao ceased further discussion, leaning against the wall, staggering as he burst out of the nightclub. The night in Mong Kok was vibrant with flickering neon lights and a cacophony of voices. The air was thick with the tantalizing aroma of various foods, akin to invisible hands fervently scratching at Wu Jiahao's stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. The sounds of his stomach became increasingly pronounced. Wu Jiahao's eyes glimmered with hunger, resembling a wolf that had not eaten for 3 days, scouring the streets for prey. He was consumed by a singular thought: to eat, to devour an entire street. Soon, his gaze fixed upon a brightly lit cha chan tung at the street corner. The sign read Mong Kok, cha chan tung. This is it. Wu Jiahao nearly rolled and crawled inside. Welcome, a languid voice greeted him. Wu Jiahao plopped down onto a booth near the entrance, neglecting to glance at the menu. and shouted into the air, "Boss, I'd like to order." Only after shouting did he take a moment to assess the establishment. The space was modest, with somewhat dated decor, yet impeccably clean. Yellowed movie posters adorned the walls, and a ceiling fan lazily rotated above, exuding an ambience reminiscent of 1990s Hong Kong cinema. A man emerged from the kitchen, clad in a greasy apron and holding a cloth. He was short and somewhat stout, appearing to be in his 40s, with unkempt hair but bright eyes. Wu Jiahao's attention was instantly captured. No, it was the glimpse of a tattoo peeking from the man's short sleeve that ensnared his interest. It was the hind leg of a leopard. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, the fierce aura emanating from it was palpable. A thunderous name erupted in Wu Jiahao's mind. He almost blurted out, "Shaman leopard?" The stout man, who had been approaching to take his order, halted upon hearing those words, his steps faltering. He lifted his head, an expression of surprise flickering in his murky eyes as he scrutinized the pale-faced, panting young man before him. "Young man, do you know me?" His tone remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Wu Jiahao grinned, attempting to present an endearing smile. He pointed to the man's sleeve. In all of Kowloon, who doesn't know the legend of Shaman Leopard, the Triad's red stick? One man, wielding a machete, carved his way from Tsim Sha Sui to Causeway Bay, leaving the Eastern Star's lackeys weeping like children. Such grandeur. This statement was a blend of truth and fabrication. The truth was that he had indeed heard of Shaman Leopard's infamous reputation. The fabrication lay in the fact that he had never actually encountered Shaman Leopard, merely daring to guess based on that fleeting glimpse of the leopard tattoo and the man's formidable presence. To his astonishment, he had guessed correctly. A playful expression danced across Shaman Leopard's face as he pulled out a chair opposite Wu Jiahao, tossing the cloth onto the table. "Haha, I didn't expect that there are still young people remembering my past exploits." He picked up a soda bottle from the table, popped the cap, and slid it toward Wu Jiahao. "I'll treat you to a bottle of soda today. Now, tell me, what would you like to eat?" "Thank you, leopard brother." Wu Jiahao did not hesitate, grabbing the soda and downing nearly half of it in one go. The icy liquid slid down his throat, momentarily alleviating the burning hunger within. He took a deep breath, grabbed the menu, and without glancing at the prices, began to order. First, a serving of chicken leg noodles, a portion of curry beef fried rice, a plate of sauté beef brisket noodles, a serving of black bean beef ho fun, a club sandwich, and a serving of French toast. Having ordered in one breath, he still felt unsatisfied. The hunger loomed like an insatiable abyss. Behind the counter, Shaman Leopard raised an eyebrow at his order. "Young man, are you really going to eat all that by yourself?" "If I can't finish it, I'll take it to go," Wu Jiahao replied nonchalantly. A head peeked out from the kitchen. It was the chef, who murmured to Shaman Leopard, "Leopard brother, please don't tell me we have another Triad member here, just to feast on a free meal. He looks like the reincarnation of a starving ghost." Wu Jiahao, with his sharp hearing, caught every word. Instead of getting angry, he simply smiled and raised 2 fingers at Shaman Leopard. "Leopard brother, let us add 2 more servings of tomato beef brisket noodles. And make sure to load it with beef." "Good, you've got guts." Shaman Leopard's eyes lit up as he bellowed toward the kitchen. "Did you hear that? Prepare it as he requests. Load up on the beef." Soon, the first bowl of steaming tomato beef brisket noodles was served. Generous chunks of beef brisket, vibrant red tomato broth, and golden noodles were garnished with a handful of emerald green scallions. The aroma was intoxicating. Wu Jiahao's eyes widened, and he eagerly grabbed chopsticks to dig in. As the noodles entered his mouth, the scalding broth erupted on his taste buds. A warm current surged down his esophagus, flooding into his stomach, swiftly radiating throughout his limbs. He could distinctly feel his body, once sore and depleted from the awakening of his bloodline, being astonishingly restored and replenished at an incredible pace. His previously weakened legs regained their strength. The Chilean bloodline was undeniably formidable. The consumption was substantial, yet the replenishment was rapid. Wu Jiahao devoured his meal voraciously, as if caught in a whirlwind. After finishing 1 bowl of beef brisket noodles, he felt it merely laid the foundation for more. Immediately, he called for a second bowl, followed by a third dish. The speed at which he consumed his meal left the nearby Xiaoshan Bao in disbelief. This lad was truly famished. During the intervals while waiting for the dishes to arrive, Wu Jiahao noticed that Xiaoshan Bao occasionally assisted in the kitchen. His deft movements with the knife were clean and precise, devoid of any unnecessary flair. Each slice, whether it be shredded potatoes or onion rings, was uniformly cut as if crafted by a machine. The stability and precision he exhibited rivaled that of chefs in five-star hotels, Wu Jiahao mused. Such a talent had chosen to retreat from the world, hidden away in this modest tea restaurant as a cook. What a pity. An hour later, the plates before Wu Jiahao had formed a small mountain. He let out a satisfied belch, caressing his slightly rounded belly, finally feeling a hint of fullness. Exhilarating. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction enveloped him. He felt an explosive power coursing through him, as if he could strike down a bull with a single punch. Brother Bao, it's time to settle the bill. Xiaoshan Bao approached with the bill, a peculiar expression on his face. Young man, the total is 3,120 yuan, but I'll only charge you 3,000. Chapter 7 Surrounded by 300, using teammates as footballs, $3,000. Wu Jiahao's heart suddenly ached. $3,000 was nearly equivalent to a month's salary for a low-level worker. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his crumpled wallet. Upon opening it, he laid bare all his possessions and counted $2,000. He was still 1,000 short. The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. The chef from the kitchen poked his head out again. His eyes filled with contempt that seemed to say, I knew it. Wu Jiahao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Damn it, he had been too ostentatious. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the $2,000 forward. Brother Bao, I hurried out today and didn't bring enough money. I only have 2,000. I promised to bring the remaining 1,000 tomorrow. He had already resigned himself to the possibility of being forced to wash dishes. To his surprise, Xiaoshan Bao merely glanced at the money on the table and did not take it. He turned and poured a glass of lemonade, handing it to Wu Jiahao, then gestured toward the door with his chin. All right, we can talk about the money next time. Call me in advance next time. I'll stock up on more beef. Wu Jiahao was taken aback. Just like that, he was allowed to leave? He looked at Xiaoshan Bao, whose gaze was calm, devoid of any suspicion or disdain. A warmth surged within him. Thank you, Brother Bao. Wu Jiahao stood up and expressed his gratitude earnestly. He could feel that his arms seemed to have thickened a bit more than before the meal. The muscle definition had also become more pronounced. The bloodline of Qilin was reshaping his body through nourishment. He nodded, refraining from any further small talk, and strode out of the Mong Kok, Chiang Tai Sang. Tonight, see you in mountain. He was going to settle scores. The night sky loomed like a vast black cloth, enveloping the entirety of Kowloon. Behind the convenience store in Mong Kok, the air was thick with the acrid scent of cheap cigarettes mixed with sweat. The dim light illuminated dozens of shirtless gangsters, their tattoos on display, huddled in the cramped space, some squatting, others standing, clutching weapons wrapped in newspaper. Restless and agitated. Damn it! Sha Chong slammed the attendance list onto the table, his spittle flying as he cursed. What the hell are DB and his crew doing? We agreed on 8 o'clock, and it's nearly 9. Are they waiting for us to collect the bodies? His voice echoed in the stifling storeroom, but no one dared to respond. Everyone knew that Brother Kun was in a foul mood today. No sooner had he finished speaking than the iron door of the storeroom creaked open from the outside. Several figures stepped in, led by Chun Haonan. However, at this moment, Chun Haonan had lost the youthful vigor he once possessed. His lips were bruised, his eyes slightly swollen, and a dirty shoe print marred his white t-shirt. The few underlings trailing behind him were equally battered and dispirited, resembling a group of defeated roosters. Instantly, all eyes in the storeroom turned toward them, filled with unmasked mockery and schadenfreude. Wu Jiahao also glanced over. So this is the renowned Shuanghua Hongguan of Hongxing, the leader of Causeway Bay, Chun Haonan? He doesn't seem all that impressive. Oh, isn't this DB's prized enforcer, Chun Haonan? A sarcastic voice chimed in. Liang Kun had appeared from who knows where, leisurely walking up to Chun Haonan and pointing at his face with a cigar in hand. What happened to you? If I didn't know better, I'd think you crawled out of a garbage heap. He flicked the half-smoked cigar onto Chun Haonan's chest, sparks flying. Chun Haonan's body tensed up, a wave of burning pain shot through his chest, yet he gritted his teeth and did not move. Brother Kun, he mumbled, his voice hoarse. Humph. Liang Kun ignored him entirely, turning to Sha Chong. Does this trash even qualify as backup? Does DB look down on me, Liang Kun, or does he look down on us at Hongxing? Sha Chong quickly laughed along. Brother Kun, the more people we have, the more knives we wield. It's better than having none. Liang Kun finally relented, lazily waving his hand. Sha Chong, arm our esteemed guests. Yes, Brother Kun. Sha Chong approached a pile of weapons wrapped in burlap, casually pulling out a gleaming machete and tossing it into Wu Jiahao's embrace. Ahau, this is yours. As the blade met his hand, a cold, rusty scent wafted tonight, Should anyone dare to falter or flee at the crucial moment, they need not blame me, Liang Kun, for disregarding the bonds of brotherhood. I shall simply seize them and cast them into the depths of the sea to feed the fish. Do you understand? Understood, Brother Kun. The crowd responded with a thunderous roar, their voices nearly threatening to lift the roof off the warehouse. Wu Jiahao also shouted a couple of times, yet his gaze was drawn to an object in the corner. There lay several rolls of yellow tape, emblazoned with bold red characters, Hongxing exclusive. This was intended for cleaning up the scene post-conflict and wrapping up bodies. It appeared that Brother Kun was preparing for a night of carnage. 10 minutes later, 5 dilapidated Jinbei vans were crammed with people like sardines in a can. The moment the doors slammed shut, a potent mixture of sweat and smoke enveloped the air, nearly suffocating. Wu Jiahao was singled out by Liang Kun to occupy the front passenger seat of the lead vehicle. This was both an honor and a symbol of status. Liang Kun drove personally, a cigarette dangling from his lips, rhythmically tapping the steering wheel in time with the pulsating music blaring from the speakers, radiating an aura that seemed more suited for a party than a violent confrontation. Wu Jiahao, expressionless, gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery. Through the rearview mirror, he could clearly observe the situation in the back. Chun Haonan was squished into the far corner, his face shrouded in shadow, rendering his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, his good brother, Shanji, was embroiled in a heated argument with a fellow named Dama. Damn you! You stepped on me. Get off me, damn it. If you have the guts, sit up front. I'm going to squeeze you. What are you going to do about it? Licking the boss's boots is no real skill. Why not go toe-to-toe with the Dongxing folks? You worthless piece. Shanji's words erupted like a machine gun, filling the van with a palpable tension. Infighting had always been a hallmark of these gangs. Wu Jiahao withdrew his gaze, choosing not to engage further. He tightened his grip on the knife handle wrapped in cloth, its cold touch providing him with a sense of reassurance. At that moment, a line of icy blue text abruptly appeared before his eyes. Warning, combat mission imminent. Mission location, Xianshan Public Housing Block 13. Mission objective, defeat Dongxing's leader, Demi, and his subordinates. It has begun. Wu Jiahao's pupils constricted slightly, and he felt his blood begin to race. Having dined and imbibed, he sensed the Qilin bloodline within him roaring, yearning for an exhilarating battle. Chapter 8. Blood Battle at Dongxing. By 1-7 Chuanzi sashimi rain began to fall unbidden, with large droplets pounding against the tin roof of the Jinbei vehicle, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a prelude to the impending carnage. Inside the cabin, the mingled scent of sweat, tobacco, and cheap perfume intensified, rendering the air suffocating due to the tightly sealed windows. Shanji and Liang Kun's subordinate known as Dama were embroiled in a petty squabble over trivial matters. Damn it! I'll say it again, don't you dare squeeze me. Shanji, already simmering with anger, was like a powder keg ready to explode. Dama, emboldened by his allegiance to Liang Kun, dismissed Shanji and his fellow outsiders, deliberately jostling him with his shoulder. What of it? Squeeze away. Upset? Then get off. Shanji's fury reached its zenith, his right hand instinctively moving towards his waist, poised to draw a weapon. Shanji, sit down. Chun Haonan, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and grasped Shanji's hand firmly. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. We're here to assist Brother Kun, not to quarrel amongst ourselves. Chun Haonan fixed his gaze on Shanji, enunciating each word. Do not forget what Brother B instructed. Upon hearing Brother B's name, the ferocity in Shanji's eyes was somewhat subdued, though he still muttered indignantly. Damn, if it weren't for Brother B, I would have. Brother B's favor? A driver from Dongxing, who had defected, glanced at them through the rearview mirror, smirking with a sardonic tone. I heard that you lot were chased and beaten by Depeng from Hixing Sheng on Bolan Street a couple of days ago. And that you, Liang Zai, were so frightened you lost control right in the street? At this remark, uproarious laughter erupted throughout the cabin. Liang Kun's underlings looked at Chun Haonan and his companions with unabashed disdain and mockery. Some even deliberately bumped into them as the vehicle swayed. Trapped in a cramped corner, Chun Haonan and his group felt their stomachs churn from the cheap fast food they had consumed, nearly on the verge of expulsion. Chun Haonan's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. This was a profound humiliation. Shanji, equally incensed, was seething with rage, but with Chun Haonan's grip on him, He could only glare at the driver with murderous intent. If looks could kill, the driver would have perished countless times. Wu Jiahao, seated in the passenger seat, observed the scene with an impassive expression. In the realm of gangs, the strong prey upon the weak. If you are weak, you deserve to be bullied and ridiculed. This is the stark reality of the underworld. He diverted his gaze, continuing to polish his machete as if the turmoil in the rear cabin was entirely unrelated to him. The convoy traversed the winding mountain road for nearly 20 minutes before coming to a gradual halt. Ahead, a dimly lit industrial area came into view. WVE arrived. This is the place. Liang Kun turned off the engine, discarded his cigarette butt, and was the first to exit the vehicle. His subordinates followed suit, brandishing weapons concealed on their persons, and in an instant, blades glimmered under the dim streetlights. Wu Jiahao also alighted from the vehicle, inhaling the cool, post-rain air. However, he soon furrowed his brow. It was too quiet. This was the Bai Mian printing factory belonging to Dongxing Demi. Ordinarily, such places would be bustling with activity around the clock, heavily guarded, and at the very least, there should be a few ferocious dogs on patrol. Yet now, the entire factory was eerily silent. Aside from the sounds of rain and wind, not a single bark could be heard. The distant office and dormitory buildings were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. This was highly irregular. Wu Jiahua's bloodline, imbued with the essence of the Qilin, endowed him with an extraordinary perception. He could distinctly sense that hidden in the darkness ahead were countless eyes, filled with malevolent intent, fixating upon them. This is a trap. Kun-gu, something is amiss. Wu Jiahao approached Liang Kun, lowering his voice. It's too quiet here. It's a setup. Upon hearing this, the arrogance on Liang Kun's face diminished somewhat. Having navigated this world for years, he too sensed a whiff of danger. He immediately instructed his subordinates. Everyone, steady your weapons. Keep an eye on your surroundings. Don't fall behind. However, scarcely had his words left his mouth, when, Virum. Suddenly, several blinding beams of light illuminated the dark office building opposite them, flooding their surroundings with brightness akin to daylight. It was the headlights of vehicles. Damn it. We've been set up. There's an ambush. Liang Kun's complexion turned ashen, and with a furious roar, he spun around, intent on retreating to the vehicle. Withdraw. Quickly retreat. At that critical moment, a screeching sound of tires echoed. A Jinbei van executed a slick drift, halting abruptly before Chun Haonan and his companions. The door swung open with a loud clang, revealing a plump figure, one of their brothers, Bao Pai. Nangu, Shanji, get in the car. Chao Pai and De Tian, quick on their feet, seized the somewhat dazed Shanji and yanked him into the vehicle. Chun Haonan cast a glance at Liang Kun's chaotic entourage, now disoriented by the blinding lights, and then at the van mere feet away. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately chose to board. Drive. The van roared to life, its tires spinning furiously on the slick surface, and it shot off like an arrow released from a bow. As the vehicle sped away, a spray of mud and water erupted, splattering across Liang Kun's face. Damn you. Liang Kun wiped the muck from his face, watching the van disappear into the distance, his fury boiling over. Debi, you've collected a bunch of idiots. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Yet, his curses fell on deaf ears. The van carrying Chun Haonan and the others had barely traveled 100 meters when it screeched to a halt at the intersection. For, before them, an array of vehicles had appeared, blocking their path. And a throng of dark figures spilled out from the cars, completely obstructing their escape. Meanwhile, behind Liang Kun, countless car lights also illuminated the surroundings. They were surrounded. The doors swung open, and a man clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and a stout physique, emerged triumphantly from a throng of underlings. He was none other than the leader of Dongxing Demi. Following him was a retinue of 200 to 300 individuals, each wielding weapons and exuding an air of menace. A tall, golden-haired henchman strode swiftly to Chun Haonan's vehicle, forcefully kicked open the door, and, akin to dragging a dead dog, pulled Chun Haonan and Shanji along, violently tossing them into the muddy waters. Brother me, We've captured a few of Hongxing's eggs, boasted the golden-haired thug, stepping on Chun Haonan's head as he turned back to seek praise. Demi didn't even glance their way. His gaze was fixated on Liang Kun, not far off. A wide grin revealed his yellowed teeth as he mockingly remarked, "Who do we have here? It is none other than Hongxing's Liang Kun. What is this? Has Hongxing fallen so low that they send a shrimp like you, along with these few useless souls, to meet their demise?" Liang Kun wiped the mud from his face, his eyes narrowing with malice as he coldly retorted, "To me. You pale-faced clown, do you think you can act audaciously before me? Even if I perish here today, I will ensure you accompany me to the netherworld." "Ha ha, is that so?" Demi erupted in laughter, as if he had just heard the greatest joke. He pointed at the motley crew behind Liang Kun, laughing uncontrollably. "Just look at the sorry lot you've brought. Now, gaze upon my men." As his words hung in the air, the underlings from both Dongxing and Hongxing instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. A palpable sense of impending violence pervaded the atmosphere. A bloody battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 9. The Qilin Awakens. The physical exorcism of the Dongxing underlings slaying the Dongxing underlings. It was unclear who shouted first, but the two factions erupted like a powder keg ignited, instantly exploding into chaos. The crowd, dark and dense, surged like two tumultuous tides, crashing violently into one another. In an instant, the clashing of weapons, the muted sound of bones shattering, and the heart-wrenching screams reverberated throughout the entire factory area. Amidst this turmoil, a chilling mechanical voice abruptly echoed in Wu Jiahao's mind. "Ding. Side quest activated. Slay the enemy chief. Quest objective. Eliminate Dongxing Hall Master to me. Quest reward. 5,000 experience points. 5 free attribute points. Skill. 8-sided slash." Wu Jiahao's gaze sharpened dramatically, and a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Experience, attributes, a new skill. Tonight, he would prosper. Seeking death. A Dongxing henchman, seeing Wu Jiahao standing motionless, assumed he was paralyzed by fear. With a sinister grin, he raised his machete and brought it down towards him. Wu Jiahao, however, remained unfazed. At the very moment the blade was about to strike, his wrist twitched violently. Clash. The mountain-splitting knife in his hand swiftly intercepted, its back striking precisely against the opponent's wrist. The henchman felt a violent tremor in his wrist, a powerful force surged forth, and the machete flew from his grasp. Terrified, he had no time to react before a flash of steel appeared before his eyes. The first move of the Six Harmonies wind-chasing blade. The azure dragon emerges from the water. With a swift and clean motion, the cold blade sliced through his neck. A crimson line erupted from the wound. The henchman clutched his throat, eyes wide in disbelief, and fell backward stiffly, convulsing in the mud for a few moments before falling silent. Wu Jiahao, expressionless, flicked the droplets of blood from the tip of his blade. Transforming into a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, he charged into the Dongxing crowd. The mountain-splitting knife became a series of lethal flashes. Wherever the blade passed, flesh and blood scattered, accompanied by incessant screams. The Dongxing henchmen could hardly keep pace with his speed. Often before they could even discern his figure, they found their throats slashed or their arms severed. Wu Jiahao carved a bloody path through the Dongxing crowd, swiftly reaching the side of Liang Kun. The battle on Liang Kun's end was equally fierce. He wielded a machete in each hand, attacking with a brutal and cunning style, targeting the lower routes. Though his techniques appeared unrefined, they proved exceptionally effective. With a kick, he sent one assailant sprawling, and in a swift motion, he dispatched another, eliciting agonized howls. Wu Jiahao observed this, silently acknowledging that this man, who would later slay Qin Shi from Jiandong, was indeed not merely fortunate. Meanwhile, the situation for Chun Haonan and his companions was dire. Though they wielded iron rods and wooden sticks, their lack of fighting experience left them defenseless against the ferocious Dongxing henchmen, enduring a relentless barrage of strikes. They were scattered and overwhelmed, having barely taken down one opponent before being struck from behind and sent crashing to the ground. The imposing figure with golden hair, Dejin hair, was especially arrogant. He kicked Shanji to the ground, then slammed his iron rod against the ground, producing a mocking thud. Damn, I thought some formidable figures from Hongxing had arrived, but it turns out to be just these trash. Can't even hold a knife, yet they dare to mix with the big boys? Go back to drinking milk. As he spoke, he contemptuously slapped the iron rod against Chun Haonan's face, a blatant act of humiliation. Chun Haonan's eyes burned with rage, yet he was pinned to the ground, unable to move. This scene left Liang Kun's face pale with anger. What a disgrace. Utterly humiliating. Although he wished for BG's subordinates to perish here, they represented the face of Hongxing. Ahau! Shaqiang! Liang Kun shouted as he felled an assailant. Go! Drag those useless fools back here. Don't humiliate us further. Understood, Kun Gu. Shaqiang responded, wielding his water pipe to smash several Dongxing henchmen, leaving them bloodied and battered. "How's he? Follow me." "No need." Wu Jiahao's eyes gleamed with intensity. "Changgu, lend me your shoulder." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he had already lunged forward. In Shaqiang's astonished gaze, he stepped onto his broad shoulder. Using his momentum, he leaped high, soaring over the chaotic melee. "What?" De Jiahao, who was currently boasting over Chun Haonan, suddenly felt a shadow loom above him and instinctively looked up. He saw a dark figure descending from the sky. In midair, Wu Jiahao's wrist flicked, and the mountain-splitting knife danced into two swift arcs of blinding light. A step forward, a sweeping motion. Clash. Thud. Two henchmen beside De Jiahao, who were preparing to swing their blades, found one weapon disarmed and the other arm severed at once. Before De Jiahao could react, Wu Jiahao had landed gracefully, the mountain-splitting knife, stained with fresh blood, coldly poised at his throat. Swift. So swift that everyone was caught off guard. The arrogance on De Jiahao's face instantaneously froze, replaced by sheer terror. He could feel the icy edge of the blade against his neck, rendering him paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a single word. "What did you just say about taking a step back?" Wu Jiahao's voice was soft, yet it resonated like a demonic whisper from the depths of hell. De Jiahao's Adam's apple bobbed. He was about to plead for mercy. Thud. Wu Jiahao offered no chance, yanking his arm forcefully. A massive head soared into the air. Blood gushed forth from the headless neck like a fountain. The severed head spun twice in midair, its expression frozen in the terror and disbelief of its final moments. Wu Jiahao spared no glance at the falling corpse, lifting his foot and, as if kicking a ball, accurately sent the still airborne head crashing into the Dongxing crowd. Bang! De Jiahao's head, accompanied by a roaring wind, struck the ground, rolling to a stop. Its lifeless eyes stared blankly at his henchman. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by this grotesque and brutal spectacle. The underlings from Dongxing, upon gazing at the familiar severed head upon the ground, were seized by terror, their faces paling as they involuntarily recoiled, causing a momentary disarray in their formation. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Kun, invigorated by the sight, raised the watermelon knife in his hand and bellowed with all his might. "Do you see this? This is the fate that befalls those who oppose our Hongxing. Kill to me. I'll offer 300,000. 300,000. Upon hearing this staggering figure, the eyes of Hongxing's underlings instantly glistened with fervor, their morale surging as they roared and charged forward once more. On the opposite side, Demi, witnessing the decapitation of his most trusted henchman, felt his own men's resolve waver, rage coursing through him as his face turned an ashen hue. He pointed furiously at Wu Jiahao, who was encircled by the throng, and screamed hoarsely, "Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Get in there. Kill him. Who the hell can take down that kid? I'll offer him 150,000. Under the lure of such a generous reward, the initially timid Dongxing subordinates found their greed eclipsing their fear. "Kill him. 150,000 is mine." Dozens of Dongxing henchmen, their eyes ablaze with fervor, brandished their weapons and surged towards Wu Jiahao from all directions. In an instant, Wu Jiahao found himself ensnared in a perilous encirclement. Clang, clang, clang. Countless blades and clubs rained down upon him with ferocity. Wu Jiahao's gaze turned icy, his machete dancing with an impenetrable fervor, deflecting the majority of the assaults. Yet, the strength of one man could not withstand the onslaught of many. Soon, deep gashes, exposing bone, marred his arms and back. Blood streamed down his body, staining his attire a dark crimson. The machete he wielded bore several chips from the relentless barrage. Nevertheless, he remained oblivious to his injuries, continuing to fight valiantly, his eyes reflecting no hint of retreat, but rather igniting with an even fiercer spirit of battle. Chapter 10. A slice to split the salty duck egg. This technique is quite unconventional. Damn it! Wu Jiahao spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his chest heaving violently. With every breath, the wound on his back throbbed with searing pain. Yet, he could not afford to falter, nor could he collapse. He understood all too well that if he fell, the pressure on Liang Kun would exponentially increase, and the outcome of this chaotic battle would swiftly tilt in favor of Dongxing. At that moment, not only would ascending to power be a distant dream, but merely surviving to leave this place would also become questionable. Gazing upon the throng of Dongxing lackeys, their eyes bloodshot with the allure of a bounty of 150,000, Wu Jiahao's fervor surpassed theirs. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain sharpening his focus once more. As he wielded his blade to block, he summoned all his strength and roared towards Liang Kuan's direction. Kuan Ge, do not waste time with them. If this continues, all our people will lie here. His voice, hoarse from exertion, resonated like thunder across the tumultuous battlefield. Liang Kuan, having just felled one Dongxing thug with a slash and sent another flying with a kick, turned back to witness Wu Jiahao's dire state, his heart tightening. He recognized the truth in Wu Jiahao's words. The number of Dongxing's reinforcements was at least double theirs. Had it not been for Wu Jiahao's swift elimination of Dajing Mao at the outset, which instilled fear in their adversaries, their side would have crumbled long ago. But now, Wu Jiahao was also ensnared. If they continued to clash head-on, it would surely be detrimental to themselves. Then what the hell should we do? Liang Kuan bellowed in anger. Capture the leader first. Wu Jiahao's voice rang out again, imbued with an undeniable resolve. If we can slay Dami, the rabble from Dongxing will scatter immediately. His words jolted Liang Kuan into clarity. Indeed, strike the serpent at its 7 inches. If they could eliminate Dami, the leader, this motley crew would be easily manageable. Excellent. Liang Kuan decisively raised his watermelon knife once more, summoning all his might to unleash an even more frenzied roar. Brothers of Hongxing, whoever can slay Dami, I will reward him 300,000. Furthermore, you trash from Dongxing, listen closely. Lay down your weapons and come over to my side to kill Dami. That 300,000 will be yours. I, Liang Kuan, guarantee it in the name of Hongxing. Not a single cent will be missing. For those who turn traitor, the bounty doubles. 600,000. The impact of this proclamation was more explosive than the previous offer of 300,000. For a fleeting moment, the entire battlefield froze. The younger brothers of Hongxing inhaled more heavily, their gazes towards Dami akin to that of a mountain of gold come to life. Meanwhile, the Dongxing ranks were rife with turmoil. 600,000. Is it not for money that we engage in this life? Serving Dami, what spoils would they reap from a victory? A few thousand? A 10,000? But if they could slay Dami, that would mean 600,000. Their worries for the rest of their lives would vanish. Countless Dongxing thugs' eyes began to take on a peculiar glint, their hands gripping their knives trembling slightly as they involuntarily glanced towards Dami, who was shielded by several loyal followers. Dami, under the weight of these hundreds of greedy gazes, felt a chill run down his spine, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. What are you staring at? Get in there and fight for me. Whoever dares to betray me, I swear I will kill their entire family. This threat not only failed to intimidate, but rather hardened the gazes of those already wavering. With their lives at stake, how could he dare to threaten their families? Liang Kuan observed this all with a cruel smile. The morale of the troops was in disarray. Ahau! Now is the time. Understood. Wu Jiahao had awaited this opportunity. He shouted to the steadfast Shuangqiang, who had been trying to assist but was fiercely entangled, as well as another hefty man named Away. Make way for me. Right away, Hao Ge. Shuangqiang and Away, like rabid dogs unleashed, erupted into action. They abandoned all defense, allowing blades and clubs to rain upon them. Yet their weapons surged forth with a life-for-life fervor, carving a 2-meter-wide breach before Wu Jiahao. Now, the glint in Wu Jiahao's eyes flashed coldly, his feet shifting. Liuha chasing windblade. This was a technique he had perfected during his time in the police force, a culmination of countless martial arts and blade techniques, designed specifically for breakthroughs and charges. It emphasized one word, speed. His figure darted through the muddy water, leaving behind a phantom-like trail. As he surged into the breach, the machete in his hand transformed into a dazzling array of blade flashes. The blade light flowed like quicksilver, penetrating without a gap. Poochie, poochie, poochie. A series of sickening sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed. The 7 Dongxing thugs blocking his path found their movements frozen in shock. They looked down in disbelief at their midsections, where a slender line of blood was slowly expanding. In the next moment, with a crash, vivid red entrails mixed with scalding blood cascaded from their bellies, spilling onto the ground. The 7 men fell lifelessly to the groove. He violently reached out and tore off the tattered, blood-soaked shirt from his body, revealing his powerfully built torso and the ferocious tattoo on his back. A Qilin, its feet treading upon auspicious clouds, its eyes wide with fury. Stained with blood, the Qilin seemed to come alive, especially its eyes, which flickered with overwhelming killing intent, sending chills down one's spine. When the Qilin opens its eyes, it fights to the death. Upon seeing the tattoo on Wu Jiahao's body, a timid member of Dongxing completely broke down. He screamed, threw away the machete in his hand, and turned to flee. It's the Chilan. Damn it, this guy is insane. Run. Panic spread like a plague. No one runs. Whoever dares to run, I'll cut them down right now. Seeing his men on the verge of collapse, Dammy's eyes turned red with rage. He snatched a knife from a trusted subordinate beside him and viciously swung it at the first fleeing member. Thud! The deserter let out a sharp cry as a massive wound opened on his back, sending him crashing to the ground. Dammy's brutal act failed to intimidate the others. Instead, it became the final straw that broke the camel's back. All the Dongxing members looked at him as if he were a fool. The boss has gone mad. If we don't run, we'll be killed by the Hongxing members. If we run, we'll be killed by our own boss. Rather than being stabbed in the back by this mad boss, we might as well surrender to Hongxing. At least there's money to be made. Damn it, I quit. A Dongxing member threw his knife to the ground and raised his hands high. I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender too. Clang, clang. The sound of weapons hitting the ground echoed one after another. The tide had turned. Dammy watched as his men around him laid down their weapons one by one. His face turned as pale as paper, and his body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. It's over. All over. By now. Only two loyal old-timers remained by his side. They exchanged a glance, seeing determination in each other's eyes. Instead of surrendering, they tightened their grips on their knives, their eyes red, and charged toward the murderous Wu Jiahao. Kill! Wu Jiahao's eyes were icy as he watched the last two men charging at him, his expression unflinching. He took a sudden step forward, lowering his body, and swung his broadsword in a cunning arc from below. Crack! The left man's arm, along with the knife in his hand, was severed in a single slash. Before the man could scream, Wu Jiahao twisted his wrist, reversed the blade, and thrust it forward. Thud! The cold blade tip pierced precisely through the right man's chest, straight through the heart. Instant kill. After eliminating the last two obstacles, Wu Jiahao stepped forward, one step at a time, toward Dammy, who now lay on the ground, ashen-faced and limp. Looking down at the once arrogant Dongxing leader, Wu Jiahao's voice was as cold as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. When you reach the underworld and King Yama asks, tell him, the one who killed you is called Chilan Hao. With these words, he raised his broadsword high. Dammy's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively raised his machete to block. Clang! Wu Jiahao's blade came down, and Dammy's machete shattered with a resounding crack. Second strike. Third strike. 8 consecutive strikes. Each blow landed precisely on Dammy's machete. When the 9th strike fell, only the bare hilt remained in Dammy's hand. No. Dammy's face was filled with boundless terror, and he opened his mouth to beg for mercy. But Wu Jiahao's final strike, tearing through the air with a fierce whistle, came crashing down. Thud! With a swift raise and fall of the blade. Dammy's head was split open from the crown like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered across the ground. Wu Jiahao shook the brain matter from the tip of his blade, lifted his head, and scanned the surroundings. Everyone was struck silent by the brutality of his final blow. He raised the still dripping broadsword, and, mustering all his strength, roared a declaration of victory. Dammy is dead. Those who surrender shall be spared. Chapter 11. The Rainy Night Banner Slayer. Chilan Hao, 300,000. The rain continued to fall, but the clamor of battle had completely ceased. In the muddy clearing, blood mingled with rainwater, forming rivulets of dark crimson. Over 100 East Star underlings either raised their hands in surrender or simply dropped their knives to the ground, each bowing their heads, not daring to even breathe heavily. All eyes, filled with reverence and terror, were fixed upon the man drenched in blood, who stood like a demon god. Wu Jiahao, Chilan Hao. After this night, this name was destined to resound throughout all of Kowloon. Wu Jiahao held a mountain cleaver knife still dripping with blood. His icy gaze slowly swept over the surrendered crowd, his voice not loud, but carrying clearly to every ear. From today, this printing factory belongs to Hongxing. You are now Hongxing men. If anyone objects, step forward now. He paused, the tip of his knife tracing a line in the mud. I will personally send them down to meet me. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Step forward? That was a fool's errand. Had they not seen Demi's head split in two? This was a genuine god of slaughter, a living, bloodthirsty tiger. Who would dare object? Good. Wu Jiahao nodded with satisfaction. Just then, Pretty Kun, beaming with delight, strode over surrounded by his trusted men. He stepped onto the debris-strewn ground, clapped Wu Jiahao heavily on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. Ahau! Brilliant work. Tonight, you take the top credit. As he spoke, Pretty Kun took a large black travel bag from one of his underlings and tossed it directly into Wu Jiahao's arms. The bag was heavy. Wu Jiahao caught it instinctively. The zipper was not fully closed, revealing stacks of crisp Hong Kong dollars inside. Brother Kun, this is 200,000. I said whoever chopped down to me gets this 200,000. Pretty Kun pointed at the bag, his expression one of grand generosity. And this extra 100,000 is for you and the brothers who fought tooth and nail tonight. Compensation for their families. 300,000 in total. Not a single dollar less. Take it. 300,000. The surrounding Hung Hing underlings, hearing this figure, felt their eyes turn red and their breathing grow heavy. 300,000. They had never seen so much money in their lives. Instantly, all gazes upon Wu Jiahao were filled with envy and admiration. Yet, Wu Jiahao pushed the bag back, his expression earnest. Brother Kun, this isn't right. Tonight's victory was entirely due to your masterful planning and command. I merely charged at the front. How could I take so much? His words were impeccably smooth, both flattering Pretty Kun and displaying his own lack of greed, striking a perfect posture. Pretty Kun felt immensely pleased, his smile broadening. Damn, look at this. Look at the man I, Pretty Kun, have taken under my wing. Not only can he fight, but he also knows how to speak. Enough nonsense. Pretty Kun's face turned stern as he shoved the bag back, his tone brooking no argument. When I, Pretty Kun, give my word, it's as solid as a nail driven into wood. What I said is yours. If you don't take it, you're disrespecting me. Take it now, and stop dawdling. Well then, thank you, Brother Kun. Only then did Wu Jiahao reluctantly accept the bag, though inwardly he was already overjoyed. Only a fool would turn down money. At that moment, Sha Chong dragged several men over and threw them to the ground like dead dogs. Brother Kun. Brother Hao, what should we do with these bastards? Pretty Kun looked down and chuckled. Aren't these the elite under Brother B's command? Chan Honam, Mountain Chicken, and two other followers lay there, faces bruised and swollen, limbs broken, curled up on the ground moaning in pain. Especially Chan Honam, who had been brutally kicked by Wu Jiahao earlier. His face was now swollen like a pig's head, bearing no resemblance to the handsome Pretty Boy Nam. The sight of them reminded Pretty Kun of their earlier defiance in the car, and his anger flared instantly. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "These useless trash, utterly incapable of accomplishing anything yet perfect at ruining everything. Give them proper care." Sha Chong's eyes lit up immediately. Proper care? He understood. That was code. It meant chopping off the limbs of these insolent fools, turning them into human sticks, and tossing them into the sea for the fish. Received, Brother Kun. Sha Chong grinned viciously, pulling a knife from his waist, ready to give Chan Honam and the others a swift end. Terrified out of their wits, Chan Honam and his men wet their pants. Don't kill me. Brother Kun, spare us. Smack. Pretty Kun slapped Sha Chong hard on the back of the head, cursing, "Are you an idiot? Who told you to kill them?" Rubbing his head, Sha Chong looked aggrieved. Brother Kun, didn't you tell me to give them proper care? Care for your mother. Pretty Kun was furious. I meant send them to the hospital. The best hospital. Get them treated. Spare no expense. Once they're healed, send them back intact to Big B. Huh. Sha Chong was completely baffled. Not only him, but the surrounding underlings were also stunned. Had Brother Kun changed his nature? Not killing rivals was one thing, but paying for their medical treatment? Only Wu Jiahao, standing to the side, allowed a faint, almost imperceptible curve to touch the corner of his mouth. He knew Pretty Kun intended to humiliate Brother B, beating men half to death, then paying to heal them and sending them back. This was sheer, blatant mockery. But this wasn't enough. An idea flashed in Wu Jiahao's mind. He cleared his throat, walked over to Pretty Kun, and looked down at Chan Honam on the ground, adopting a tone of sincere regret. Brother Kun, to be fair, we can't entirely blame them. Speaking impartially, these brothers are truly 1 in 100 talents. Oh, Pretty Kun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How so? Pointing at Chan Honam, Wu Jiahao began speaking nonsense with a grave expression. Brother Kun, think about it. In the chaos earlier, with our 100 men clashing against East Star's several hundred in that pitch-black frenzy, these brothers managed to pinpoint the area with the densest concentration of East Star members and charge right into it. What extraordinary courage is that? Although they were beaten, they successfully drew the majority of Dongxing's firepower, creating invaluable opportunities for our main force's assault. Particularly, this brother Haonan, who endured dozens of knife wounds, with both hands and feet broken, still persevered in battle. Such a fearless spirit is truly unprecedented. In my opinion, they are not weaklings. They are heroes. They are the valiant death squad of our Hongxing. Wu Jiahao spoke with such heartfelt sincerity that it was as if he were about to present Chun Haonan with an award on the spot. The younger brothers around him were left utterly dumbfounded, gazing at Wu Jiahao with the eyes of a devotee. Incredible. Can it really be interpreted this way? Turning a moment of weakness and being cornered into a tale of gallantry to attract fire? Hao Ji's eloquence is truly remarkable. Liang Kun was momentarily taken aback, but soon reacted, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Wu Jiahao. Damn it, what a talent. How come I didn't think of that? With such a spin, sending it back to Debi would yield entirely different results. Yes, what Jiahao said is correct. Liang Kun slapped his thigh and instantly got into the zone. He pulled out his mobile phone, dialing Brother B's number in front of everyone. As soon as the call connected, Liang Kun adopted an exaggerated tone, his voice loud enough for the entire area to hear. Hello, is this Brother B? I am Liang Kun. Brother B, great news. We won. That fool Demi was cleaved by my top horse, Jiahao. However, Brother B, I called primarily to commend a few of your fine subordinates. Chen Haonan, and that Shan Ji. My goodness, they were so fierce. Just now, during the fight, the four of them charged right into a crowd of hundreds from Dongxing, facing 10 alone. No, it was facing 100. They caused that bunch of Dongxing ruffians to cry for their mothers. They contributed immensely to our ultimate victory. Brother B, you truly have an eye for talent, acquiring such formidable subordinates. You must treat me to tea someday and teach me how to gather such followers. On the other end of the line, Brother B, who was anxiously awaiting news in the hall, was left dumbfounded. Chen Haonan, so formidable? Is that true? However, Liang Kun's tone did not seem like a lie, and there was no need for him to deceive himself. Could it be that he had truly underestimated Chen Haonan? Was that young man a hidden master? After hanging up, Brother B became increasingly excited. He immediately instructed someone to purchase the most expensive fruit basket and, in a rush, drove to the hospital. Half an hour later, in the hospital room, Chen Haonan and Shan Ji had just received treatment for their wounds, each bandaged up like mummies, lying in bed groaning. Just then, the door swung open, and Brother B entered, carrying the fruit basket. Haonan, Shan Ji, how are you feeling? Upon seeing Brother B come to visit them personally, Chen Haonan and the others were momentarily stunned. Hadn't they messed up? Hadn't they been captured by Liang Kun's men? Why was Brother B here to see them? Chen Haonan struggled to sit up, but the movement caused pain to surge through his wounds, and he grimaced. Brother B, I'm sorry, no need to say anything. Brother B placed down the fruit basket and graciously patted his shoulder. I have heard from Liang Kun. You are heroes. You are the pride of our Hongxing. Heroes? Pride? Chen Haonan and Shan Ji exchanged glances, each reflecting the confusion in the other's eyes. But soon, an overwhelming sense of emotion surged within them. Brother B did not blame them. Brother B even praised them as heroes. What a profound recognition. What immense trust. Brother B, unable to contain himself any longer, Chen Haonan rolled off the bed and knelt on the ground, clutching Brother B's leg, weeping uncontrollably. Brother B, we have disappointed you. We are useless. Silly boy, get up. Brother B helped him up, deeply moved by his loyal demeanor. He announced on the spot, you have achieved great merit this time. From today onward, I appoint you. Chen Haonan, you will be my top horse. Meanwhile, on the other side, after parting ways with Wu Jiahao, Liang Kun, alone and clutching the 30,000 yuan, arrived at Bolan Street. Having just endured a life-and-death battle, he desperately needed to relieve his stress. He sought out the most luxurious nightclub, ordered 2 of the most beautiful women, and opened a bottle of the finest XO. Leaning back on the sofa, Liang Kun reveled in the royal service of being embraced by the 2 beauties. Just as he was becoming slightly tipsy and preparing to take the 2 ladies to his room for a deeper exchange of life experiences, the cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the hidden task, achieving renown, in a battle of over 100, personally slaying the enemy leader. Reputation significantly increased. System rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received a fully automatic diaper production line and the design blueprint for 2022 diapers. Huh, diapers? Liang Kun paused, thinking he must have misheard. He immediately concentrated and checked the rewards in the system space. Indeed, there lay a model of a production line that appeared to be quite vintage, along with an extraordinarily detailed blueprint. Production line, latest model from West Germany, 1975, fully automatic production, capable of producing 300 standard diapers per minute. Design blueprint. Includes the latest designs for 2022 baby diapers for boys and girls, pull-ups, adult diapers, and a complete set of design schemes, utilizing high molecular absorbent resin for instant absorption and dryness, preventing side leakage. As he gazed at the detailed descriptions, Leon Kuen's eyes lit up. He abruptly pushed away the two clingy women, seized the XO from the table, and took a hefty swig. I'm going to be rich. This time, I'm really going to be rich. How much can one earn from fighting? Engaging in business is the true path. Especially in this era, what business could rival that of dealing with women and children? This venture is even quicker than robbing a bank. Chapter 12. Business Ambitions. A Guide to Entrepreneurship by Leon Kuen. 300,000 yuan weighed heavily in his pocket. Yet for Wu Jiahao, this sum merely marked the beginning of his journey. His mind was consumed with visions of a production line gleaming with a cold metallic sheen and design blueprints that were decades ahead of their time. Engaging in brawls. That was the realm of the desperate. To truly rise above, one must rely on intellect and entrepreneurship. With the system's reward acting as a printing press for wealth, what he currently lacked were the initial funds, a suitable location, and manpower. 300,000 might sound substantial, but when it came to renting a factory, purchasing raw materials, hiring workers, and establishing sales channels, it was but a drop in the ocean. Thus, he needed an investor, someone affluent, possessing property and personnel, but most importantly, someone capable of providing the necessary support. Leon Kuen was the ideal candidate. Early the next morning, Wu Jiahao donned a newly purchased shirt and meticulously styled his hair before arriving at Leon Kuen's office, brimming with energy. Outside the office door, Sha Chong leaned against the wall, smoking, his arm heavily bandaged and his chest visibly swollen, indicating a serious injury. Ah, Changgu, it's only been a day, and you're already cosplaying as a mummy? Wu Jiahao approached, offering a cigarette with a teasing smile. Sha Chong grinned broadly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he accepted the cigarette and lit it. Forget it. When that idiot Demi was being dealt with yesterday, one of his mad dogs stabbed me. But it's nothing, just some superficial wounds. The doctor said I'll be fine in a few days. He clapped his chest nonchalantly. The main thing is that Kuen Go promised to arrange a girl for me tonight. I can't let such a good opportunity go to waste. Wu Jiahao chuckled and refrained from saying more. This was the daily life of a gangster. Today they might be joking together, but tomorrow could see them lying lifeless on the streets. He pushed open the office door, where the mingling scents of perfume and cigars enveloped him. Leon Kuen was seated confidently in his executive chair, one foot propped on the desk, a cigar in hand, cursing beneath the table. Hurry up. Can't you do anything right? Wu Jiahao observed as a glamorous young woman, flustered and flushed, scrambled out from under the desk, her hair disheveled. Kuen Go, get out. Leon Kuen waved his hand impatiently. The girl, as if granted a reprieve, straightened her clothes and hastily exited the office. Leon Kuen then turned his gaze to Wu Jiahao, his expression morphing into one of satisfaction. Ahao, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. He gestured towards the sofa opposite him. Without hesitation, Wu Jiahao settled into the chair. Ahao, you performed admirably this time, taking down to me. You've brought honor to our Hongxing and saved my face. Leon Kuen took a puff from his cigar, exhaling a large cloud of smoke. I've already spoken to the other elders and am prepared to offer you a position. Initially, you can start as a liaison, and then I'll assign you 2 streets to oversee. How does that sound? Is it enough to establish your reputation? In the gang, the liaison position involved managing communications and operations. While it lacked the brute strength of a red stick, it held significant status and potential for profit. Managing the businesses of 2 streets alone could yield an impressive sum in monthly fees, a dream opportunity for any member of the gang. However, Wu Jiahao shook his head in refusal. Thank you for the compliment, Kuen Go, but I have no interest in managing territory. Leon Kuen's brows furrowed, and his smile faded. Oh, what do you mean? Is it not enough? The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Yet, Wu Jiahao remained unperturbed, meeting Leon Kuen's gaze with unwavering resolve. Kuen Go, how much can one earn from managing territory and collecting fees? 100,000? 200,000? I wish to engage in a grand enterprise with you. A grand enterprise? Leon Kuen laughed incredulously, leaning forward with narrowed eyes, fixated on Wu Jiahao. You, a mere gang member, discussing grand enterprises with me? Do you have any idea of my monthly revenue? Kuen Go, I want to venture into the business of baby diapers, Wu Jiahao calmly proposed. Leon Kuen, caught mid-sip, erupted in laughter, spraying tea everywhere. His eyes widened as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Pointing at Wu Jiahao, he laughed heartily, nearly in tears. Ha ha, baby diapers? Are you out of your mind? You, a gangster wanting to sell diapers? You're truly a talent. An unparalleled genius. He laughed so hard he could hardly catch his breath. Just imagine that scene. I'd be standing at the entrance of a maternity store with Sha Chong and the others, terrifying every child who sees us. Anyone with common sense knows we should be running casinos, saunas, or nightclubs. At the very least, we should be dealing in drugs. Selling diapers? Ha. I can't breathe. Despite Liang Kuan's mockery, Wu Jiahao's expression remained composed. He patiently waited for Liang Kuan to finish his laughter before speaking. Kuan Gu, please do not laugh just yet. Allow me to finish. Currently, on the entire island, all the diapers sold are imported from Japan, and their quality is abysmal, thick, non-breathable, and outrageously priced. Many families cannot afford them and resort to traditional cloth diapers, which are cumbersome and unsanitary. However, I recently acquired a set of innovative diaper design blueprints through a unique channel. Wu Jiahao's voice brimmed with confidence and persuasion. The design I have created features ultra-thin, breathable materials with absorption capabilities that far exceed any product on the market. Moreover, they are user-friendly and offer an exceptional experience. Just imagine, once our product hits the market, what kind of scene that will create. This venture could be more profitable than dealing drugs, and it is a legitimate business. No law enforcement can pin anything on us. Liang Kuan's laughter gradually subsided. He furrowed his brow, acknowledging that while Wu Jiahao's words sounded fantastical, the unwavering conviction in his eyes began to sway him. I can't believe this. My elder sister incessantly complains to me, expressing her discontent with diapers, claiming that they are suffocating and have caused her son's bottom to become irritated. Is this truly so miraculous? Words alone cannot substantiate such claims. Wu Jiahao extracted the meticulously crafted design blueprint from his briefcase, laying it before Liang Kuan. Brother Kuan, take a look, he urged, gesturing towards the modern lines and structures depicted on the paper. This is a three-dimensional leak-proof guard, effectively preventing side leaks. Here is the Velcro, which can be reapplied multiple times for ease of inspection and replacement, far superior to the current tape methods. Furthermore, this is the urine indication design. It changes color when wet, making it immediately clear when a change is necessary. Most importantly, this core element, the high molecular polymer absorbent resin, can instantaneously absorb hundreds of times its own weight in liquid, while securely locking it in, ensuring a dry surface. Although Liang Kuan did not comprehend the intricacies of high molecular resins, the exquisite design and the unfamiliar terms emanating from Wu Jiahao's lips evoked a sense of intrigue within him. This product indeed seemed to possess merit. Observing Wu Jiahao's unwavering determination, his eyes brimming with visions of the future and self-assurance, Liang Kuan fell silent. He acknowledged the embarrassment of having his subordinate sell diapers, yet on the other hand, he valued Wu Jiahao as a talented individual, courageous and astute, who had just accomplished a significant feat. He did not wish to discourage him over such a trivial matter. Moreover, what if, just what if, this young man truly succeeded? The profit. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Liang Kuan's eyes. He slammed his hand on the table. All right, Ahao, I will trust you this once. Choose any location you desire. My territory in Xianshan is yours. Any warehouse you fancy is yours to use. As for manpower, you may call upon the lads under Xiaoqiang. Liang Kuan stood and moved beside Wu Jiahao, patting his shoulder emphatically, his tone infused with an authoritative certainty. However, let me make this clear. In this business venture, I will contribute land and personnel, but you must find the funds yourself. Any losses are solely yours. Should you profit? Wu Jiahao interjected eagerly, his eyes ignited with the flames of ambition. If we profit, I will pay double the customary fee. Excellent. Liang Kuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This was precisely what he wished to hear. He patted Wu Jiahao's shoulder with vigor, his expression shifting from domineering to one of admiration. Your words suffice. Tonight, at Land and Bar, I shall host. I will ask Mama Liang to arrange for some of the finest ladies. Let us drink and discuss this matter thoroughly. Chapter 13. From slaughter to radiance in Xianshan, a bustling mahjong parlor thrived even in the late hours, shrouded in swirling smoke. Have you heard? Our Hongxing has produced a formidable figure. A bald man excitedly lowered his voice after drawing a tile. Are you referring to that underling of Brother Liang Kuan? That's the one. Chilanhao. What a silly name, Chilanhao. He is now called Chilanidao. with a single stroke. He cleaved the head of that big, golden-haired fellow from Dongxing. I heard from my cousin that he was present at the scene. His recounting was nothing short of thrilling. A lean monkey animatedly gestured, stating that at that time, over 300 from Dongxing surrounded our brother Kun's more than 100 brothers, leaving them with no escape. They were on the verge of collapsing. And then, everyone nearby leaned in, forgetting their game. And then, Jiahao stepped forward. He ripped off his shirt, and I swear, on his back was a blazing Qilin tattoo, its eyes glowing red. The watermelon knife in his hand was thicker than my thigh. He charged into the crowd, and it wasn't merely hacking. It was as if he were mowing grass. The Dongxing ruffians were terrified, running for their lives. That big guy was chased by Jiahao for 3 whole streets, ultimately cleaved from the crown of his head to his groin. Perfectly halved. Wow. Is that true? Cut in half. Wouldn't he that make him a sausage? You think I'm lying? My cousin said blood splattered up to the 3rd floor. After Jiahao finished, he stood atop the pile of bodies, lit a cigarette, and that Qilin tattoo still glimmered. Rumors always become increasingly outrageous, more mythical with each retelling. Overnight, the name of Hongxing's Qilin house soared like wings, reaching every corner of the island. From Mong Kok to Causeway Bay, from gang members to street vendors, everyone spoke of this extraordinary figure. Wu Jiahao. Perhaps some may still be unaware of this name, but Qilin Hao has already become the most resounding emblem of the new generation of Hongxing. Oh, record, Central Police Station. With a loud thud, a document was slammed onto the table. Su Zhibin's face turned an ashen hue as he pointed at the contents of the report. Roaring into the phone, Jiang Tiansheng, do you Hongxing intend to rebel? In Xianshan, hundreds clashed, blood flowed like rivers. Now every newspaper on the island headlines your illustrious deeds. Are you conducting a bloody massacre? Do you think this is the Golden Triangle? On the other end of the line, Jiang Tianxing's voice was calm, even laced with amusement. Commissioner Su, don't be so irate. I have already understood the situation. It was Dongxing's Luotoa who sent over 300 men to assault more than 100 of my Hongxing brothers. My men were merely acting in self-defense. Do you comprehend? Self-defense? Su Zhibin laughed in anger. Do you call that self-defense? One person kills and injures dozens? Are you telling me he is Rambo? I do not care for your gang disputes. Right now, immediately, hand over that thug named Qilin Hao. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile. Jiang Tianxing's tone suddenly turned cold. Commissioner Su, are you threatening me? I am indeed threatening you. Su Zhibin slammed the table. Jiang Tianxing, I give you 24 hours. If you do not hand him over, I assure you that for the next month, I will dispatch 30,000 officers to raid all your establishments daily. I will ensure you cannot sell even a bottle of beer. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Jiang Tianxing's deep laughter. Ha ha, 30,000 officers? Commissioner Su, when did your O record expand? How many officers are there in the Hong Kong police force? Do you take me for a fool? You. Su Zhibin was so furious he nearly crushed the phone. My men have achieved merit for the gang, and you want me to hand him over? How will Jiang Tianxing lead his brothers in the future? Who would still be willing to serve Hongxing? Jiang Tianxing's voice carried an undeniable authority. If you wish to arrest someone, present evidence. If you cannot find evidence, then go have a chat with Dongxing's Luotoa. I am tired and need to rest now. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly terminated. Su Zhibin, infuriated, hurled the phone away, pacing back and forth in his office, his chest heaving violently. He understood that Jiang Tianxing was resolute in protecting that individual. In a hillside villa, within the study. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tianxing wore a playful smile. Dressed in a silk robe, Fang Yuan approached with a glass of red wine, gently wrapping her arms around his neck from behind. Tianxing, is it worth it to have such a standoff with Commissioner Su of the O record over a mere 49er? Jiang Tianxing held her delicate hand, gently patting it, pulling her onto his lap, and playfully pinching her exquisite nose. You still do not understand. He lifted his wine glass, gently swirling the crimson liquid. This Qilin Hao is no longer an ordinary 49er. He single-handedly shattered the morale of an entire faction of Dongxing. This battle has effectively erected a golden signboard for all of Hongxing. What are they saying outside? They claim we have produced a god of war. Jiang Tianxing took a sip of wine, his gaze growing profound. At this moment, if I were to hand him over, sending him to Taiwan to endure hardship, what would happen next? In the future, if such incidents arise again, who would dare to be the first to charge forth? Who would dare to risk their lives for Hongxing? The hearts of men are paramount. I want all the brothers of Hongxing to see that as long as one is willing to strive for the gang, to bleed for Hongxing. The gang will always be their strongest support. If the sky falls, I, Jiang Tiansheng, will be there to hold it up for them. Fang Yuan, half understanding, nodded, nestling against him. She gazed at this man, the one who held sway over half of the underground world of Hong Kong, her eyes filled with admiration. His considerations never focused on the fleeting gains and losses of a city or district, but rather on the broader landscape of the underworld and the hearts of men. At Landon Bar, the deafening music, the flickering, mesmerizing lights, and the men and women in the dance floor twisting wildly. Wu Jiahao sat in a corner booth, surrounded by alluring women. Two curvaceous beauties clung to him like octopuses, feeding him drink after drink. Yet, he appeared somewhat distracted, his thoughts consumed by factories, production lines, and high-polymer water-absorbent resin. Greetings, Hao Gu. You seem rather disheartened. A fair maiden, exuding an air of grace, traced delicate circles upon his chest with her fingers. Wu Jiahao chuckled softly, draining his glass of whiskey. At that moment, Liang Kun, accompanied by Sha Chong and his entourage, strode over with an air of arrogance. Get out of my way, Sha Chong bellowed, roughly shoving the two maidens aside. The young women, though indignant, remained silent and retreated to a corner, their expressions a mixture of grievance and disappointment. Liang Kun plopped down beside Wu Jiahao, seizing a bottle from the table and pouring himself a generous glass. Ah, Hao, you truly are something else, Liang Kun exclaimed, downing a hearty gulp and enthusiastically patting Wu Jiahao on the shoulder. Who in all of Hong Kong Island does not know the illustrious name of Chi Lin Hao? Even as I stroll down the street, people inquire if I am your older brother. What an impressive reputation. Wu Jiahao merely smiled, choosing silence over words. Liang Kun leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I've just received word that insufferable O Division officer, Su Jibin, has specifically ordered your capture. Wu Jiahao's gaze sharpened slightly. Yet Liang Kun burst into laughter, thumping his back heartily. What is there to fear? Just moments ago, our esteemed leader, Mr. Jiang Tiansheng, personally issued a statement. Liang Kun mimicked Jiang Tiansheng's tone, each word resonating with authority. Ah, Hao, you are one of my Hongxing brothers. Anyone who dares to touch my Hongxing people is courting death. The entire booth fell into an immediate hush. Sha Chong and the surrounding lackeys widened their eyes, their faces etched with astonishment and envy. The leader himself had expressly named someone for protection. Such an honor within Hongxing was monumental. Wu Jiahao felt a jolt in his heart, a warm surge of emotion washing over him. He understood that from this moment forth, he had truly established his foothold within Hongxing. With the backing of a mighty tree, one finds solace. He lifted his glass, rising to address Liang Kun, but also the distant figure of Jiang Tiansheng in the air. Thank you, Kun Gu. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Yet within his heart, he silently vowed that this great tree would only serve as a temporary sanctuary. The diaper factory must be established without delay. Only by amassing sufficient wealth and scaling the business to an untouchable magnitude could he truly seize control of his own fate, rather than entrusting his life and fortune to the assurances of others. Chapter 14. The Bounty on the Camel. 500,000 for the life of Hao Gu in Kowloon City. Within the headquarters of the Dongxing Society, the atmosphere was colder than the frigid winds of Siberia. Before the statue of Guangong in the incense hall, 3 sticks of incense burned brightly, their smoke curling gracefully. However, the mood below was palpably tense. The leader of Dongxing, Camel, sat in a grand chair, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. He grasped a white jade wine cup tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Standing before him were dozens of Dongxing's leaders, each one as silent as a grave, not daring to exhale a breath. Everyone was acutely aware that their boss was in an exceptionally foul mood. The cause of his ire? Demi was dead. Not just dead, but brutally slain before the eyes of hundreds of subordinates. His throat slit cleanly. Along with him, his most formidable subordinate had also met a similar fate at the hands of a newcomer from the Hongxing Society named Chi Lin Hao. The defeat had brought Dongxing to a new low, and now the entire underworld was abuzz with rumors of their disgrace, claiming that Dongxing had become a mere footnote, trampled beneath the newcomer's rise. Camel had unwittingly become the greatest joke on the island. With a sudden crash, Camel hurled the white jade cup to the ground, shattering it into a myriad of pieces. Damn it, he shouted, rising abruptly and pointing an accusatory finger at the gathered crowd. What use are you worthless scoundrels? 100 of them from Hongxing have the audacity to wreak havoc, and you allow it. Are you all merely extras in a film? To me, that fool, He was all bravado in daily life, yet crumbled at the critical moment. He deserved to die. The underlings lowered their heads even further, wishing they could vanish into the cracks of the earth. Camel paced back and forth, his chest heaving with rage, his gaze so sharp it could cut through steel. What was the name of that bastard who killed me? A figure in the front row, known as Crow, cautiously spoke up. Boss, everyone is calling him Chi Lin Hao, Wu Jiahao. Chi Lin Hao. Camel scoffed. His eyes filled with disdain. What a load of rubbish. Just a lucky punk from the fourth nine. He halted, surveying the crowd, his voice chillingly cold. Spread my orders. 500,000. Whoever brings me the head of Chi Lin Hao will receive this bounty. Alive or dead, I care not how you achieve this, but I want him dead. 500,000. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, their eyes gleaming with avarice. In this day and age, 500,000 was enough to purchase a decent home in a prime location. With such a generous reward, brave souls would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. Boss, it's Chi Lin Hao, the Hao from Wei Hao, not the Hao from Hong. Crow felt compelled to clarify lest the others pursue the wrong target. Camel spun around, his eyes narrowing dangerously. I care not if he is Hao or Hong. He must die? Do you think I've grown too old to command respect? Crow trembled, quickly lowering his gaze. And no, boss, I didn't mean that. Camel ignored him, kicking over a nearby chair in his fury as he stormed into the back hall. The incense hall was left in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the burning desires reflected in the eyes of those present. Meanwhile, in Mong Kok, at a long-abandoned textile warehouse, the weeds flourished and the walls peeled away in large patches, the air thick with a blend of dust and mildew. Wu Jiahao stood at the center of the dilapidated space, hands clasped behind his back, envisioning a future filled with promise amidst the desolation. Jiang Kun lounged with his legs crossed on a rickety wooden crate, picking at his ears with a look of distaste. Are you sure this is the place, Hao? This godforsaken spot would make even a rat weep. Wu Jiahao chuckled, gesturing toward the empty factory space. Kun Gu, don't be fooled by its current state. Once my equipment arrives, this will become a printing press for fortune. With the 200,000 provided by Jiang Kun, supplemented by his own savings, Wu Jiahao barely scraped together enough for the first production line. As for the land, Jiang Kun had generously offered it, stating, damn it. It's just useless land the society discarded. Take it, and if it fails, consider it a gift to the dogs. Shan Chong, accompanied by a dozen young men, was hard at work with brooms and shovels, but he mumbled while he worked. How? We're used to wielding knives, and now you have us cleaning this place. You really think this, diaper thing will make us money? Yes, how go? ISNT that just a cloth for babies to wear for their mess. How much can that possibly be worth? My nephew still uses diapers at home, and washing them is a hassle. The young men chimed in, clearly skeptical about the venture. Wu Jiahao remained unfazed, simply smiling mysteriously as he pulled out neatly folded blueprints from his pocket, which he had sketched from memory. You don't understand. He pointed at the intricate mechanical structures on the paper. In 3 days, the equipment will arrive from abroad. At that time, you will no longer be mere gangsters. You will be skilled technicians. Your task will be to learn how to operate these machines. Then you will see that this endeavor is far more lucrative than collecting protection fees. 2 days later, Wu Jiahao did not visit the factory. Instead, he donned a sharp suit, tied a tie, and slicked back his hair to a polished sheen. He found a phone booth and dialed a number. Hello, is this Dr. Lee from the Kowloon Maternal and Child Health Hospital? On the other end, a professional female voice responded, Yes, this is she. May I ask who is calling? Clearing his throat, Wu Jiahao replied in a calm and magnetic tone. Hello, Dr. Lee. My name is Wu, and I represent a multinational company specializing in maternal and infant products. We have recently developed a new type of baby diaper that far exceeds all current market offerings. Oh, is that so? Dr. Lee's tone was laced with skepticism and indifference. Mr. Wu, our hospital currently uses imported products from Cow and Unicharm, which are of stable quality. I understand, Wu Jiahao responded nonchalantly. However, I am not here to sell you anything. I am here to offer you a benefit. A benefit? Indeed, I have a batch of trial samples that I can provide to your hospital free of charge. Its water absorption capacity exceeds that of Japanese products by more than threefold, accompanied by exceptional breathability, effectively preventing infants from developing eczema. You need not invest anything. Simply invite a few babies to experience the remarkable performance of our product. A silence enveloped the other end of the line. Free offerings are seldom declined. Moreover, if it truly is as beneficial as claimed, It would be advantageous for both the hospital and the infants. Eventually, Dr. Li relented, instructing that the samples be registered at the front desk. Wu Jiahao hung up the phone, a confident smile curving his lips. He knew the bait had been taken. The following morning, Wu Jiahao's pager erupted with frantic beeping. He found a place to return the call, and immediately, Dr. Li's voice burst forth, filled with astonishment and excitement. Mr. Wu, is it really you? Yes. Good heavens. How on earth did you achieve such results with your diapers? Dr. Li's voice was almost unrecognizable. I had a few infants with severe eczema try them overnight, and this morning, upon inspection, the redness had remarkably diminished, and the absorption capacity is simply outrageous. Despite the entire night's output, the surface remains dry to the touch. What material is this superabsorbent polymer made of? Wu Jiahao suppressed a chuckle, feigning seriousness as he replied, Dr. Li, that is our company's core secret. I understand. I understand. Dr. Li exclaimed with fervor. Mr. Wu, we would like to order your product at our Maternal and Child Health Institute. Can we place the first order? Let's start with 5,000 pieces. Success. Wu Jiahao felt a surge of elation within. The first order was secured with such ease. On the night the equipment arrived, the entire abandoned warehouse was ablaze with lights. The brand new machinery, under the hands of the workers, gleamed with a fierce yet alluring metallic sheen. Wu Jiahao personally directed the team, guiding them in the installation and debugging according to the blueprints. When he witnessed the accompanying spray adhesive applicator, he was utterly astounded. That device was nothing short of cutting-edge technology. The slender mechanical arm, akin to a surgeon's scalpel, precisely sprayed hot melt adhesive onto the non-woven fabric, neither too much nor too little. The cutting and sewing machine, resembling a monstrous entity, processed entire rolls of material, transforming them through a series of complex cutting, folding, and pressing into perfectly shaped diapers. The entire operation flowed seamlessly, far surpassing the speed of skilled artisans sewing by hand. Goodness! Brother Hao, this contraption is faster than printing money, Sha Chong exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging as he observed the continuous stream of semi-finished products emerging from the conveyor belt. Wu Jiahao personally operated the machinery, producing 10 sample diapers. Upon completing the final step, affixing the small Velcro tabs, he presented one to Sha Chong. Take a look at this. Sha Chong examined it from every angle, and upon tearing off and reattaching the Velcro, he gasped in admiration. Wow, this is fantastic. Just peel and stick? It's so much more convenient than the cloth straps my mother uses for my nephew. No knots required. Wu Jiahao smiled, knowing that a brand new era was about to be ushered in by his own hands. The first batch of 5,000 diapers was on the verge of delivery. Wu Jiahao sought out Liang Kun, who was playing mahjong. Brother Kun, could you lend me a few hands? Liang Kun exhaled a smoke ring, arching an eyebrow. What? Afraid someone will come to your shabby factory to collect protection fees? He pounded his chest, boasting, rest assured, that's your house factory, and it's also under my protection. Who dares to touch my Hongxing's interests in Mong Kok? I'll ensure their entire family is intact. Wu Jiahao chuckled and shook his head, offering a cigarette. I'm not worried about protection fees. I fear retaliation from those Eastern Star thugs. By the way, Wu Jiahao lowered his voice. When your brothers are on guard, could you help me promote a bit? Promote? Liang Kun was taken aback. Yes, Wu Jiahao's smile turned sly. Just say, Chilan brand diapers, a Hongxing honored production, no red bottoms for babies. Everyone who uses them will know. Liang Kun was momentarily stunned before bursting into uproarious laughter. Ha ha, how, you truly are a genius. Selling diapers under our Hongxing's name? I can't believe you thought of that. All right, I'll help with this. The next day, at the entrance of the dilapidated warehouse in Mong Kok, a brand new wooden sign was quietly hung, emblazoned with the elegant characters, Chilan Maternal and Infant Products Factory. Chapter 15. Palace Intrigue at the Headquarters. Liang Kun slams the table and berates Jiang Tianxing early the next morning, before the headache from last night's indulgence had fully set in. Wu Jiahao was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. How go? How go? Wake up. Kun Gu is calling us to the headquarters for a meeting. It was a Yao's voice. Wu Jiahao, feeling irritable, ran a hand through his hair as he sat up in bed. The woman he had brought back from the nightclub the previous night was also startled awake, her bleary eyes staring at him. Wu Jiahao stole a glance at her and felt a twinge of regret. Her face, heavily caked in foundation, was now smeared by sweat and oil, resembling a weathered old wall. Fortunately, Despite his excessive drinking last night, he had managed to retain some semblance of self-control. Otherwise, he would surely have been sick this morning. He pulled out a thick wad of Hong Kong dollars from his wallet, counted out 20 bills, and tossed them onto the bedside table. "This is your fee. Nothing happened last night, understood?" The woman's eyes widened at the sight of the $2,000. In the nightclub, she would earn at most $200 to $300 for a night of entertaining greasy patrons. But now, having done nothing more than sleep, she had received 10 times that amount. Flustered, she hurriedly stuffed the money into her small bag, nodding vigorously. Understood. Understood. Mr. Wu, you were incredibly heroic last night. We fought for 300 rounds. Wu Jiahao's expression darkened instantly. Get lost. The woman, frightened, hurriedly dressed and scrambled out, clearly anxious that he might change his mind. Wu Jiahao looked disdainfully at the sheets and resolved to have the hotel replace everything in the room with new items. He opened the door to find a Yao leaning against the wall, smoking, while Shuang Chong stood beside him, fidgeting awkwardly, his legs slightly apart, as if he were concealing something invisible. "How go? You are finally awake," a Yao said, extinguishing his cigarette. Wu Jiahao couldn't help but tease Shuang Chong about his peculiar gait. "What happened to you, Chonggo? Were you drained last night?" Shuang Chong's face flushed red with embarrassment, and he defiantly retorted, "Nonsense. I, Shuang Chong, had a glorious night, going 7 times without faltering." As he spoke, he attempted to stride confidently forward, only to feel his legs give way, nearly collapsing to the floor. "Ha ha." A Yao laughed heartily. "You can barely walk." Shuang Chong, humiliated and irritated, swatted a Yao on the back of the head. "What are you laughing at? Didn't you say that woman was an old onion? How was she? Wasn't she flavorful enough?" A Yao's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression turning more distasteful than if he had swallowed a fly. "Don't even mention it. That woman had skills, but she was too damn rough on my kidneys." Wu Jiahao observed the two of them, unable to suppress his laughter. He wrapped his arms around their shoulders, and the trio, brothers in arms, descended the stairs amidst laughter and banter. Downstairs, several black Toyota Crowns were parked at the curb. Liang Kun, clad in a flamboyant Versace floral shirt and a cigar in his mouth, was energetically adjusting his slicked-back hair in the rearview mirror. Wu Jiahao silently admired him. His vitality was almost superhuman. Having embraced the nightlife until dawn, yet still appearing so lively the following morning. "Quit dawdling. Are you rushing to be reborn?" Liang Kun shouted impatiently from the car window. The three hastened their pace and jumped into the vehicle. The convoy set off, making its way towards the headquarters of Hongxing located in Causeway Bay. Throughout the journey, Wu Jiahao closed his eyes to rest, yet his mind raced with thoughts. The meeting, ostensibly a session for recognition and reward, was essentially a display of power and a redistribution of interests among the various leaders of the factions. Having eliminated Demi and assisted Liang Kun in taking control of Xiun Mountain, this accomplishment was indelible. Soon, the convoy arrived at an unremarkable old Tang building. This was the headquarters of Hongxing. From the outside, it appeared dilapidated. Yet few would suspect that the tides of power in the underworld of Hong Kong were often determined within these walls. Liang Kun pushed open the car door and arrogantly exhaled a puff of smoke. "Ahau, come upstairs with me." Wu Jiahao paused, quickly declining. "Kun go. I can't. I'm just a CGO, and according to the rules, I'm not qualified to enter the headquarters. Only leaders, those with authority, were permitted inside the main hall of Hongxing. As a mere CGO, not even a red stick, he would be breaking the rules by entering." "Rules?" Liang Kun scoffed, wrapping an arm around Wu Jiahao's shoulder and forcefully leading him upstairs. "Rules are for the dead. You're the one who made the first contribution. Who dares to speak against it?" "I, Liang Kun, demand respect. I demand difference." Shuang Chong watched enviously from behind. Knowing he lacked the standing to join them and could only admire from below, Wu Jiahao, half pushed and half led up the stairs by Liang Kun, felt a clear sense of purpose. Liang Kun was elevating him, publicly declaring Wu Jiahao as his most valued confidant. As they reached the second floor, they unexpectedly collided with another group. At the forefront stood Brother B. Following him were Chun Haonan, Shan Ji, De Tian Air, and Bao Pai. Upon seeing Wu Jiahao, who was being warmly embraced by Liang Kun, Chun Haonan's pupils dilated sharply, his fists clenched tight, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Shan Ji could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "What the hell? Why does he get to go up to the headquarters while we have to wait below?" Brother B's expression darkened, though he suppressed his anger as he greeted Liang Kun with a forced smile. "Kun Gu, good morning." Liang Kun didn't even glance at him, merely gesturing towards Wu Jiahao with his chin and arrogantly stating, "I'm bringing my hero upstairs. Do you have a problem with that?" Brother B was left speechless, watching helplessly as Liang Kun led Wu Jiahao past him. Chen Haonan fixed his gaze on Wu Jiahao's back, the hatred in his eyes nearly palpable. He recalled that night when he had been trampled underfoot like a dead dog, and the ferocity he had felt when he severed Dejin Mao's head. "Nangu, stop staring," Shan Ji said indignantly. So what if he killed someone? What's so impressed he understood that the chasm between his current self and Wu Jiahao could no longer be bridged with mere words. Within the grand hall of Hongxing, a dense haze of smoke enveloped the air. At a vast round table crafted from redwood, 11 middle-aged men, each exuding a distinct aura, were seated. They constituted the power core of Hongxing, the 11 decision-makers. Liang Kun swaggered in, dragging Wu Jiahao along, and plopped himself down in his designated seat, while Wu Jiahao and Sha Chong respectfully stood behind him. A short, stout man adorned in a tang suit, sporting a goatee and nicknamed Koshui Ji, was engaging in playful banter with a charming middle-aged woman. "Liang Ma, the girls from your nightclub have been lackluster lately, not enough allure. Isn't it time to refresh the stock?" The woman, referred to as Liang Ma, was a prominent figure in Sham Shui Pa. She shot a glare at Ji Gu, her fingers, holding a cigarette, pointed at him. "What? Your prowess has waned, and now you blame my girls for lacking allure? Should I find you a couple from Thailand to liven things up?" Laughter erupted throughout the hall. Seated beside the main figure, Chao Gu cleared his throat and began to recount the events of the previous night to an elderly man named Xing Shu, who had difficulty hearing. "Xing Shu, you have no idea. Last night's battle at Xiyun Mountain was nothing short of spectacular. Brother Kun led 100 men and broke through the ambush of 3,000 from Dongxing. Wu Jiahao stood behind Liang Kun, his face twitching at the increasingly ludicrous rumors. 100 men against 3,000? Do you take me for Rambo or the Terminator? However, he knew well that in the underworld, the more exaggerated the tales, the more impressive the reputation that followed. "I've heard. They say Brother Kun's underling, named Hao, wielded a machete and carved a path from one end of the street to the other, leaving Dongxing's crew weeping and blood flowing like a river." Another decision-maker chimed in, boasting, Yes, yes. I also heard that Hao stands 2 meters tall, with a waist of 2 meters, a green face and fangs, impervious to blades and bullets." Wu Jiahao felt his temples throb. If this continued, would he become a mythical figure like Neza, with 3 heads and 6 arms? Listening to the accolades directed at Wu Jiahao, Liang Kun's pride swelled, surpassing even his own self-adulation. He patted Wu Jiahao heavily on the shoulder and declared to the assembly, "See this? This is my top horse, Hao. Impressive enough, wouldn't you say?" Across from him, BGE's expression darkened, as if he could squeeze water from it. He gazed at the young man standing resolutely behind Liang Kun, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. Initially, this Hao had sought him out first. Had he not been so calculating and instead welcomed him into his fold, he would be basking in this glory now. Instead, Hao had become Liang Kun's right-hand man and a formidable obstacle in Bigu's path to ascendancy. Bigu lifted his teacup and took a sip. The scalding tea failed to extinguish the fire of jealousy and regret that burned within him. Chapter 16. The Distribution Conference. Wan Chai cake cutting fun within the grand hall of the Hongxing Society. The gazes of more than a dozen influential figures subtly shifted towards Wu Jiahao, who stood behind Liang Kun. This young man, possessing delicate features and an air of refinement, appeared more like a recent university graduate than a member of the underworld. Yet, rumors depicted him as a ruthless dragon from across the river, capable of committing heinous acts without a flicker of remorse. Such stark contrast piqued the curiosity of the seasoned veterans present. "Chao Gu, do enlighten us about the skirmish at Xiyun Mountain. Is it true, as the rumors suggest, that a single man with a knife felled hundreds from Dongxing?" Koshui leaned in, his face alight with gossip. Chao Gu was about to clear his throat and regale them with his embellished account of the exclusive scoop he had heard when the heavy wooden doors of the main hall creaked open. The once boisterous atmosphere fell into profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A middle-aged man, clad in a pristine white suit, his hair meticulously styled and gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, entered. He bore a striking resemblance to a university professor, flanked by a cadre of men in black suits. At his side was the impassive yet sharp-eyed Chen Yao, the Baiji fan of Hongxing. This man was none other than Jiang Tianxing, the head of the Hongxing Society. All present, without exception, rose to their feet, bowing respectfully and calling out, "Mr. Jiang." Wu Jiahao, following Liang Kuan's lead, also inclined his head slightly, yet a tempest swirled within him. So this is Jiang Tiansheng, the underground emperor of Hong Kong's underworld? He exuded no hint of the roughness typical of gangsters, but rather an air of cultured authority and dignity that was beyond what even the arrogant Liang Kuan could muster. "Please, be seated," Jiang Tiansheng said with a smile, gesturing with his hand as he made his way to the main seat. Chen Yao stood like a shadow behind him. What were we discussing that was so lively? Jiang Tiansheng picked up a teacup from the table, gently blowing away the foam as he casually inquired. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant to respond. Ko Shui, however, was quick to react, offering a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Jiang, we were just talking about Brother Kun. Brother Kun has made significant contributions to the society this time, and there's a fierce warrior named Qilin Hao among his ranks. Young recruits outside are lining up to join us at Hongqing," making quite a splash. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiansheng turned his gaze to Liang Kuan and nodded in approval. "Ah Kuan, you've done well in this matter." Everyone anticipated Liang Kuan would bask in the praise, but to their astonishment, his expression darkened abruptly. With a resounding bang, he slammed his palm onto the rosewood table, causing the teacups to jump. "Well done? I nearly didn't make it back, and that's your idea of well done." He pointed at himself, shouting at Jiang Tiansheng. "I led my men to Xian Mountain to seize territory for the society, fought tooth and nail. And what did I find? That scoundrel Demi had set a trap on the mountain, with triple the number of men waiting for me. Were it not for my good fortune, I would have been dumped into Victoria Harbor by now. I curse your mother. I put my life on the line for the society, and behind my back, someone stabbed me. Whoever wants to take on this job can go ahead. I refuse to serve any longer." An eerie silence enveloped the hall. Everyone was stunned by Liang Kuan's sudden outburst. Who dared to slam the table and curse in front of Mr. Jiang? In the entire Hongqing, Liang Kuan was the only one audacious enough. Jiang Tiansheng's smile slowly faded, his eyes turning cold, and the temperature in the hall seemed to drop several degrees. Chen Yao, standing behind him, instinctively placed his hand on his waist. The fourth master, seated beside Liang Kuan, turned pale with fear and quickly admonished, "Liang Kuan, have you lost your mind? How can you speak to Mr. Jiang like that?" But Liang Kuan paid no heed, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at everyone around the round table like a beast ready to pounce. "I want to know, who besides those present knew about my departure? How did Demi know so clearly? Who is the traitor? Step forward." This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. The influential figures began to murmur amongst themselves, exchanging glances filled with suspicion. A traitor within the society? This was a grave matter. Jiang Tiansheng observed Liang Kuan's performance quietly, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, producing a rhythm that resonated in the hearts of those present. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his tone calm yet imbued with an unwavering authority. "Ah Kuan, it is only natural to feel aggrieved after putting your life on the line for the society. I will have a Yao investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you and your fallen brothers with an explanation." He paused, then shifted the subject. "The society will compensate you for your losses. For the next 6 months, you will be exempt from the fees in Mong Kok." Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan's anger gradually subsided. He let out a heavy huff, returned to his seat, and gulped down his tea as if he were a different person from the one who had just slammed the table. Wu Jiahao, standing behind him, felt both alarmed and impressed. This man was truly a born actor. Not only could he perform, but he was also daring. Despite having achieved victory, he feigned a sense of immense grievance. In front of all the bigwigs, he managed to extract a significant benefit from the head, Jiang Tiansheng. Such skill and audacity were remarkable. Just as everyone believed the storm had calmed, Chen Yao, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward and dropped a bombshell. "Mr. Jiang has another announcement to make. The fourth master has worked tirelessly for the society for many years, but due to advancing age and declining health, he is officially retiring today to enjoy a peaceful life." "What?" Everyone was taken aback, incredulously turning to the fourth master. As a veteran of the society with deep roots in Wan Chai, how could he suddenly retire? Chao Ge tentatively asked, "Fourth master, you've always been quite robust, haven't you?" The fourth master forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown, waving his hand wearily. "I'm old and no longer of use. The underworld belongs to you young people now. I wish to spend more time fishing and tending to birds." Those present are astute individuals, fully aware that this is not a voluntary abdication, but rather a calculated maneuver by Jiang Tianxing to render someone obsolete, allowing them to exit with a semblance of dignity. In an instant, a wave of melancholy swept through the crowd, reminiscent of a rabbit mourning a fox. Jiang Tianxing's gaze traversed the assembly, keenly observing everyone's reactions, before he spoke in a nonchalant tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. With the position of the leader in Wanchai now vacant, it is customary to select a successor from the esteemed Hung Gun under the fourth master. All eyes immediately turned to Liang Kun and Brother B, the only two contenders deemed worthy of such a role. Brother B's breath quickened, his face flushed with an unnatural hue, his eyes brimming with yearning. In stark contrast, Liang Kun, who had previously exuded arrogance, now fell into an unusual silence, fixating his gaze on Jiang Tianxing, as if attempting to decipher something from his expression. Jiang Tianxing then turned to the pallid fourth master, gently inquiring, "Fourth master, both A Kun and AB are your protégés. Who do you believe is more suitable for the role?" This inquiry was nothing short of a heart-wrenching torment, compelling a recently deposed individual to designate their own successor. The fourth master swayed slightly, glancing at the defiant Liang Kun before shifting to the seemingly humble Brother B. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally managed to articulate his thoughts. A Kun is audacious and tenacious. He is the blade that cleaves new territories for the organization. AB is prudent and measured in his actions, capable of maintaining stability. His evaluation, while meticulously crafted to avoid offending anyone, was laden with implications. The notion of expanding territories hinted at inciting conflict, while the emphasis on prudence underscored the essential qualities required of a leader. Indeed, the fourth master took a deep breath, as though summoning every ounce of his strength, and uttered the final name. Wanchai requires stability. I choose to be. The moment the words left his lips, Brother B's face illuminated with uncontainable ecstasy. He promptly rose and bowed deeply to Jiang Tianxing and the fourth master, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, fourth master, for your guidance. I will." Yet, before he could complete his statement, a sharp, resounding crack interrupted him. Liang Kun, his expression devoid of emotion, released his grip on a thick glass cup, which he had crushed into shards. The glass fragments embedded deeply into his palm, blood trickling down between his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to the pain, his eyes glinting like venomous daggers, fixated on Brother B. The entire assembly fell into a profound silence once more, as everyone understood that the skies over Wanchai were about to change dramatically. Chapter 17. The Middle Finger Diplomacy. Liang Kun's gesture of international friendship silence. A palpable stillness filled the air, where the faint sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Blood trickled through Liang Kun's fingers, one drop after another, splattering onto the floor and blooming into grotesque red flowers. His bloodshot eyes, resembling two venomous daggers, were firmly fixed on Brother B's face, as if he intended to subject him to a slow and torturous demise. The ecstasy that had once adorned Brother B's face was swiftly washed away by this sudden turn of events, replaced by a tumult of shock and fury. He could hardly fathom that Liang Kun would dare to act so audaciously in the presence of the leader, Jiang Tianxing. A cold, mocking laugh shattered the suffocating silence. Liang Kun slowly rose to his feet, casually grabbing a napkin from the table to wrap around his bloodied hand, treating it as if it were not even part of him. His movements were unhurried, yet exuded an unmistakable sense of oppression. "Mr. Jiang, fourth master, esteemed gentlemen," Liang Kun surveyed the room, his gaze settling back on Brother B, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "I, Liang Kun, may not be well versed in grand philosophies, but I have a simple question. Why is it that after I have fought tooth and nail for Xianxin, he, Brother B, comfortably occupies the position of the Wanchai authority? Xianxin is, after all, our territory to oversee." Brother B could no longer contain himself and slammed his palm on the table, his face flushed as he retorted, "You took people to fight. That is your duty." "Duty?" Liang Kun erupted with laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "My men risked their lives up front, and what about yours?" He pointed an accusing finger at Brother B, his voice rising like thunder. "That pretty boy Nen you recruited, and that fellow Shanji, they came with a few men, relying on our Hongxing banner, hoping to reap the rewards. And what happened? When Demi's men charged, they fled faster than rabbits. They abandoned their posts. If it weren't for my men rescuing them from the garbage heap, They would have been beaten to a pulp and disposed of like corpses in an incinerator. Brother B, is this the caliber of men you lead? A bunch of worthless wretches, even inferior to the CGO's. How dare you contest with me for Wan Chai? Brother B was left speechless, trembling with rage, his face turning a deep shade of purple, unable to utter a single word. He had only learned of Chun Haonan's cowardice after the fact. He had intended to suppress the matter, but Liang Kun had laid it bare before all the bosses. Not merely striking his face, but undermining his very foundation. I'll be damned. Liang Kun surged forward, disregarding the astonished gazes of those present, seizing Brother B by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Do you think you can sit back and enjoy the fruits of my hard-won territory? Let me tell you, if you dare to occupy this position today, tomorrow I will sleep with your woman, drive your car, and spend your money. Do you believe me? Vulgar, tyrannical, unreasonable. His words sent a chill through everyone present. Liang Kun, show some respect. Brother B, both shocked and enraged, clutched Liang Kun's wrist desperately, attempting to break free, but found his grip akin to a vice, unyielding. Respect? Where were you when I was risking my life at Xianshan? You were sipping tea with the fourth master. Liang Kun spat, his saliva nearly hitting Brother B's face. Now you speak of respect? You dare to claim that? As the two were on the verge of a violent confrontation, Jiang Tiansheng, who had been observing coldly, finally intervened. With a resounding thud, he slammed his palm on the table, the sound not loud, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Enough. You are all brothers. Is this how we behave over a position? What kind of decorum is this? If word gets out, what will happen to our Hongxing's reputation? Both Liang Kun and Brother B froze in their tracks. Liang Kun let out a heavy grunt and forcefully shoved Brother B away. Brother B stumbled back 2 steps, colliding with a chair, looking utterly disheveled. Jiang Tianxing slowly rose and walked between the two, his tone softening. Kun has made significant contributions to the society, and that is a fact acknowledged by all. Brother B has labored in Wan Chai for many years. And that too is a fact. Let us consider a solution. He lifted a teacup, gently blowing on the steam as if pondering a comprehensive strategy. How about this? Wan Chai will temporarily be divided in 2. You and Brother B will each take half, with Bolan Street as the boundary. East belongs to you, west to Brother B. This will last for 6 months. Jiang Tiansheng placed the teacup down, his voice resonating clearly in everyone's ears. After 6 months, we shall see who manages their territory better, who pays more in dues, and who can stabilize Wan Chai. The one who succeeds will be the sole authority of Wan Chai. Do you all deem this method fair? Fair. Mr. Jiang is wise. This plan is excellent. The capable will rise, the incompetent will fall, benefiting the society. Liang Ma, Ji Gu, and others immediately applauded in agreement. Brother B's face also regained a semblance of joy. Divided in 2. Wan Chai is my stronghold. How many years have I operated here? My connections, my business, my network, all intricately woven. What is Liang Kun? Merely a nouveau riche who ascended through violence. Competing for territory and connections? Half a year? It won't even take that long. Just 3 months, and I will gradually erode Liang Kun's influence, forcing him out of Wan Chai. This is not a division. It is merely Mr. Jiang looking out for himself. However, Wu Jiahao, standing behind Liang Kun, felt a heavy weight in his heart. He understood better than anyone that this was a complete trap. Jiang Tianxing appeared fair, yet was actually biased. This was a blatant scheme, compelling one to leap into an obvious pitfall. Liang Kun's foundation in Wan Chai was too shallow. Engaging in a war of attrition with Brother B would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Everyone believed Liang Kun would either erupt in fury or reluctantly accept the terms. Yet, to their astonishment, Liang Kun responded with laughter. Indeed, Mr. Jiang is fair. He straightened his wrinkled collar, speaking leisurely. However, managing half of such a vast territory in Wan Chai seems too cumbersome for me. I am quite fearful of exhaustion. He abruptly shifted his tone, casting a glance at the astonished Bigu, flashing a grin that revealed a set of pearly whites. This delectable morsel should be left for de Bigu to savor alone. I fear I may suffer from indigestion. What? The entire assembly fell into an eerie silence once more. Everyone was bewildered. Liang Kun has given up? Just moments ago, he seemed intent on battling Bigu. How did he suddenly relent? Bigu was equally stunned, unable to comprehend the motives behind Liang Kun's unexpected capitulation. Humph, you have some sense. Ji Gu remarked sarcastically from the side. The Bigu has truly stumbled upon a tremendous bargain. Silence. Yi shot a fierce glare at Ji Gu, who promptly retracted his neck in discomfort. Jiang Tianxing narrowed his eyes slightly, peering deeply at Liang Kun as if attempting to penetrate the facade of this unruly youth. He could not believe that Liang Kun would surrender so easily. Indeed, Liang Kun languidly extended 2 fingers. "Wan Chai, I can forego. I only desire 2 territories. First, the Tsiun mountain that I have claimed, which from this day forth shall officially belong to my domain. Second." Liang Kun's gaze swept across the map on the wall before his finger decisively landed on an utterly unexpected location. "I want Mong Kok." At this declaration, the room erupted in astonishment. Mong Kok, although it is the most prosperous area of the Yao Tsinmong district, it is also the most chaotic. A veritable melange of characters, with factions vying for dominance, it is notoriously difficult to navigate. While it may be lucrative, establishing a foothold there is tenfold more challenging than in Wan Chai. To abandon the bountiful, easily attainable half of Wan Chai for the tumultuous chaos of Mong Kok? Has this fellow lost his mind? Bigu was thoroughly perplexed, gazing at Liang Kun with eyes filled with suspicion and apprehension. Jiang Tianxing's expression morphed into one of intrigue. His original plan had been to use Wan Chai as a cage to gradually wear down the fierce tiger that was Liang Kun. Yet now, that tiger had leapt from its confines, racing towards a vast and perilous wilderness. How fascinating. Truly fascinating. He regarded Liang Kun and slowly inquired, "Are you aware of the situation in Mong Kok?" "I am not," Liang Kun replied promptly, "but that is of no consequence. I shall understand it once I conquer it." Wild. This is utterly unrestrained. Jiang Tianxing paused for a moment, surveying the room. Is there anyone opposed? Bigu, eager for Liang Kun to vacate Wan Chai, would naturally not object. The other decision-makers, indifferent, maintained their distance. That hot potato of Mong Kok, whoever desires it may take it. Seeing no one speak up, Jiang Tianxing made a definitive pronouncement. "Very well. From this day forward, the authority in Wan Chai shall be held by Debi, Tsiun Mountain and Mong Kok shall be allocated to a Kun. The meeting is adjourned." With that, Jiang Tianxing turned and departed, with Chun Yao closely following. The other decision-makers began to rise and leave in succession, casting glances of bemusement and schadenfreude at Liang Kun as they passed. Soon, the expansive hall was left with only Liang Kun and Bigu. Bigu approached Liang Kun, a triumphant smile adorning his face as he patted him on the shoulder. "A Kun, thank you. In the future, do visit Wan Chai for tea. I shall treat you." With that, he strode out with his entourage, brimming with confidence. Wu Jiahao observed BGE's triumphant figure, then glanced at his boss's half-smiling countenance, his heart brimming with confusion. Abandoning Wan Chai for Mong Kok? He could not fathom this move. Yet he knew one thing. His boss was certainly not one to suffer losses. Chapter 18. The Wolf of Mong Kok. From protection racket to business, Wu Jiahao trailed behind Liang Kun, eager to speak, but was halted by a mere glance from Liang Kun. As Liang Kun reached the entrance of the main hall, he suddenly paused and turned around. Bigu, who was wearing a smug expression and preparing to leave with his entourage, instinctively halted as well, a feigned smile plastered on his face. "Ah Kun, is there something you need?" Liang Kun remained silent. He merely cracked a smile, slowly and resolutely raising his middle finger towards Bigu. The smile on Bigu's face froze in an instant. "Damn it!" Liang Kun spat a thick wad of phlegm onto the ground, his voice low yet brimming with disdain. A sycophant rises to power and truly believes himself to be someone of importance? Wan Chai, I no longer want it. Consider it a gift to you. Dog, gnawed it slowly. With that, Liang Kun turned on his heel, leading Wu Jiahao and Sha Chong away amidst the bewildered gazes of those present, departing with an air of arrogance. The entrance of the main hall fell into a deathly silence. Bigu's face shifted from pale to red, then to green, and finally to a shade resembling liver. His fists cracked ominously, veins bulging on his forehead as his chest heaved violently. He had been insulted in front of so many people. "Calm down, Bigu. Don't stoop to the level of that mad dog. It would be beneath your dignity," urged his subordinate hastily. Bigu took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the fury that brewed within him, his expression dark enough to drip water. He understood that losing his temper now would only serve as fodder for laughter. "Let us go." Bigu gritted his teeth, squeezing out the words before turning to descend the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Chun Haonan and Shan Ji waiting for him. These young men were the reinforcements he had previously dispatched to Xia Yinshan. At first, Bigu felt a sense of satisfaction seeing them, for he had reclaimed Wan Chai without bloodshed and Chun Haonan and his crew had contributed in their way. However, the moment he laid eyes on Chun Haonan, he recalled Liang Kuan's earlier derisive remark about dispatching weaklings to pick up scraps. The suppressed anger within him flared back to life, demanding an outlet. "Be good," Chun Haonan called out as he approached, a hint of expectation on his face. "Be good, we." A sharp slap echoed through the corridor, startling Chun Haonan into a state of disbelief as he clutched his stinging face, staring incredulously at Bigo. Shanji, de Tian Air, and Bao Pai were equally shocked. "Damn you," Bigo shouted, pointing a finger at Chun Haonan. "Who told you to wait here? Do you not have enough shame? Look at the sorry state you're in. Do you know how those upstairs are laughing at me? They mock me for having underlings like you who can't even fight. Liang Kuan's lackey, Wu Jiahao, could single-handedly take you all down. You've tarnished my reputation." Bigu's ire escalated as he spat words with fervor. "Starting tomorrow, you all are to train with my top horse, Ahu. I don't care what methods you use. 3 months. If you're still in such a pitiful state, unable to defeat even a mere Si Jiozai, you will all be tossed into the open sea to feed the fish." With that, Bigu stormed off, leaving not a glance back at them, while his loyal subordinates followed in his wake. In the corridor, only Chun Haonan and his 3 companions remained, exchanging glances filled with embarrassment and confusion. Chun Haonan held his face, his expression a mixture of humiliation and bewilderment. He could not fathom why Bigo had suddenly exploded in anger. "Damn, is he out of his mind?" Shanji was the first to voice his frustration. "He couldn't hold his own against Liang Kuan upstairs, and now he is taking it out on us?" "Exactly, Nengo. We didn't do anything wrong," Bao Pai added, feeling aggrieved. "Enough." Chun Haonan lowered his hand, the red imprint on his face glaringly evident. He gazed in the direction Bigu had departed, his expression gradually hardening. "Bigu is right. We are too weak. If we want respect, we must train and grow stronger." "Indeed." Bao Pai, inspired, raised his fists and declared, "We must train harder than that Chi Lin Hao no, that Wu Jiahao. The next time we meet, we will make him regret crossing us." Little did they realize, Bigu's outburst stemmed not from a desire for their improvement, but rather from his own bruised pride after being humiliated by Liang Kuan. His insistence on training them was merely an attempt to restore his own dignity. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a black Mercedes glided steadily toward Mong Kok. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was somewhat oppressive. Sha Chong and several trusted aides wore puzzled expressions, grappling with the decision to relinquish such a prime territory to their adversary, Bigo. "Boss, why?" Sha Chong finally broke the silence, scratching his head. "Why give a lucrative place like Wan Chai to that loser Bigo?" Liang Kuan reclined in the back seat, eyes closed, remaining silent. Wu Jiahao, seated in the front passenger seat, was deep in thought. He was intimately familiar with Mong Kok. In his previous life, he had served as an undercover cop there for 3 years. The area was rife with chaos, teeming with gangs and factions, with daily bloodshed and bodies littering the streets. Yet, it was precisely this disorder that brimmed with opportunity. In contrast to the iron grip Bigu had on Wan Chai, the tumultuous landscape of Mong Kok was far more suited to a powerhouse like Liang Kuan. Jiang Tianqing's overt schemes had been thwarted by Liang Kuan in an unexpected manner, stepping off the chessboard to create his own game. Brilliant. The ingenuity was exhilarating. The more Wu Jiahao pondered, the more invigorated he became, yet he understood that now was not the time to seek accolades. This formidable figure, whose thoughts run deep, is far from the simplistic and crude exterior he presents. The vehicle swiftly halted before an old Tang Lu in Wangjiao, which serves as Liang Kuan's newly rented office, or rather, his stronghold. Rather than an office, it resembles a slightly larger warehouse, with the air permeated by a blend of dust and the scent of machine oil. "Everyone, come in." Liang Kuan was the first to alight, pushing open the iron door and stepping inside, with Wu Jiahao and the others closely following. Within the warehouse, over a dozen newly recruited subordinates awaited, and upon seeing Liang Kuan's entrance, they bowed in unison. "Kuan Gu." Liang Kuan seated himself behind a dilapidated desk, crossing his legs, lighting a cigarette, and surveying the crowd. "From this day forth, this will be our stronghold." His voice echoed in the spacious warehouse. "I know many of you harbor doubts, thinking I have lost my mind in abandoning Wanchai for this mess in Wangjiao. Let me assure you, I, Liang Kuan, never engage in unprofitable ventures. Wanchai is a prime cut, but it belongs to Debi. If we venture there, we may only get a sip of broth, if we are fortunate, and risk being drained dry. But Wang Jiao is different. Liang Kun slammed his palm on the desk, rising with a gaze as sharp as a blade. This is a lawless territory. Here, the strongest fists claim the ground. From today onward, personnel will be rearranged. Everyone straightened, their attention riveted. Sha Chong. Yes, boss. Sha Chong stepped forward eagerly. Xianshan is now our territory, abundant with opportunities and resources. You are sharp-minded. From today, you will be fully responsible for all affairs in Xianshan. Keep our territory secure. Sha Chong's heart soared with joy. Xianshan was a coveted land bestowed by Liang Kun, and being entrusted with its management was an immense honor. Thank you, boss. I will ensure Xianshan is managed impeccably. A Yao. Yes, Kun Gu. A lean young man stepped forward. The bars and nightclubs that Sha Chong previously surveyed are now your responsibility. Keep a close watch. Do not let any trouble arise. Understood. Kun Gu. Dema. Kun Gu. A burly man responded. You will lead the new batch of brothers, instilling discipline and courage. I do not wish to see a bunch of timid souls. Understood. After delegating, Liang Kun's gaze finally rested on Wu Jiahao. All eyes turned towards Wu Jiahao, curious about the role this rising star, recently favored by the boss, would receive. How? Yes, boss. Wu Jiahao stepped forward confidently. Liang Kun observed him with a knowing smile. In Wangjiao, the most valuable assets are not the bars and dance halls, but the factories, large and small. Those owners are incredibly wealthy yet timid as mice. From tomorrow, all factory districts in Wangjiao will fall under your purview. Your sole task is to collect fees. The amount you can gather will depend on your abilities. Upon hearing this arrangement, many displayed sympathetic expressions. It was indeed a daunting task. The factory district was remote, with many varied owners, each shrewd as a fox. Extracting money from their pockets would be a Herculean challenge. Moreover, the profits were nowhere near as swift as overseeing venues. Yet Wu Jiahao's heart brimmed with excitement. Fortune smiles upon me. The Wangjiao Factory District is one of Hong Kong's largest light industrial manufacturing centers. Garment factories, toy factories, plastic factories. It has it all. This is the perfect cover for my diaper production line. I could simply rent a factory, put up a garment factory sign, and what I produce inside would remain a mystery. Perfect. No problem, boss. Wu Jiahao responded enthusiastically, his voice resonant with assurance. Liang Kun nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. All right, go on and get busy. After speaking, he took out his phone and dialed the number, breaking into a mischievous grin. Hello? Baby, it's me, a Kun. Bring a few sisters over to my new company in Wangjiao. Yes, yes, make sure to dress nicely, I'll reimburse you. Wu Jiahao observed his boss's eager demeanor and couldn't help but click his tongue. He suddenly recalled the street name for Liang Kun, shoelace gang leader, said to stem from his exuberance, as he would tie women's shoelaces together as trophies and mementos after his escapades. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Reflecting on this, Wu Jiahao refrained from lingering, exchanging glances with a Yao and Sha Chong. He promptly turned to leave the warehouse and begin the handover process. A new territory, a new beginning. In this chaotic jungle of Wangjiao, he has arrived. Chapter 19. The Business Genius. This investment is profitable early the next morning in the factory district of Mong Kok. A Yao, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, stood alongside Wu Jiahao and two unfamiliar henchmen before a row of drab factory buildings. He was now in charge of the most lucrative nightlife scene, basking in success, yet his eyes revealed a hint of disdain for the dilapidated surroundings. How? This is the territory allocated to you by the boss, a Yao said, exhaling a ring of smoke as he gestured with his chin towards the cluster of decrepit factories. These factories are barely hanging on. Their owners are as cunning as they come. In the past, this area was lawless, rife with chaos. There were all sorts of collectives demanding fees, regulatory fees, cleaning fees, you name it. He patted Wu Jiahao on the shoulder. Assuming the tone of an experienced mentor, the boss has appointed you to collect fees, which is merely a title to let the underworld know that from today onward, this territory is under our protection. He indicated the two young men behind him. These two, Hongmao and Shoho, will be your assistants. Delegate any errands to them as needed. Hongmao sported a cheap dye job of bright red hair, while Shoho was lanky as a bamboo pole. Their eyes brimmed with awe and curiosity as they regarded Wu Jiahao. Chilinhao. This nickname had gained considerable notoriety among the crew under Liang Kun. One man, armed with a knife, had taken down dozens from Dongxing Demi, personally eliminating Demi himself. Such achievements were enough to command reverence from any subordinate. Rest assured, Brother Hao, Wu Jiahao smiled, offering a cigarette. You carry on with your business. I can handle things here. All right. I'll take my leave then. I have matters to attend to at night. Yao accepted the cigarette, exchanged a few more words, and then departed. As Wu Jiahao watched Yao's retreating figure, his smile gradually faded. Collecting fees? No, this was merely the first step. His gaze swept over the worn exterior of the factories, which still hummed with activity inside. This place would serve as the foundation for his burgeoning business empire. How good! Hong Mao and Jiahao approached eagerly, their faces alight with anticipation. Which factory should we target first? Wu Jiahao cast a glance at them and replied nonchalantly, You two will start from the street, collecting fees one by one. Just say it's for cleaning, $500 each. If they refuse, take note, but do not resort to violence. Just the two of us? Jiahao seemed a bit apprehensive. What, scared? Wu Jiahao raised an eyebrow. Not at all. Hong Mao quickly reassured, thumping his chest. Brother Hao, leave it to us. Go on. Wu Jiahao waved them off, leaning against a nearby utility pole as he lit a cigarette, smoking leisurely. He was neither lazy nor putting on airs. Rather, he understood that dealing with these factory owners through brute force was the most primitive approach. What he sought was a stable and secure base that could continuously provide him with cover and resources, not a battleground rife with daily skirmishes. The sun shone brightly, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of oil, fabric, and plastic. Wu Jiahao squinted, his mind already mapping out his production line for diapers, renting a factory, sourcing equipment, hiring workers, packaging products, and finding distribution channels. Just as he was engrossed in his business vision, a loud crash echoed from a nearby garment factory, accompanied by raucous shouts. Damn it! You think you can refuse to pay protection fees on New Year's turf? You must be tired of living. Wu Jiahao frowned and turned towards the sound. At the factory entrance, a rotund man in a floral shirt had a young man's face pinned beneath his foot, barking threats. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, bespectacled and genteel, yet his face was bloodied and swollen at the mouth, his eyes still shimmering with unyielding defiance. Behind the fat man loomed 7 or 8 thugs wielding steel pipes, wreaking havoc in the factory, tossing rolls of fabric and finished garments across the floor. I'll say it once more. Protection fee, $5,000 a month. Not a penny less. Otherwise, I'll ruin you and burn this shabby factory to the ground. I don't have the money. The young man gritted his teeth, his voice strained. No money? Are you kidding me? The fat man spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the young man's face. You can run a factory, but can't pay for protection? You're asking for trouble. With that, he lifted his foot, seemingly ready to deliver a brutal kick. Wu Jiahao initially had no intention of intervening. Such protection rackets were a daily occurrence in Mong Kok, and he had neither the capacity nor the inclination to meddle. However, at that moment, an icy mechanical voice unexpectedly rang in his mind. Beep. Detecting a special storyline character, future business prodigy Li Jing, Jimmy, is currently under life-threatening duress. Side quest activated. Rescue Li Jiayuan. Quest reward. A high-end apartment, 60 square meters. The property deed will be directly stored in the system space. Accept the quest? Li Jiayuan? Jimmy. Wu Jiahao's pupils constricted sharply. It was him. The man who would later dominate the business scene in Hong Kong, ascending the wealth pyramid from a poor boy in a squatter village through his sharp intellect and ruthless tactics. In the movies, he was the one who helped the syndicate launder dirty money and ultimately transformed into a successful entrepreneur. How could such talent be trampled underfoot by an inconsequential fat man? This was indeed a stroke of luck falling from the heavens. Accept. Wu Jiahao silently vowed without hesitation. In the next moment, he discarded his cigarette, butt, extinguishing it beneath his foot, and strode purposefully towards the garment factory. His movements were unhurried yet imbued with a steady, formidable presence. Stop. The two simple words resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The fat man, poised to strike, hesitated and turned impatiently. Who the hell? Before he could finish his sentence, a hand, swift as lightning, seized his wrist. Though the hand did not appear particularly strong, the grip was astonishingly powerful, akin to a vice, clamping down tightly. Who the hell are you? Let go. The overweight man grimaced in pain, attempting to withdraw his hand, only to discover that his opponent's grip remained unyielding. Wu Jiahao gazed at him impassively, slowly uttering a command. Apologize. What? The man reacted as if he had heard the most absurd joke. You want me to apologize to him? Do you have any idea who I am? I am associated with Hong Xing's Xinyi. Hong Xing's Xinyi? Wu Jiahao was familiar with this name. He was an elder within Hong Xing, of high standing but lacking real power, merely controlling a group of thugs specialized in collecting protection fees. Nothing of significance. I shall repeat myself. Wu Jiahao tightened his grip, his tone chilling. Apologize to him. Crack. The overweight man felt as though his wrist bones were on the verge of shattering, the pain causing cold sweat to pour down his face, leaving him pale. Why you dare touch me? Xinyi will not let this go. He still clung to bravado. Liang Kuan's subordinate, Wu Jiahao. Wu Jiahao calmly revealed his name. Upon hearing Liang Kuan, the man's arrogance diminished significantly. Liang Kuan was currently in his prime, notorious for his ferocity. Even Xinyi would treat him with utmost respect, calling him Kuan Go. Yet, the man remained somewhat unconvinced. Liang Kuan had countless subordinates. Who could confirm the authenticity of this one before him? Liang Kuan's man. I have never seen you before. He scrutinized Wu Jiahao with suspicion. At that moment, Hong Mao and Jiahao, who had just gone to collect money, came rushing over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the scene, Hong Mao immediately shouted, "Blind your dog eyes. You don't even recognize our Hao Ge. Our Hao Ge, known as Qilin Hao. Just a few days ago in Xiaoyun Mountain, it was he who single-handedly took down over 100 Dongxing members. Qilin Hao." These three words detonated like thunder in the man's mind. His body trembled violently, the color draining from his face, his lips quivering as his gaze towards Wu Jiahao shifted from suspicion to sheer terror. Qilin Hao. How could he not have heard this name? The streets were abuzz with rumors of a new force under Liang Kuan, ruthless and skilled with a blade, who had stormed into Dongxing's territory, slaying with impunity. The overweight man and his small-time thugs felt their legs quaking. They, who dared only to bully honest merchants, were but sheep compared to the true wolves of the underworld. A misunderstanding. How go? It's all a misunderstanding. The man's expression was more pitiful than crying, forgetting the agony in his wrist as he repeatedly bowed in apology. I failed to recognize the mountain. I didn't know he was your friend. I am damned. I am damned. In his desperation, he even raised his other hand and slapped himself twice. Slap. Slap. The sound was sharp and resonant. Wu Jiahao released his grip, his expression still serene. He took a few $100 bills from his pocket and offered them to the overweight man. Take this money and buy your brothers some soda to calm their nerves. The man stared at the bills as if they were a hot potato, recoiling in fear, shaking his head vigorously. No, no, no. I cannot accept this. It is for you. It is for you. The mere thought of accepting Qilin Hao's money terrified him. He feared that if he accepted today, he would find himself feeding fish in the sea tomorrow. Wu Jiahao did not press the matter further, retracting the money and turning his gaze to Li Jin, who was still lying on the ground. The overweight man understood the cue and hastily turned to assist Li Jiyuan, carefully brushing off the dust from his clothes. Brother Ji, my deepest apologies. I was blind. Please forgive my ignorance. He then turned to his own subordinates, shouting furiously, "What the hell are you all doing? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Ji. Remember this. If anyone dares to cause trouble at Brother Ji's factory again, I will personally chop them up." The group of small-time thugs promptly nodded and bowed, repeatedly apologizing to Li Jiyuan. Throughout the ordeal, Li Jin remained silent, pushing the overweight man's hand away as he silently retrieved his broken glasses from the ground. Adjusting the frames, his gaze settling on Wu Jiahao. His eyes held a complex mix of gratitude, confusion, and scrutiny. Wu Jiahao met his gaze with a slight smile, revealing a friendly demeanor. He knew the fish had taken the bait. "It's all right, brother," Wu Jiahao said to Li Jiyuan. Seeing this, the overweight man felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, hurriedly leading his subordinates away in a panic, even leaving behind the steel pipe that had fallen to the ground. The factory fell into a sudden silence. In Wu Jiahao's mind, he heard the notification sound of task completion. Ding. Side mission completed. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. A high-end apartment in Shanghuan, 60 square meters. The property deed has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Success. Wu Jiahao felt a wave of relief wash over him. A Shanghuan apartment, worth no less than several $100,000 in the current market, had effortlessly come into his possession. Indeed, following the narrative leads to untold riches. Chapter 20. The Unthinking Gangster. A lifetime of being a gangster. How should we deal with this person? Hao Ge? Hong Mao and Jiahao picked up the steel pipe from the ground and approached, their eyes darting towards Li Jiayuan, clearly still perplexed by the situation. Wu Jiahao waved his hand, signaling them to discard the weapon, and then stepped before Li Jiayuan. Are you all right? Li Jiayuan leaned against an old sewing machine. Struggling to straighten up, one of his legs was evidently limping. He glanced down at the cracked lens of his glasses and remained silent for a moment before looking up at Wu Jiahao. Thank you for your assistance, Hao Gu. His voice was calm, lacking overt gratitude, and instead carried an air of detachment and caution. However, I truly cannot afford the protection fee. He adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with a hint of self-mockery and resignation. This factory is closing next month, and all this scrap metal. If you find it valuable, feel free to take it, consider it as offsetting the debt. He presumed that Wu Jiahao was merely here to collect the payment, albeit in a more sophisticated manner. Wu Jiahao chuckled, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Li Jiayuan. The latter waved his hand, indicating he did not smoke. Wu Jiahao shrugged it off, lighting one for himself and taking a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Do you remember, Might and Dao? He suddenly inquired, his voice somewhat ethereal. A few years ago, you were there selling pirated CDs, and once, you were chased by a gang of over a dozen people, nearly meeting your end. Li Jiayuan's body stiffened momentarily, the hand that held his glasses froze in midair. He lifted his gaze, and the eyes behind the lenses revealed a flicker of surprise. This incident was known to almost no one but him. I was selling beef offal right beside you, witnessed it firsthand. Wu Jiahao smirked. You ran like the wind, quicker than a rabbit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Jiayuan's expression shifted, scrutinizing his memory, but he could not recall such a figure. However, the fact that this person could recount such an intimate detail indicated that it was no mere coincidence. His wariness began to wane. Perhaps, it has been too long, and I do not recall, he said, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his smile. Thank you for remembering me, Hao Gu. This was precisely the response Wu Jiahao desired. A fabricated shared memory instantly bridged the distance between them. We are all just trying to make a living. It is not easy, he consoled, patting Li Jiayuan's shoulder before changing the subject. What is the actual situation with your factory? I see this location has potential. The machinery, while outdated, could still be viable with some attention. Upon hearing this, the previously softened expression on Li Jiayuan's face collapsed once more. He sighed heavily, his visage clouded with bitterness. Do not even mention it. I have only been running this factory for 3 months, and already, Dongxing came to collect once, Lianxing came to collect once, and now you lot from Hongxing are here too. The profits for a month barely cover the protection fees, and I am on the verge of being unable to pay the workers' wages. The financial chain has long since snapped. As Li Jiayuan's agitation grew, he nearly shouted, filled with indignation and anger. These scoundrels are nothing but a pack of vampires. Wu Jiahao listened quietly, allowing him to vent without interruption. Once he had finished, he extinguished his cigarette and flicked it into a nearby trash can. Have you ever considered a different way of living? Wu Jiahao locked eyes with him, enunciating each word deliberately. Work with me. The air fell silent in an instant. Li Jiayuan was taken aback, as if he had not comprehended Wu Jiahao's words. Work with you? He repeated instinctively, then shook his head vigorously, a smile that was more grotesque than a cry forming on his lips. Hao Gu, please do not jest. A person like me cannot lift a hand or shoulder a burden. I cannot even stand firm in a fight. I do not wish to be a lowly mule. He paused, his tone shifting to one of determination. I only want to conduct my business steadily and make money. Who says that working with me means you must be a lowly mule? Wu Jiahao countered, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I have business opportunities too. Moreover, they are ventures that could yield substantial profits for you. As he spoke, Wu Jiahao disregarded Li Jiayuan's astonished expression, pulling out several folded blueprints from his pocket. These were not truly in his possession, but rather retrieved directly from the system space, appearing almost like magic to outsiders. He spread the blueprints across the sewing machine's surface. I have acquired your factory. However, from today onward, we shall no longer produce those worthless shirts and jeans. Wu Jiahao pointed at the blueprints, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. We will pivot to this. Li Jiayuan instinctively looked down. The blueprints depicted items he had never encountered before. One sheet illustrated a product resembling undergarments, featuring tear-off adhesive strips on either side. The annotations included terms like Velcro, tear-off style, and high molecular absorbent resin. Another blueprint portrayed what appeared to be a complete pair of shorts, with an elastic waistband for easy wear. The side notes detailed pull-up pants, 3D dimensional cutting, and leak-proof edges. initially bewildered. Li Jiayuan's pupils constricted as his gaze fell upon the words baby diapers on the blueprint. As someone who had navigated the garment industry for years, the revolutionary nature of this product struck him almost instantaneously. This is. His trembling hand reached out to touch the blueprint, as if caressing a priceless treasure. 3D cutting. For babies? And this entirely new material. Tear-off design. Pull-up pants. Li Jiayuan's breath quickened, his mind racing. His commercial instincts illuminated the terrifying opportunities embedded within. What do infants currently use? Diapers. They require repeated washing, are troublesome, labor-intensive, and unhygienic. Yet this product before him is disposable, convenient, and judging by the design, its comfort and leak-proof capabilities far surpass traditional diapers by leagues. A genius. This is nothing short of a brilliant design. Li Jiayuan's excitement flushed his face crimson. He raised his gaze to Wu Jiahao, and the wariness and detachment that once clouded his expression had transformed into fervor and admiration. How good? No. Wu Sheng. He even changed his title. This product is destined to sell like hotcakes. Without a doubt. We could even expand our offerings to include baby wet wipes, baby bath lotion, and talcum powder, thereby creating a comprehensive line of maternal and infant products. Li Jiayuan grew increasingly animated, as if he could already envision countless banknotes beckoning him. Observing his enthusiasm, Wu Jiahao nodded in satisfaction. Truly, he is a prodigy in the business world. His vision is remarkably sharp. You need not worry about the production line. Wu Jiahao spoke nonchalantly, once again dropping a bombshell. I have ordered a brand new batch of production equipment from Japan, which will arrive at the port next week. As for the initial capital, I will invest 200,000. 200,000. Li Jiayuan's body jolted, his excitement nearly causing him to stumble. The entirety of his dilapidated factory, all his belongings combined, amounted to merely 50,000. Wu Jiahao's initial investment is a staggering 200,000. This is no longer an investment. It is, quite simply, a gift of money. Wu Jiahao regarded him and slowly extended his hand. I require a factory manager who understands production and management to help turn this vision into reality. I will offer you 15 of the original shares. Will you accept this role? Li Jiayuan's eyes instantly filled with tears. He gazed at Wu Jiahao's outstretched hand, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. The factory manager. 15 of the original shares. An investment of 200,000. Brand new imported equipment. More importantly, Wu Jiahao's identity. He is associated with Hongxing Liangquan, known as Qilin Hao. With his protection, which fool among the gangsters on the island would dare to trouble us at the factory? In that moment, all challenges and dilemmas were resolved by this man before him in the simplest, most direct, and most effective manner. Li Jiayuan could no longer contain his emotions. He fervently nodded and extended his trembling hands to firmly grasp Wu Jiahao's. I will do it. I am yours. Rest assured, Wu Jiahao, my life from this day forth belongs to you. Wu Jiahao gripped his hand firmly in return, a genuine smile illuminating his face. He knew that the first cornerstone of his commercial empire had been firmly established. Chapter 21. The underworld's business warfare. Wu Jiahao took out several sheets of paper from his pocket, but this time they were not blueprints. Rather, they were printed contracts. The sudden appearance of these documents caused Li Jiayuan's eyelids to twitch. Brother Hao, did you learn this from David Copperfield? Li Jiayuan could not help but mutter quietly. What Copperfield? Wu Jiahao slapped the contract onto the table and handed over a pen. It's nothing, nothing. Li Jiayuan quickly waved his hand and began to scrutinize the contract in detail. The terms were clear and precise, with rights and responsibilities distinctly outlined, even including clauses on equity dilution and priority for subsequent financing. It was surprisingly professional for a contract presented by someone from the underworld. The more he read, the more astonished he became, and the more he admired the man before him, whose meticulousness was truly formidable. Brother Hao, I will sign. Li Jiayuan declared without hesitation, taking the pen and solemnly signing his name in the designated space for the second party. Wu Jiahao satisfactorily retrieved one copy of the contract and handed Li Jiayuan another. Remember, I, Wu Jiahao, adhere to principles. Contracts come first, then actions. Even among brothers, accounts must be clear. Li Jiayuan tightly clutched the contract in his hands, filled with mixed emotions. He had always perceived the underworld as a realm of mindless thugs, merely engaging in violence. However, today, Wu Jiahao had completely overturned his understanding. Those who do not think will remain as ruffians, merely surviving on scraps. Looking at Wu Jiahao, Li Jiayuan sincerely remarked, "Brother Hao, you are different." Wu Jiahao chuckled, choosing not to engage further in that direction. He glanced at his watch. "All right, hand over your responsibilities at the factory. At 8 o'clock tonight, bring your ideas and meet me under the banyan tree on Miao Street. We need to discuss patents and production lines." Miao Street? Li Jian was taken aback for a moment. Then a knowing smirk crept onto his face. "Brother Hao, Miao Street isn't far from Bolan Street. The food there, is it proper?" Wu Jiahao shot him a glance, seeing through his little thoughts, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "What do you want to eat?" "It's on me." "Ahem." Li Jiayuan's face turned crimson, awkwardly scratching his head. "Of course, I want proper chicken, the clear broth kind." As night fell, the lights began to shine. Miao Street was ablaze with lights and bustling with voices. Under the banyan tree, a modest clear broth chicken stall was experiencing an unexpectedly booming business. Wu Jiahao sat at a folding square table, with two of his subordinates, Hong Mao and Shou Ho, standing behind him. When Li Jiyuan arrived, panting, he was astonished by the sight before him. In the center of the table lay a massive clay pot, bubbling with chicken, exuding an enticing aroma. Surrounding the pot were stacks of empty plates, reaching half the height of a person. "Brother Hao, did you buy out the entire stock for the night?" Li Jiayuan stuttered in disbelief. "Sit." Wu Jiahao did not even look up, fishing out a chicken leg from the pot and devouring it in mere moments. He gestured to the stall owner. "Boss, add 10 more chickens. 1 serving of chicken offal, 1 serving of chicken blood, and 2 servings of vegetables." "Sure thing, Brother Hao." The stall owner responded enthusiastically, gazing at Wu Jiahao as if he were a deity of wealth. Hong Mao and Shou Ho stood behind, their expressions one of numbness, as they had never seen their boss fully satisfied since they started following him. Li Jiayuan swallowed hard and took a seat. "Brother Hao, is your stomach made of iron? Eating can strengthen one's constitution." Wu Jiahao took a swig of beer and casually explained before diving straight into the topic. "I've considered the patent issue. We need to register here on Hong Kong Island, but that's not enough." He tapped his greasy fingers on the table. "Our vision must extend further: Taiwan, Japan, Southeast Asia, and even the Western market. We must apply for patents simultaneously. If we are to do this, we must aim for a global business." Li Jiayuan felt his spirits soar. He had thought about the patent issue too, but had only considered Hong Kong Island and Taiwan at most. Wu Jiahao's ambition encompassed the global market. However, Brother Hao, registering overseas patents requires a considerable amount of money, and the procedures are quite cumbersome. "Money is not an issue." Wu Jiahao interrupted him. "As for the procedures, you can consult a professional law firm to handle it. Simply spend the money. Once our products hit the market, it will be a game changer, and we must establish our patent barriers before anyone can react." Wu Jiahao stuffed another piece of chicken into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly. "As for channels, aside from traditional grocery stores and convenience shops, our primary focus will be on maternal and baby stores. We want every mother on Hong Kong Island to know that their children deserve only the best." Li Jian was invigorated, hastily jotting down notes in his notebook as if he were receiving wisdom from a business deity. Just as the two were engrossed in their heated discussion, a woman's piercing scream suddenly echoed from a distance, filled with terror. This was followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps and shouts. "You Shamil, this investment in talent must be secured," Wu Jiahao casually remarked to Li Jiyuan and the other two, before rising slowly. The group of diminutive ruffians from Hixing he had already closed in, surrounding Shirsan Mei and Zhang Meiran. "Run! Why aren't you fleeing?" The leader, a scar-faced man, sneered as he slapped Shirsan Mei's cheek with the flat of his watermelon knife. "Damn it! How dare you swindle our brother's money? I didn't He tried to assault me," Shirsan Mei retorted defiantly, gritting her teeth. Still daring to be defiant. The scar-faced man's eyes narrowed dangerously as he raised his hand to strike her. Just then, a shadow appeared beside him like a ghost. Bang! A dull thud sounded as an incredibly swift kick struck the scar-faced man's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was starkly audible. "Ah!" The scar-faced man let out a cry of agony as the knife slipped from his grasp, arcing through the air before clattering to the ground. The sheer pain and force caused him to stagger back several steps. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. It took the diminutive ruffians from Hixing a moment to react, and they began to roar angrily as they charged toward Wu Jiahao. "Who the hell are you to meddle in our affairs? Kill him!" Wu Jiahao did not even glance at them, his gaze remaining calm. He casually picked up a folding stool nearby and swung it at the two foremost ruffians. Bang! Bang! Two heavy thuds resonated as the ruffians were struck, bloodied and dazed, collapsing to the ground. The movements were decisive and brutally efficient. The remaining 10 or so ruffians were momentarily intimidated by the fierce scene. Hesitating to advance, Wu Jiahao discarded the mangled stool and bent down to retrieve the fallen watermelon knife. The blade glinted ominously under the light, exuding a chilling aura. He weighed the knife in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone unperturbed. Hong Xing, under Liang Kun, Qi Lin Hao. I give you 3 seconds to leave. Qi Lin Hao. Upon hearing this name, the faces of several ruffians turned pale. This was the most notorious name circulating in the underworld recently. A single individual had annihilated dozens of Demi's subordinates on Yun Mountain, personally beheading Demi's top lieutenant. His fearsome reputation was undeniable. Yet now, a mere 10 of them were being intimidated into retreat by a single person. How could they face the world? The scar-faced man, clutching his shattered wrist, shouted with resentment, "Don't be afraid. No matter how strong he is, he has still just one man. We outnumber him. Let us take him down." With the promise of reward, and driven by pride, the remaining ruffians exchanged glances, steeling their resolve as they charged forward once more, recklessly. Wu Jiahao snorted coldly, shaking his wrist. Luha chasing Windblade. He moved. Fast. To the extreme. All that could be seen was a fleeting shadow weaving through the crowd. Then, a flash of cold steel. Flash. A vertical strike. Simple and direct, sent a blood arrow shooting from the chest of the ruffian directly in front of him, who screamed as he was sent flying. Swipe. The blade, arcing from below, cleaved into the arm of another, leaving a gaping wound down to the bone. Sweep. Wu Jiahao crouched low, executing a horizontal sweep that left 3 neat gashes across the calves of 3 ruffians. "Ah, my arm, my leg." Cries of anguish rang out incessantly. In less than 10 seconds, the once intimidating group of ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, each one sporting a wound, non-lethal, yet sufficient to render them incapable of fighting, groaning in pain. Wu Jiahao stood tall, the knife in hand, unblemished. His techniques were fierce yet perfectly restrained, inflicting harm without taking lives. The scene was terrifyingly silent. Li Jiayuan and the other 2 were left wide-eyed and speechless. Meanwhile, San Mei and Zhang Meron stood agape, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This man was formidable. Chapter 22, The King of Chicken at Temple Street. The collective demise of the short mules Li Jiyuan and the 2 companions, Hong Mao and Shoho, only regained their senses from the shock at this moment and hurriedly scrambled over. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they gasped in horror once more. The open area of the food stall was littered with bodies in disarray. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood intertwined with the aroma of food, creating a nauseating melange. In the center of this carnage stood Wu Jiahua, unperturbed. He wielded a bloodied watermelon knife in one hand, while casually resting his foot on the back of a man with a scarred face. The man lay on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath with no strength left to wail. Brother Hao." Li Jiayuan's throat constricted, his voice dry. He had witnessed Wu Jiahua in a fight before, but that encounter in the alley paled in comparison to the scene before him. It was not merely a fight, but a massacre. Hong Mao and Shoho were equally pale, their legs trembling, rendered speechless. They finally comprehended why this younger man had garnered the special attention of Liang Kun. The ferocity and murderous aura exuding from him were far beyond what they, as extortionists, could ever match. Wu Jiahua paid them no heed, his gaze fixated on Shisanmai and Zhang Meron. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Task completion, 99. Just a little more? Wu Jiahua furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings warily. At that moment, a short mule lying not far away suddenly surged with an inexplicable strength and sprang up from the ground. With bloodshot eyes and a grotesque expression, he clutched a fruit knife he had scavenged. Using every ounce of his strength, he hurled it towards the unsuspecting Zhang Meron's back. "Arun, watch out!" Shisanmai, closest to her friend, screamed in alarm, attempting to push her away, but it was too late. The fruit knife sliced through the air, poised to pierce Zhang Meron's body. Frozen in terror, Zhang Meron stood motionless, entirely oblivious to the need to evade. In a split second, Wu Jiahua reacted. Without even turning around, as if his back possessed eyes, he flicked his wrist and swung the watermelon knife backward with force. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The incoming fruit knife was precisely intercepted midair, its blade snapping in two. Before anyone could process what had transpired, Wu Jiahao flicked his wrist again, deftly striking the broken blade, sending 3 sharp fragments hurtling through the air like darts, accurately embedding themselves into the shoulders and wrist of the ambushing short mule. With a spurt of blood, the mule emitted a grotesque scream, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded with breathtaking swiftness, flowing like water. This display transcended the realm of street brawls, resembling the prowess of a master from a martial arts film. Zhang Meirun gazed in astonishment at the figure shielding her, her fear rapidly replaced by an indescribable sense of awe. Covering her mouth, her pure eyes shimmered with admiration. How handsome! The girl's voice was soft and tremulous, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Ding! Task completed. Task reward: 5 free attribute points, 100 Hong Kong dollars, 000, Shisamai's favorability 50. A hint of satisfaction finally graced Wu Jiahua's lips. He withdrew his foot, casting a disinterested glance at the heap of bodies below, and casually flicked the watermelon knife, its tip embedding itself into a nearby wooden table with a resounding thud. His icy gaze swept over the groaning short mules, his voice low, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Leave. That single word bore the weight of a divine decree. The group of short mules, feeling as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon them, scrambled to flee, disregarding their wounds, as they hastily helped each other escape the clutches of the devil. You wait. We at Hixing, he will not let you off. Our boss, Xian Shibi, will surely take revenge for us. The scarred man, nursing his severed wrist, could not help but utter threats as his companions assisted him. Wu Jiahao merely scoffed at their words. Xian Shibi? A name that reeks of mediocrity. I'll be waiting, he replied indifferently, his casual demeanor wielding more lethal power than any threat could. The scarred man and his cohorts were paralyzed with fear, daring not to utter another word as they limped away into the night. At this moment, the tense atmosphere finally dissipated. The food stall owner and patrons cautiously emerged from their hiding spots, peering at the chaotic scene with expressions of awe. Brother, how is it? A clear, spirited voice broke the silence. Shisanmai approached confidently, her gaze filled with curiosity and admiration, entirely devoid of the fear one would expect from a girl encountering such a spectacle. My name is Shisanmai, and I owe you my gratitude for earlier. She extended her hand in a manner befitting a member of the underworld. I've long heard of your illustrious name, Jiahao. To see you single-handedly take down dozens of lackeys today truly lives up to your reputation. Wu Jiahao raised an eyebrow and shook her hand, the touch soft yet firm. My father is also part of Hongxing, associated with Kuan Gu, known as Chue Shui de Shisanmai, ever friendly, introduced herself. As she turned to check on her friend, Arun, how are you? She noticed a gash on Zhang Meirun's ankle, blood seeping out and staining her white sneakers. Ah, your foot is bleeding. Zhang Meirun finally felt the sharp pain from her injury, her eyes welling with tears as she struggled to maintain her balance. What should we do? The hospital is still quite far from here. Shisanmai exclaimed anxiously. Her gaze darted to the calm Wu Jiahao nearby, as an idea crossed her mind. Hey, Brother Hao. 13 Mei unceremoniously pushed Zhang Meirun in front of Wu Jiahao. A good deed deserves a complete gesture. If you're going to help someone, go all the way. She exclaimed. My friend has injured her foot and cannot walk. Could you carry her for a moment? 13 Mei you. Zhang Meirun's cheeks flushed crimson. A mix of embarrassment and urgency washing over her. How could she, a young maiden, allow a man she had just met to carry her? Wu Jiahao was taken aback as well. He hadn't expected 13 Mei to be so unconventional. However, upon seeing Zhang Meirun's tear-streaked, delicate face, he nodded in agreement. Come here, he said, turning slightly and bending down. Zhang Meirun hesitated for a moment, but under 13 Mei's encouraging gaze, she blushed deeply and gently climbed onto his back. The softness and warmth of her youthful form were palpable even through the thin fabric of her clothing, and Wu Jiahao could distinctly sense her remarkable elasticity and the faint fragrance that wafted from her. He discreetly secured her on his back. Wow, Arun, you are quite fortunate today. 13 Mei teased, her eyes glinting mischievously. A hero saving a beauty, and you have your own personal carrier. TSK. This treatment is even more impressive than that of the governor's wife. You. Stop saying such nonsense. Zhang Meirun buried her face in Wu Jiahao's back, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. I'm not speaking nonsense. 13 May retorted, hands on her hips, confidently asserting her point. Nearby, Hong Mao observed 13 May's tomboyish demeanor and could not help but mutter under his breath. She asked like a firewood stick, lacking any feminine charm. Though his voice was barely audible, 13 May's keen ears caught the remark immediately. What did you say? You, with hair dyed like a parrot, dare to say it again. 13 May exploded with anger, pointing an accusing finger at Hong Mao. Say it again, tomboy. Hong Mao shot back defiantly. Enough. Wu Jiahao interrupted their quarrel with a frown. This is the territory of the United Society. If you don't want trouble, you should leave quickly. Upon hearing the name of the United Society, both Hong Mao and 13 May immediately fell silent. This was not the territory of Hong Xing. If the United Society's main force were to arrive, they would be outmatched. Brother Hao, your back is quite broad, came Zhang Mei Run's timid voice, delicate as a whisper, brushing against his neck with warm breath, tickling him. Wu Jiahao paused momentarily, not uttering a word, yet a faint smile crept onto his lips as he continued towards his vehicle. Brother Hao, Li Jiayuan finally found an opportunity to interject, a hint of embarrassment and apology on his face. I just remembered that I have an appointment with several distributors to discuss the diaper channel. The time is drawing near. Do you think we should leave first? As a businessman, he had no desire to become embroiled in such underworld vendettas. Wu Jiahao glanced at him, instantly comprehending his intentions. Go ahead, call me if you need anything. Okay, Brother Hao. We'll take our leave now. Li Jiayuan felt as though a weight had been lifted off his shoulders and hurriedly pulled the still curious Hong Mao and the thin monkey into their van, speeding away. The scene now consisted solely of Wu Jiahao and the two girls, creating a subtly tense atmosphere. Wu Jiahao opened the car door and gently placed Zhang Mei Run in the passenger seat, then beckoned 13 May to join them. Brother Hao, Zhang Mei Run sat on the plush seat, her hands nervously gripping the seatbelt, her voice barely above a whisper. Can we hide at your place for a while? I'm afraid the people from Hongxing will come looking for me. Her eyes brimmed with fear and desperation. 13 May, seated in the back, remained silent, but her expression was complex. She glanced at Wu Jiahao's profile, unwittingly recalling his ruthless demeanor when he had fought earlier. Cold and fierce, he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Yet, it was this very demon who had come to their rescue. Sensing her friend's expectation, 13 May sighed and spoke. Brother Hao, I'm counting on you. Once the storm passes, we will leave immediately. Not a problem, Wu Jiahao replied decisively. He had no intention of returning them home. Such opportunities for goodwill were not to be squandered. He started the car and smoothly drove away from the food stall. As the vehicle glided through the night, Wu Jiahao glanced in the rearview mirror. He noticed Zhang Mei Run discreetly retrieving a small mirror and lipstick from her bag, carefully adjusting her makeup and hair as if she wished to appear more perfect. Wu Jiahao chuckled inwardly. It seemed that the trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress wielded an undeniable charm, no matter the era. His destination was clear, the luxurious Sophia apartment located in Kowloon Tong, a reward bestowed by the system. Chapter 23. A Heroic Rescue. This investment in talent is profitable Sophia apartment, located in the prestigious luxury district of Kowloon Tong, is a residence reserved for the affluent. As Wu Jiahao smoothly parked his vehicle beneath the apartment building, Shisanmai and Zhang Meirun were left utterly astounded. This place. Shisanmai leaned her head out, gazing at the brilliantly illuminated building, exquisitely adorned to rival a five-star hotel, her words stumbling. Brother Hao, do you live here? Wu Jiahao said nothing, merely leading them into the lobby that required a key card for entry. The resplendent marble floor gleamed with a brilliance that could reflect one's silhouette, and the air was infused with the unmistakable scent of wealth. The elevator ascended steadily, eventually halting at the top floor. With a click, the door opened, revealing a sight that made the two girls gasp in awe. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the dazzling night skyline of Central on Hong Kong Island. The spacious living room was furnished with luxurious leather sofas, while opposite stood a wooden liquor cabinet adorned with an array of fine spirits, alongside an open-concept Western kitchen where the utensils sparkled under the lights. My heavens! Zhang Meirun couldn't help but reach out, delicately caressing the smooth wood of the liquor cabinet, murmuring, This is 100 times better than my rundown place on Boland Street. No, 1,000 times. Having never encountered such opulence in her life, It felt as though she had stepped into a scene from a movie. Shisanmai, equally astonished, turned to Wu Jiahao, her curiosity and intrigue intensifying. What on earth is this guy's background? A mere Shujai from Hongxing could reside in such a place. Make yourselves comfortable, Wu Jiahao gestured towards the sofa. While he made his way to the kitchen refrigerator, he opened the door, revealing it stuffed with various imported drinks and delicacies. Coke or milk? Coke, Shisanmai replied without hesitation. I'll have milk. Thank you, Zhang Meiran said softly, her eyes still darting around the room, captivated by everything. Wu Jiahao retrieved 2 cans of Coke and a box of milk, tossing 1 can to Shisanmai, while placing the milk and the remaining can on the coffee table. Shisanmai pulled the tab, gulping down a generous mouthful before wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, boldly exclaiming, "Hey, brother Hao, tell me the truth." She elbowed the primly seated Zhang Meiran, winking at Wu Jiahao and gossiping. "You wouldn't be so generous today because you fancy our Meiran, would you?" Uffed. Zhang Meiran, who had just picked up her milk, felt her face flush crimson, resembling a ripe apple upon hearing this. "Shisanmai, what nonsense are you spouting?" She was both embarrassed and infuriated, swinging her small fist at Shisanmai. Observing the playful bickering between the two, Wu Jiahao couldn't help but smile. Shaking his head, he slowly remarked, "I'm not interested in her. I'm more curious about you, Cui Xiaoxiao." At that moment, the playful banter abruptly ceased in the living room. Zhang Meiran was taken aback, while Shisanmai's smile froze in place. "How do you know that name?" she asked, her eyes widening like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Cui Xiaoxiao. This utterly unrefined, girly name was her greatest embarrassment. Leaning back on the sofa, Wu Jiahao crossed his legs, his expression amused. "Your old man boasted that back in the mahjong parlor, he won 13 rounds in a row with a hand of small tiles, earning him the nickname Shisanmai for you. As for your real name." He paused, noticing Shisanmai's expression darkening, and continued, "Perhaps he hoped you would grow petite and adorable?" "Ha ha." Zhang Meiran finally burst out laughing, pointing at Shisanmai, breathless as she added, "She absolutely hates it when people call her Xiao Xiao. She says having a name like Xiao Xiao would hinder development in that area, making it smaller too." Wu Jiahao, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced at Shisanmai's unremarkable chest. Unable to contain his laughter, he took a sip of his Coke. This action was nothing short of a devastating blow. "You, Zhang Meiran, mind your own business." Shisanmai's face turned a deep shade of crimson, her embarrassment turning to fury as she raised her middle finger at Zhang Meiran. A world war among friends seemed imminent. "All right," Wu Jiahao interjected in time. "Let's get back to the matter at hand. What exactly happened between you two and the He Xing gang today?" Upon mentioning the serious topic, the two girls finally quieted down. Shisanmai pouted, her displeasure evident. "It's all because of Meiran. We were attending night school, and that English teacher, his eyes were fixated on Meiran's chest, as if they were glued there. After class, he even tried to get handsy. I couldn't stand it, so I wanted to teach him a lesson." Zhang Meiran, still somewhat shaken, added, "Shisanmai came up with the idea to have me invite him to a hotel. Then she would bring people in to take naked photos of him and report him for harassment." "Sting operation?" Wu Jiahao raised an eyebrow. Shisanmai truly had a knack for the underworld, displaying such audacity at a young age. "And what were the results?" "We called the police, and the vice squad raided the hotel. Shisanmai said it was a success, but who knew that hotel was owned by that lecherous guy from Yixing?" Shisanmai recounted, her tone tinged with pride. Wu Jiahao's brow furrowed. The sex industry on Boland Street had always been under the jurisdiction of the United Society. Yixing's operation there surely had the society's backing. He looked at the two oblivious girls, his voice turning grave. "You two aren't just teaching a pervert a lesson. You're disrupting business in the United Society's territory, cutting off their income. You've gotten yourselves into serious trouble." Upon hearing the name of the United Society, Shisanmai's expression shifted. Zhang Meiran turned pale, clutching Wu Jiahao's sleeve, her voice quivering. What do we do now? That teacher brought this on himself. After all, he was so lewd, harassing me during class." Wu Jiahao glanced at her, his tone growing more serious. "Remember, your beauty can easily attract the attention of men. It is both your asset and your burden. From now on, let us refrain from engaging in any more underhanded schemes. This time, I shall take charge, but what of the next occasion? Will it not suffice if you provide protection then?" The 13th sister pounded her chest, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. "You are indeed the pride of Hongxing, a formidable figure. What do we have to fear?" As her words resonated, a sudden, intense vibration emanated from Wu Jiahao's pocket, heralding an urgent call. He retrieved his phone to find the name Liang Kun flashing ominously on the screen. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Pressing the answer button, he gestured for the two young ladies to remain silent. The moment the call connected, Liang Kun's thunderous voice erupted from the receiver, loud enough to reverberate throughout the entire living room. Wu Jiahao, you scoundrel! Have you stirred up trouble once more? The news from he has reached me, demanding to know if I wish to forfeit my standing in Mong Kok. Chapter 24. A telephone encounter with Liang Kong. Starting from boxing on Bolan Street, the air in the living room became instantly thick with tension. Shisan Mai and Zhang Meiran were so frightened that they hardly dared to breathe. The roar from the other end of the phone seemed capable of piercing eardrums and shaking the ceiling. Was the call directed at Liang Kong, the notorious figure from Helsinki? The two girls exchanged a glance, each seeing profound fear reflected in the other's eyes. It appeared they had not merely provoked a tough adversary, but had stirred a hornet's nest. Zhang Meiran's pallor had drained completely, her grip tightening on Shisan Mai's arm as her body trembled slightly. However, at the eye of the storm, Wu Jiahao remained astonishingly composed. He did not even hold the phone at a distance, calmly listening to Liang Kong's furious tirade, his expression devoid of any unnecessary emotion. It was only after Liang Kong had exhausted his invective, his voice slightly hoarse, that he spoke leisurely. Brother Kong, please calm down. His voice was not loud, yet it conveyed an unusual tranquility. I saved the daughter of Cui Shuida. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line, followed by Liang Kong's derisive snicker. Cui Shuida? That good-for-nothing who can only talk big? Damn it, he has a daughter? How was I to know? If his daughter caused trouble, what business is it of mine? You dared to offend Helsinki for the sake of a useless man's daughter? Wu Jiahao, did you go crazy with a woman last night and let water into your brain? Brother Kong. Wu Jiahao interrupted him, maintaining his calm demeanor. Cui Shuida may be a fool, but Bolan Street is not. He shifted to a more comfortable position, leaning back on the sofa, his eyes gleaming with calculation. That place is a gold mine. Brother Kong, are you not tempted? Currently, it is under the control of the United Society, and we, Hongxing, cannot intervene. But today, it was Helsinki's people who overstepped their bounds and brought trouble to my doorstep. Brother Kong, this is an opportunity, a chance to extend our reach into Bolan Street. Wu Jiahao's voice was imbued with persuasion. With just a word from you, I can help you seize the United Society's territory. This juicy piece of land can secure your position as the decision-maker in Wanchai. Silence enveloped the phone once more. After a considerable pause, Liang Kong's voice emerged, no longer filled with rage, but laced with a sinister undertone. You young man, have quite the ambition. Wu Jiahao's lips curled into a slight smile. He understood that he had piqued Liang Kong's interest. Brother Kong, this is not ambition, it is aspiration. Wu Jiahao continued to stoke the flames. It is said on the streets that Hongxing has the upper hand in the joint ventures. The United Society's incompetence in maintaining Bolan Street relies on our reputation, does it not? Now they collude with Helsinki, completely disregarding US. Things are not as simple as you think. Liang Kong scoffed. The United Society may be inept, but that lecher is not. I have heard whispers that he runs a boxing gym filled with tough fighters, each a formidable opponent. I am aware. Wu Jiahao replied with confidence. Thus, I do not require your men, Brother Kong. All you need to do is publicly state that I, Wu Jiahao, am your subordinate. My little brother has caused trouble, and as the elder brother, you will surely stand by him. The lecher fears the strong. Upon hearing your declaration, he will not dare escalate matters or rally his forces against me. At most, he will seek to save face. Then, I will personally visit his gym and challenge him to a boxing match, adhering to the street's rules to resolve our issues. If I win, Bolan Street's will be mine. If I lose, I will bear the consequences alone, without dragging you into it, Brother Kong. His words left the two girls nearby speechless, especially Shisan Mai, who gazed at Wu Jiahao's profile, filled with incredulity. This guy, has he gone mad? To confront an entire boxing gym alone? Once again, Liang Kong fell into silence on the other end of the line, weighing the pros and cons swiftly. Wu Jiahao's plan presented no risks for him. If victorious, he would effortlessly gain a foothold in Bolan Street, enhancing his reputation. If defeated, it would be Wu Jiahao who faced the repercussions, allowing him to merely lose some face, even blaming Wu Jiahao for overreaching. This deal seemed advantageous from every angle. All right, Liang Kong finally decided. Wu Jiahao, I did not misjudge you. You have courage and guts. Very well. I will suppress the rumors on the streets, and I will publicly declare that you are my most valued subordinate. Anyone who touches you, touches me, Liang Kong. However, the boxing match is your responsibility. Do not embarrass me. Rest assured, Brother Kong. Wu Jiahao ended the call, tossing his phone onto the coffee table. The living room was enveloped in a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Shisamai and Zhang Maron regarded him as if he were a monster. The information conveyed in that call had been overwhelming. References to the decision-maker in Wan Chai, the United Society, and a boxing gym. Terms they had only encountered in films, now vividly playing out before their eyes. Hei Shisanmai was the first to regain her composure, swallowing hard before cautiously asking, "Aren't you afraid of your ferocious boss?" "Why should I be afraid?" Wu Jiahao took a sip of cola, nonchalantly responding, "He needs me to accomplish his goals, and I need him to rise. It is merely mutual exploitation." His words were starkly direct and painfully realistic, leaving the two girls, still in their student years, struggling to digest the gravity of the situation. At that moment, a cold, mechanized voice echoed in Wu Jiahao's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for maintaining composure under pressure and eloquently persuading Liang Kong, triggering the hidden quest, the ambition of Bolin Street. Task rewards granted. Mastery of the complete set of Xing Yi Quan." In the next instant, a torrent of information surged into Wu Jiahao's mind, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. Powerful strikes, short-range combat, explosive force, half-step crumbling punch, guiding fist, top-hard elbow, countless techniques, philosophies, and methods of exerting force associated with Xing Yi Quan were instantly absorbed and comprehended, as if he had trained for decades, etched into every fiber of his muscle memory. Wu Jiahao remained seated on the sofa, utterly still. He instinctively threw a phantom punch into the air before him. There was no sound. However, the air ahead was compressed by the force of the punch, creating a visible wave of energy. The heavy curtains hanging from the nearby floor-to-ceiling windows were stirred by this powerful gust, billowing as if moved by an unseen hand. Such explosive strength. A fierce light ignited in Wu Jiahao's eyes. The Muay Thai he had previously acquired emphasized fierce strikes and direct confrontations, while this set of Xingyi Yiquan focused on close-quarter combat, delivering powerful bursts of energy with concentrated force, making it even more perilous. With this martial art in his arsenal, he felt emboldened. Not even the Muay Thai champion Kale, nor the legendary boxer Ali, could intimidate him. A surge of confidence welled up within Wu Jiahao. He cast a glance at the stunned San Mei beside him, a cold smile forming in his heart. Rescuing her was merely the first step of his plan. This girl, seemingly carefree, possessed a boldness and cunning that made her well-suited for the underworld. Wu Jiahao understood clearly that the girl named Cui Xiaoxiao would one day become the formidable San Mei of the Hongxing gang, commanding respect and fear across the entire Bolin Street. His current objective was to cultivate this promising talent for his own purposes, ensuring she willingly fought to secure his dominion over Bolin Street. Wu Jiahao was also acutely aware that the Xianshir's audacity to operate a hotel within the jurisdiction of the United Society was not merely due to their tacit approval. It was also shadowed by the influence of the Dongxing gang. Xianshir was conspiring with Dongxing's Ben Shu, harboring nefarious intentions. This incident presented him with the perfect opportunity to intervene. On the surface, he would prepare for a boxing match to capture everyone's attention, while secretly. Wu Jiahao's gaze drifted toward the window. He recalled the young man named Jimmy. He needed to expedite the production line of adult diapers, generating income, recruiting soldiers, and building his own strength. Money was the most formidable weapon in this world. Only with wealth could he support his underlings and establish his empire. As the night deepened, the dazzling lights reflected in the depths of Wu Jiahao's eyes. A calculating and ambitious smile gradually crept upon his lips. Chapter 25: A shattering blow to the coffee table. This is a dimensional strike of National Martial Arts Jiolong, Shimali Hospital. The pungent scent of disinfectant permeated the corridor. A resounding slap echoed as it struck the face of a lackey. "Useless. All of you are worthless." The spokesperson of He, Xianshir, trembled with rage, pointing at the bed where several battered subordinates lay. His already lecherous face twisted in anger, rendering it even more grotesque. To be beaten by a mere few, and in such a pitiful state. "Am I feeding you to eat dung?" "Boss, it's not that we lack strength," a bandaged lackey lamented. "That fellow named Qilin Hao is simply inhumane. His strikes are merciless." "Qilin Hao?" Xianshir narrowed his eyes, the name somewhat familiar. Nearby, the head lackey, Fei Long, quickly leaned in and whispered, "Boss. That's the Sijio kid who recently helped Liang Kun kill Dongxing's demi. Everyone on the street calls him Qilin Hao. Liang Kun's man." Xianshur's expression darkened. "Damn it. Are Hongxing's people stepping onto my territory? What does Liang Kun intend to do? Does he really think our united society is easy to bully?" Fei Long cautiously reminded him, "Boss, this Qilin Hao just helped Liang Kun seize Simsha Sui. He's on a roll. Liang Kun treasures him now, and if we touch him..." "What the hell?" Xianshur cursed vehemently, yet his mind raced. He knew he couldn't confront Liang Kun head-on. But if he didn't reclaim this situation, how could he continue to operate on Poland Street? A thought flashed through his mind. Xianshur's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Go, prepare the car. We're going to find Dongxing's Ben Shu." "Find Ben Shu?" Fei Long was taken aback. Demi is Ben Shu's man, and he was killed by Liang Kun's lackeys. Dongxing would want to settle this score even more than we do. Xianshur sneered. "I've heard that Ben Shu has a boxer from Thailand named Kale, who has never lost in underground fights. We'll borrow him. Let Kale take on that Qilin Hao. Not only can we reclaim our honor, but it will also set Dongxing and Hongxing against each other." "Boss, brilliant." Fei Long's eyes instantly lit up. The shrill ring of a phone interrupted Liang Kun's good mood. He had just hung up on Wu Jiahao, reveling in his wise decision, when he saw that the incoming call was from Xianshur, and his smile immediately transformed into impatience. "Hello?" Xianshur spit it out. On the other end, Xianshur's frantic roar erupted. "Liang Kun, what the hell is your meaning? Sending your lackey named Qilin Hao to stir trouble on my turf? He's injured over a dozen of my brothers. Do you not regard me, Xianshur, or our united society?" Liang Kun casually dug in his ear, laughing mockingly. "Damn. Xianshur, has water entered your brain? Your united society's lackeys can't even handle one of my Sijio kids, and you dare call to question me? You." Xianshur nearly choked on his words. "What about me?" Liang Kun's tone dripped with sarcasm. "My underling said it was your Hixing, he who instigated the trouble first. What? Now that you're losing you want to play dirty? Is your united society so cowardly? Liang Kun, don't be so arrogant." Xianshur roared. "This matter isn't over. I give you two choices. Either hand over your lackey Qilin Hao to me for disposal, or we'll have a gathering of heads, and you will publicly apologize to me in front of all the Hong Kong societies." "Ha ha ha." Liang Kun laughed heartily, as if he had heard the greatest joke. "Xianshur, have you taken too much white powder? Do you think I'll apologize to you?" Liang Kun's laughter suddenly ceased, his tone turning icy. "I'll tell you this. Hongxing does not need to explain anything to small societies like yours. Want to resolve this? Sure. 1 week from now, at the Shallow Water Bay Pier, we'll set up a ring. Let your man fight mine. Sign a life and death contract. Use our fists to speak. If you win, you can take my underling's life. If you lose, that hotel on Poland Street will belong to me." With that, Liang Kun hung up without giving Xianshur a chance to respond. "Damn it." Liang Kun slammed his phone down on the table, yet a smug smile crept onto his face. Wu Jiahua's calculations were indeed correct. Xianshur, that waste, was easily provoked into falling into his trap. Using the life of a Sijio kid to gamble for a territory on Poland Street was a deal that could only be deemed valuable. On the other side, Xianshur listened to the busy signal on the phone, nearly crushing his device in anger. But he quickly regained his composure, a cold smile of scheming success spreading across his face. "Liang Kun, you are far too arrogant. Do you think I would really fight you with the useless members of the United Society? Just wait, for when I invite Dongxing's Kale to cripple your precious Qilin Hao, let us see if you can still laugh." At Dongxing's headquarters, Fei Long pushed a suitcase filled with cash before a grim-faced middle-aged man. "Ben Shu, this is a token of goodwill from our boss." Ben Shu opened the suitcase, took a glance, then closed it casually, saying indifferently, "Xianshur wants to borrow Kale?" "Yes, Ben Shu," Fei Long replied respectfully. "Liang Kun is being overly aggressive. That lackey named Qilin Hao injured over a dozen of our men. Our boss cannot swallow this humiliation and wishes to invite Brother Kale to teach that arrogant brat a lesson in the ring." Ben Shu raised his teacup, gently blowing on the steam. "I have always remembered the grudge against Demi Liang Kun. Humph, he won't be able to bounce around for long." He set down the teacup and called out to a muscular man practicing on a sandbag behind him. "Kale, come over." The man named Kale ceased his actions and approached. Standing over 6 feet tall, his body was a mass of muscle, his bronzed skin marred with scars, and his eyes glinted with a feral intensity. "Ben Shu," his voice was hoarse, laced with a heavy Thai accent. In 1 week, there is a boxing match. The opponent is Liang Kuan's lackey, called Jiahao. Ben Shu pointed at Fei Long. That's him, the one who killed Demi. Upon hearing this, Kaylei's lips curled into a disdainful smile. A knife-wielding master does not equate to a master of fists. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing like popping fireworks. I shall make him aware of what true Muay Thai entails. The news swiftly spread. Hongxing Kalinho has challenged the United Association, where the arena shall determine life and death. Instantly, the underground boxing establishments across the entire Hong Kong island began to open their betting lines. Everyone believed this was a contest devoid of suspense. After all, the United Association has enlisted the formidable Muay Thai champion Kailei to bolster their ranks. The odds were swiftly established. Champion Kailei 1-1-5. Hongxing Kalinho 1-5. The substantial disparity in odds indicated the bookmakers' utter lack of faith in Wu Jiahao. In Wu Jiahao's apartment, Jimmy meticulously relayed the intel he had gathered, reporting every detail to Wu Jiahao. Brother Hao, the word on the street is rampant. Hardly anyone in the black market is betting on your victory. A hint of concern graced Jimmy's face. Oh, Wu Jiahao, however, remained unfazed, his torso bare as he methodically practiced punches in the center of the living room. Unlike the exaggerated movements of Muay Thai, he maintained a taut body, his arms drawn to his chest. With each step he took, he exuded stability and strength, as if measuring the ground beneath him. At times, he struck like a tiger descending the mountain, delivering a powerful punch. At other moments, he moved like a serpent emerging from its lair, launching a precise jab forward. His entire aura ascended in tandem with the execution of his techniques. Zhang Meiran emerged from her room, holding a platter of sliced fruit. Upon witnessing this scene, she instinctively halted, observing quietly. On the sofa, Shisanmai scoffed dismissively. Hey, are you capable of this? Do you have the leisure to practice these flashy moves? She grabbed a piece of watermelon and, with her mouth full, mumbled, I think you should eat a couple more chickens to nourish your body, then you'll run faster. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiahao ceased his movements. He turned to Shisanmai, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, he slowly extended a punch toward the empty coffee table before him. The motion was deliberate and gentle, devoid of any gust of wind. Yet, with a sharp crack, the thick tempered glass coffee table shattered unexpectedly, its surface fracturing like a spider's web. Ah! Both Zhang Meiran and Shisanmai screamed in unison, startled by the bizarre spectacle, their fruit platter and watermelon tumbling to the floor. Wu Jiahao retracted his fist and exhaled a breath of stale air. Approaching the two astonished girls, he picked up a remaining apple, wiped it clean, and took a bite. Now, do you understand the value of practicing martial arts? Chapter 26. Will allies defeat rivals? The intricate schemes of the gangsters in the boxing gym of Wan Chai, the mingled sense of sweat and liniment pervaded the air, saturating the entire space. The rhythmic thuds of the punching bags echoed continuously. Ha ha, this is hilarious, Shan Ji exclaimed, clutching a newspaper, his laughter uncontrollable as he pointed at the headline. Does that little brother of Liang Kuan, named Qilin, have a screw loose? How dare he challenge Dongxing's Kailei in the ring? He slammed the newspaper onto the table, spitting with fervor. That fool thinks he can box just because he can wield a knife? Let me tell you, Kailei from Dongxing is a legitimate Muay Thai master, boasting 9 consecutive wins in the underground boxing circuit. 9 wins. Do you grasp the significance of that? Big Tian Air leaned in, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Is that for real? Then this is our golden opportunity. Of course it's true, Shan Ji replied with pride. I've already placed all my bets, going all in on Kailei. The odds are 1 to 1.5. It's a guaranteed win. At that moment, Bao Pai, who had remained silent, quietly pulled out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket. Adjusting his glasses, he earnestly inquired, Brother Ji, count me in for 500. I'll bet too. 1,000. Big Tian Air, eager not to fall behind, chimed in. In a corner, Chun Haonan, who had been doing bench presses, slowly lowered the barbell. He remained silent, yet the disdain and schadenfreude in his eyes were more piercing than Shan Ji's mockery. The name Wu Jiahao, Qilin, had become a thorn in his heart, each breath tinged with a subtle pain. He could not forget the humiliation of being trampled in the alley by that person, nor could he overlook Brother B's admiration for him. Now, this individual was set to enter the ring. Against Dongxing's Muay Thai champion? Excellent. Just splendid. A cold arc formed at the corner of Chun Haonan's mouth. At that moment, a deep voice resonated behind them. Is it true that the Hongxing members do not support their own, but instead cheer for Dongxing? Everyone turned to see a tall, muscular man striding toward them. Glistening with sweat from his recent workout, a towel draped around his neck, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He was Ah Hu, the top fighter under Brother B. Seeing Ah Hu, Shan Ji was unfazed, retorting with a sneer, "Brother Hu? You can't say that. He is not one of us. He is merely a dog under Liang Kun. He doesn't even belong to our faction." Ah Hu's expression turned icy in an instant. "What did you say?" "I said he is Liang Kun's dog. What of it?" Shan Ji stood his ground defiantly. Ah Hu's lips twitched slightly, and without further ado, he advanced with lightning speed. Bang! The sound of impact resonated as Shan Ji was sent sprawling like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground 2 meters away, curled up in pain. "Damn it! You dare hit my brother!" Chun Haonan's eyes turned crimson as he roared, charging at Ah Hu alongside Big Tian Air and Bao Pai. Ah Hu regarded the three advancing towards him with an unreadable expression. He sidestepped Chun Haonan's punch, swiftly seizing his arm, twisting his waist for a clean throw. Bang! Chun Haonan was slammed into the ground, feeling as if his insides had been rearranged. Immediately after, Ah Hu delivered a hook that landed squarely on Big Tian Air's chin, causing him to see stars as he spun around and collapsed. As for Bao Pai, Ah Hu merely lifted his foot and kicked him in the stomach, leaving him doubled over and unable to rise. The entire altercation lasted no more than 5 seconds. The other young fighters in the gym stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Ah Hu approached the groaning Shan Ji, placing a foot on his chest, looking down at him with an imposing demeanor. "Remember this. I don't care if you side with Brother B or Liang Kun. Once you step outside, the words Hongxing will be etched upon your foreheads." His voice was low but brimming with undeniable authority. "Internal disputes in Hongxing are matters for our own brothers. Behind closed doors, we can fight to the death if we wish. But if anyone dares to turn against their own and aid outsiders in trampling their brothers, they are nothing but traitors." He pressed down slightly with his foot, causing Shan Ji's face to blanch in pain. 3 days in the gang, and you've already taken 2 beatings, yet you still have the audacity to complain? Ignorant fools. With that, he withdrew his foot, disregarding the fallen trio, and turned to wipe his sweat with the towel. Chun Haonan and the others, bruised and battered, rose from the ground. Their eyes filled not with fear, but with a deeper resentment directed at Ah Hu. This resentment ultimately coalesced into a singular name, Wu Jiahao. If it weren't for his incessant need for attention, if it weren't for his decision to participate in that ridiculous match, how could we have been beaten by Ah Hu? How could we have suffered such disgrace? Chun Haonan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. He silently vowed that on the day of the match, he would be there in person. He longed to witness how Wu Jiahao would be mercilessly beaten by Dongxing's Kele, each punch and kick leaving him battered in the ring. Meanwhile, in Mong Kok, at a retro-style tea restaurant, Wu Jiahao was indulging in a feast alongside Shi, San Mei, and Zhang Mei Run. The owner of the establishment was none other than the former overlord of Yao Ma Ti, Xia Bao, who had retreated from the underworld for many years. To ensure Wu Jiahao dined peacefully, Xia Bao had cleared the restaurant, hanging a sign that read "Closed for today" at the entrance. The table was laden with an array of dishes, and before Wu Jiahao lay 5 empty plates that had once held roasted chicken. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he picked up a bowl of beef brisket noodles and began to devour it voraciously. Shi Sanmei, seated across from him, stared in disbelief, forgetting to nibble on the apple in her hand. "Wait, Brother Hao, were you reincarnated as Zhu Beiji? You've consumed 5 chickens. Is there an alternate dimension inside your stomach?" Zhang Mei Run chimed in softly. "Being able to eat is a blessing, unlike some people who are full after just a few bites, wasting food." Shi Sanmei shot her a glare. "You little brat. Are you talking about someone specific?" Wu Jiahao paid no mind to the banter between the two women. He finished his last bite of noodles, drained the soup, and contentedly let out a satisfied burp. As he wiped his mouth, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the newspaper crumpled by the mountain chicken at the corner of the table. The front page headline screamed in striking black letters, "Hongxing's villain challenges Dongxing's boxing king. Life and death arena ignites the city's gambling scene." Below, a smaller line read, "Thai boxing king Kele odds 1-1-5. Hongxing Qilin odds 1-5. Is victory already predestined?" Wu Jiahao's gaze lingered on the newspaper for a few seconds before he averted his eyes, his expression devoid of any emotion. He picked up the iced lemon tea on the table and leisurely took a sip. The tumult of the outside world, the odds of the gambling scene. the strength of his opponents. These were merely trifling amusements to him after a meal. What truly mattered to him was but one thing: to eliminate the one known as Kale with utmost decisiveness. Then, seize Bolin Street. Chapter 27. The Chronicles of Cup Filling. After a satisfying meal, Wu Jiahao reclined comfortably on the sofa in the booth, his eyes gently closed in a moment of tranquility. His leisurely demeanor, however, caused great anxiety for the girl across from him, San Mei. "Hey, how go?" San Mei slammed the half-eaten apple onto the table, glaring at him. "Have you eaten your fill just to sit there in a daze? You have only 3 days left until the bout. Are you even preparing?" "I have inquired about that fellow," she continued, her expression grave. "He is notorious for his ruthless nature. In underground boxing matches, his opponents either end up dead or severely injured. It is said that a single sweeping kick from him can sever a wooden post as thick as a bowl. He is a true boxing champion, not someone to be trifled with." Beside them, Zhang Meron nervously clutched her clothes, murmuring, "Yes, how go? The newspapers all say he is formidable." Wu Jiahao slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the two girls, their faces filled with concern, and a smile crept across his lips. "Do not worry, I have things under control." His tone was as relaxed as if discussing where to have dim sum the next day. "What do you mean you have things under control? How can you be so unfazed?" San Mei exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. "Just because you've taken down a few thugs does not mean you can handle a boxing ring. Those are two entirely different realms." Wu Jiahao chose not to elaborate on the intricacies of Xingyi. The martial art emphasizes the lethal strike, honing internal strength, spirit, and energy. These concepts would likely be lost on them, appearing as mere fantasy. Instead, he stretched lazily and said to the two, "Enough worrying. On the day of the match, just dress nicely and come cheer for me." "What?" Zhang Meruan's cheeks flushed at his words, and she instinctively nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. San Mei rolled her eyes dramatically, pulling Zhang Meron behind her and glaring at Wu Jiahao. I knew you were just trying to show off in front of Meron. Let me tell you, if you get beaten to a pulp up there, I will be the first to laugh at you." Despite her words, the worry in her gaze remained palpable. At that moment, a young man clad in a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, appearing quite refined, hurried into the tea restaurant. It was Jimmy. "How go?" Jimmy approached the table, slightly bowing as he handed over a document. Wu Jiahao accepted the file and gestured for him to sit. Jimmy adjusted his glasses and reported, "How go? Everything you instructed has been taken care of. The production line for the diapers has been dismantled and packed into several containers, safely hidden in the Kwaicheng container yard. It is absolutely secure. As for the old factory in Mong Kok, I have already arranged for a renovation team. It will be completed in no more than 3 days." Wu Jiahao nodded in satisfaction. Jimmy was indeed reliable. "Please expedite the patent registration process. Money is not an issue. I want to see our brand established in the shortest time possible." "Understood. Once the first batch is ready, we want to make a big fuss about it. We'll start by supplying the maternal and infant stores in Xianshan," Jimmy noted, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Wu Jiahua's strategy was clear. Xianshan is a densely populated area of public housing where the consumer spending is low, but the demand for diapers is substantial due to the high birth rate. By penetrating this market quietly and establishing a foothold, they could eventually aim for the entire Hong Kong island. Jimmy diligently noted this down, feeling invigorated as he recognized the practical application of the business theories he had studied. Wu Jiahao gazed out at the bustling streets, contemplating. This boxing match was his first step into the upper echelons of the underworld. If victorious, his name would resonate throughout the Hong Kong and Kowloon circles, establishing a formidable reputation. From there, taking control of Bolin Street would follow naturally. But should he lose? No, I cannot afford to lose. This diaper production line is both a fallback and the foundation for the future. Yet now, he must forge ahead relentlessly. With a sudden chime, a system notification echoed in his mind. Detected hostess strong will to win. Proficiency in Xingyi at 10. A warm surge coursed through his limbs, and Wu Jiahua's smile widened unconsciously. As night deepened, Wu Jiahao escorted San Mei and Zhang Meron to the entrance of their apartment. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, Zhang Meron's shadow elongated. After much hesitation, she finally summoned the courage to look up at Wu Jiahao and softly asked, "How go? Are you really not afraid at all?" Her voice bore a barely discernible tremor. Wu Jiahao met her clear, worried eyes, feeling a warmth in his heart. He reached out, instinctively wanting to pinch her soft cheek, but halted midway. With a smile, he teased lightly, "Afraid? I have faced the king of hell. Do you think I would fear a mere boxer?" Zhang Meiran felt her heart race at his gaze, instinctively taking a small step back, her cheeks aflame. Shan Mei immediately positioned herself protectively between them, glaring at Wu Jiahao with caution. "Hey, you lecher. I warn you. Keep your hands to yourself." Then, adopting a heroic demeanor, she thumped her chest and declared, "How go? Meiran and I have discussed it. Tonight, the gang from Dongxing might send someone to ambush you. We won't go upstairs. We'll stand guard at your door and keep watch for you." Wu Jiahao couldn't help but chuckle at their earnestness. All right. You two little girls think you can keep watch for me? Just don't let someone throw you into a sack." He waved his hand dismissively. "Go on up. Taking care of yourselves is the best help you can give me." After sending off the two lively girls, Wu Jiahao returned to his own apartment. In the deep of night, silence enveloped him. Instead of sleeping, he stepped out onto the balcony. He removed his shirt, revealing a strong, well-defined physique. The moonlight bathed him like water. He stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, grounding himself, and assumed a starting position for Xingyiquan. Xingyiquan, derived from battlefield techniques, is characterized by its straightforward and vigorous moves, emphasizing the principle of unity. Power rises from the ground, generated through the feet, transmitted via the waist and hips, culminating in the fingertips. Every movement is interconnected. He was about to practice the quintessential power technique of Xingyiquan known as Jinjiao Fajing. Taking a deep breath, his entire body tensed instantly, and then his right foot struck down forcefully. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, causing the entire apartment building to tremble slightly as the flower pots on the balcony quivered. Below, muffled shouts of the security guard could be heard. What on earth is happening upstairs? Are they demolishing the building at this hour? However, Wu Jiahao paid no heed. His face was alight with ecstasy. At that very moment of Jinjiao, he distinctly felt an explosive force surging from the soles of his feet, permeating through his entire being. This power eclipsed his previous mere muscular strength, being several times more formidable and refined. This was the true essence of national martial arts, a lethal skill. Wu Jiao's heart raced with exhilaration. He gazed towards the direction of Qianchuan, where lights glittered, a symbol of the affluent district of Hong Kong Island. It was said that Kailei, his benefactor, resided in a mansion there. Kailei Wu Jiao's gaze sharpened like a blade, and a bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Your Muay Thai championship belt is due for a new owner. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the chilling system notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The boxing match mission is about to activate. Host, please prepare. Task reward, unknown. The moonlight outside illuminated the sharp contours of his profile. His fighting spirit surged with astonishing velocity, boiling over with intensity. Chapter 28. From a triad to CEO, my system prints money. Early the next morning, Wu Jiahao drove his car to an old industrial building in Mong Kok. As the vehicle came to a halt, he noticed a brand new sign had been hung at the entrance of the building. Qilan Ri Hua Yu Xian Gong Si. The gilded characters gleamed in the morning light, exuding an air of grandeur. A slight smile curled at the corners of Wu Jiahao's mouth as he stepped out of the car. At the entrance of the factory, Jimmy was directing several workers, carefully moving in machines covered with canvas. Upon spotting Wu Jiahao, Jimmy's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. "Brother Hao, you're here." His white shirt sleeves were rolled up to his elbows. Beads of perspiration glistened on his forehead, yet the eyes behind his golden-rimmed glasses sparkled with enthusiasm. "Not bad at all. You've hung the sign up so quickly," Wu Jiahao remarked, patting Jimmy on the shoulder as his gaze swept over the equipment being transported. "These are all top-tier production lines, decades ahead of this era, redeemed from the system mall. Hee, Brother Hao, for your enterprise, the facade must be impressive." Jimmy adjusted his glasses, a hint of pride evident in his voice. He lowered his tone. "Brother Hao, where did you get such new machines? They're far more advanced than what those foreigners are selling. And this factory space cost only 50,000. It's an absolute steal." Wu Jiahao chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. Instead, he looked at Jimmy earnestly and said, "Jimmy, I'm giving you a 15% stake in this company. From now on, you are the general manager here." Jimmy was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. 15% stake? General manager? I've only been with you for a few days. He had thought he would merely be a helper, perhaps earning a handsome salary, but Wu Jiahao's generous offer left him astonished. "Brother Hao, this is too much." Jimmy stammered, excitement welling up in his eyes, his eyelids slightly reddening. Enough with the pleasantries. Wu Jiahao waved his hand dismissively, his tone resolute. I judge based on ability, not experience. You are worth this investment. Work diligently alongside me, and we will share the wealth as brothers. Jimmy nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement and gratitude. He solemnly declared, Brother Hao, rest assured. I, Jimmy, will dedicate myself to you and ensure the company flourishes. A soldier dies for his confidant. In that moment, Jimmy silently vowed to follow Wu Jiahao for life. He sincerely reflected. Following the right leader truly saves one from years of detours. The two entered a makeshift small office within the factory. Jimmy retrieved a document from his briefcase and reported, Brother Hao, regarding the license, I've used my connections, and they said it could be processed in as little as 3 days. However, he hesitated slightly before continuing. To expedite the process, I took the liberty of giving the approving officer a $50,000 red envelope. Wu Jiahao, far from being angry, nodded in approval. Well done. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are necessary. If money can resolve the issue, then it is not a problem. He calculated in his mind. He had spent $50,000 on the factory and another $50,000 in gifts. Half of the 200,000 Hong Kong dollars he obtained from Liang Kun had vanished. The remaining 100,000 would need to cover raw materials, worker salaries. Utility bills. Wu Jiahao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Damn it, being a triad in business feels even harder than fighting out there. Money is needed everywhere. It seems that the prize money of 800,000 from this boxing match is a must-have. Brother Hao, after our first batch is produced, how do we distribute it? Jimmy quickly shifted into work mode, pulling out his notebook to take notes. Wu Jiahao walked to the window. Gazing at the dilapidated street below, his thoughts unusually clear. Let us not rush into supermarkets. They have too many regulations and high entry fees. First, go to Brother Liang Kun in Chai Wan and Wan Chai. Speak with the owners of convenience stores and small shops. Inform them that they don't need to stock our diapers in advance. We will supply them and settle accounts after sales. Jimmy paused. Brother Hao, that seems too risky. What if they can't sell them or default on payments therefore? Wu Jiahao turned back, extending 2 fingers. We need to provide them with sufficient incentive. Tell them that for every pack sold, they can net $2. What? Jimmy was taken aback. Brother Hao, the current market profit on a pack of diapers is only $3 or $4. If we give them $2, what do we earn? What we seek is market presence, not initial profits. Wu Jiahao's gaze was sharp. Consider this. When mothers go shopping, the owner tells them, hey, try this diaper. It's affordable and effective versus us advertising ourselves. Which approach yields better results? Sharing $2 with the retailers is akin to hiring hundreds or thousands of salespeople to vigorously promote our product. Do you understand this principle? Jimmy's eyes widened in enlightenment, filled with admiration. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. He excitedly noted down. Leverage the enthusiasm of channel partners to swiftly capture the end market. Then he proposed, Brother Hao, should we invest in a television advertisement? Perhaps hire a celebrity to make a brief mention on Happy Tonight? The effect would surely be great. Not a chance. Wu Jiahao outright rejected. How much does a single advertisement cost? Hundreds of thousands. We don't have that kind of spare cash right now. After contemplating, Wu Jiahao continued. You should go to universities like HKU and CUHK, reach out to student unions, and say we at Chilan Rihua are hiring part-time workers. On weekends, distribute flyers and conduct trial events at public housing estates. The flyers should be straightforward, stating free trials, no charge if unsatisfactory. Let us achieve the greatest impact with minimal expenditure. Once our brand establishes a foothold in Taiwan, we can gradually expand. Jimmy hurriedly jotted down notes. Feeling overwhelmed by the rapid pace of ideas, Wu Jiahao's every strategic move was precise and seasoned, entirely unlike a novice triad stepping into the business world. By the way, there's one more thing, very important. Wu Jiahao's expression suddenly turned serious. You are tasked with recruiting a group of individuals, specifically for security purposes. Security? Jimmy was somewhat perplexed. Brother Hao, we are merely a daily chemical factory. Is it truly necessary to hire dedicated security personnel? Wouldn't it suffice to engage a security company? Those security guards from the company are utterly useless, Wu Jiahao scoffed. He approached Jimmy, lowering his voice, and articulated each word with precision. What I need you to recruit are not mere security guards, but enforcers. A jolt of realization surged through Jimmy as he met Wu Jiahao's gaze. Offer a competitive salary, a base pay of 3,500. higher than the starting salary of the police. Additionally, include performance bonuses. There are only 3 requirements. Wu Jiahao held up 3 fingers. First, they must possess fighting skills. Second, they should have the courage to confront challenges. Third, preferably, they should have served time and recently been released with no means of sustenance. Such individuals are unencumbered and ruthless. In an instant, Jimmy comprehended Wu Jiahao's ulterior motives, a cold sweat trickling down his back. This was no longer about legitimate business. It was about assembling a private militia. Brother, how? Where can I find such individuals? Jimmy's voice faltered. Over in Yao Ma Ti, there are numerous underground boxing gyms, are there not? Wu Jiahao patted him on the shoulder. Go there and say that Chilan Security is hiring, with high salaries and excellent benefits. Remember, this matter must be conducted with more discretion than the production of diapers. Understood. Jimmy nodded earnestly, his demeanor now resolute. He recognized that Wu Jiahao was orchestrating a grand scheme, and he was fortunate to be an integral piece within this intricate chess game. Wu Jiahao watched Jimmy's retreating figure, his eyes deep with contemplation. The diaper factory served as his economic foundation, but in this ruthless world, possessing wealth without weaponry rendered one a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. While Liang Kun was certainly his elder brother, relying on him for every matter was unwise. Mountains may crumble, and people may flee, he mused. Only the power within one's grasp is truly dependable. Without personal armament, one will inevitably be exploited, used as a pawn, and discarded. Wu Jiahao murmured to himself. What he sought was not to be anyone's vanguard, but to become the strategist. At that moment, an all-too-familiar system notification chimed in his mind once more. Ding. Detection of host establishing a commercial empire, ambitious in nature. The commercial system module has been activated. Beginner gift package is being dispensed. Congratulations, host has acquired the complete production technology patents for Chilan Daily Chemicals, along with a startup fund of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Funds have been deposited into the host's designated bank account. Please check promptly. Wu Jiahao was momentarily taken aback. Then an overwhelming wave of joy surged within him. 1 million. The system had directly rewarded him with 1 million. This was truly a timely boon. He had been troubled by insufficient startup capital, only to find the system replenishing his resources. Wu Jiahao pulled out his phone and indeed received a bank notification. Gazing at the long string of zeros, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. With this sum, his plans could now advance more swiftly and securely. He was determined to triumph in the boxing matches and seize control of Boland Street. In this territory of Hong Kong, Wu Jiahao would claim his share of the pie. Chapter 29 Pre-Match Calamity. Chen Haonan goes bankrupt buying tickets. The atmosphere at Julong Guan was electric tonight, pulsating with the fervor of the crowd. The air was thick with the acrid aroma of cigars, sweat, and a heady mix of hormones. The audience below was packed to capacity, with countless gangsters, horsemen, and gamblers hoarsely shouting in unison. Faces contorted with excitement glimmered under the dim lights. Yet, the ambience in the lavish box on the second floor was starkly different. The figure known as Xian Shi was embracing a provocatively dressed Beigou girl, his greasy hands unabashedly roaming her figure. Xian Shi, please, be gentle. The Beigou girl mustered a professional smile, but instinctively recoiled. Xian Shi chuckled, raising a glass of whiskey to his lips, the liquid trickling down his plump chin and staining his floral shirt. What is there to fear? Tonight, I shall win a fortune and take you to buy a gold watch. Beside him, the portly Fei Long leaned in, offering a cigar with a sycophantic grin. Xian Shi is indeed formidable. That girl is fortunate. He cast a furtive glance at the Beigou girl's long legs and lowered his voice. Brother, I've heard she possesses exceptional skills in Bei Pai leg techniques, ensuring your satisfaction tonight. You'll experience the deadly scissor kick. Oh. Xian Shi's eyes sparkled with interest, his hands becoming even more audacious. Just then, the door to the box swung open, revealing a tall man clad in a black leather jacket, exuding an air of defiance. His rebellious bangs framed a face that perpetually wore a faint, sardonic smirk, radiating an intimidating aura. East Star, Crow, Xian Shi exclaimed, pushing the Beigou girl away as he stood up. Crow, you finally arrived. I thought you were too afraid of Liang Kun to show your face. Crow nonchalantly pulled out a chair, sitting with an air of indifference, his feet resting atop the table without even a glance at Xian Shi. Liang Kun is nothing. His voice was gruff, gravelly, like metal scraping against metal. Xian Shi, instead of growing angry, only smiled wider, gesturing towards the muscular fighter, Kale, warming up below. Look, my top fighter, Kale. I've wagered $1 million on him today. I'm betting he LL crushed that so-called Jiahao. He wiggled his finger triumphantly. Crow finally lifted his gaze, casting a disinterested glance in the direction Xianshi indicated, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. $1 million? You truly overestimate that Jiahao. I heard he was merely a rookie, never even hit a sandbag. Liang Kun is just leading him to his demise. Meanwhile, in another corner of the audience, Shanji was puffing on a cigarette, bantering with Bao Pai and De Tian. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to two striking figures nearby. One girl, clad in leather, short-haired, and exuding confidence, was none other than San Mei. Beside her, her friend Zhang Mei Run wore a white dress, her long hair cascading down, a picture of elegance that seemed out of place in the chaotic environment. Wow, they're stunning. Shanji's eyes widened. He observed as Zhang Mei Run approached the betting window, hesitating before pulling out 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. I'll bet on Jiahao to win. Her voice was soft yet clear, reaching Shanji's ears. Shanji burst into laughter, extinguishing his cigarette and swaggering over with an air of self-importance. Beautiful lady, is money making you foolish? Betting on that Jiahao? You might as well toss your money into Victoria Harbor for the sound it LL make. Zhang Mei Run was startled by the unexpected advance, instinctively stepping back. San Mei stepped forward, arms crossed, glaring coldly at Shanji. What is that to you? My friend can bet on whoever she likes. Well, the little girl has some fire. Shanji appraised San Mei with a lewd gaze. Do you even understand? Kale's odds are 1, 2, while Jiahao's are 1, 8. The bookmaker is making it clear he's just cannon fodder. San Mei scoffed, retorting without hesitation. Your eyes are smaller than mung beans. Can you even comprehend what those odds mean? Higher odds indicate greater rewards. We sisters enjoy surprises. What concern is that of yours? You. Shanji was left speechless, his face flushed. Just then, Jiahao approached, brow furrowed. Shanji. Let it go. Let it go? Shanji felt humiliated in front of the crowd, his temper flaring. Anan, don't interfere. Today, I will teach these two girls a lesson about the rules of the underworld. As he spoke, his companions Bao Pai and De Tian closed in, subtly trapping San Mei and Zhang Mei Run. Zhang Mei Run, frightened by the sudden confrontation, turned pale, gripping San Mei's arm tightly. Though San Mei felt a flutter of anxiety, she held her head high, defiantly staring at Shanji. What? You want to throw a punch? What if I do? Shanji was thoroughly provoked, raising his fist to strike. Just then, a mocking voice emerged from behind them. Wow, I thought someone was feeling bold. Turns out it's just big BS lackeys. Everyone turned to see Liang Kun, cigar in mouth, flanked by a group of henchmen, strolling leisurely towards them. Accompanying him was the stoic Wu Jiahao. Liang Kun's gaze swept over the tense standoff, landing on Shanji's raised fist, his expression dripping with mockery. Big B is truly becoming more capable. He has produced 5 useless brutes who can only hit women. Before he could finish, another figure squeezed through the crowd. His face darkened with anger. It was Big B. Upon arrival, he witnessed his men surrounding the two girls, with Shanji ready to strike, and his fury ignited. Especially in front of his rival Liang Kun. This was akin to inviting humiliation. Jiahao, what on earth is going on here? Big B barked. As Jiahao and the others saw their leader had arrived, they shrank back like mice before a cat, silenced and wary. Liang Kun chuckled, stepping up to Big B, poking his chest with a finger holding the cigar. Be go. It is not for me to say, but one must discern the character of those they associate with. Why would one recruit someone so despicable that even strikes against women do not faze him? Is it merely to bring shame upon oneself? Wu Jiahao, standing behind Liang Kun, seized the moment to deliver a sharp retort, his gaze fixed on Jiahao, his tone unembellished yet rife with derision. To wield a knife against others is one thing, but to feign ferocity before women is quite another. This remark pierced Jiahao's heart like a needle. He recalled the day he was brutally beaten by Wu Jiahao in the alley, the humiliating image of himself fleeing with his brothers flooding his mind, causing the color to drain from his face as his fists clenched tightly. Shanji was incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Jiahao, shouting, "Who do you call trash?" He yearned to charge forward, but was firmly restrained by Jiahao. "Let me go?" Liang Zainan. Enough. DB's countenance had darkened to an extreme degree. He understood that today's disgrace was profound. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the fury within him, pointing at Chun Haonan and his companions, commanding with deliberate clarity, "All of you, bow and apologize to these two young ladies." "Be go," Shanji protested defiantly. "Do you not comprehend my words?" DB's gaze turned menacing. Ultimately, under the immense pressure, Chun Haonan and his companions were compelled to bow in humiliation before Shi, San Mei, and Zhang Meiran. "I'm sorry." Liang Kun erupted into exaggerated laughter, patting DB's shoulder as he departed with Wu Jiahao. As the crowd dispersed, DB's expression remained grim as he dragged Chun Haonan into the shadows of a corner. "Be go I." "Silence," DB admonished in a low voice, casting a wary glance towards Liang Kun's departing figure. "I do not care how you conduct yourselves privately, but do not jeopardize my affairs." He retrieved a betting slip from his pocket and pressed it into Chun Haonan's hand. "This is 500,000. Bet on Kailei to win." Chun Haonan's heart raced. DB's gaze was frigid. "Remember, you may place the bet, but do not let Liang Kun's men take notice. I want him to lose everything." "I understand." "Bigu," Chun Haonan nodded emphatically, instantly grasping DB's intentions. This was a game among the titans of the underworld, and he and his compatriots were but pawns. He tucked the betting slip away and, lifting his gaze, inadvertently scanned the distant VIP box. Through the glass, he caught sight of Xian Shi and Dongxing Wuya huddled together, conspiring furtively. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. He distinctly observed Xian Shi's head, Fei Long, holding a small white paper bag, carefully pouring its contents into the Kailei cup of their fighter, and then shaking it vigorously to mix. After completing this act, Fei Long glanced around nervously. At that moment, a chilling wave surged through Chun Haonan, striking him from his feet to the crown of his head. They were drugging their own fighter before the match. Was this some sort of stimulant or something even more insidious? A thought exploded in his mind. If the Kailei was laced with drugs, then Wu Jiahao would surely meet his demise. What of BGE's 500,000? Chun Haonan's heart raced uncontrollably, and he instinctively glanced at DB, his mouth agape, yet not a word escaped his lips. Chapter 30. Money for a Coffin? The genius of Hongxing Finance teaches online. Chun Haonan clutched the $50,000 betting slip, his palms drenched in cold sweat. The edges of the paper were nearly crumpled in his grip. Poison. That lewd and treacherous gang dared to resort to foul play in the boxing match. This was no mere act of cheating. They were playing with lives. His mind was a chaotic whirlpool. Brother B had instructed him to bet on Kailei to win, intending for Liang Kun to lose. But now that Kailei had been drugged, would Wu Jiahao even make it back alive? If Wu Jiahao were to be killed in the ring, it would spell disaster. That madman Liang Kun would undoubtedly turn the tables, and the entire Hongxing would be dragged down with him. Brother B's 50,000 was not merely an attempt to have Liang Kun lose. It was a sum that could scarcely cover Wu Jiahao's funeral expenses. Should he inform Brother B? Chun Haonan glanced at the corner where Big B was chatting amiably with several senior figures, and the thought evaporated instantly. How could he say it? That he saw Dongxing's men drugging the fighter? Where was the evidence? Fei Long had long since disappeared, without proof. Rushing to Brother B with such claims would likely lead him to believe Haonan was merely making excuses for his cowardice in betting. "Haonan, what are you dawdling for? The time is almost up," Shanji urged from the side. Chun Haonan wrestled with his conscience, ultimately steeling himself, clutching the betting slip, and trudging toward the betting window. He could not disregard Brother B's orders any longer. Wu Jiahao's fate was none of his concern. That guy had nearly beaten him to a pulp last time. If he died, he would have it coming. He comforted himself with these thoughts, yet his heart raced faster, as if it might leap from his throat. "I want to bet." Just as Chun Haonan was about to speak, a crisp and somewhat mocking voice rang out behind him. "Oh, isn't this the charming Haonan who just taught us how to be decent?" Shirsen Mei, arms crossed, leaned against a nearby pillar, a cold smile gracing her lips. "What's this? Have you come to your senses so quickly, ready to bet on that Chilan Hao's opponent to win?" Her voice was not soft, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon Chun Haonan, filled with suspicion, disdain, and amusement. "You vile woman, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shanji was the first to leap to his defense, pointing an accusatory finger at Shirsen Mei. "Nonsense." Shirsan Mei raised an eyebrow, her disdainful eyes sweeping over the betting slip in Chun Haonan's hand. He was holding money, standing there. It was not to bet on Kailei. Was it to bet on the size of the victory? "My brother Hao," As a member of Hongxing, fights to bring glory to the gang. Yet you lot, instead of cheering him on, are betting on his opponent to win? Hoping for your own to perish in the ring? Each of her words struck at the core. The surrounding gangsters immediately began to murmur among themselves. What was going on? How could Brother B's men bet on Dongxing's fighters to win? Surely, this was against the rules? What a disgrace. If word got out, where would Hongxing's reputation stand? Chun Haonan's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Feeling as though he had been stripped bare and cast out into the streets of Causeway Bay, subjected to the scornful gaze of countless onlookers. Big B's expression darkened. He had merely intended for Chun Haonan to place a discreet bet to annoy Liang Kun, never anticipating that Shursan Mei would expose it publicly. He stepped forward to mediate. Mei, one shouldn't speak so harshly. In gambling, there are wins and losses. Betting on whoever is based on one's judgment. Nanzi has his own discernment, and that is quite normal, Brother B. It's not as simple as that, a languid voice interjected. Liang Kun strolled over, cigar in mouth, followed closely by the impassive Wu Jiahao. He approached Big B, pointing towards the boxing ring with his cigar, then gesturing towards Chun Haonan. My man represents Hongxing and is up there fighting against the trash from Dongxing. And yours? You bet on the opponent to win? Brother B, do you wish for the entire underworld to see us as a laughingstock? Are you telling everyone that we at Hongxing are but a disjointed group, failing to support our own? Liang Kun's words elevated the matter from personal grievance to a question of gang honor. Big B's countenance darkened to a shade of stormy anger. He glared fiercely at Liang Kun, his teeth grinding audibly. Liang Kun, do not slander my men. How they conduct themselves is not for you to teach. Just as the tension between the two escalated to a breaking point, Wu Jiahao suddenly moved. He silently approached the betting window, retrieved a check from his pocket, and slapped it down onto the table. I bet on myself to win. His voice was quiet, yet it reverberated throughout the boisterous venue like a thunderclap. All fell silent. The staff at the window paused, their hands trembling as they looked at the figure on the check. Yes, sir, are you certain? 10,000. Bet on Qilin how to win, Wu Jiahao stated blandly, devoid of any emotion. The odds were 1-5. If he won, that would amount to 50,000. The crowd erupted in disbelief. To use one's own money to bet on oneself to win. Such audacity and confidence. Liang Kun paused in surprise before bursting into exaggerated laughter, clapping Wu Jiahao on the shoulder. Ha ha, good. Ahao, you've got guts. Now that's the spirit of my brother. He turned to Big B, a look of disdain crossing his face. Brother B, do you see? This is what it means to be a member of Hongxing. Look at your subordinates. Liang Kun's gaze swept over Chun Haonan and the others, filled with contempt. They're all like limp noodles, useless. Shouldn't Liang Kun. Teach them what it means to have some damn principles. You. Big B trembled with rage, his face turning scarlet. He whirled around, unleashing a furious roar at Chun Haonan and the others. You worthless scoundrels. How have I taught you? We are members of Hongxing. How can we support those Dongxing trash? You're about to ruin our reputation. His vehement words echoed, spittle flying onto Chun Haonan's face. Yet at the very moment he roared, his gaze subtly and menacingly shot a glance at Chun Haonan, before darting swiftly towards the betting window. The implication in that look was unmistakable. While insults may be exchanged and theatrics may unfold, the essential task must not be neglected. Chun Haonan's heart sank to the depths of despair. He realized that today's wager was one he could not forego. Wu Jiahao observed everything with keen interest, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Truly. It was exceedingly fascinating. As the countdown to the boxing match commenced, the atmosphere within the venue escalated to a fever pitch. The cacophony of the gangsters' jeers, whistles, and the clinking of beer bottles coalesced into a fervent crescendo, nearly threatening to shatter the ceiling. Wu Jiahao sought a relatively quiet corner, methodically unwrapping a chocolate bar, savoring it slowly to replenish his energy. He could overhear the discussions around him. Hey, have you heard? That one called Kale has achieved 9 consecutive victories in underground boxing matches in Thailand, and he has even taken a life. Indeed, just look at his muscles. They are as solid as stone. That fellow named Qilin, with his delicate skin, might be knocked out with a single punch. Did Liang Kun misjudge this time? Why choose such a pretty boy for a boxing match? Chapter 31. In this round, I bet on mechanical ascension not far away. Shursan Mei's father, Shueda, was holding 2 betting slips, a look of deep contemplation etched across his face. He murmured to himself, evidently preparing to place bets on both sides to mitigate risk. Shursan may cast a disparaging glance at him, unimpressed by his indecision. Zhang Meirun stood nearby, close to Wu Jiahao, her silence betraying her anxiety as she clenched the hem of her garment, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She gazed at the lights illuminating the boxing ring, her pallor intensified by the sight of the menacing gamblers surrounding her. After finishing the last bite of chocolate, Wu Jiahao crumpled the wrapper into a ball and expertly tossed it into a distant trash can. He approached Zhang Meirun, extending his hand to gently steady hers, which was fidgeting nervously. Her hands felt somewhat chilly. "Do not worry," Wu Jiahao said, looking into her eyes with a calm and resolute voice. "I will not lose." As soon as he spoke, a blue stream of data, visible only to him, flashed before his eyes. Ding. Detection of host entering high-intensity combat. Adrenaline surging, bodily functions activated passively. Xingyi Quan proficiency, 15. Current proficiency, 75. A warm surge coursed through his limbs, a tingling sensation expanding from deep within his muscles. He could distinctly sense his strength, speed, and reflexes significantly enhanced at that moment. Wu Jiahao's gaze sharpened instantly. His eyes scanned the arena, everything around him becoming remarkably clear. He spotted Dabi, engaged in a hushed conversation with an unfamiliar elderly man in a chaotic corner. He recognized the old man as Ben Shu, a senior figure in the Dongxing society. Was Hongxing's Red Stick having clandestine discussions with a rival faction's elder before the fight? Wu Jiahao shifted his focus to the opposite side of the ring. The man known as Fai Long was whispering menacingly into Keilei's ear, his face twisted in a cruel expression. While the words were inaudible, Wu Jiahao could infer their intent from Fai Long's fierce gestures and the aggression in his demeanor. No need to hold back. Finish him. Wu Jiahao's expression turned icy. It appeared they were not merely interested in winning money. They intended to eliminate him, disgrace Jing Kuan, and potentially incite a larger conflict. Slowly, he cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp, resounding pops. Very well. Let us see who will ultimately prevail. Bong, bong, bong. The bronze bell in the center of the ring was struck by the announcer, its piercing sound cutting through the clamor of the crowd. A rotund man clad in a floral shirt and adorned with a large gold chain, the spokesperson for the United Society, staggered onto the stage. Fai Long snatched the microphone, his face contorted into a grotesque grin as he bellowed to the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's main event. This boxing match has but one rule." He paused, raising a finger and surveying the crowd, his voice dripping with bloodlust. "There are no rules. In this arena, life and death are fated. Once you step onto this stage, be you dragon or worm, accept your destiny." The opportunity for wealth lay before them. Once bets were placed, there would be no room for regret. As his words echoed, the crowd erupted into raucous cheers. "Yes, finish him. Now this is entertaining." The atmosphere ignited with fervor. Now for the first warm-up match. Representing our Hongxing Dabi's crew, we have De Ji Wei. Opposing him is the Thai contender, Song Bo. A robust, muscular man, De Ji Wei leaped onto the boxing ring first. He pounded his chest and waved to the Hongxing supporters, eliciting enthusiastic applause. In contrast, Song Bo, the Thai fighter, ascended amidst a chorus of boos. Bare-chested, his bronze skin marred by scars and tattoos, he moved with heavy steps, his vacant gaze revealing a feral intensity. Wu Jiahao's brow furrowed slightly. There was something unsettling about Song Bo's demeanor. His bloodshot eyes, dilated pupils, bore no semblance of normalcy. He resembled an enraged rabid dog. The referee quickly briefed the fighters before stepping back. Ding! The bell rang, and De Ji Wei charged forth with a fierce roar, launching a powerful straight punch aimed directly at Song Bo's face. However, Song Bo exhibited astonishing reflexes, sidestepping effortlessly, and then, like a cheetah, he closed in. Bang! 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 3 brutal knee strikes landed squarely against De Ji Wei's abdomen, each impact resonating with a dull thud. De Ji Wei's face turned an alarming shade of purplish red, veins bulging on his forehead as he staggered backward under the assault. Yet, Song Bo showed no mercy, unleashing a relentless barrage of elbows, knees, and whip-like kicks, each strike aimed at vital points. Wu Jiahao's nostrils flared. Alongside the sense of sweat and alcohol, a faint, chemical aroma permeated the air, emanating from Song Bo's stimulants, and of a particularly potent variety. Ding! Detection of opponent using banned substances. Bodily functions abnormal. Host, please remain vigilant against opponent's violations. The blue stream of data flickered before him. Wu Jiahao's expression turned frigid as ice. Indeed, in the ring, Ji Wei, completely overwhelmed, could only protect his head and endure the onslaught. Yet he was a tough fighter, gritting his teeth to remain standing. Amidst a brief lull in Song Bo's assault, he seized an opportunity, mustering all his strength to deliver a vicious uppercut that connected solidly with Song Bo's chin. Bang! The punch landed with undeniable force, causing Song Bo's head to snap back. The Hongxing supporters erupted in a deafening cheer. Well done, Wei Ge. Take down that Thai fighter. However, an uncanny scene unfolded. Song Bo shook his head, and rather than displaying any signs of agony, he instead revealed a grotesque grin. With a sudden expulsion, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, along with his white dental guard, which splattered onto the canvas of the boxing ring. His crimson eyes fixated intensely on Ji Wei, brimming with mockery and cruelty. Ji Wei, witnessing this scene, was rendered utterly bewildered. What manner of creature is this? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Song Bo sprang into action. With a swift maneuver, his right elbow sliced upward like a blade, delivering a devastating blow to Ji Wei's left ribcage. Crack! A sharp, spine-chilling sound of bone fracturing resonated throughout the venue, overpowering even the raucous music and shouts. Ji Wei let out a piercing scream, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp, collapsing weakly to the ground, clutching his side and writhing in pain. The arena fell into an instant silence. Then, it erupted in a cacophony akin to a roaring tsunami. My goodness! It's broken. A bone is shattered. This Thai fighter is exceedingly fierce. His strikes are truly ruthless. Chapter 32, The Thai Boxing King, defeated in 3 seconds. With draws and tears, the referee and medical personnel hurriedly rushed onto the stage, lifting the groaning Ji Wei away. The supporters of Fei Long exhibited expressions of unrestrained joy, raising Song Bo's hand in triumph. The large screen in the arena displayed the odds for Wu Jiahao, also known as Qilin, which began to fluctuate wildly. From 1-3, it soared upwards, reaching 1-4. 1-5. Ultimately settling at a glaring 1-6. This signified that everyone believed Wu Jiahao was doomed. In a nearby VIP booth, Chen Haonan's eyes gleamed as he observed the odds. He excitedly slapped the table, laughing heartily at Shan Ji and Bao Pai. Haha, I've struck gold. I bet 200,000 on Qilin to lose. Damn it, Liang Kun has truly lost his mind, sending such a pretty boy to his demise. Tonight, with my winnings, I must acquire a sports car. What do you think of a Ferrari? Shan Ji and the others joined in the raucous laughter, casting disdainful and mocking glances toward Wu Jiahao. On the boxing ring, Song Bo reveled in the cheers of victory. His gaze scanned the crowd, ultimately landing squarely on Wu Jiahao. He grinned widely and slowly raised his middle finger in a blatant act of provocation. The surrounding spectators followed his gaze, turning their attention to Wu Jiahao, eagerly anticipating his response. Some chuckled, while others shook their heads. Wu Jiahao displayed no emotion on his face. He quietly observed Song Bo on the stage, his eyes devoid of any ripples. Gradually, he lifted his right hand. Under the watchful eyes of all, he gently and deliberately drew his thumb across his throat. A simple yet profoundly threatening gesture. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc. That smile was more chilling than Song Bo's menacing grin. Song Bo's smile froze. In Wu Jiahao's gaze, he perceived something he had never encountered before. It was neither anger nor fear, but rather indifference, a dispassionate regard, as if observing lifeless matter. Next match. Main event. Qilin vs. Song Bo. The announcer's voice echoed once more. Wu Jiahao removed his jacket, revealing a robust upper body, though lacking the exaggerated muscle mass of Song Bo. Every inch of his musculature was smooth and well-defined, exuding an explosive aesthetic. He flexed his wrists and neck before striding towards the boxing ring. Be careful, Hao Ge. Zhang Meruan's voice trembled with worry. Shi Sanmei rarely displayed a serious expression, her gaze fixated on his retreating figure. Wu Jiahao did not look back. One step at a time, he ascended the steps, crossing the ropes to stand at the center of the ring, facing the Thai fighter, who radiated the stench of blood and drugs. The referee glanced at both combatants, uttering a perfunctory begin before swiftly stepping aside. He had no desire to get caught in the fray. Before the whistle had fully faded, Song Bo lunged forward like a frenzied beast, roaring. Under the influence of drugs, his speed and strength reached their zenith. A fist the size of a cauldron sliced through the air, targeting Wu Jiahao's face. He intended to obliterate the pretty boy's head with a single, brutal blow. Below, Zhang Meirun shut her eyes in terror. Chen Haonan's smirk deepened. Yet, in the face of this thunderous punch, Wu Jiahao neither retreated nor dodged. He executed a move that left everyone bewildered. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Just as Song Bo's fist was about to graze his nose, Wu Jiahao's body suddenly sank, his right foot stepping forward. His entire being lowered its center of gravity, channeling strength through his spine to his right arm. Using the principles of Xingyi, he unleashed a half-step burst punch. His fist did not strike Song Bo's body nor block the incoming attack. Instead, at an ingeniously acute angle, he launched an upward strike that accurately collided with Song Bo's wrist as he swung with all his might. The sound of a bone shattering, more resonant than the earlier crack of De Ji Wei's ribs, echoed in everyone's ears. It was a collision of raw power against finesse. Song Bo's roar instantly morphed into a heart-wrenching scream. His once proud iron fist bent at an unnatural angle, the stark white bone piercing through the skin, exposed to the air. The excruciating pain contorted his facial muscles, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his deformed wrist with his left hand. His body convulsing from the agony. The arena fell into a profound silence. All were stunned by the rapid turn of events. With a single move, the once arrogant Thai boxing champion had been rendered incapacitated. Chen Haonan's smile froze, his mouth agape in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. Wu Jiahao regarded the kneeling, wailing Song Bo with an expression devoid of compassion. He slowly lifted his right foot and then forcefully kicked Song Bo's face. With a resounding thud, Song Bo was propelled backward, a few blood-stained teeth mingling with fragments of his knocked-out dental appliance flying from his mouth. He lay motionless on the ring, akin to a lifeless dog. A complete annihilation. Wu Jiahao gradually retracted his foot, standing in the center of the boxing ring. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the astonished, fearful, and dazed faces, passing over the pale face of Fei Long, and finally landing on the astonished Chen Haonan. His voice thundered through the underground boxing arena. Who's next? Silence. A deathly silence. Moments later, Hao Gu is so handsome. Zhang Meirun's shrill voice shattered the stillness. She, flushed with excitement, energetically jumped and waved her fists in the air. Her face was a canvas of frustration and exhilaration. Had I known it would be this intense, I would have wagered 100,000. What a monumental loss. Wu Jiahao's words, "Who is next?" detonated like a bomb in the silent boxing arena. All eyes instinctively converged on the VIP booth of the Lianhe. There sat Fei Long and his superior, Xianshi. Fei Long's visage was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had invested a substantial sum to invite the champion Songbo from Thailand, intending to flaunt his prowess before Hongxing and make a handsome profit in the process. But what was the outcome? In a mere confrontation, his wrist was rendered useless. With a single kick, the man was knocked unconscious. This was not merely a slap to his face. It was akin to skinning Fei Long's face and trampling it beneath foot. Useless. Truly a waste. Fei Long trembled with rage, seizing a bottle from the table and smashing it violently onto the ground. The sound of shattering glass pierced the silence with an unsettling sharpness. Meanwhile, in Chen Haonan's booth, the atmosphere had plummeted to a freezing point. "Brother Nan, our money." Bao Pai stared at the unconscious Songbo in the ring, then glanced at the glaring one. 6 odds displayed on the big screen, his voice trembling. 200,000. That was 200,000. In the blink of an eye, it was all gone. Chapter 33. Liang Kuan's manic laughter. My brother is a scion. Chen Haonan's expression was more grotesque than if he had just ingested excrement. He fixed his gaze intently on Wu Jiahao at the center of the ring, his fists clenched tightly, producing a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. He could not comprehend it. Damn it, he truly could not fathom. How could a mere small-time thug, a sycophant trailing behind Liang Kuan, be so formidable? One strike to incapacitate Songbo? What an absurd joke. He would rather believe this was a movie being filmed. Ha! Marvelous. What a fight. Liang Kuan's raucous laughter shattered the eerie atmosphere. He boldly placed a foot on his chair, brandishing a bottle of beer, and pointed mockingly at Fei Long and Xianshi, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. Fei Long, Xianshi, do you see this? This is my brother, Liang Kuan. The trash you brought from the United Society, isn't even worthy to carry my brother's shoes. Who's next? Speak up, damn it. If no one dares, tonight this boxing arena will bear the surname Hongxing. Xianshi's face darkened to the point of resembling a rain cloud. Gradually, he rose from his seat, patting a silent man beside him who had been meditating in silence. Kale, it's your turn. The man slowly opened his eyes. He was not as robust as Song Bo, perhaps even somewhat lean. Yet each muscle on his body was akin to steel, brimming with explosive power. He stood, shedding his Tang suit jacket, revealing bronzed skin and a gold belt wrapped around his waist. The belt glimmered under the lights, dazzlingly bright. The championship belt of the underground boxing king. It was Kale, the reigning champion. Wow, the main event is finally about to unfold. This is going to be thrilling. Kale has maintained an unbeaten record of 36 matches. The crowd erupted into an even more fervent discussion than before. This man named Kale was the true protagonist of the night. The earlier Song Bo had merely served as an appetizer. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Kale steadily approached the boxing ring. He did not take the stairs but, from a distance of 2 or 3 meters, suddenly lunged forward, soaring high into the air. Bang! One of his legs, like a steel whip, struck fiercely against the ring's railing. The solid wooden and steel barrier shattered under his single kick, splintering into pieces. The audience collectively gasped. The force behind that kick, if it had struck a person, would have reduced bones to dust. Xianxue observed this scene, a glimmer of smug satisfaction creeping onto his face as he roared in Liangquan's direction. Liangquan, tell your man to clean his neck and wait. Tonight, I want him dead. Beat that Hongxing dog. The members of the United Society echoed his sentiments, their voices rising in a tumultuous crescendo. Liangquan's smile faded, his attention fixated on the man named Kale, a flicker of seriousness flashing in his eyes. With a crunch, he crushed the beer can in his hand. Beer and foam cascaded down his fingers. If Haozi loses, I will demolish this boxing arena tonight. Liangquan's voice was low, yet clear enough for his companions, Shaqiang and Yao, to hear, their expressions turning grave as they tightened their grips on their weapons. In the ring, Kale leaped over the broken railing, standing before Wu Jiahao. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, filled with scrutiny and disdain. Are you the Qilin? His voice was hoarse, akin to 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Wu Jiahao offered no reply, merely observing him in silence. The referee quickly stepped forward, raising both their hands and announcing loudly, tonight's main event officially begins. Hongxing, Qilin versus United Society, champion Kale. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the referee, as if fleeing from a plague, hastily exited the ring. Ding! The bell rang. The match commenced. Almost instantaneously, as the bell tolled, Kale sprang into action. His speed surpassed that of the earlier Song Bo, more explosive than ever. He surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, closing in on Wu Jiahao, without hesitation or flamboyant maneuvers. He lifted his knee and struck. A ferocious knee strike aimed directly at Wu Jiahui's chest. This blow was both swift and brutal. Wu Jiahui's pupils constricted, his feet faltering as he narrowly sidestepped. Kale's attack, however, was relentless, a torrent of strikes following swiftly. A second knee strike, a third knee strike. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous knee strikes rained down like a tempest, forcing Wu Jiahao to retreat repeatedly until he was cornered against the edge of the ring. It's over. Brother Hao is being overwhelmed. Zhang Meiran, anxious to the point of near panic, clutched tightly onto Shisanmai's arm. Shisanmai, equally tense, fixed her gaze on the ring. Though she lacked knowledge of boxing techniques, she could discern that Wu Jiahui's situation was dire. Chen Haonan's lips curled into a cold smile once more. Now this is more like it. This is the strength a champion should possess. That Thai guy was indeed a fraud. Just as everyone believed that Wu Jiahao would be overwhelmed by this series of relentless knee strikes, the previously passive Wu Jiahui's eyes glinted with a cold light. Now was the moment. At the instant Kale lifted his knee for the 5th time, his old strength dissipating while new strength had yet to manifest. With a sudden twist, Wu Jiahao ceased his retreat. His body coiled like a drawn bow, his right arm springing forth with tremendous force. His fist, resembling a mighty hammer, did not target Kale's knee, but instead crashed into his chest. The horizontal punch, aimed at the center, unleashed its power. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Kale felt an irresistible force surge from his chest, sending him stumbling backward 2 steps. His relentless assault was abruptly interrupted. Good! Liangquan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. However, before he could revel in his joy, Kale regained his balance, a flicker of ferocity flashing in his eyes. His right leg, at an incredible angle, skimmed the ground like a venomous snake, striking swiftly towards Wu Jiahui's back. A vicious and cunning sweep. Wu Jiahao had just executed his horizontal punch, his center of gravity not yet stable, leaving him no time to evade. Bang! A solid kick landed squarely on his lower back. A searing pain surged through his entire body in an instant. Wu Jiahao let out a muffled groan, staggering forward a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. The system's notification echoed coldly in his mind. Warning. Health -10. Wu Jiahao felt a metallic taste rise in his throat, a torrent of blood and energy surging within him, yet he resolutely swallowed the blood. His back throbbed with a fiery agony, as if seared by a red-hot iron rod. Ha! Well done, Kulu. Finish him off, Xianshi exclaimed, his voice drenched in excitement. Below the stage, Chen Haonan's smile widened. Indeed, it was evident that despite a stroke of luck in winning a match, it could not alter the undeniable truth of his worthlessness. On the ring, Kulu seized the opportunity with a successful strike, pressing the advantage. He lunged forward like a predatory leopard, ready to attack once more. However, he failed to notice the sinister smile curling at the corners of Wu Jiahao's lips. His head bowed. The fierce Qilin tattoo on his chest seemed to come alive under the lights, its scales shimmering with a faint glow. Just as Kulu's fist was about to land another blow, Wu Jiahao moved. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. Without flinching or dodging, he allowed Kulu's fist to graze his cheek, closing the distance and plunging into a fierce close-quarters struggle. Chapter 34. The skull-shattering blow. The fall of the undefeated champion. A sharp alarm blared within Kok's mind. He instinctively recoiled, seeking distance, but it was already too late. Wu Jiahao's left hand clamped onto Kok's shoulder like a forged iron vice, unyielding and absolute. Simultaneously, his right elbow, sharp, precise, and lethal, jutted upward with brutal velocity, aiming unerringly for Kok's right axilla, the most vulnerable junction of his ribcage. Thud! The first strike struck like a lightning bolt. Kok's breath seized, a numbing shock shot through his ribs. Thud! The second followed without pause. Thud! The third landed, relentless, rhythmic, mechanical, each blow hammering the same precise locus, like a pile driver driving steel into earth. Kok's face twisted in raw terror. He strained to wrench free, but Wu Jiahao's arm was welded to him, immovable, inescapable. Crack! A sickening, muffled snap tore through the silence, the sound of splintering bone. Spurt! Kok could no longer suppress it. A violent, crimson geyser erupted from his mouth, blood mingled with fragments of ruptured viscera. His vaunted, steel-reinforced physique, the very foundation of his legend, had been shattered, drilled through by Wu Jiahao's textbook-perfect, unbroken chain of elbow strikes. Agony engulfed him, blinding, absolute, leeching every ounce of strength from his limbs. Wu Jiahao released his grip. Kok collapsed, limp, weightless, as if his bones had dissolved, kneeling like a broken marionette, then crumpling onto the canvas. Silence descended upon the arena, thick, suffocating, absolute. No one dared exhale. No one dared blink. Kok, the undefeated champion, 36 fights without a loss, was now kneeling, bleeding, broken. Yet Wu Jiahao was not done. He knew well, against a veteran like Kok, hesitation was death. One must strike not to wound, but to erase resistance entirely. The instant Kok's knees touched the floor, Wu Jiahao's eyes flared, cold, lethal, unblinking. Kok sensed the finality of his peril, gritting through searing pain. He summoned his last ember of will, launching himself upward from the mat like a coiled spring released. His right knee, drawn back like a scabbard blade, snapped forward with murderous intent, aimed straight at Wu Jiahao's jaw. The flying knee, a signature death stroke of Muay Thai, forged in fury and finality. This blow carried every ounce of his life force, every shred of his pride, every spark of his defiance, intended not to stagger, but to obliterate, to cleave the skull from the spine. Below, Zhang Meirun shrieked. Liang Quan's heart leapt into his throat. Yet Wu Jiahao did not flinch. He simply shifted his weight, half a step to the left. That was all. Kok's knee screamed past Wu Jiahao's nose, so close the wind of its passage stung his cheek like a blade's kiss. An opening, wide, fatal, absolute. Wu Jiahao's right fist, already coiled, already charged, launched. Not a jab, not a hook, but a rising cannon, a Xingyi Chongtian Pow, a vertical thunderbolt erupting from the earth, driving upward with piston-like force, straight into Kok's exposed, undefended chest. Thwack! The sound of flesh parting, of sinew yielding, of bone fracturing beneath sheer kinetic will. Kok's pupils dilated, wide with disbelief, with dawning horror. His gaze dropped, down to the fist embedded deep in his sternum. His mouth opened, yet only a ragged, wet gurgle escaped. Haha, he felt it, the shattering of his sternum, the concussive rupture of his heart. Wu Jiahao withdrew his fist, expressionless, unblinking. Not yet. His right foot slid forward, half a step. His center dropped. His waist and hips coiled, then unleashed, a whip-crack surge of torque. Same target. Same angle. Xingyi boxing, half-step Bungquan. This blow was not aimed at the body. It struck the head. Crunch. A sound like a watermelon dropped from a rooftop and crushed under a sledgehammer. Scarlet and ivory erupted, splattering outward in a grotesque, radiant bloom. Kok's skull snapped backward. His body went rigid, then slack, collapsing like a puppet with its strings severed, crashing onto the canvas with a dull, final thud. A few hot droplets of cerebral matter spattered the white coat of the referee, who had long since frozen in place, eyes rolled back, unconscious before he even hit the floor. Silence. Not the quiet of reverence, but the hollow, breathless silence of absolute annihilation. The air hung thick, saturated with the coppery tang of blood and the acrid, cloying stench of ruptured brain tissue. Wu Jiahao stood motionless, his chest streaked with crimson, the Qilin tattoo across it seeming to writhe, to snarl, alive with primal ferocity. Beneath his feet lay Kok, head lolling grotesquely, neck a ragged, pulsing wound, blood welling steadily, dark and viscous. The fallen referee lay nearby, limp, pale, his trousers darkened by involuntary fear. The crowd, frozen, mute, stared upward, mouths agape, minds emptied of thought. What had just transpired? The champion, Kok, had been decapitated by a single fist? Was this cinema? No, this surpassed cinema. This was myth made flesh. Gag. A tycoon in the front row clapped a hand over his mouth and bolted for the restrooms. That broke the dam. Heaves and retches echoed, rising, overlapping, nauseating. The arena's air curdled, thick with bile, sweat, and the metallic reek of spilled life. Gulp. 13 sister, seated beside Liang Quan, swallowed hard, her throat tight. Her gaze locked onto Wu Jiahao. Awestruck, yes, but beneath it, a tremor, fear. Pure, instinctive, primal. Beside her, Zhang Meiron's face had bleached to the pallor of chalk, her fingers pressed hard against her lips, holding back a scream that threatened to shatter her composure. This man is terrifying. In the opulent second-floor box, smash. A crystal ashtray shattered against the marble floor, shards glittering like frozen tears. Xianshir's eyes blazed crimson. His entire frame trembled, not with rage, but with visceral, bone-deep dread. His gaze remained locked on the surveillance monitor, on Wu Jiahao's icy, implacable face, and a glacial chill crawled up his spine, freezing his marrow. That is not a man. That is a demon. Boss Fei Long stammered, offering a cigar with hands that shook so violently he could not even light it. 1 million, our 1 million Xianshir world. His eyes wild, predatory, snatched the cigar, then backhanded Fei Long across the face with a thunderous crack. FK your mother. 1 million. My life is hanging by a thread, and you dare speak of money? His voice cracked, raw, unhinged. Worthless. You pathetic worm. What are you waiting for? Go now, fetch Uncle Ben. In times of great distress, I beseech the venerable elder to emerge from seclusion. He longs to escape this wretched place, yearning to distance himself from that monstrous entity. Fei Long was left dazed by a resounding slap, clutching his face as he stumbled and crawled out of the private room. At that moment, the loudspeaker of the boxing arena erupted with sound. A voice, brimming with audacious arrogance, echoed throughout every corner. Hey, Xianshir. You miserable wretch. Where have you vanished to? It was Liang Kun. He seized the microphone from the host, placing one foot upon a chair, pointing towards the second-floor private room, unleashing a torrent of invective. My underling has triumphed. And you, not even a whimper? Hiding in your room like a turtle? Come out. Step onto the stage and say a few words. Liang Kun's voice resonated with an air of invincible pride. The audience, having regained their composure from their earlier fright, began to join in the clamor. Come out. Xianshir, get out here. Countless bottles and miscellaneous objects rained down upon the windows of Xianshir's private room, creating a cacophony of crashing sounds. Chapter 35. Brother B paints a grand vision. First swear an oath before chattering inside the private room. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the faces of those present shifting from pale to flush. He understood that if he did not step onto that stage today, he would be unable to hold his head high in the future. With gritted teeth, he adjusted his collar, drenched in cold sweat, and pushed the door open. Surrounded by a few followers, he walked towards the boxing ring with a face ashen with humiliation. Each step felt like a heavy burden. He covered his face, unable to bear the sight of the corpse on the stage or meet Wu Jiahao's gaze. Into the microphone, his voice hoarse, he declared, "Tonight, you have truly outdone yourselves. Consider Qilin how fortunate. I, Xian Shi, concede defeat. From now on, our union will never set foot in your territory again." After finishing, it felt as if all the strength had been drained from him, and he turned to leave. Wait. A cold voice halted him. It was Wu Jiahao. Xian Shi's body stiffened, and he slowly turned around. Wu Jiahao's gaze pierced him like daggers, causing his skin to prickle. "You better keep your word." Those 5 simple words carried an undeniable authority. Xian Shi swallowed hard, dared not reply, and fled in shame. In another corner of the boxing arena, Chun Haonan sat slumped in a chair, his eyes vacant, clutching several lost betting slips. He had wagered all his money on Kele and now faced total ruin. Damn it, what a worthless fool. 36 matches undefeated? Huh, just boasting. Shan Ji cursed beside him, his temper flaring from the loss. Can't even beat a Hongxing's 49er, yet calls himself a champion. What a disgrace. Shan Ji, keep your mouth shut. De Tian Air, pale-faced, tugged at Shan Ji's sleeve, gesturing subtly to a distance. Following his gaze, Shan Ji saw their leader, Brother B, with a dark expression, his eyes fixated on the ring, fists clenched ominously. That look was nothing short of murderous. Shan Ji immediately fell silent, understanding that Brother B was genuinely furious. Not only had they lost money, but more crucially, they had lost face. His prized Chen Haonan had been beaten like a dog by Wu Jiahao, while the one he sought to trample, Liang Kun, was now basking in glory. The slap of defeat was deafening. As Wu Jiahao descended from the boxing stage, Liang Kun's followers surged forward like a tidal wave, surrounding him. Each gaze was filled with awe and reverence. This was the respect earned through power. He approached the payout counter and handed over the betting slip for 1 million. Soon, a cash check for 600,000 was placed in his hands. With the previous million given by Liang Kun, he now held over 160,000 in cash. In this era, such a sum was sufficient to purchase a decent apartment in Guangdao. Wu Jiahao tucked the check into his pocket, casually scanning the crowd. Suddenly, he spotted 2 familiar figures at the dock's end, Brother B and the imposing old man, Dongxing Ben Shu. They seemed to be engaged in a heated argument, Brother B's expression animated, while the suited elder wore a dark scowl. At that moment, a chilling system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Eliminate the underground boxing champion Kele. Achievement unlocked. Underground boxing champion. Achievement reward. Black market arms purchasing privilege. Wu Jiahao's heart raced. Arms purchasing privilege? His breath quickened. With this, he would truly have the means to secure his existence. What knife techniques, what boxing styles, all paled in comparison to a 47. It seemed time to procure some formidable weapons for himself and his brothers. Killing Kele would not go unanswered by Xian Shi and his backers. Meanwhile, the rift with Brother B deepened. Preparation was essential. How? A gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. Liang Kun approached, beaming, throwing an arm around Wu Jiahao's shoulders and giving a hearty pat. Ha! Well done. You are truly my lucky star. Tonight, at the Regal Hotel, I'll book the whole place to celebrate your victory. Liang Kun grinned broadly, his laughter boisterous. I'll call in 100 beauties. Damn it, 100. Choose as you please. Tonight, you are the emperor. In the shadowy corner of the boxing arena, the atmosphere felt suffocating. Chun Haonan remained slumped. His eyes hollow, the betting slips in his hand crumpled and shapeless. He had lost everything. The gruesome image of Kele being knocked out replayed in his mind, stirring his stomach. Damn it, what a farce of a champion. 36 matches undefeated? Huh, just hot air. Shan Ji continued to grumble, his frustration boiling over. What a disgrace. Can't even defeat a Hongxing 49er, yet dares to call himself a champion? More like a king of fools. Shan Ji. Shut up. Chun Haonan suddenly shouted, his voice hoarse. You know nothing. You cannot comprehend how terrifying that man is. Having witnessed Wu Jiahao's brutality firsthand, fear began to blossom in Chun Haonan's heart for the first time. That was not merely a fight. It was murder. Shan Ji froze, wanting to retort, but De Tian Air, panicking, firmly grasped his arm, desperately signaling to the distance. Shoo! Look at Brother B. Following his gaze, Shanji saw their leader standing nearby, his face dark as thunder. He stared intently at the boxing ring, his fists white-knuckled and cracking ominously, his gaze murderous. Shanji swallowed back the words he had prepared, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He could see that Brother B was genuinely contemplating violence. Losing money was minor. Losing face was significant. His carefully chosen Chun Haonan had been humiliated, and the one he yearned to surpass, Liang Kun, was now flaunting his triumph, stepping on his face and displaying his might before the entire underworld. That slap of defeat had been too loud and too harsh. Brother B wore a sullen expression, remaining silent as he turned and strode towards a secluded corner of the dock. There, a middle-aged man donned in a Tang suit, exuding an air of distinction, awaited his arrival. This was the man referred to as Ben Shu by Xian Shi, the true mastermind behind the alliance. Brother B approached hastily, foregoing even the most basic courtesies, and spoke directly with a voice hushed yet tinged with fervor. Ben Shu, that scoundrel Liang Kun has grown increasingly arrogant. Today it is I, but tomorrow it could very well be you. Let us join forces to eliminate him. Ben Shu's countenance was equally grim. He had just suffered a significant loss with his most formidable fighter, Kale, leaving him bereft of both reputation and wealth. He cast a cold glance at Brother B and replied icily, "Join forces? Big B, your men have been treated like dogs. What do you possess to offer me in this alliance? Your subordinate, Liang Zainan, is hardly worthy of even carrying Qi Lin House shoes." Chapter 36. The handsome Nan's desperation in taking orders. Brother B's face twitched violently, a clear manifestation of humiliation. Yet he restrained himself. Taking a deep breath, his tone grew more sinister. Ling Kuan's arrogance is solely supported by that lad named Kalinho. If we eliminate him, Ling Kuan will be nothing more than a toothless tiger. Ben Shu, you wouldn't want to see Ling Kuan strutting around Bolan Street, would you? Dispatch Ling Kuan, and we shall divide his territory between us. Bolan Street, one half for you and one half for me. Upon hearing the name Bolan Street, a glimmer of greed flashed in Ben Shu's eyes. That was indeed the most lucrative piece of land in the entire Yaomati. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons very well. Ben Shu nodded, but his gaze was as piercing as a serpent's. Fixated on Brother B. If we are to cooperate, you must first show some sincerity. That Kalinho has killed my Dongxing men and slapped us in the face. You must take him out. Be discreet, and once he is dealt with, we shall discuss the division of territory. If you cannot handle a mere Sigio, then there is nothing more for us to discuss. A flash of cold light flickered in Brother B's eyes, and without a hint of hesitation, he readily agreed. No problem. Just a brash Sigio, leave it to me. Once Ling Kuan is dead, everything else will be negotiable. In his eyes, Wu Jiahao was merely a knife in Ling Kuan's hand. Break the knife, and Ling Kuan would pose no threat. As for Chun Haonan, he was simply a tool to be utilized. After reaching an agreement, Brother B turned to leave and immediately spotted Chun Haonan and his companions not far away. He waved them over. Chun Haonan hurriedly approached, respectfully calling out, "Brother B." Brother B regarded him with an expression devoid of warmth, as if he were merely an object. "Anan, I have a task for you. Look for an opportunity to eliminate that Kalinho." Brother B's voice was soft, yet it struck Chun Haonan's heart like a heavy hammer. "Remember, be discreet and leave no traces. If you succeed, I will ensure you earn the red stick." Chun Haonan's pupils constricted sharply, and his body stiffened. He was to kill Wu Jiahao, the devil who could crush a skull with a single punch. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but under Brother B's cold, piercing gaze, he found himself unable to utter a single word. He understood that he had no right to refuse. This was Brother B's test, a command. "Yes, Brother B." Chun Haonan managed to force those words from his throat, feeling an icy chill envelop him. The following day, on Hong Kong Island, at St. Mary Hospital, Wu Jiahao entered a VIP ward carrying a bag of fruit. Zhang Meruan's mother lay in the hospital bed, looking considerably better. "Auntie, how are you feeling?" Wu Jiahao asked with a smile. Very well, very well. Thank you so much, Haozi." Zhang's mother looked at him, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Beside her, Zhang Meruan, with reddened eyes, quietly asked, "How? Did you pay for the hospital fees?" Yesterday, the nurse had informed her that the hefty bill had been settled, and she knew it must be Wu Jiahao. Wu Jiahao placed the fruit basket down, dismissively waving his hand. "It's a trivial matter. Annie's health is what matters most." He had cashed a check for 600,000, ensuring that the issue was resolved promptly. Money might come and go, but the favors of human kindness, especially in times of urgent need, were priceless. Nearby, Shisanmai, arms crossed, observed the scene with a slight smile. She patted Wu Jiahao on the shoulder. Well done, Kalinho. To celebrate your good fortune and to bring joy to Auntie, I shall treat you tonight. Wu Jiahao laughed heartily. All right, but I get to choose the place. Where to? The Peninsula Hotel? Shisanmai raised an eyebrow. Not going there. Wu Jiahao shook his head, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Let's south go to Temple Street. I want to celebrate with 10 soy sauce chickens. As night fell, Temple Street was ablaze with lights. The cacophony of vendors and the aroma of food mingled with the lively atmosphere, creating a vibrant tapestry of life. Wu Jiahao, Shisanmai, and Zhang Meiran sat together at a folding table in a bustling eatery. The table was laden with various stir-fried dishes and beers, and of course, a glossy, fragrant soy sauce chicken. Cheers to our Kalinho. May he achieve great success. Shisanmai raised her beer glass with enthusiasm. Cheers. The three clinked their glasses together. During the meal, Zhang Meiran spoke little, yet her gaze often drifted towards Wu Jiahao. She secretly picked up a tender piece of chicken thigh and placed it in Wu Jiahao's bowl, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Wu Jiahao flashed her a smile, and an indescribable feeling began to quietly blossom between them. After enjoying their meal, the three strolled through the bustling night market. Shisanmai was haggling with a vendor selling pirated DVDs, while Wu Jiahao and Zhang Meiran followed behind. Just then, Wu Jiahao paused slightly, his keen senses picking up on an unusual aura. Several malevolent gazes pierced through the crowd. Locking onto him, feigning nonchalance, he turned his head, swiftly scanning the area behind him. In his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure slipping past the alleyway. It was Shanji. Wu Jiahao's heart sank instantly. He maintained his composure and continued walking forward, but every muscle in his body had tensed up. Sure enough, the next second, a chilling system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Danger alert! 3 armed individuals at the alley behind. Target locked on the host. They were coming. Wu Jiahao's expression turned icy. Damn it, they just wouldn't let up. He glanced at Shisanmai, still bargaining, then at Zhang Meiran, who was curiously examining some trinkets. He could not afford to panic. Meiran, look at that mask, it's quite amusing. Wu Jiahao suddenly pointed at a nearby stall, smiling. He naturally turned his body, completely shielding Zhang Meiran behind him, blocking the view from the alley. His hand had stealthily slipped into his pocket, gripping something cold and hard. At the alley entrance, Shanji, De Tianair, and Bao Pai each clutched a sharpened watermelon knife concealed within a newspaper. Where's Nangu? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Bao Pai inquired, his palms clammy with anxiety. I don't know. Perhaps he has been delayed by some matter, De Tianair replied. Swallowing hard. Are the 3 of us capable? He pondered, his voice tinged with trepidation. That fellow is a monster. What are we afraid of? Shanji retorted, gritting his teeth with fierce determination. No matter how formidable he is still but a man. With 3 of us, each wielding a knife, we shall see whether he survives. Bigu asserted that if they managed to eliminate him, they would ascend in status and no longer be beholden to anyone's whims. The mere thought of elevation emboldened Shanji further as he fixed his gaze on Wu Jiahao's silhouette, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The bustling night market served as their perfect cover amidst the ebb and flow of passersby. Come on, how can we only eat vegetables? 13 May unexpectedly produced a case of Shengli beer, placing it on the table with a resounding thud. She deftly uncapped 3 bottles, the bubbles hissing as they rose. Tonight, our Qilin Hao shall revel in prosperity. We must not return sober. Zhang Meiran watched Wu Jiahao, her cheeks flushed with a charming blush from the alcohol. She seized a bottle of beer and carefully poured it into Wu Jiahao's glass, her voice barely a whisper. How go? Your boxing skills are extraordinary. I raise this toast to you. Chapter 37. Drugged? The actor's counterattack against 3 fools. Oh ho. Oh ho. Shirsan Mei shouted loudly from the side, winking and teasing. Meiran, are you toasting Hao already? Didn't you tell me last night that if a Hao won, you'd repay him with yourself? You. What nonsense are you talking? Zhang Meiran's face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears, so embarrassed she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She reached out to cover Shirsan Mei's mouth. Wu Jiahao watched the 2 girls playfully bickering, a warmth spreading in his heart. He raised his glass and laughed heartily. All right. Shirsan Mei, Meiran, I toast to you. I'll finish this glass. With that, he tilted his head back and downed a full glass of beer in one go. Such spirit. San Mei cheered, slapping the table, and also finished her glass. Wu Jiahao wiped his mouth, opened 2 more bottles in succession, and gulped them down one after another. After downing 3 bottles in a row, he let out a burp, but a faint, almost imperceptible strangeness flickered across his face. This beer tastes off. Though very subtle, his senses, far surpassing those of ordinary people, still detected a hint of bitterness that didn't belong in beer. Ding! Detected trace amounts of barbiturate sedative components in the beverage. The dosage is insufficient to be fatal, but will cause drowsiness and limb weakness in the host. The system's alert rang like an alarm bell, exploding in Wu Jiahao's mind. Damn it! Drugged? Wu Jiahao's eyes instantly turned cold, but he feigned drunkenness on his face, swaying slightly before letting his head drop and slumping onto the table. Ahau! Ahau, what's wrong? Seeing this, Zhang Meirun panicked, quickly reaching out to support him. It's nothing. Just drank a bit too fast. Wu Jiahao mumbled incoherently. Just as Zhang Meirun held his arm, her body trembled slightly. She leaned close to Wu Jiahao's ear and whispered rapidly. In a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "There's something in the drink. It's Shanji. He threatened San Mei using my mother to make her do it." Her words struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating all the confusion. Wu Jiahao's heart sank heavily. So that's it. No wonder San Mei had been acting strangely today. She was being threatened. He remained motionless, continuing to feign unconsciousness on the table, but the corner of his eye was fixed intently on the alley entrance. At the alley entrance, Shanji, seeing Wu Jiahao slumped on the table, was overjoyed. Damn, the drug's taking effect. He tossed aside the newspaper in his hand, revealing a gleaming watermelon knife. He roared at Detoner and Bao Pai behind him. Nangu hasn't arrived yet. Let's go first. Brother B said whoever strikes the first blow gets the credit. Damn it. For promotion, the 3 of them, like starving wolves, charged out of the dark alley with furious roars, heading straight for Wu Jiahao's table. The night market crowd screamed in panic at the sudden commotion, scattering in all directions. Zhang Meirun turned pale with fright, instinctively shielding Wu Jiahao. San Mei was also stunned, her face ashen, eyes filled with guilt and fear. In that split second, Wu Jiahao, who had been slumped on the table as if unconscious, suddenly raised his head. There was not a trace of drunkenness in his eyes now, only clarity, coldness, and a terrifying aura of killing intent. Looking for death, Wu Jiahao roared, his body springing up from the chair like a coiled spring. Shanji, charging at the front, hadn't even had time to wipe the sneer off his face before a fist rapidly enlarged in his vision. Too fast. He had no time to react. Wu Jiahao moved with lightning speed, delivering a fierce and unstoppable Xingyiquan punch that struck Shanji's knife-wielding wrist squarely. Crack! A sickening sound of bone breaking echoed. Shanji's wrist bent backward at a grotesque angle, and the watermelon knife clattered to the ground. Excruciating pain shot through his entire body. Shanji let out a pig-like squeal, clutching his deformed wrist as he writhed on the ground in agony. One move. With just one move, Shanji was incapacitated. Bao Pai and Detianer, following behind, were stunned, their minds buzzing. Weren't his limbs supposed to be weak? Wasn't he supposed to be unconscious? This was even fiercer than when he was fighting. Bao Pai, relying on brute force, had already charged forward and couldn't stop. He had no choice but to raise his watermelon knife and swing it wildly at Wu Jiahao's back. Get lost. Without even turning his head, Wu Jiahao reached back, accurately grabbing Bao Pai by the collar. Using the force from his waist, he flung him backward with a powerful throw. Bao Pai, weighing over 100 pounds, was tossed aside like a ragged sack. Crash! Bao Pai slammed heavily into a nearby food stall table. Pots, pans, and dishes shattered everywhere, splattering him with scalding oil and soup, making him howl in pain. The remaining Detianer was utterly terrified, his legs trembling so badly he couldn't move an inch. Just then, a figure hurriedly ran over from the street corner. It was Chun Haonan, arriving late. He took in the scene at a glance, Shanji writhing with a broken wrist, Bao Pai half-scalded to death, and Wu Jiahao, standing there unscathed like a god of death, staring coldly at them. Chun Haonan's pupils contracted sharply, a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Only one thought remained in his mind. Run. Retreat. Retreat now. Chun Haonan shouted in panic, his voice strained. He rushed forward, helping up Shanji, who was still rolling on the ground. Detianer, as if waking from a dream, scrambled to assist Bao Pai. The 3 of them, battered and disheveled, disappeared into the chaotic crowd without looking back. Wu Jiahao didn't pursue them. His gaze fell on Shi Mei, whose face was pale and lips trembling. Shi Mei couldn't meet his eyes, hanging her head low, her body shaking like a leaf. I'm sorry, Ahao. Wu Jiahao looked at her, his expression complex, and finally just sighed. Let's leave this place first. The night grew late. Wu Jiahao followed Zhang Meirun back to her apartment in an old Tong Lao building nearby. Shi Mei didn't come along. She needed some time alone. The apartment was small but tidy and well kept. Beneath the soft glow of the living room light, Zhang Meirun carefully retrieved the medical kit, dipping a cotton swab into iodine to tend to the laceration on Wu Jiahua's arm. The wound, inflicted moments ago when he had inadvertently struck the corner of the table while tossing aside the foreskin, was shallow yet oozed droplets of blood. Large tears streamed down Zhang Meirun's cheeks, landing on Wu Jiahua's arm, warm to the touch. I'm so sorry, Ahua, she choked, her voice laden with guilt and fear. It's all my fault. I've brought this upon you. If it weren't for my mother, 13th sister wouldn't have. Wu Jiahua extended his other hand to gently wipe away her tears. His touch was tender, yet his gaze bore an unwavering resolve. Foolish girl, you cannot blame yourself for this. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon those oblivious miscreants. Gazing at her tear-streaked face, his heart softened, and he gently pulled her into an embrace. Do not fear. His voice carried an assuring strength. From now on, I will protect you. Resting against his chest, Zhang Meirun felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and in that moment, all her fears and grievances melted away into a sense of security. She nodded earnestly, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. That night was serene. Wu Jiahua did not leave. The two remained entwined on the small sofa, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 38. The talent wholesale market opens on the following morning. Sunlight filtered through the cracks of the old window, casting a warm glow in the modest living room. Wu Jiahao opened his eyes to behold the serene visage of Zhang Meirun, who resembled a gentle kitten nestled in his embrace, her long eyelashes still adorned with the remnants of last night's tears. The narrow sofa compelled them to embrace closely, their positions somewhat awkward yet imbued with an extraordinary warmth. Wu Jiahao cautiously withdrew his arm from beneath her head, gently laying her down on the sofa, then retrieved a thin blanket from the side to cover her delicately. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted that it was still early. Without disturbing her, he quietly exited the apartment. As he strolled through the bustling streets of Mong Kok in the morning, the air was still tinged with the greasy aroma of last night's street food stalls. Wu Jiahao lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, the events of the previous night vividly replaying in his mind. The ambush by Shanji, the betrayal by Shi Mei, and Zhang Meirun's tears. This underworld truly was a wretched place. Yet, having arrived, Wu Jiahao had no intention of turning back. At Siyun Mountain, in the factory district, Wu Jiahao arrived at the factory entrance, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. The open space at the factory's entrance was teeming with people, easily numbering 200 to 300. Each individual donned flamboyant shirts and bell-bottom trousers, their hairstyles as audacious as their attire. Some with dyed blonde hair, others with long locks, huddled in groups, smoking and boasting, effectively surrounding the recruitment area. Form a line. Stop pushing. Red Mao and Shou Ho shouted hoarsely, their faces flushed. But no one paid them any heed. Brother Hao has arrived, someone shouted. Instantly, the raucous crowd fell silent, hundreds of eyes pivoting in unison to fixate upon Wu Jiahao. Their gazes were charged with fervor, admiration, and a hint of reverence. Brother Hao, Chilin Hao. The crowd parted, and those who had previously exhibited such bravado now stood respectfully, nodding and bowing in Wu Jiahao's direction. With an impassive expression, Wu Jiahao walked forward and surveyed the scene. The system's notification chimed in his mind, indicating a significant rise in his reputation. The aftermath of the incident at Siyun Mountain's boxing ring had reverberated throughout the area, establishing his name in the Kowloon-walled city and solidifying his standing in the underworld. Brother Hao, you've finally come. Red Mao squeezed through, wiping the sweat from his forehead. These folks arrived before dawn, all claiming they wished to follow you. They simply cannot be dissuaded. Wu Jiahao nodded and took a seat at the recruitment table, picking up a registration form only to toss it back onto the table. You wish to join me? Wu Jiahao's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. Yes, Brother Hao. Hundreds echoed in unison, their voices booming. Here, we do not harbor idlers or the inept, Wu Jiahao declared, crossing his legs with an air of cold authority. If you seek sustenance, you must demonstrate your capabilities. If you lack the courage to face others, fearful of pain or death, you may leave now. His words cast an immediate pall over the assembly, revealing hesitant expressions on many faces. After all, who amongst them was unafraid of death? Yet, following a capable leader offered a greater chance of survival. Brother Hao, I stand with you. I have but one life, and fear not death. A scarred-faced man shouted first. I too shall follow you, Brother Hao. Count me in. Others quickly joined in, eager not to be left behind. Wu Jiahao felt a sense of satisfaction with this response. He desired not a rabble, but a true fighting force. Currently, without territory, assets, or manpower, he was merely a lone commander under Liang Quan's command. To ascend, he needed his own foundation, and these individuals represented the first stone in erecting his power. Meanwhile, at Boland Street, within the opulent private room of the Neon nightclub, a crystal whiskey glass of considerable value shattered against the mirrored wall, splintering into a myriad of shards. Chilan Hao, damn that Chilan Hao, a burly man, his face marred by a vicious scar, raged. He was the leader of the United Society, Xian Shi. Damn it. The entire Yao Mati and Mong Kok gangs are laughing at our United Society, branding us as spineless. Even a mere rookie from the 4-9 gang makes us tremble. Xian Shi's chest heaved with anger as he pointed accusingly at his subordinate. Fei Long, did you not say that this kid was just a reckless fool? Now he has taken down Dongxing's Kalo. Fei Long shrank back, quickly offering a report while grinning obsequiously. Boss, please calm down. This kid is indeed formidable. I have uncovered the truth. He opened the report, gesturing to the contents. You see, this Chilan Hao is a 3-no personnel, no territory, no assets, no backing, having only joined Hongxing for a mere 10 days. Previously, he was merely a blue lantern under Liang Quan. Inconsequential. Inconsequential? Xian Shi snatched the document and slammed it onto the table. Inconsequential enough to take down to me? Inconsequential enough to knock out Kolu with a single punch? Do you take me for a fool? Boss, no matter how skilled he is, he remains but one man. Fei Long's eyes darted, and he leaned closer to Xian Shi, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Currently, Liang Quan and Hongxing's Big B are locked in a fierce struggle for dominance in Wanchai. A perfect opportunity for us to stir the pot and pin the blame on Liang Quan. Let Hongxing descend into chaos. Xian Shi stroked the scar on his chin, his eyes flickering with interest. Sensing his attention, Fei Long continued to offer his scheming suggestions. Isn't Chilan Hao closely associated with that Shirsen Mei? I have discovered that Shirsen Mei has a close friend named Zhang Meiran. Moreover, Shirsen Mei's father, Chui Shuida, operates a small newspaper stall on Boland Street. Once we capture Shirsen Mei and Chui Shuida, we need not fear that Chilan Hao will not come. Boland is our territory, and he better dare to show up. A cruel smile spread across Fei Long's face. At that moment, let alone just one Chilan Hao, even if the king of heaven himself were to arrive, our 180 brothers would each wield a knife, capable of turning him into minced meat. Excellent. Xian Shi slapped his thigh, the anger on his face dissipating, replaced by a sinister and greedy expression. It is settled then. Fei Long, this matter is entrusted to you. If you handle it well, the position of the society's red stick will be yours. Thank you, boss. I will ensure everything is executed flawlessly. Fei Long, overjoyed, nodded repeatedly in deference. A conspiracy against Wu Jiahao is quietly brewing in the shadows. Chapter 39. Discovering a wild aircraft. 2000 cultivation system henchmen. As Wu Jiahao emerged from the daily chemical factory, the sky had gradually darkened. He entrusted the recruitment matters to Hong Mao and his associates, unperturbed by the proceedings. Walking along a secluded path, Wu Jiahao keenly sensed footsteps behind him, neither too distant nor too close, perpetually trailing. Following me. A cold smile crept upon Wu Jiahua's lips, yet he maintained his composure, continuing onward. At a corner, he suddenly pivoted, his body lunging back like a leopard, unleashing a fierce punch aimed directly at the shadow lurking behind him. Clearly unprepared for Wu Jiahua's abrupt assault, the shadow was taken aback. However, his reflexes were swift. He executed a clumsy roll on the ground, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Brother Jiahua, please don't strike. A frail figure scrambled to his feet, waving his hands frantically, his voice laden with terror. Upon closer inspection, Wu Jiahua discerned a young man in his 20s, with a sharp face and a slender physique, so thin he seemed almost blown away by a gust of wind. Clad in a faded old jacket, he appeared rather destitute. Wu Jiahua did not recognize him. Who are you? Why are you following me? Wu Jiahua's gaze remained icy, poised for another strike. The young man, who introduced himself as Feiji, quaked at Wu Jiahua's imposing demeanor, collapsing to his knees. Brother Jiahua, my name is Feiji. I wish to follow you. He lifted his head, sincerity and yearning glimmering in his eyes. Yesterday, at the boxing match on Xian Mountain, I witnessed you. You struck down that golden belt champion with a single blow. His voice trembled with excitement. I have been part of several gangs, but they all despised me for my frailness, treating me like a dog. Yet when I saw you yesterday, I realized you are the true powerhouse. There is hope in following you. Without waiting for Wu Jiahua's response, Feiji bowed deeply 3 times on the ground. Brother Jiahua, I implore you to accept me. I can do anything. I have nothing to lose and fear no death. Wu Jiahua observed the young man kneeling before him, forehead bruised from his fervent bows, and fell into contemplation. He recognized in Feiji's eyes a familiar, intense desire for a change in fate, as well as a desperate resolve born from being backed into a corner. Was this not a reflection of his former self? In need of manpower, and even more so, of loyal allies, Wu Jiahua found himself somewhat admiring this Feiji, despite his frail appearance, for the fierce determination he displayed. Rise, Wu Jiahua spoke softly. Feiji, taken aback, lifted his head, disbelief etched on his face. From today onward, you shall accompany me. With that, Wu Jiahua turned and walked away. Feiji watched Wu Jiahua's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with tears. He sprang to his feet, hastily wiping his eyes, and hurried to catch up, resembling a loyal dog finally reunited with its master. Wu Jiahua appraised the kneeling Feiji. Though he was indeed slender, the fierce glint in his eyes was unmistakably genuine. He recalled a line from a film about a similar character, lacking intellect, yet fierce and loyal. Such individuals, when harnessed correctly, could serve as the sharpest of blades. Get up. Wu Jiahua's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Feiji, still dazed, looked up, seemingly unable to process the joy of being accepted. Observing Feiji's worn-out jacket and the blood on his forehead, Wu Jiahua's brow furrowed slightly. He reached into his pocket, or more accurately, from the system's storage space, producing a thick wad of Hong Kong dollars. Extracting 2 golden notes and directly thrusting the remainder, approximately 20,000, into Feiji's hands. Take it. Feiji was taken aback by the thickness of the money, his hands trembling as he nearly dropped it. Brother Jiahua, this, he stammered, his hands shaking, having never seen such a sum in cash before. Go buy some decent clothes. Wu Jiahua's tone was calm, yet each word struck deep within Feiji's heart. To associate with me. Wu Jiahua, 3 things are essential. He raised one finger. First, you must be ruthless. Another finger followed. Second, you must be fierce. Finally, he patted Feiji's shoulder. Third, you must be stylish. If you dress poorly, people will view you as a worthless thug and look down upon you. Dress well, and they will respectfully regard you as a stylish individual. Do you understand? Clutching the wad of cash that could transform his life, Feiji's eyes welled up once more. The gang leaders he had previously followed treated him like a mere servant, and not only did they never provide money for clothes, they often withheld his meager living expenses. In contrast, the Wu Jiahua before him, having just accepted him, offered him respect and dignity he had never experienced. I understand, brother. Feiji nodded vigorously, clutching the bundle of cash tightly to his chest, as if it held his very existence and future. He knew that from this moment forth, his life belonged to Wu Jiahua. Kirin Daily Chemical Factory. Inside the expansive factory, the deafening roar of machinery echoed throughout. Production lines were operating at full capacity, and workers were bustling about, creating a scene of fervent activity. In the office, a young man with dark skin and black-framed glasses held a stack of financial reports, delivering a serious report. Brother, based on our current production speed, all our production lines are operating at full capacity. However, our startup capital is nearing depletion. This young man was none other than Li Jiyuan, or Jimmy, the future business prodigy Wu Jiahua had picked up from the streets. Jimmy paused before adding, additionally, today during the security recruitment, over 300 candidates showed up. Hong Mao and the others screened them and selected 30 who are truly capable. These individuals are all clamoring to associate with you. Wu Jiahua nodded, unfazed by the news. His name, Wu Jiahua, had become a golden emblem among the lower echelons of the Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok underworld. capable, fierce, and quick to rise. These three labels were enough to attract countless young people eager to make their mark. His gaze fell upon the report handed over by Jimmy, his fingers gently tapping against the tabletop. Suddenly, his movements ceased. At the end of the list for procuring raw materials, he spotted a familiar name, Liang Kuan's counterfeit factory. The purchase involved a batch of chemical raw materials. Wu Jiahao's brow furrowed instantaneously. Was Liang Kuan's recent activity becoming a tad too frequent? Competing with Debi for Wan Chai, engaging in these disreputable businesses, this fellow's ambitions surely extended beyond that of a mere hall master. There was no need to fret over financial matters. Wu Jiahao retrieved his thoughts, directly extracting 200,000 in cash from the system space, concealed within a black plastic bag, which he then pushed towards Jimmy. Take this money and use it for advertising. Jimmy stared at the bulging bag of cash, his dark complexion flushing a deep crimson. Advertising. Chapter 40. The advertising genius applies for battle indeed. Wu Jiahao's lips curled into a slight smile as he approached TVB to purchase their late-night advertising slots. The advertisement script was already crafted in his mind. Clearing his throat, he recited in an impassioned tone, "Are you still troubled by your baby's red bottom? Are you still in despair over leakage issues? Chelan Diapers, providing your baby with a bulletproof shield. Enjoy a night of dryness and sleep soundly until dawn." Jimmy was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a whole egg. What? What kind of outrageous advertisement is this? A bulletproof shield for a baby's bottom? Although it sounded utterly absurd, inexplicably, it was memorable. "Brother Hao, you truly are a genius," Jimmy exclaimed earnestly. Enough with the flattery. Wu Jiahao waved his hand, his expression turning serious. "You are personally responsible for recruitment. Remember, there are two types of people we must absolutely avoid. First, those connected with the United Society. Second, those entangled with Dongxing. We are currently short-handed. We need loyalty, not ticking time bombs, understand?" Jimmy grasped the heavy money bag, nodding vigorously, his eyes ablaze with determination. "Brother Hao, rest assured, I will ensure everything is handled impeccably, and I will not betray your trust." Not long after, a knock resonated at the office door. The plane had returned, clad in a pristine white shirt and black trousers, his polished black leather shoes gleaming. The clothing appeared somewhat ill-fitting, hanging loosely on his slender frame, giving him a comical appearance. Yet, his gaze was markedly transformed. If earlier, his eyes reflected despair and desperation, now they sparkled with newfound confidence. A sense of having found a support system and direction in life. "Brother Hao." The plane stood respectfully before Wu Jiahao. Satisfied, Wu Jiahao nodded and retrieved an object from his drawer, tossing it towards him. With a thud, the plane fumbled to catch it and glanced down to find a brand new Nikon camera. "Brother Hao, this is..." "I'm assigning you a task." Wu Jiahao leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced, his gaze sharpening. "Are you familiar with the elder of Dongxing, Ben Shu?" The plane nodded. "I know. He is quite influential in the Jordan area." "Good," Wu Jiahao continued. "I have heard he has recently become involved with a woman named Xiao Mei, who works as a hostess in a nightclub. Keep tabs on her, particularly if she has had any encounters with the United Society spokesperson, Xian Shi. If they meet, regardless of their discussions or actions, use this." Wu Jiahao gestured towards the camera. "Capture everything clearly. Remember the most crucial point." Wu Jiahao's tone suddenly turned cold. "Do not let anyone discover you. If you're exposed, you know the consequences. This is both a task and a test, testing your abilities and your loyalty." The plane instantly comprehended Wu Jiahao's intent. He carefully tucked the Nikon camera into his bosom, treating it with greater reverence than when he had held 20,000 in cash. This device was far more significant than money. This was his first token of allegiance from Brother Hao. "Brother Hao, rest assured." The plane stood tall, his voice steady and resolute. "Even if I am killed, I will never surrender the camera." After declaring this, he deeply bowed to Wu Jiahao and dashed out. As soon as the plane and Jimmy left the office, an icy mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Wu Jiahao's mind. "Ding! Main task activated. Eliminate the United Society spokesperson, Xian Shi, and seize complete control of Bolan Street. Task reward, unknown. Do you accept?" Wu Jiahao's lips curved upward slightly. Here it comes. It seemed as though the system always emerged at the most critical junctures. The earlier instruction to the plane to monitor Xian Shi was merely a casual move in his grand scheme, and it now appeared to be perfectly timed. "Accept," he silently affirmed without hesitation. "Eliminate Xian Shi, take over Bolan Street." This task aligned perfectly with his ambitions. Wu Jiahao stroked his chin, his gaze profound. Suddenly, he recalled a detail from the original work of Gu Huazai that many overlooked. 13 May's father, Shui Da, had once won the lottery, receiving a prize of 640,000. He remembered the winning numbers distinctly: 13, 27, 35, 42, 45, 49, with the special number being 7. This windfall was precisely tailored for his current predicament. Chilean Daily Chemical Factory required funds. Recruiting personnel required funds. Establishing connections required funds. The 200,000 invested in TVB for advertising had already strained his cash flow. This 640,000 was like a lifeline. Without further hesitation, Wu Jiahao seized his coat and exited the office. He casually approached a corner lottery outlet, feigning deep contemplation over the trend chart for an extended period. Then, he hastily scribbled down several sets of numbers, blending in the chosen numbers among them, purchasing several $100s worth in one go. After completing this, he strolled back to the factory, as if nothing had transpired. Late at night, at the Wanchai Pier, the sea breeze, carrying a salty tang, chilled the skin. The dark pier was illuminated only by a few dim yellow lights, barely casting light on a small area. Chun Haonan was directing Shan Ji and several brothers, anxiously overseeing the workers as they unloaded large wooden crates. Hurry up, hurry up. 300 boxes of smuggled cigarettes must all be loaded before dawn. He lowered his voice, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was the first major job assigned to him by Brother B. If successful, his standing in Brother B's eyes would elevate significantly. However, just as the last crate was being loaded onto the truck, the blaring sirens erupted from all directions. Suddenly, dozens of brilliant searchlight beams illuminated the entire dock as if it were daylight. "O department is here. Everyone freeze, drop your weapons." A middle-aged police inspector, impeccably dressed and exuding authority, descended from the vehicle, his voice cold as ice. "O department inspector, Su Jibin." The faces of Chun Haonan and Shan Ji turned as pale as ghosts. Before they could react, a multitude of heavily armed police officers surged in like a tidal wave, encircling them firmly. "Someone reported you for smuggling. Take them all back to the police station." With a commanding voice, Su Jibin had cold handcuffs clamped onto the wrists of Chun Haonan and Shan Ji. Almost simultaneously, Liang Kuan's counterfeit factory in Mong Kok was met with another group of visitors. Bang! The factory's front door was violently breached, and countless police officers rushed inside, forcing the workers and underlings, who were working late into the night, to the ground. The chief henchman overseeing the factory, a Yao, had no chance to resist and was pressed down firmly. The news reached Liang Kuan's nightclub, where he, infuriated, overturned the table before him. Damn it! Glass bottles shattered, and liquor mixed with ice flew everywhere. On the side, Sha Chong, with a pale face, gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Kun, both the Wanchai Pier and our factory were raided simultaneously. The police arrived so precisely. There must be someone leaking information." Chapter 41. The trap of the lottery. Liang Kuan's eyes burned with fury, his chest heaving violently. This time, with the factory's inventory and equipment, he had suffered a direct loss of nearly 2 million. More importantly, his most capable production supervisor, a Yao, had also been captured. Aside from that bastard, Debi, who else could be responsible? Liang Kuan kicked over the nearby sofa, his face twisted with rage. "Damn it, are you playing tricks on me?" "Sha Chong," he shouted. "Yes, Brother Kun. Gather the men and bring the weapons." The flames of madness ignited in Liang Kuan's eyes. "To Wanchai? Sweep the B's territory clean. I need to purge our ranks." A storm within the Hongxing organization was quietly brewing. Meanwhile, one of the instigators, Xian Shi, was leisurely lounging in his sauna club, embracing 2 women while listening to his subordinate, Fei Long, report. "Boss, the news has come in. Liang Kuan and Brother B are at each other's throats. They're set to clash in Wanchai tonight," Fei Long said with a sycophantic grin. "Haha, splendid. The fiercer they fight, the greater our opportunity," Xian Shi replied, exhaling a puff of cigar smoke. He pinched the cheek of one of the women beside him and added ominously, "But just their feud isn't enough excitement. You need to find a way to drag Qi Lin Hao into this." "Drag Qi Lin Hao into this?" Fei Long was taken aback. "Yes." A glint of shrewdness flashed in Xian Shi's eyes. "Inform Ben Shu from Dongxing. Let him know about the internal strife in Hongxing and prepare to seize Boland Street. Have Wu bring 100 brothers to assist. I want to see just how murky the waters of Yao Ma Ti can become." Fei Long nodded repeatedly, admiration evident on his face. "You're brilliant, boss." Xianshi waved his hand, seemingly recalling something, and added, "By the way, that Shui Da, hasn't he just won 640,000 in the lottery?" "Yes, boss. That old man has been boasting about it every day, as if he wants everyone to know." "Humph," Xianshi snorted coldly. "Send someone to bring that old fool to me. His 640,000 will be just right for distributing to our brothers as relocation funds. Consider it a ticket to the show." "Understood." Fei Long accepted the order, grinning wickedly as he departed. In the brightly lit convenience store under the night sky, a middle-aged man in a floral shirt with salt and pepper hair was waving a lottery ticket, ecstatic and dancing with joy. It was Shui Da, little sister. "Look, I've won. I won 640,000. He shouted to the cashier, his face wrinkled in delight. Tomorrow, Dad will take you to move. We'll go to Yuan Long to see a big house." He was completely absorbed in his overwhelming joy, oblivious to the shadowy figures lurking at the street corner outside, where Fei Long and a group of thugs armed with machetes watched him with cold, lifeless eyes. Across the street, in an inconspicuous black sedan, Wu Jiahao had just returned from the Central Jockey Club's prize claim center, having deposited the 640,000 cash check into his system. He glanced at the jubilant Shui Da in the convenience store, and then at the sinister group at the corner, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his wrist to check the time. It was just right, calculating the timing. He figured it was time for Xianshi to make his move. At the entrance of the convenience store, Shui Da's ecstatic celebration came to an abrupt halt. Fei Long's bloated face appeared before him, twisted with a malicious grin, flanked by a dozen thugs wielding weapons, surrounding him entirely. "Deshu, you've struck it rich. Aren't you going to treat your brothers to a drink?" Fei Long patted Shui Da's face, his tone flippant. But his eyes were as venomous as a snake's. Shui Da's heart sank, his intoxication dissipating. He forced himself to remain calm, clutching the lottery ticket tightly. "Fei Long, what do you want?" "I have no grievances with Xianshi. Now you do." Fei Long was too lazy to engage in further banter, snatching the ticket from him and gesturing to his thugs. "Take him away." Several thugs surged forward, roughly seizing Shui Da and shoving him into a van. The whole process was swift and efficient. Passers-by hurriedly avoided the scene, not daring to glance back. Across the street, in the black sedan, Wu Jiahao quietly observed everything, his fingers lightly tapping on the steering wheel. The efficiency of Fei Long's crew was slightly faster than he had anticipated. He started the car, leisurely turning it around towards the factory in Mong Kok. The fish had already taken the bait. Half an hour later, at the Chi Lin Daily Chemical Factory, in the manager's office. Bang! The office door was violently flung open, and a figure stumbled in. It was Zhang Mei Run. Her hair was disheveled, tears streaked down her face, and she trembled, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "Brother Hao." Wu Jiahao stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the brightly lit factory below. He slowly turned to face the panicked Zhang Mei Run, his expression devoid of surprise. "Calm down," he said slowly, his voice steady and imbued with a soothing strength. Zhang Mei Run took several deep breaths, finally crying out with a choked voice, "Brother Hao, something has happened. Shi San Mei and Deshu have been captured by Xianshi. They were taken to the rooftop of the Neon nightclub on Bolan Street. Xianshi stole Deshu's winning lottery ticket and said he would sell Shi San Mei to the brothel." At her last words, Zhang Mei Run could no longer hold back, collapsing to the ground in uncontrollable tears. Wu Jiahao's gaze instantly turned icy. He approached his desk and picked up the unfolded map of Yaomati, beside the red mark indicating the Neon nightclub on Bolan Street. He had already drawn 3 clear arrows with a pencil, each pointing towards different escape routes. Did Xianshi truly believe he had everything under control? Just then, the office door swung open once more. Jimmy, clad in a sharp black suit, strode in with a serious demeanor. He held out an encrypted walkie-talkie towards Wu Jiahao. "Brother Hao, the 30-man security team has been fully organized according to Plan B. One group remains at the factory, led by Fei Ji, to ensure the safety of the production line. The second group, under my command, has already set out and is on standby near the Wanchai police station, ready to assist at a moment's notice." Jimmy paused, gazing at Wu Jiahao, awaiting the final command. The third group, consisting of 10 formidable fighters, was ready downstairs, poised for action. "The third group will accompany me to Bolan Street," Wu Jiahao interjected, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He opened the drawer and retrieved two elongated objects wrapped in black cloth. With a flourish, the black fabric unfurled, revealing two gleaming butterfly knives that danced deftly in his hands, producing a series of crisp metallic clinks as the blades traced lethal arcs under the light. That foolish Xian sure believed that Jiahao relied solely on cunning and solitary tactics. He had no inkling of the meticulous preparations made for this day. Little did he know that within the inconspicuous tea house in Mong Kok lay a slumbering tiger. Chapter 42. The rooftop showdown of steel pipe warriors. Jiahao sheathed his butterfly knife at his lower back. He retrieved a thick bundle of Hong Kong dollars from the drawer, amounting to 20 or 30,000, and thrust it into the trembling hands of Zhang Meirun, who was still sobbing. "Do not cry," he urged. Zhang Meirun raised her tear-streaked eyes, confusion etched on her face. "Now, listen to me," Jiahao commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. "Take this money and head straight to the tea restaurant in Mong Kok. Find Brother Bao and tell him that I, Jiahao, wish to treat him to a sumptuous seafood feast. You will cover the costs up front. If it's insufficient, I shall provide the rest." He fixed his gaze upon her, enunciating each word with gravity. "Do whatever it takes to cheer him up, ensure he dines well, but he must remain at the restaurant. He cannot leave even a step. Remember, the most crucial point is this. Under no circumstances mention anything regarding the incident on Bolan Street. Not a single word." Although Zhang Meirun did not comprehend the rationale behind his insistence, the chilling intensity of Jiahao's eyes compelled her to nod vigorously, wiping away her tears as she clutched the money and dashed out. Once Zhang Meirun's figure vanished through the door, Jiahao turned to Jimmy, a flicker of determination sparking in his eyes. "Notify our contacts to head to the vicinity of Wan Chai Pier and seek out someone named Tuing. Inform him that I, Jiahao, am offering 200,000 to summon him, Lao Ying, Hei Ying, and the trio of eagles from Causeway Bay to assist me with a task. Money is not an issue." As night deepened, the rooftop of Bolan Street's neon nightclub became a tempestuous arena. The wind howled, stinging the cheeks of those present. Xian Shi lounged in the center on a sofa, a cigar nestled between his fingers, his feet resting upon the battered form of Chui Shuida. He held a lottery ticket worth 640,000, rhythmically slapping it against Chui Shuida's face. "Slacker, I heard you were on the verge of hitting the 7 million jackpot. What a pity, just one number short." Xian Shi exhaled a puff of smoke, a mocking grin plastered across his face. "But fret not, this 640,000 will surely bring some joy to my brothers. I'll kill you." Chui Shuida's voice trembled with rage, his eyes blazing like an enraged lioness. Bound by ropes, she struggled fiercely, directing her fury at Xian Shi. Xian Shi glanced at her, revealing a toothy grin. TSK, your daughter is so unattractive. And her temper is equally foul. If sold to Malan, she wouldn't fetch much at all. I will end you." Fueled by a sudden surge of strength, Chui Shuida broke free from her foot restraints, lunging at Xian Shi and sinking her teeth into his ankle. "Ah!" Xian Shi howled in pain, kicking her away. Glaring down at the deep bite marks and blood staining his skin, his grin vanished, replaced by a savage scowl. "You filthy bitch. You dare defy me." He pointed at the fallen Chui Shuida, bellowing at Fei Long beside him. "Beat her. Break her fingers one by one. Let her see the consequences of crossing me." "Yes, boss." Fei Long responded with a wicked grin, retrieving a heavy iron rod from his waist, advancing menacingly toward Chui Shuida. The rod sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, aimed straight at her curled fingers. Chui Shuida lay on the ground, staring at the impending iron rod with unwavering defiance, her heart filled with seething hatred. Clenching her teeth, she swore inwardly, "Even if I perish here today, I shall reclaim this debt, with interest." A resounding metallic clash echoed abruptly across the rooftop. The iron rod destined for Chui Shuida's hand was abruptly intercepted by a shadow that descended from above. Sparks flew. Fei Long felt a jolt reverberate through his hands, nearly causing him to lose grip of the rod. He looked up in horror, only to see a towering figure. Bang! Another thunderous crash, more profound and terrifying than the last, erupted as a heavy iron door was kicked in from the outside, crashing into the four lowly members of the gang standing at the entrance like a piece of crumpled metal. Howls of agony erupted as they were sent sprawling, blood spewing forth, limbs broken, and silence quickly enveloped the scene. The sudden turn of events rendered the rooftop eerily still. Xian Shi's sinister smile froze. All eyes widened in disbelief as they turned toward the entrance. Two figures emerged, one behind the other, advancing slowly. Leading them was Wu Jiahao, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze as frigid as a Siberian winter, exuding a palpable pressure that left the assembled thugs gasping for air. Following closely was Feiji, clutching a fire hose recently dismantled from the stairwell, a cruel smile playing on his lips, his hawk-like eyes fixated on Fei Long, who still gripped the iron rod. Qilin Hao? Xian Shi sprang from the sofa, incredulous as he beheld Wu Jiahao. He could not fathom how Wu Jiahao had discovered their location. Hadn't that foolish woman, Zhang Meiran, gone to the authorities? As he scanned the room and realized no one accompanied Wu Jiahao, a sense of relief washed over him, and his arrogance resurfaced. I thought you had brought an army, causing such a ruckus, but it appears it's merely the two of you? Xian Shi spat disdainfully, pointing at Wu Jiahao with derision. Kill the thug's head resembled a smashed watermelon, with red and white matter splattered across the ground. Without even a grunt, he collapsed stiffly. Feiji shook the blood off the water pipe, casting a deathly glare at Xian Shi as he spoke coldly. Dare to laugh at my Hao Ge? The rooftop fell into a tomb-like silence. Everyone was stunned by Feiji's lightning-fast, brutal display of violence. The muscles on Xian Shi's face twitched violently. He never expected that this seemingly insignificant follower of Wu Jiahao could be such a fierce and ruthless character. Yet, relying on his numerical advantage, he still roared with false bravado. What the hell are you all waiting for? Get them. Cut them down. Whoever kills Qilin Hao gets a reward of 100,000. Where there is a hefty reward, brave men will emerge. The dozens of gangsters from the United Society exchanged glances, then drew cleavers and metal pipes from their waists, their faces twisted with malice as they closed in on Wu Jiahao and Feiji. However, Wu Jiahao did not even lift an eyelid. He simply gazed calmly at the pale-faced Xian Shi, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Xian Shi, do you really think only the two of us came tonight? He flicked the sheath of his butterfly knife, which traced a graceful arc through the air before landing firmly back in his hand. Take a look behind you. Whose people are standing there? Chapter 43. The Art of Betrayal. Xian Shi's heart sank with a jolt, and he instinctively turned around. Upon doing so, he felt as though struck by lightning, rendered utterly motionless. Behind him stood the very core of his loyal subordinates, now led by a defiant young man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, who had brazenly turned their backs on him. Dozens of gleaming machetes, once pointed at Wu Jiahao, were now aimed squarely at Xian Shi himself. The leading youth, whom Xian Shi recognized as Wu Ya from Dongxing, wore a malicious grin. Wu Ya, what does this mean? Xian Shi's voice trembled, his blood seemingly congealing within his veins. Wu Ya languidly exhaled a smoke ring and produced a stack of photographs from his pocket, carelessly tossing them onto Xian Shi's face. Xian Ge, my apologies. These artistic shots of you and the boss Ben Shu's woman in the van are quite impressive. Ben Shu is fond of them and would like you to explain things to him personally. The photographs scattered across the ground, each one depicting Xian Shi and a seductive woman in compromising positions within the confines of a narrow van. The woman was none other than Ben Yifu's partner, the notorious leader of Dongxing. Xian Shi's face drained of color, his body trembling as he pointed at Wu Ya, then at Wu Jiahao, his lips quivering. You, Wu Ya, how much did Qilin Hao pay you? I will give you double. No, triple. Money? Wu Ya chuckled as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He approached Wu Jiahao, respectfully nodded, and then turned his gaze back to Xian Shi, his eyes filled with pity. The sum Qilin Gu offered isn't substantial. It's merely enough for Ben Shu to personally send someone to sever your third leg. Before Xian Shi could respond, a sudden, rhythmic pounding reverberated from downstairs, the sound growing louder and more intense, reminiscent of an advancing army. Terrified, Xian Shi rushed to the rooftop's edge and peered down, his heart plummeting. There, from the eastern alley, a throng of dark figures surged forth like a tidal wave, numbering 200 to 300. At the forefront stood 3 men wielding machetes, exuding an imposing aura, none other than the infamous Copper Gong Bay 3 Eagles, who had once followed Xia Shan Bao to conquer the world. Meanwhile, from the western corner, a similar crowd emerged, completely surrounding the Neon Night Club. These individuals donned matching black suits, brandishing weapons, their movements synchronized and filled with an air of lethal intent. It was over. Completely over. Xian Shi's legs buckled beneath him, collapsing to the ground. Just then, his phone erupted with frantic ringing. Fumbling, he answered, and the anguished cries of his top henchman, Guang Tu Zai, pierced through the line. Boss, help. We are surrounded. A team in black suits has emerged from Chi Lin's factory. They are not just gangsters. They are rabid dogs. Over 100 of our brothers have been taken down in an instant. Their attack was ruthless. Boss, run. The call abruptly ended. Xianshi, clutching the phone, felt his arms grow heavy, his gaze vacant, as his face turned ashen. He finally understood that from the moment he had kidnapped Shi Sen Mei and Shu, he had fallen into a meticulously laid trap by Wu Jiahao. Every step had been orchestrated by his adversary. Wu Jiahao sauntered before him, crouched down, and twirled a butterfly knife skillfully between his fingers, producing a crisp sound. I told you, he said, looking directly at Xianshi. Today, you shall meet your demise. Not far away, Shi Sen Mei stared blankly at the unfolding chaos. Observing the overwhelming forces behind Wu Jiahao and her father barely clinging to life on the ground, her eyes brimmed with tears. Struggling to rise, she limped toward Wu Jiahao, her lips moving with a mix of guilt and gratitude. How go, it was me. Save your breath, Wu Jiahao interrupted, tossing her a bottle of hemostatic spray from his pocket. Tend to your father first. There's a fierce battle ahead. Shi Sen Mei nodded vigorously. Unable to suppress her tears any longer, they streamed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Fei Ji, unable to contain himself, licked his cracked lips, his knuckles cracking as he fixed his fierce gaze on the rotund figure of Fei Long, who had once knocked him down. How go? Let me go first. I want to personally take down that fat bastard. Xianshi, overhearing this, flushed with anger and shouted, Damn it! Do you think I fear you? Take him down. Whoever kills Chi Lin Hao, I will reward with 100,000. His proclamation struck like a bolt of adrenaline, igniting the spirits of all the gangsters present. The lure of wealth instantly overshadowed their fear of Fei Ji. 100,000. Let us kill him. The money is ours. Greed ignited their eyes as dozens of henchmen exchanged glances, unleashing primal roars, brandishing their machetes, and surging toward Wu Jiahao and Fei Ji like sharks sensing blood. The air crackled with violence. However, Wu Jiahao remained unfazed. As the tide of attackers crashed upon him, he didn't budge an inch, merely gripping his butterfly knife with nonchalance. Just as the foremost gangster, sporting a grotesque grin, swung his machete towards Wu Jiahao's head, he made his move. His motion was not swift, but rather leisurely, akin to a stroll in a garden. With a mere sidestep, he evaded the weighty blow. In the next instant, with a flick of his wrist, the blade found its mark. A soft, sickening sound echoed as the knife sliced through flesh. The gangster's smile froze as he looked down to find Wu Jiahao's butterfly knife had precisely cut his throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. And as he clutched his neck, gasping for breath, disbelief filled his eyes as he fell backward, lifeless in an instant. Meanwhile, the scene on the other side of the plain was entirely different. He was like a frenzied tiger unleashed from its cage, charging headlong into the crowd without a hint of evasion. Damn it all. Come and face your doom, roared the plain with savage fury, his steel pipe whirling into a dark cyclone. He disdained blocking his opponent's weapons, opting instead for the most brutal and ruthless approach, striking directly at their lower bodies with unyielding force. Crack! A thug's shin was struck squarely by the pipe, instantly bending at a grotesque angle as the sickening sound of bone shattering echoed through the air. Ah! A piercing scream tore across the rooftop. The thug clutched his broken leg, writhing and wailing on the ground, but the plane didn't even spare him a glance. He turned and swung the pipe again, smashing it mercilessly into another man's knee. Thud! Another muffled crunch of bone followed. The plane fought with ruthless precision, targeting the lower body relentlessly. Anyone struck by his pipe was left unable to stand, clutching their shattered limbs and howling in agony, completely incapacitated. This method was far more intimidating than simply killing them outright. Chapter 44. Orthopedic Experience Card. 10 Fingers Connected Heart packaged the group, led by Wu Ya, resembling a pack of trained wolves, swiftly encircled from the flanks, their machetes dancing in the air, efficiently harvesting the lives of the Syndicate's henchmen. The rooftop transformed instantaneously into a gruesome slaughterhouse. The cacophony of battle cries, anguished screams, the sound of bones shattering, and clashing weapons intermingled to create a symphony of death. Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor of a tea house across from the Neon nightclub, a middle-aged woman with voluminous waves, adorned in a resplendent outfit, nonchalantly cracked sunflower seeds while reclining with one leg crossed over the other. She was none other than Liang Ma, one of the 12 leaders of Hongxing, holding dominion over the territory of Sham Shui Per. Beside her, a young subordinate named Bozai anxiously observed the chaos unfolding on the rooftop below, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Ma, are we not going to assist Qi Linhao? After all, he is one of our own." Liang Ma spat dismissively, accurately tossing the shell into a nearby waste bin without even lifting her eyelids. Assist him? What for? To help him seamlessly seize control of Bolan Street? Would I still have my position as a leader then? She leisurely picked up another sunflower seed, continuing, "Fool. The underworld is not merely about violence. It is about human relationships and the delicate balance of interests. This is perfect. Let them tear each other apart. Once that lecher is thoroughly defeated, the Syndicate's rabble will be leaderless, and I can conveniently absorb their remaining territory and manpower. In due time, with Qi Linhao, myself, and Wu from Dongxing, we will establish a tripartite equilibrium on Bolan Street, ensuring mutual restraint so that no single entity can dominate. That is what stability truly means. Do you understand?" Bozai, taken aback, nodded in a daze, struggling to grasp her logic. Liang Ma's gaze followed the young figure adeptly navigating through the fray below, a flicker of apprehension crossing her eyes. This Qi Linhao was too formidable, too ruthless. She had no desire to cultivate an uncontrollable adversary. On the other side of the street, a police car quietly stood in the shadows. A young officer in uniform, sweating profusely, watched the bloody spectacle on the rooftop in alarm. "It's a disaster, sir. They're about to kill someone up there. If we don't intervene now, there will be fatalities." The sergeant, leaning against the car door and smoking a cigarette, remained unfazed, casually flicking ash. "What's the rush?" He exhaled a smoke ring, his tone dripping with worldly wisdom. "If we rush in now to apprehend them, we'll have to write reports, record statements, go through the motions, and waste half our lives. At most, they'll be detained for 2 days. Once a lawyer arrives, they'll be released anyway. It's a waste of taxpayer money and our time. Why bother?" "But there are no buts," the sergeant interjected, gesturing towards the rooftop. "Look at that young man leading the charge. That's Qi Linhao. Observe how he strikes. Each blow aimed at vital points, either slashing throats or crippling limbs, swift and precise, with not a single superfluous movement." The sergeant took a drag from his cigarette, a complex expression crossing his face. "This kid is more professional than our CID, ruthless and decisive. He was born for this line of work. If we rush in now, we won't stabilize the situation, we'll only create more chaos. Let these thugs tear each other apart. Do we really need to join in? I bet before we even reach the rooftop, they'll have settled it amongst themselves. Such skill, it's a shame he's not in the police academy." As the sergeant's words trailed off, the battle on the rooftop neared its conclusion. In a mere 10 minutes, the several dozen elite henchmen brought by the lecher had suffered grievous losses, sprawled lifelessly across the ground. The few remaining were utterly terrified, discarding their weapons and kneeling in surrender. The lecher, observing his howling subordinates, glanced at the unscathed Wu Jiahao and Feiji, his face a mask of despair. He knew the tide had turned. Run, the sole thought in his mind. He seized the trembling Filong beside him, using him as a human shield, and bolted towards the fire escape. Wu Jiahao, with a disdainful grunt, barely glanced at the pushed-over Filong. With a flick of his wrist, the butterfly knife transformed into a silver streak, hurtling through the air. Uft! The knife embedded itself precisely in Filong's calf, almost fully penetrating the flesh. "Ah!" Filong let out a pig-like scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Wu Jiao's figure, like a specter, appeared behind the lecher. With no unnecessary movements, he simply raised his foot and forcefully stomped down on the lecher's neck. Bang! The lecher was slammed to the ground by immense force, his face meeting the rough concrete, scraping away a significant patch of skin, blood gushing forth. "Run?" Wu Jiao's voice loomed coldly from above, devoid of any emotion. "When you bullied Sister Shursan and Uncle Da, why didn't you run this fast? I'll fight you." The lecher twisted his head, bloodied mouth agape, resembling a rabid dog, lunging towards Wu Jiao's ankle. Wu Jiao's gaze turned icy. He lightly tapped his toes, sidestepping the attack. Then, with a sudden downward thrust of his knee, he struck the back of the lecher's head with force. Thud! The lecher felt the world spin, his vision clouded with stars, nearly losing consciousness. "Still want to bite?" Wu Jiao's voice whispered, like a demon from the depths of hell, echoing in the lecher's ear. "Rest assured, I won't grant you a swift death. I will begin with your fingers, one by one, breaking each one. You will truly understand what it means to have 10 fingers connected to the heart. Wu Jiahua's foot remained firmly planted on the lecher's neck, an immovable mountain. The damp face pressed tightly against the rough concrete ground, rendering flesh and blood indistinguishable. While the nostrils and mouth were filled with the acrid scent of dust mingled with blood, he could sense the bones at the nape of his neck groaning under the unbearable strain, poised to snap at any moment. Jiahao, how go? I was wrong. I truly was wrong. The wet voice was muffled, suffused with terror and desperation, devoid of its earlier arrogance. Spare me. I will give you all my money. I will cede my territory to you. I implore you, grant me a path to survival. Now you realize your mistake? Wu Jiahao's voice was frigid, yet the pressure of his foot intensified. Crack. Another clear sound of bone fracturing echoed. Ah! The wretched scream was stifled in his throat, morphing into a painful groan, and his body convulsed violently. Wu Jiahao crouched down, disregarding the pitiful wails, and with 2 fingers delved into the blood-stained pocket of his tattered shirt, feeling around. What he extracted was a lottery ticket, soaked in blood and crumpled. It was this very ticket that had brought misfortune upon Shi Mei and Shueda. Chapter 45. The arrival of Hongxing's funds. Wu Jiahao rose to his feet and approached Shi Mei, who was pale and leaning against Shueda. He handed her the blood-stained lottery ticket, his tone unremarkable. This is yours. Shi Mei gazed at the ticket, then at the puddle of muck on the ground, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. She did not reach out to take it. With a thud, Shi Mei's knees buckled, and she knelt before Wu Jiahao, her forehead striking the ground heavily. How go? Her voice was choked with emotion, yet resolutely firm. You saved my father and me, twice. From this day forth, my life, Chui Xiao, belongs to you. How go? You direct me east. I shall not venture west. You command me to climb the mountain of blades. I shall not flinch. From now on, I will follow you. Shueda, witnessing this, was taken aback, wanting to pull his daughter away, but was halted by her determined gaze. He understood that his daughter had made a definitive choice. Wu Jiahao regarded the kneeling Shi Mei without immediately offering assistance. This was the desired outcome. In the world of the underbelly, mere ferocity was insufficient. One required loyal subordinates. Shi Mei was the cornerstone he had chosen. Rise, Wu Jiahao said calmly. From now on, as long as you follow me, no one will dare to bully you or your father. Yes. How go? Shi Mei bowed her head once more in reverence before standing up with Shueda's support. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as the iron door of the rooftop was forcefully kicked open, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. 7 or 8 burly men in floral shirts, their arms adorned with eagle tattoos, stormed in with fierce intent. Leading them were 3 men, one bald, one with long hair, and another with a face full of flesh. They were the infamous San Ying, Tu Ying, Lao Ying, and He Ying, who were well known in the vicinity of Tongluan and had once been the right and left arms of the formidable Zai Shanshanbao. Upon entering the rooftop, they were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Several members of the United Society lay sprawled across the floor, some missing hands, others feet, their wails echoing like a hellish chorus. The individual known as Xian Shi was reduced to a puddle of flesh, lying motionless on the ground. San Ying gasped in horror. Is this a fight? This is sheer slaughter. Tu Ying's gaze swept across the scene, finally landing on Wu Jiahao, who rolled up his sleeves and bellowed. You are Qi Lin Hao? Do you dare to toy with my brothers? You called and said Bao Gu was captured by the United Society, causing us to rush over. If you don't provide an explanation today, not just this rooftop, I will tear down the entire Bolan Street. His companions echoed their outrage, brandishing steel pipes and knives that clanged ominously. However, Wu Jiahao did not even lift his eyelids, simply signaling to Jimmy beside him. Jimmy understood and retrieved 2 pre-prepared black travel bags, slamming them down in front of San Ying. The zippers were left undone, revealing stacks of crisp Hong Kong dollars within. Bao Gu is safely enjoying tea with me, Wu Jiahao stated, his voice steady yet clear. Here lies 600,000. Each of you 3 esteemed leaders will receive 200,000 as a performance fee for today. As for the tea fee for bringing your brothers, that will be calculated separately. Tu Ying stood frozen, kicking the bag at his feet, listening to the sound of money clinking inside, exchanging incredulous glances with the other 2. 200,000? Performance fee? In all our years, we've never seen anything like this. He Ying stepped forward, picked up a bag, weighed it in his hand, and grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Jiahao, you are quite the character, wealthy and audacious. However, don't use Bao Ji's name to play tricks on us again. Rest assured, there will be no next time. Wu Jiahao interrupted calmly. Bao Gu is a respected senior of mine. I would never jest with him. I invited you three today merely to demonstrate to this garbage of the United Society that I, Jiahao, am not without influence. Tuing scrutinized Wu Jiahao for a long moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Good. A fine Jiahao. You are both ruthless and clever. He waved his hand. Brothers, let's wrap it up. With that, he grabbed a money bag and departed without a backward glance, having arrived swiftly and leaving just as swiftly. Throughout the encounter, they had not once inquired about how to deal with the sprawled members of the United Society. In the world of the underbelly, business is conducted for a price. It is a matter of principle. Watching San Ying's retreating figure, Feiji sidled up to Wu Jiahao and whispered, How go? You allowed them to leave just like that? These fellows. Wu Jiahao replied nonchalantly, They are merely mercenaries who recognize only money. Pay them well, and they are more reliable than anyone else. Meanwhile, a crow from Dongxing pulled out his phone, snapping several photos of the scene as if collecting evidence. He approached Wu Jiahao, stowed his phone, and flashed a grin revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Jiahao, you have not disappointed me. This scene is quite explosive. He clapped Wu Jiahao on the shoulder, then shifted the topic. Our Ben Shu has stated that the debt of Xianshi has been settled by you on behalf of Dongxing. However, the debt of Demi will eventually be settled with you by Dongxing. Ready whenever you are, Wu Jiahao replied, his expression impassive. The crow chuckled and, without further ado, turned to leave with his men. The rooftop fell into a quieter state, with only Wu Jiahao's men and the moaning remnants of the United Society left behind. At that moment, leisurely footsteps echoed from the stairway. Everyone turned to look. A middle-aged woman with voluminous curls strolled up, the very same Liang Ma who had previously watched the performance at the tea house. Following her were Bo Zai and a few subordinates, their faces adorned with subtle smiles, yet their eyes were scanning Wu Jiahao, Feiji, and the fallen figures on the ground. Oh, Jiahao, truly formidable. Liang Ma approached Wu Jiahao, exaggeratedly covering her nose with a handkerchief as if unable to bear the stench of blood. Not long after taking office, she single-handedly seized control of the territory of the United Group, leaving us old-timers feeling truly aged. While she verbally expressed admiration, her tone belied any genuine respect, instead filled with scrutiny and skepticism. Wu Jiahao, wiping the blood from his butterfly knife, spoke without lifting his gaze, stating, Liang Ma, you jest. I am merely expanding the gang's territory and incidentally seeking justice for Sister Shursan. He placed particular emphasis on the term gang, implying that his actions were in alignment with the interests of Hongxing. Liang Ma's smile deepened as she approached the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the vibrant nightlife of Boland Street, and remarked with significance. Boland Street is neither particularly large nor small. Once dominated by a lecher, now with your arrival, Jiahao, even the crows have taken their share. She turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Wu Jiahao. Tell me, can such a small pond sustain 3 dragons? Chapter 46. The unraveling of Liang Ma. The atmosphere grew heavy and tense. The airplane and Jim and his companions instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, watching Liang Ma and her subordinates with vigilance. Wu Jiahao finally finished sharpening his knife, sheathed the butterfly knife with a swift motion, and lifted his gaze to meet Liang Ma's, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Liang Ma, you misunderstand. A dragon must swim towards the ocean. Who would wish to remain in a small pond? Liang Ma's expression hardened slightly. Wu Jiahua's words revealed his ambition. He did not regard the small Boland Street as significant. Just as the two faced off, the atmosphere charged with tension, the distant wail of an ambulance and police sirens grew increasingly clear. Wu Jiahua glanced towards the lower levels, then surveyed the blood-stained rooftop and the distant, shimmering neon lights. The approaching sirens acted like a death knell, tightening the nerves of everyone present. The recently defected gang members turned pale, instinctively seeking cover. Liang Ma's smile faded somewhat as she cast a glance towards the lower levels before fixing her gaze back on Wu Jiahua, her eyes gleaming with a sense of anticipation. You've made this mess. Now that the police are coming, I wonder how you, Jiahao, will handle it. However, Wu Jiahua appeared oblivious to her taunts and surveyed his surroundings. His gaze swept over the wounded gang members and finally landed on the group of newly allied henchmen, who seemed at a loss. His voice, though soft, drowned out the encroaching police sirens. I am Chi Lin Hao of the Hongxing. From tonight onward, all establishments that originally belonged to the gang on Bo Lan Street will be under my command. What happened before with Xianshi is of no concern to me. Wu Jiahao paused, his eyes sharp as blades. Follow me, and I will offer you double what Xianshi paid you. Furthermore, I will distribute an additional 300,000 in bonuses to the brothers present tonight. With sufficient funds, you may indulge as you please. This proclamation detonated like ice thrown into a calm pot of oil. Double the wages. An extra 300,000. Who was this extraordinary figure? The gang members exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment and elation. After toiling under Xianshi for a month, the meager wages they earned barely afforded them a few visits to a sauna. Now this Chi Lin Hao was promising double pay and cash on the spot? A bold gang member could not contain himself and asked, "Brother, is what you say true?" Wu Jiahao remained silent, merely nodding towards Jim. Jim understood immediately and retrieved the money bag that San Ing had left behind. With a flourish, he emptied the contents onto the ground. Bundles of Hong Kong dollars scattered, glimmering seductively under the dim rooftop lights. Here is 200,000, and the remaining 100,000 will be delivered to you tomorrow. Jim's voice was cold, yet it ignited a fervor in the hearts of all the gang members. Damn, Brother Hao is magnificent. From now on, we follow Brother Hao. That scoundrel Xianshi, I've long found him displeasing. He pocketed our money to support his women. Yes, Brother Hao is the true boss. People are inherently pragmatic, especially those who earn their keep in the underworld. The one who offers more money and possesses a stronger fist is the true leader. Wu Jiahao demonstrated his might through a decisive slaughter and shattered their defenses with cold hard cash. Loyalty? What is that? Can it be eaten? Witnessing the swift defection of the gang members, Liang Ma's expression grew increasingly grim. She had initially planned to wait for Wu Jiahao to be apprehended by the police, then emerge as a senior member of the gang to clean up the mess and claim Bo Lan Street for herself. However, Wu Jiahao had effortlessly won their hearts, clearly intent on transforming this territory into his own dominion. This was unacceptable. Ah, Chi Lin Hao, you truly wield great influence. Liang Ma sauntered forward, her expression once again a mask of feigned congeniality. You, a mere fledgling from the CGO, dare to establish your own authority on Bo Lan Street, while collecting followers in my presence? Do you not regard the rules of our organization or the elders among us? Her opening remarks cast Wu Jiahao as one who disregarded the rules of the gang. The followers behind her stepped forward, eyes locked onto Wu Jiahao, the atmosphere once more thick with tension. Wu Jiahao scoffed, hardly deigning to glance at her. Liang Ma, I respect you as a senior, which is why I have been polite. Do not attempt to impose gang rules upon me. He turned to face Liang Ma, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. When my brothers and I were fighting for the gang, expanding our territory, where were you? Oh, right, you were sipping tea in the tea house across the street, watching the show? Now that I have emerged victorious, you come to preach rules? You wish to oversee my operations? Wu Jiahua's voice surged, echoing like thunder. What does the third rule of the Hongxing say? Have you forgotten? When a brother is in trouble, one must assist. Those who do not comply shall face the wrath of the heavens. You stood by while I was besieged by dozens, and now you dare speak of rules? With your narrow vision, you think you are fit to lead? Each word struck home, rendering Liang Ma speechless, her face turning a shade of deep crimson. Her subordinates felt the awkwardness, aware that their leader's actions were indefensible, a source of embarrassment. You. Liang Ma pointed at Wu Jiahao, trembling with rage, yet unable to articulate a single word. Wu Jiahao offered her no opportunity for a retort as he strode towards the stairwell, his cold voice reverberating across the rooftop. The police are coming. Those who do not wish to spend time in a cell should act swiftly. Jim, take San Mei and Shui De to the hospital and find the best doctors. Money is no object. The aircraft, you take a few brothers and raid the damp old den for me, bringing everything back to the factory in Mong Kok, leaving not a single hair behind. Yes, how good. Jimmy and the aircraft responded in unison, immediately springing into action. The recently allied subordinates of the Joint Society also reacted, under the guidance of a few seasoned veterans, beginning to manage the scene in a flurry of activity. Some attended to the injured, while others cleaned the bloodstains, all in an orderly manner, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. In the blink of an eye, Only Liang Ma and her few subordinates remained on the rooftop, standing still like fools, unable to leave or stay. Watching Wu Jiahao depart without hesitation, Liang Ma's eyes were filled with a deep resentment. She realized that she had utterly underestimated this young man. Qi Lin Hao. From this night onward, this name will likely resonate throughout the entire underworld. Chapter 47. Prosperity, System Space 0 purchase half an hour later, in Mong Kok, within an abandoned garment factory. This establishment had long been secured by Wu Jiahao as a clandestine stronghold, nestled away from the bustling urban sprawl and shrouded in secrecy. Inside the factory's warehouse, Wu Jiahao observed the items transported back from the damp lair by the plane, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. An antique safe, towering at half his height, several bulging suitcases, and an assortment of scattered antique paintings and calligraphy lay before him. Everything is here, Brother Hao, the plane, wiping the sweat from its brow, stated in a deep voice. Wu Jiahao nodded, retrieving a military dagger from his pocket, approaching the imposing safe. You all can leave now. Understood. The plane and the others did not inquire further, turning to exit the warehouse and closing the door behind them. Only Wu Jiahao remained in the warehouse, not bothering to decipher any codes. Instead, he pressed his palm against the heavy iron door of the safe. In the next instant, a miraculous event transpired. The safe, crafted from high-quality steel and weighing several hundred pounds, vanished into thin air. Almost immediately, another identical safe appeared before Wu Jiahao. This was his golden finger as a time traveler, a system space that allowed him to store and retrieve items. By placing the safe into the system space and then extracting it, he effectively circumvented all physical defenses. Wu Jiahao moved behind the safe, raising his military dagger against its feeble back panel. With a sharp sound akin to metal tearing, the sturdy steel yielded like paper before the dagger. Without exerting much effort, he created a sizable opening in the back of the safe. He reached inside, extracting the contents one by one. The first sight that greeted him was a neatly stacked pile of fresh Hong Kong dollars, each note a $1,000 bill emanating the scent of fresh ink. After a cursory count, he realized there was over 4 million in cash alone. Beneath the cash lay a dozen gleaming gold bars, each hefty and glinting enticingly under the light. At the very bottom, he discovered a document bag. Upon opening it, he found a thick stack of IOUs, each a loan agreement from the underbelly of the local lending scene, with borrowers ranging from shop owners to entertainers scattered throughout Boulan Street. Flipping through the papers, he calculated that the total amount owed, including principal and interest, also exceeded 4 million. With 4 million in cash, gold bars worth nearly $1 million, and over 4 million in debts, Wu Jiahao felt his breath quicken. This time, not only had he secured territory, but he had also catapulted his total assets beyond the 10 million mark. With this fortune, he could recruit personnel, procure arms, and truly possess the capital to navigate the treacherous waters of society. He stored all the cash and gold bars into the system space, leaving behind only the stack of IOUs. These documents held far more value than mere cash. They represented connections and control. Holding these IOUs, all the merchants of Boulan Street would have no choice but to heed his commands. Leaning against the cold wall, Wu Jiahao lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. He returned the thick stack of IOUs to the document bag and tossed it aside. Smoke spiraled from his fingers, gradually dispersing into various shapes under the light. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, the ambition of Boulan Street. Mission description: secure the territory of the Joint Association and become the new authority of Boulan Street. Mission reward: 10 Desert Eagle handguns and 200 accompanying Magnum rounds. Master-level firearms proficiency. As the system notification faded, Wu Jiahao had yet to process the implications when a torrent of information, akin to a flood breaching a dam, surged into his mind. Knowledge of firearm construction, disassembly, assembly, and maintenance flooded his consciousness. The trajectories, initial velocities, and effective ranges of various calibers. Dynamic shooting, rapid draw, blind firing, and gun swinging. All knowledge and skills regarding firearms were imprinted upon his soul, as if he had possessed them all along. Wu Jiahao stood momentarily dazed, then a wry smile emerged. The Desert Eagle, a renowned artifact in future gunfight games. Renowned for its immense power capable of penetrating car doors with a single shot. If only he had this sooner, he wouldn't have had to engage in knife fights with those thugs tonight. Instead, He could have stormed the he is now worth millions, supporting dozens of brothers under his wing, yet he still drives this dilapidated vehicle that seems on the verge of falling apart, which is quite embarrassing. More importantly, a high-performance car can be a lifesaver at critical moments. Whether in pursuit or fleeing, it can provide him with a significant advantage. This matter must be prioritized without delay. The car sped along, quickly returning to the apartment building he rented. As soon as he parked, Wu Jiahao keenly noticed that the light in his room upstairs was on. His gaze sharpened momentarily, but he soon relaxed. He sensed no hostility emanating from that light. Upon opening the door, he found two figures seated on the sofa in the living room. One was a man clad in leather, his face weathered, yet his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's. He was the legendary Xiaoshan Bao. The other was a woman dressed in denim shorts, revealing her long, graceful legs, her face adorned with a hint of concern and unease. She was Zhang Meiran. Upon seeing Wu Jiahao, Zhang Meiran immediately rose from the sofa, her eyes sparkling with joy. How good you're back. Chapter 48. Will you care if your family is hurt? Xiaoshan Bao merely cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent as he sipped tea from his cup. The atmosphere was subtly tense. Wu Jiahao, seemingly oblivious to the weight in the air, smiled at Zhang Meiran and nodded, asking, Meiran, why are you still awake at this hour? I am worried about you, Zhang Meiran whispered, biting her lip. I heard from Shisan Mai that you were at Bolan Street tonight. Nothing to worry about. It's all taken care of, Wu Jiahao replied, waving his hand dismissively as he shed his coat and tossed it onto the sofa. He strode into the kitchen and retrieved a pack of instant noodles from the refrigerator. Boiling water, adding noodles, and cracking an egg. Each action was executed with remarkable skill. Soon, a steaming bowl of noodles was ready. He sat down across from Xiaoshan Bao, unabashedly slurping the noodles with gusto. The sound of his eating echoed loudly in the quiet living room. Zhang Meiran stood nearby, observing him devour his meal, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. Ultimately, it was Xiaoshan Bao who shattered the silence. Setting down his teacup, he gazed at Wu Jiahao and spoke slowly. How? Did you use my name tonight? Wu Jiahao paused momentarily in his eating, but did not look up. Yes, he answered succinctly. Xiaoshan Bao furrowed his brow. Did you seek the help of Tu Ying and Lao Ying? Yes, Wu Jiahao reiterated. Do you realize who they are currently aligned with? Xiaoshan Bao's tone took on a hint of reproach. They are now under Gan Zitai. If he finds out that you had them assist you, what do you think will happen? You are putting them in a precarious position. Gan Zitai, a prominent figure in the Hongxing Tsim Sha Sui faction and one of the 12 Hall Masters, was notorious for his ferocity. Tu Ying and Lao Ying had become his underlings after Xiaoshan Bao's retirement. Wu Jiahao's invocation of Xiaoshan Bao's name to mobilize them could lead to serious consequences. On one hand, it could be seen as a brotherly favor. On the other, it was a breach of boundaries and an affront to established protocols. For someone like Gan Zitai, whose reputation rested on face and rules, Wu Jiahao's actions were undeniably a challenge to his authority. Brother Bao, I understand. Wu Jiahao finally lifted his head, finishing the last sip of soup from his bowl and wiping his mouth with a napkin. He looked at Xiaoshan Bao with eyes as calm as still waters. I know it will make things difficult for them. Then why did you proceed? Xiaoshan Bao's anger began to rise. Wu Jiahao did not directly answer, but instead posed a question of his own. Brother Bao, let me ask you something. If in the future your family or Meiran were to face peril, life-threatening situations, what would you do? Xiaoshan Bao was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Wu Jiahao. The latter's gaze was like two sharp blades, piercing deeply into his heart. Would you simply watch them die, telling yourself that you have left the world of conflict behind and no longer meddle in its affairs? Or would you take up your sword once more, disregarding who stands against you, whether it be God or Buddha? The cold voice resonated through the living room. Xiaoshan Bao's hand, holding the teacup, froze in midair. A tempest brewed in his weathered eyes. Wu Jiahao's words struck like the sharpest of needles, penetrating the softest yet most conflicted parts of his soul. Leaving behind the life of conflict? It is easy to say, but can one truly disengage from such a life? As long as you remain in this land, as long as past grievances linger, as long as there are those you care for, true detachment is impossible. Wu Jiahao disregarded Xiaoshan Bao's astonishment. Rising to stand by the window, gazing at the flickering neon lights of Mong Kok below. His voice, though soft, was clear and resonated in the ears of everyone in the room. Brother Bao, you've opened a tea restaurant here, brewing milk tea and baking pineapple buns daily. It seems comfortable. But have you considered that this so-called comfort is like a castle built on a beach? One wave, and it all disappears. Wu Jiahao turned, his gaze piercing as he looked at Xia Shanbao. Have all your enemies from the past vanished? Have those you once trampled upon submitted? They may not dare to confront you because the shadow of Xia Shanbao still looms large. But what if they choose to target your family instead? What if they come after Meiran? Wu Jiahao pointed towards the anxious Zhang, Meiran standing nearby. At that moment, can this little tea restaurant, these few tables and chairs, withstand dozens of thugs wielding knives? Xia Shanbao's breath quickened, veins bulging on his forehead. He wanted to retort, yet every word Wu Jiahao spoke landed like a heavy hammer upon his heart. These were questions he had pondered but had long avoided. He had always believed that by washing his hands of the past and seeking tranquility, troubles would not encroach upon him. Yet today, Wu Jiahao had torn apart this self-deceptive facade, laying bare the stark realities before him. I promised my father. Xia Shanbao's voice was hoarse, filled with anguish. I swore before his spirit that I would never return to this life of conflict, that I would never touch a blade again. And so, Wu Jiahao pressed on relentlessly. You will stand by and watch your loved ones fall into danger for the sake of a promise? Tell me, Brother Bao, does your father wish for you to be a coward who clings to his vow yet cannot even protect his family? Or does he wish for you to be a man capable of providing for and safeguarding your loved ones? Xia Shanbao's towering frame trembled violently. The teacup in his hand slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. The warm tea splashed onto his trousers, yet he remained oblivious. Memories surged forth, one after another, his father's dying words, the oath he swore at the altar, and the faces of Tu Ying and Lao Ying brimming with trust and admiration. He had retreated. He had honored his promise to his father. But what of his brothers? The vulture, the eagle, and the black hawk, once the most formidable trio in Tongluan, bore the indelible mark of their leader, Shaman Bao. Their allegiance to Gan Zitai was initially a quest for refuge and sustenance. Yet, who was Gan Zitai? Proud and deeply suspicious, he spoke of acceptance. But in truth, he treated them as mere cannon fodder, pawns ready for sacrifice at his whim. Over the years, the vulture and his companions endured profound humiliation and hardship, a reality Shaman Bao was acutely aware of. However, he simply lacked the courage to confront it. He feared that any intervention would plunge him back into the quagmire of violence and bloodshed, betraying his father's hopes. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. His error was astonishingly profound. Chapter 49. The return of the leopard. Wu Jiahao was correct. Only the strong can protect everything. His evasion was not a form of safeguarding, but rather an act of cowardice. Not only could he not shield his family, but he was also pushing his loyal brothers towards their demise. Suddenly, the descending leopard chuckled softly, his laughter laced with self-deprecation and bitterness. He slowly lifted his head, and within his murky eyes, two flames rekindled. They were the glimmers of the former warrior of Yaomati. Ahau, you were right. The voice of the descending leopard returned to calm, yet it carried an undeniable resolve. I was wrong. He gazed at Wu Jiahao, his expression complex, filled with admiration, emotion, and a hint of entrustment. My connections, my loyal subordinates who have not yet scattered, from this day forward, they belong to you. Zhang Meiran, listening nearby, was astounded. She had never imagined events would unfold in such a manner. Yet Wu Jiahao remained composed. He understood that this was the outcome he desired. Leopard, you. Let me finish, Wu Jiahao began, but the descending leopard waved his hand, interrupting him. His gaze swept over Zhang Meiran, softening. I have but one request. Ensure the safety of my family. My daughter and my mother must not come to harm. And the bald eagles. They have followed me for half a lifetime and have endured little joy. Since you have accepted them, treat them kindly and provide them an opportunity to rise. The descending leopard stood up, despite a slight limp in one leg. His posture remained as upright as a pine tree. He approached Wu Jiahao and placed his calloused hand heavily on Wu Jiahao's shoulder. Ahau, I know you are a man of great ambition. Following you is more promising than following me, a crippled wastrel. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. But remember, although I, the descending leopard, have retreated, I am not dead. My leg may be lame. But if a single hair on my family's head is harmed, I will risk my life to raise the entire island to the ground. His words resonated with gravitas, filling the air with a palpable sense of menace. This was the true descending leopard, the formidable figure who once carved out half of Yaomati through sheer force. Hualao, your spirit remains. Wu Jiahao felt the strength in the grip on his shoulder and nodded solemnly. He refrained from offering platitudes, instead raising 3 fingers towards the statue of Guan Er-yi in the living room. I, Wu Jiahao, vow before Guan Er-yi, as long as I, Wu Jiahao, remain on this island, the Mong Kok tea restaurant shall be an impregnable fortress. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on Leopard's family shall face annihilation. Anyone who dares to bully Leopard's brothers shall be condemned to reincarnate as a dog in their next life. This oath is witnessed by heaven and earth. Should I betray it, may I be struck down by lightning. Each word was resolute, each phrase dripping with blood. This was the most solemn oath of Hung Hing. The descending leopard observed the young man before him, noting the unwavering determination and ruthless intensity in his eyes, and finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. He felt as if the immense weight that had burdened him for years was lifted in that moment, leaving him enveloped in a sense of liberation. Good, good, good. The descending leopard repeated the word thrice, his eyes glistening with moisture. He withdrew his hand as if shedding all burdens, appearing somewhat weary. It is getting late. You should leave. Meron, you should return home and rest early. Don't let your mother worry. Wu Jiahao nodded, pulling the still dazed Zhang Meron along. Take care, leopard. After saying this, they turned and exited through the door. As they descended the stairs, the evening breeze revived Zhang Meron from her reverie. She gazed at the profile of Wu Jiahao, the flickering shadows cast by the streetlights rendering him both unfamiliar and captivating. She had never seen such a side of Wu Jiahao, domineering, assertive, effortlessly compelling the legendary figure of the descending leopard to willingly surrender everything. Brother Hao, she could not help but whisper. You were quite impressive just now. Zhang Meron's cheeks flushed slightly. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiahao turned to glance at her, the fierce aura dissipating and replaced by a familiar, slightly roguish smile. What? Are you captivated by my charm? Absolutely not. Zhang Meron scoffed, though her heart fluttered with sweetness. In the apartment, after Wu Jiahao and Zhang Meron departed, silence reclaimed the living room. The descending leopard quietly began to clean up the shattered teacups on the floor. He picked up the fragments one by one, tossing them into the trash bin, and then retrieved a mop to wipe away the spilled water. Once he had completed these tasks, he returned to the sofa and sat down. The neon lights outside filtered through the window, illuminating his weathered face. His expression was tranquil, devoid of the earlier struggles and pain, and absent the ecstasy of liberation. Instead, he bore an exhaustion that penetrated to his very bones, along with a hint of resolve. He understood that from this night onward, his life would turn a new page entirely, and the name Wu Jiahao would unleash a genuine tempest throughout the entire underworld of the island. The next day, the underworld of the entire island was as if struck by a powerful bomb. Wu Jiahao, known as the Qilin of Hung Hing, single-handedly vanquished the underlings of the United Society overnight, planting his flag on Palam Street. This news spread like wildfire, more fervently than a number 8 typhoon, reaching every corner of the various societies. In a mahjong parlor in Mong Kok, the air was thick with smoke. Have you heard? Hung Hing has produced a fierce warrior named Qilin Hao, who single-handedly took down hundreds of the United Society's lackeys. You're just boasting. One person? Do you think this is a movie? I heard from my cousin that it was Liang Kun backing him up, bringing along hundreds of men. Nonsense. The version I heard is that the descending leopard has returned to the scene. He blew the whistle, and all his old brothers from Yaoma T came out to help him seize Palam Street. The descending leopard? Isn't he supposed to be retired, nursing his old age in a tea restaurant? Hua Lao's spirit is still intact. You don't understand. That's called silence before the storm, an astonishing revelation. Various versions of rumors circulated wildly in tea houses, mahjong parlors, and underground casinos, growing more fantastical with each retelling. The name Wu Jiahao transformed overnight, evolving from a mere CGO under the command of Liang Kun to the center of fervent discussions throughout the streets. Some speculate that he is backed by Liang Kun, while others suggest he owes his rise to Shaman Bao. There are even whispers that he is a secret prodigy cultivated by Mr. Jiang. Regardless of the narrative, a resounding moniker swiftly emerged, the war god of Hongxing Cigio. A lowly Cigio from the grassroots of a gang dares to expand territories and indeed succeeded in seizing Bolan Street. What else could he be but a war god? Chapter 50, The Rampage of the Cigio Zai. The invasion of Bolan Street becomes a buffet. Meanwhile, in the villa of the Hongxing leader Jiang Tiansheng, he donned a white silk robe, cradling a freshly brewed cup of Longjing tea, leisurely listening to Chen Yao's report. Jiangsheng, here is the situation. Wu Jiahao, One of Liang Kuan's Jiahao led a dozen men last night to eliminate the joint society's Xianshi and planted our flag on Bolan Street. Chen Yao's expression remained as placid as ever, as if discussing a trivial matter. Oh, Jiang Tianxing arched an eyebrow, placing his teacup down, his face revealing a keen interest. I have a faint recollection of Wu Jiahao. Wasn't he the one who helped Liang Kuan deal with Demi last time in Saikong? Indeed, Jiang Sheng. That's him. Ha ha ha. This is amusing, truly amusing. Jiang Tianxing couldn't help but chuckle. A Jiahao daring to claim territory for the gang and succeeding. Liang Kuan's underling Qi Lin Hao is indeed extraordinary. His fingers gently tapped on the rosewood table, producing a rhythmic sound. This young man possesses courage and vigor. He is a fine material. Jiang Tianxing turned to Chen Yao and inquired, Yao, do you think I should promote him exceptionally, granting him a red stick? Chen Yao, upon hearing this, shook his head. Jiang Sheng, I find that inappropriate. The smile on Jiang Tianxing's face diminished slightly. Why is that? Chen Yao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, methodically analyzing Jiang Sheng. Although Wu Jiahao's actions have earned merit for the gang, he did not report his flag planting on Bolan Street in advance. This constitutes both merit and fault. If we were to grant him a red stick now, it would blur the lines of reward and punishment, leading to discontent among the other leaders. What would the brothers who adhere to the rules think? More importantly, Chen Yao paused, his tone growing serious. We still cannot fully comprehend Wu Jiahao. His ambitions are vast, and he acts without consideration of consequences. Today, he disregards the rules to seize Bolan Street for personal gain. Tomorrow, will he not engage in even more outrageous actions for greater benefits? If we hastily bestow upon him a red stick, and he becomes another Liang Kuan, or even harder to control than Liang Kuan, it would spell disaster for the gang. Jiang Tianxing fell silent, leaning back on the sofa, his fingers ceasing their rhythmic tapping. Chen Yao's words struck a chord within him. One Liang Kuan was already a headache. Another would surely plunge Hongxing into chaos. Then what do you propose we do? Jiang Tianxing inquired. Merit is merit. Fault is fault. Chen Yao's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Merit lies in seizing territory for the gang, while the fault lies in breaching the rules. My suggestion is to refrain from granting him a position for now. Externally, we can credit Liang Kuan for his leadership, attributing this accomplishment to him, rewarding him with a sum of money to placate his subordinates. This will silence others and please Liang Kuan, ensuring he remains diligent in managing Wu Jiahao for us. As for Wu Jiahao himself, we shall observe him for a while and see his reaction. We must discern whether he is loyal to the gang or merely to himself. After listening, Jiang Tianxing slowly nodded. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. He lifted his teacup again, gently blowing on it, contemplating that only through observation can one discern if it is a dragon or a snake. In Tsim Sha Sui, within a lavishly adorned bar, a costly liquor bottle was violently smashed to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Gan Zitai kicked over the coffee table before him, scattering glass shards, and spilled liquor across the floor. His face was ashen, his chest heaving violently, like a furious lion. The three brothers, Tu Ying, Lao Ying, and He Ying, knelt before him with bowed heads, not daring to breathe. Damn it! You three worthless wretches, have your wings grown too strong? Gan Zitai erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at them. Did you consult me before aiding others in seizing territory? Do you still recognize me as your boss? He rushed forward, delivering a kick to Lao Ying's chest. Lao Ying was sent crashing into the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he gritted his teeth, silent, and struggled to return to his knees. Tai Go, we were wrong. Tu Ying spoke with his head lowered. But that Qi Lin. Wu Jiahao is someone Bao Ge specifically wants to protect. We cannot refuse to help. Bao Ge, the downhill leopard. Hearing this name made Gan Zitai's fury surge even higher. Damn it, a crippled waste, and you still treat him like a deity? I am your leader now. You eat from me, drink from me, and now you turn your elbows outward to aid an outsider. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, delivering another kick to He Ying's shoulder. Do you think that Qi Lin Hao has a brighter future than me, Gan Zitai? Do you wish to follow him to Bolan Street and indulge in luxury? His eyes brimmed with suspicion and violence. When he took in the three hawks, he valued their fighting prowess, yet he never anticipated that their hearts would forever belong to the downhill leopard. This made him feel like a fool, nurturing three ungrateful wolves. Tai Ge, we absolutely do not mean that. Lao Ying raised his head, wiping away the blood from his mouth, hastily explaining. No such intention. Gan Zitai sneered. Very well, Then prove it to me. He pointed toward the door, his gaze menacing. Isn't Downhill Leopard running a shabby tea restaurant in Mong Kok? You three take your men there now and smash that wretched establishment. Only when you have reduced all the tables and chairs to kindling may you return to see me. What? Upon hearing this, Tu Ying, Lao Ying, and He Ying's expressions changed drastically. Taigu, no. Absolutely not. Lao Ying blurted out without a second thought, his eyes betraying the first signs of rebellion. Bao Gu has already retired, no longer meddling in gang affairs. We cannot touch his establishment. To touch Bao Ji's place is akin to plunging a knife into our hearts. Gan Zitai, observing Lao Ying's defiant demeanor, felt a surge of rage coursing through him. He stepped closer to Lao Ying, towering over him. Very well, very well. He gritted his teeth and spat out the words, Do you think I dare not kill you? As he spoke, he drew a dagger from behind his waist, its cold blade pressing directly against Lao Ying's throat. I'll give you one last chance. Go or not. The air instantly froze. Lao Ying stiffened his neck, his eyes fixed fiercely on Gan Zitai, showing not a hint of retreat. He spat a mouthful of blood-stained saliva onto the ground. Kill or slice me. Do as you please. Want me to smash Brother Bao's shop? Not in this lifetime. Chapter 51 Jing Kun. Prison food is truly delightful. My little brother surprisingly claims the MVP. At the entrance of the Western District Police Station, Jing Kun and Brother B emerged, one following the other. The two had just spent 24 hours being interrogated due to a skirmish involving their subordinates in Saicom. Damn it, what bad luck. Jing Kun spat disdainfully and adjusted his wrinkled designer suit. Meanwhile, Brother B leisurely lit a cigarette, scoffing. Some people act without thinking, dragging everyone into misfortune. Who are you talking about? Brother B, speak plainly, don't beat around the bush. Jing Kun shot him a displeased glance. Whoever should be called out, shall be. Brother B exhaled a smoke ring, his smile devoid of warmth. Just as the tension thickened between them, Jing Kun's top henchman, Sha Chong, pulled up in a Mercedes, executing a stylish drift to a halt before the two. Kun Gu. Sha Chong excitedly hopped out of the car. Great news. Tremendous news. What else with all the fuss? Jing Kun asked impatiently. Kun Gu, how Gu? Chi Lin Hao has taken over Bolon Street. He has wiped out the filth of the United Society. Sha Chong's face was flushed with excitement. What? Jing Kun's eyes widened in disbelief. He seized Sha Chong by the collar, demanding, say that again. How Gu has taken Bolon Street. Our Hongxing flag is now planted there. Ha ha. Excellent. Jing Kun confirmed the news and burst into laughter, his earlier misfortunes vanishing. He cast a triumphant glance at Brother B, whose expression seemed to scream, My people are exceptional. Did you hear that, Brother B? My man, a Sijio guy, just seized Bolon Street for the gang. What about your people? Brother B's face darkened, turning blacker than the bottom of a pot. Jealousy surged through him, his veins bulging as he took a deep drag from his cigarette, extinguishing the butt beneath his heel. What is so impressive about that? He feigned indifference, his tone dripping with envy. Had I known that filthy waste of space was so easy to defeat, I would have sent Ahu instead. No way would a Sijio guy steal the spotlight. Not far away. Chun Haonan and Shan Ji, who had come to pick up Brother B, exchanged glances, feeling the discomfort in the air. Damn, that Chi Lin Hao really struck it lucky, Shan Ji muttered. Chun Haonan clenched his fists, looking at the exuberant Jing Kun, then at his own boss's sour expression, a wave of intense dissatisfaction rising within him. Why him? Why does Wu Jiahao get to be so formidable while I am left to trail behind, eating dust? In Mong Kok, at the Mong Kok tea restaurant. The night was deep, the street's neon lights flickering tiredly, casting a mottled glow on the restaurant's worn sign. Inside, a single dim light illuminated the space. The bruised and battered bald eagle and black eagle sat with their heads lowered, applying ice packs to their wounds. Gan Zitai had struck them hard, their cheeks swollen and still stained with dried blood. The sound of a wind chime tinkled as Lao Ying entered with a dozen loyal brothers. Upon seeing the dismal state of his companions, his eyes reddened instantly, fists cracking with fury. Brother Leopard. Lao Ying did not immediately check on his brothers, but respectfully addressed the figure behind the counter, who was leisurely polishing a cup. Xiaoshan Bao did not turn around. He simply set the clean cup aside and retrieved several steaming pineapple buns from a warming box, placing them on a plate along with the prepared ice packs, and pushed them forward. I knew you would come. His voice was calm, as if stating the most commonplace of facts. First, apply the ice, then eat something. You must be hungry. These simple words made the hardened warrior, who had danced on the edge of death, unable to hold back any longer. He choked up, his voice filled with deep grievance and frustration. Brother Leopard, without you, we are truly bullied in Hongxing. That Ganzi Tai, he doesn't even see us as human. Today, he forced us to smash your shop. When we refused, he nearly killed us. If not for the brothers risking their lives to hold him back, we might have died in his bar today. Finally, Xiao Shanbao turned around, dressed in a faded old t-shirt and a gray apron, a cloth in hand. He limped slowly from behind the counter. Each step appeared laborious, a stark contrast to the formidable figure he once was in Yao Mati. He approached the table, looking at his disheveled former subordinates with a gaze devoid of pity, only a keen understanding of their plight. My leg is ruined. Xiao Shanbao lightly tapped his right leg, producing a dull thud. Before my father passed, I swore at his grave that I would never touch a knife again, nor involve myself in the world of the underbelly. Therefore, I cannot help you. His words fell like a bucket of cold water on the hearts of the three eagles and their dozen companions. Indeed, Brother Leopard had retired. He was no longer the protector who could shield them from harm. The atmosphere in the tea restaurant became oppressively heavy. Observing the dejection in their eyes, Xiao Shanbao shifted his tone. Though I cannot assist you, there is someone who can. He paused, scanning each face. Qi Lin Hao Wu Jiahao. If you are willing to follow him, I can assure you he can offer you a promising future. Upon hearing that name, Bald Eagle and Lao Ying were momentarily stunned. How go? Bald Eagle hesitated. He's just a Sijio guy. What future could there be in following him? Sijio guy? Xiao Shanbao smirked knowingly. Have you seen any Sijio guy capable of seizing Bo Lan Street overnight and taking out the filth of the United Society? That kid is ruthless and loyal. His eyes sparkled with determination, recalling Wu Jiahao's ferocity during the Sai Kung skirmish. Most importantly, he possesses intelligence, unlike Ganzi Tai, who only knows how to use brute force. I dare say he surpasses his current boss, Jing Kun, by far. Such an appraisal carried immense weight. The words spoken by the seasoned veteran, Ziashan Huang Bao, carry an undeniable credibility. The bald eagle and the old eagle exchanged a glance, recognizing the struggle and hesitation reflected in each other's eyes. Although Ganzi Tai is a rogue, he is, after all, a figure of prominence in Simsha Sui, wielding a double-headed cane. Aligning with him ensures at least a reprieve from starvation. But what of Wu Jiahao? A mere upstart from the 4-9 district. Regardless of his ferocity, his foundations are far too fragile. Should the day come when Liang Kuan falls from grace, or should he offend a powerful figure, would not those who follow him face ruin as well? Ziashan Huang Bao discerned their apprehensions. Ganzi Tai may offer temporary protection, yet Qilin Hao can provide lasting security. His words resonated with weight and conviction. The path has been laid before you. The choice is yours to make. With that, he limped back to the counter, resuming his endless task of polishing glasses, casting not another glance in their direction. Chapter 52, The Sand Ing Uprising. The tea restaurant stages. The loyal dog Hachi the eagle gazed at the retreating figure of Xianshan Bao, then glanced at the wounds on the faces of his two brothers beside him, along with the bewildered expressions of those behind him. He understood that a choice had to be made. Taking a deep breath, his gaze grew resolute. He approached Tu Ying and asked in a deep voice, "What do you think?" Tu Ying clenched his teeth, his face contorted under the ice pack from the strain. Damn it, Ganzi Tai, that scoundrel. I've had enough. Rather than follow him as a dog for life, I'd rather take a gamble with Hao Go. Excellent. The eagle received the answer he sought, abruptly turning around and bellowing to all his brothers behind him. Those willing to join me in seeking refuge with Qi Lin Hao, step forward now. As his voice echoed, over a dozen brothers stepped forward without hesitation. They had fought alongside the San Ing through countless trials and had long held Ganzi Tai in contempt, but out of respect for the rules, they had kept their grievances to themselves. Now, with the chance to switch allegiances to a new boss, especially one pointed out by Bao Gu himself, they were more than willing. The eagle looked at his brothers and nodded heavily. He, along with Tu Ying and He Ying, returned to the counter. The three lined up and knelt before the retreating figure of Xianshan Bao, a loud thud resonating as they bowed deeply. Bao Gu. The eagle lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes as he bowed his head again in gratitude. We shall seek refuge with Hao Gu today, but you will always remain the only boss in our hearts. If you ever wish to return to the world, just say the word, and we will come back immediately. With that, he knocked his head against the cold tiled floor once more. Take care. With those two words, the trio stood up and resolutely turned to leave, taking their followers with them. The wind chimes rang again, returning to tranquility. In the tea restaurant, Only Xianshan Bao remained. His action of wiping the cup had inexplicably ceased. His broad back trembled slightly under the dim light. After a long pause, he slowly turned around and retrieved an old, yellowed photo frame from the depths of the counter. The photograph depicted a spirited young man embracing a kindly elderly woman, both radiant with smiles. The young man was none other than the Xianshan Bao of yesteryears. He gently brushed his rough fingers over his mother's face in the photo, revealing a tenderness and sorrow unseen by outsiders. With a long sigh, a complex emotion that no one could comprehend seeped into his voice. This move is both a lifeline for the three eagles and a path to fortune for that lad Chi Lin Hao. His gaze drifted through the glass window of the tea restaurant, looking towards the dazzling night sky, his expression becoming deep and distant. Moreover, it leaves me, a cripple, a way out. On Boland Street. In a newly opened mahjong parlor on the second floor, Wu Jiahao lounged back, casually crossing his legs while toying with a Zippo lighter. Listening to the sounds of mahjong and shouts from downstairs, a faint smile played on his lips. On the coffee table in front of him, his phone vibrated incessantly, displaying the caller ID, Sha Chong. This was the third call. Standing beside him, Feiji wore an anxious expression. How go? It's a call from Kun Go. Should we be going now? Fulu restaurant is waiting. Feiji was dressed in a brand new black suit today, his hair slicked back, appearing quite spirited. Yet, his innate reverence for bosses lingered, particularly for someone of Liang Kun's stature, which made him inherently tense. Wu Jiahao, however, did not even glance at the phone, allowing it to vibrate on the table until the call was automatically disconnected. He leisurely pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and then spoke slowly. What's the rush? Liang Kun is treating. Should I really be punctual? Let him wait. The longer he waits, the more uncertain he becomes, and the more captivating the ensuing drama will be. Wu Jiahao exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes appearing particularly profound amidst the swirling haze. He intended to be deliberately late, to test Liang Kun's patience, and to maintain control of the situation. He turned to Feiji, lifted a black briefcase from the floor, and placed it on the table. With a click, the case opened, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash. 5 stacks, totaling 50,000. This should cover your mother's surgery, right? Wu Jiahao asked nonchalantly. Upon seeing the money, Feiji's breath quickened, his eyes reddening instantly. His mother suffered from severe heart disease and had been lingering in the hospital. The surgery cost was astronomical for him. He had fought and struggled to earn this money. Yet, after following his previous boss for so long, he had never seen even 5,000. Now, Wu Jiahao, the new boss he had only followed for a few days, unceremoniously laid the cash before him. How go? The sturdy Feiji's voice choked with emotion as he knelt down, his forehead hitting the cold floor heavily. How go? This money. I will repay you with my life. Wu Jiahao waved his hand, signaling him to rise. Get up. Kneel to heaven, the earth, and your parents, but not to me. The money isn't a gift, it's a loan. It will be deducted from your account gradually. He paused, fixing a sharp gaze on Feiji. I, Wu Jiahao, do not engage in deceit with my brothers. If you genuinely follow me, I will ensure your wealth and prosperity. If you dare to play tricks on me. Though he did not finish his sentence, the icy intensity of his gaze conveyed everything. Feiji felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly straightened up, proclaiming loudly, rest assured. How go? From today on, my life belongs to you. If anyone dares to touch you, they must first step over my corpse. Good. Wu Jiahao nodded in satisfaction. He closed the money-filled briefcase and pushed it toward Feiji. You take this. We're meeting Liang Kun shortly. Watch how I deal with him. Feiji accepted the briefcase, feeling its heavy weight. This weight was not just 50,000 in cash. It symbolized his mother's life and his future hope. He clutched the box tightly, veins bulging on his arms, his gaze filled with a fierce determination that defied death. The boss was worth risking his life to protect. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in the fuel restaurant, the atmosphere in the private room was oppressively tense. Liang Kun sat at the head of the table, his complexion as dark as the bottom of a pot. A table laden with delicacies had begun to cool, yet no one dared to lift their chopsticks. Sha Chong stood nearby, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, too afraid to even breathe. Damn it, this Chilan Hao has quite the audacity, keeping Brother Kun waiting for so long. Indeed, having taken control of Boland Street, he now struts around as if he owns the place. Just a mere CGO guy, does he truly believe himself to be the one calling the shots? A few of Liang Kun's loyal subordinates whispered among themselves, their words dripping with discontent and envy. Suddenly, Liang Kun slammed the table, startling everyone. Silence. All of you. His eyes swept over the crowd with a menacing glare. You traitorous lot. Jiahao is my right-hand man. His success brings honor to me as the elder brother. And what about you? What can you do besides gossip? The room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 53, The Hongmin Banquet 2. 50,000 cash for life. At that moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. Wu Jiahao, a cigarette dangling from his lips, casually strolled in with one hand in his pocket, followed closely by Feiji, who was carrying a black briefcase. He surveyed the room and caught sight of Liang Kun's sour expression, breaking into a grin. My apologies, Brother Kun, I was caught in traffic and arrived late. This flimsy excuse, hardly believable, made Liang's facial muscles twitch in irritation. Was he to believe that traffic from Poland Street to Tsim Sha Tsui could take 2 hours? Did he think him a fool? However, when Liang's gaze fell upon the briefcase in Feiji's grasp, his eyes instantly sparkled. Such a large case surely contained. The anger on Liang Kun's face dissipated in an instant, replaced by an enthusiastic smile. He sprang to his feet, quickly approaching Wu Jiahao, and embraced him with a brotherly warmth. Ah, Hao, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you with great anticipation. Come, take a seat. Shaqiang, why are you still dawdling? Pour a drink for Brother Hao. The speed of this transformation was swifter than turning a page in a book. Wu Jiahao chuckled inwardly, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he settled into the seat beside Liang Kun. Liang's eyes remained fixated on the black briefcase. Hao, you truly are too considerate. Bringing a gift to brother here. How courteous of you. As he spoke, he reached out to seize the briefcase, but Wu Jiahao raised his hand to gently press it down, smiling as he said, Brother Kun, you misunderstand. This money is not a tribute to you. Liang's hand froze midair, and his smile became rigid. The atmosphere in the room turned peculiar once more. Wu Jiahao opened the case to reveal 5 bundles of cash, displaying them before everyone, and then closed it with a decisive snap. This money belongs to that old rascal from the Union. I figured, with his passing, the money is of no use, so I brought it to honor you, Brother Kun. Consider it a floral tribute. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present changed dramatically. This was hardly an act of respect. It was a slap in Liang Kun's face. The implication was clear. I killed someone, took the money, and now I'm sharing a portion with you as a gesture of goodwill. Liang Kun's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, and he inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his anger. He pushed the money case away and forced a smile, saying, Oh, Hao, why are you so polite with me? Your money is my money. However, I must say, Poland Street is rife with danger. It's a treacherous place. As a newcomer, your foundation is too weak. I fear you may not hold your ground. The fox's tail finally revealed itself. Wu Jiahao smirked internally, raising his glass and taking a sip. Oh, so what does Brother Kun mean? Liang Kun patted his shoulder earnestly. What I mean is, regarding territory, you need my assistance to secure it. Rest assured, every month some will not be shortchanged. However, you need not concern yourself with the rough work of keeping watch. I'll send someone to assist you. This was said with a facade of propriety, yet it was clearly a prelude to outright robbery. Wu Jiahao set down his glass with a soft clink. He chuckled, though the laughter held a chill. Brother Kun, if I recall correctly, that night when I was out in Sai Kung dealing with that rascal, you were enjoying tea and chatting with the officers at the O office, weren't you? I was outside fighting for my life while you relaxed in the air conditioning. Now that I've secured my territory, you claim you want to help me defend it? Brother Kun, with your eagerness to assist, why not open a charity instead? A nearby lackey could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, quickly covering his mouth, his face flushed. Liang Kun's expression turned black as coal. Wu Jiahao. He slammed the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Don't forget, without me, Liang Kun, without the name of Hongxing shielding you, do you think you could have made it this far? You would have been torn to shreds and fed to the dogs by that gang from Dongxing. He pointed a finger at Wu Jiahao, spitting as he spoke. Now you've grown wings? Dare to speak to me like this? Wu Jiahao slowly rose to his feet, towering over Liang Kun by half a head, gazing down at him with an icy calm, as though regarding a corpse. Brother Kun, the reality is this. What I, Wu Jiahao, possess today is due to my own blade, swift and ruthless. It has little to do with you. Furthermore, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Wu Jiahao's mouth. To seize the territory of your own right-hand man, if this were to get out, what would people say? They would say that Liang Kun is incapable of defending against outsiders and only preys upon his own. By then, Brother Kun, will you still have a face left? You. Liang Kun trembled with rage, pointing at Wu Jiahao, speechless for a moment. Wu Jiahao, disinterested in further discourse, grabbed the money case from the table and signaled to Feiji. Let us go? Without looking back, he turned and headed for the door. Stop! Liang Kun roared, and several of his loyal lackeys immediately blocked the doorway. Wu Jiahao paused but did not turn around. What? Brother Kun, is this a Hongmen banquet tonight? Do you intend to keep me here? His voice was low yet laced with an unsettling chill. The temperature in the entire room plummeted several degrees. Feiji switched the money case to his left hand, his right hand stealthily reaching toward his waist, eyes alert as he watched the blocking lackeys. At Wu Jiahao's command, he would act without hesitation. Liang Kun stared fiercely at Wu Jiahao's back, his chest heaving. He understood that if violence erupted today, regardless of the outcome, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. If word got out that he had attacked his own right-hand man, who had just achieved a significant feat, who would dare to genuinely ally with him in the future? Let him go? Liang Kun gritted his teeth and forced out those 3 words. The blocking lackeys reluctantly parted to create a pathway. Wu Jiahao strode out without looking back, followed closely by Feiji. Bang! The moment the door to the private room shut, Liang Kun could no longer contain himself, seizing a plate of abalone from the table and smashing it to the ground with a violent crash. Damn it! This is rebellion. Truly a rebellion. He resembled a mad tiger, sweeping all the exquisite delicacies from the table to the floor, creating a cacophony of crashing sounds. Within the private room, his subordinates were rendered speechless, their breaths cautious and restrained. They had never witnessed Liang Kun unleash such fury. After a prolonged moment, Liang Kun finally ceased his outburst, panting heavily. He surveyed the chaos strewn across the floor, and the madness in his eyes gradually gave way to a sinister and venomous glare. He realized that Wu Jiahao, this eagle, had completely slipped from his grasp. Since he could not be utilized for my purposes, he could only be destroyed. His gaze fell upon an inconspicuous subordinate in the corner. The individual, known as a Yao, was usually taciturn, yet ruthless in his actions, a steadfast loyalist. Liang Kun made a subtly concealed gesture across his throat towards a Yao, his eyes cold and devoid of warmth. Stay close. Look for an opportunity to ensure that this young man encounters an accident. A Yao understood the unspoken command, nodding emphatically, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he silently exited the private room. Chapter 54. Only the dead are truly obedient. The night enveloped Mong Kok like a spill of dark ink, blurring the vibrant neon lights. A black Honda Accord lay quietly parked by the roadside outside a restaurant. The door swung open, and Wu Jiahao entered the passenger seat with an expressionless face. Feiji followed closely, taking the driver's seat and carelessly tossing a box filled with cash onto the back seat. The door slammed shut, sealing off the cacophony of the outside world. Inside the car, an eerie silence prevailed. Feiji rested his hand on the steering wheel, glancing at his boss's profile in the rearview mirror. His lips moved, but he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Tonight's events were extraordinarily exhilarating. Directly confronting his superior, Liang Kun, was tantamount to courting death within the Hongxing society. Yet Feiji felt unafraid. Since the day he chose to follow Wu Jiahao, he had entrusted his life to him. Wu Jiahao remained silent, leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed, his fingers rhythmically tapping his knee. He was waiting for the tail to appear. Sure enough, within half a minute, a white Toyota Crown leisurely emerged from the underground parking lot of the restaurant, its headlights slicing through the darkness, maintaining a steady distance behind the Accord. Wu Jiahao's eyes slowly opened, glowing ominously in the night. He did not need to turn around. The familiar shape and driving style in the rearview mirror told him who it was. A Yao, the most loyal, albeit despicable, dog under Liang Kun. Feiji. Wu Jiahao's voice was soft and calm. Drive. Yes, boss. Feiji took a deep breath, shifted gears, released the handbrake, and pressed the accelerator. The Honda Accord emitted a low rumble, smoothly merging into the flow of traffic. He deliberately slowed down, resembling an obedient office worker. The following Toyota Crown maintained a steady pace, trailing without urgency. Feiji glanced in the rearview mirror, his brow furrowed. Boss, that guy is keeping up. Should I find a place to shake him off? A cold smile crept onto Wu Jiahao's lips. No need. I understand Liang Kun's temperament better than you do. He paused, his voice laced with unabashed mockery. He is petty and ruthless. After losing face tonight, he will be restless. He does not wish to let us go. Wu Jiahao's gaze, fixed in the rearview mirror, locked onto the driver of the pursuing vehicle. He wants us to come to a halt permanently. Liang Kun intends for us to have an accident. Damn it. Feiji instantly grasped the implication, rage surging within him as the veins in his hand gripping the steering wheel bulged. This scoundrel. Boss, after you just helped him on Boland Street. He wants to kill us? Is he even human? Calm down, Wu Jiahao replied coolly. Discussing any sense of brotherhood with such a person is a farce. Feiji's chest heaved violently as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The Accord roared to life, surging forward like an arrow released from a bow. The forceful acceleration pressed both men firmly into their seats. Hold on tight, boss. A wild flame of insanity and excitement burned in Feiji's eyes. Damn it. Want to play bumper cars? I'll show him what it means to be the king of the roads in Hong Kong. Don't worry, boss. I once raced for my life in Macau. Meanwhile, inside the private room of the Jean Bayou restaurant, the remnants of a chaotic meal lay scattered, yet to be cleared. Liang Kun lounged with his legs crossed in the only relatively intact armchair, a cigar clutched in his hand. A cold and smug smile gracing his face. The earlier fury had vanished, replaced by a self-satisfied confidence. Sha Chong approached like a lapdog, hands reverently holding a lighter to assist Liang Kun in lighting his cigar. Brother Kun, you truly are remarkable. That Wu Jiahao is unbearably arrogant, treating you with such disdain. It was wise to send a Yao to teach him a lesson. He must understand that without you, he is nothing. Liang Kun inhaled deeply from the cigar, exhaling a thick ring of smoke. Amidst the swirling haze, his expression grew increasingly sinister. A lesson? No. I sent him to send our Qilin Hao. On his way, he looked at Sha Chong, enunciating each word. I want him dead. Sha Chong's smile froze, replaced by a deeper reverence and fear. Dead? Indeed. Liang Kun flicked the ash from his cigar into the ashtray, speaking languidly. An out-of-control truck, or perhaps any drunken driver, could lead to our esteemed accomplice's accidental demise. At that point, the police would classify it as a mere traffic accident. In the underworld, people will only lament the untimely death of Qilin Hao, lamenting that fate has been unkind to the talented. He chuckled darkly. Who would suspect it was my doing? A chill ran down Sha Chong's spine, yet he managed to force a smile more pitiful than tears, giving a thumbs up. Brilliant. Brother Kun, truly brilliant. This method is so discreet, it's like killing with a borrowed knife. No, rather, killing with a borrowed vehicle. Liang Kun erupted in a triumphant laugh, the sound echoing harshly in the empty room. With Qilin Hao out of the picture, his subordinates would become a headless swarm of flies. Boland Street would naturally return to my grasp. By then, even if the leader Jiang Tianxing inquires, I will have a reasonable explanation. I took over my brother's territory to appease him. It is entirely justifiable. He exhaled smoke rings, his eyes reflecting a voracious desire for power and a disregard for life. Sha Chong, remember this. The underworld is ruthlessly realistic. Only the dead are the safest and most obedient. On the highway from Mong Kok to Tsim Sha Tsui, the Black Accord weaved through traffic at a dizzying speed of 160. The pursuing Toyota Crown clung tightly, resembling a rabid dog that had caught the scent of blood. A Yao's face contorted with rage. His mission was straightforward. Create chaos, find an opportunity to crash the car ahead into the guardrail or into any sufficiently large vehicle. As long as Wu Jiahao died, he didn't care about the method. Damn it, can't shake him off. Feiji slammed his fist on the steering wheel, fine beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. The other driver was skilled too, and driving recklessly, nearly causing multiple pileups several times. Boss, this isn't working. The traffic ahead is getting heavier. Wu Jiahao, however, remained unusually calm. He glanced at the lights flashing past outside the window, then looked into the rearview mirror at the white car hood drawing closer. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice soft yet clear enough to reach Feiji's ears. Roll down the window. Huh. Feiji was taken aback. I said, roll down the window. All right. Though confused, Feiji immediately complied. Chapter 55, Speed and Passion. The Desert Eagle online legal interpretation. The car window gradually descended, and the tumultuous night wind rushed in, causing Wu Jiahao's hair to dance wildly. He unfastened his seatbelt and leaned half of his body out the window. The icy wind sliced against his face like a knife. From his pocket, he retrieved an object, a formidable weapon that gleamed with a metallic sheen in the darkness. The Desert Eagle. Its massive barrel and exaggerated caliber embodied a brutal aesthetic. The pilot caught a glimpse of this scene and felt his eyes nearly bulge out. What on earth? When did the boss acquire such divine weaponry? Behind him, a Yao also noticed Wu Jiahao's actions, but he merely snickered. Did he think a toy gun could intimidate me? Naive. However, the next moment, Wu Jiahao aimed the gun at the sky and pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening roar shattered the night sky. The blaze erupting from the muzzle instantly illuminated Wu Jiahao's icy visage. This sound was louder and more shocking than any engine's roar. On the highway, several drivers slammed on their brakes, and a cacophony of horns and curses filled the air. A Yao, closest to the chaos, felt as if his eardrums were about to rupture. He stared intently at the gun in Wu Jiahao's hand. It was no toy, but a real firearm. Moreover, it was the explosively powerful Desert Eagle. This madman, he actually dared to fire a gun on the highway. A wave of immense fear seized a Yao's heart. His mind went blank, and he instinctively jerked the steering wheel. Screech. The Toyota Crown emitted a piercing sound of tires screeching, losing all control, spinning like a top on the highway before violently crashing into the concrete barrier. Boom. The front of the car crumpled instantly, billowing white smoke. The black Accord sped away, leaving the scene. Wu Jiahao slowly retracted his body, raised the window, and casually tossed the still smoldering Desert Eagle onto the dashboard. He picked up the walkie-talkie, tuning into a specific frequency. This was a channel he had previously given a Yao, one that could only receive signals. He spoke into the microphone in a tone devoid of any emotion, coldly stating, "Go back and tell Liang Kun. If he wants to play dirty, I, Wu Jiahao, am always ready for a challenge." With that, he promptly switched off the walkie-talkie. Silence enveloped the cabin once more. The pilot swallowed hard, his heart still racing. How utterly domineering. Boss, that move was brilliant. The pilot's face was filled with admiration. Without actually engaging, just firing a shot had frightened that fool into submission and made Liang Kun aware that we possess formidable weapons, not to be trifled with. Now, if Liang Kun wishes to take action, he will have to think twice. Wu Jiahao toyed with the cold Desert Eagle, his gaze penetrating the endless darkness pierced by the car's headlights. Liang Kun, that rabid dog, was merely the beginning. His voice, though soft, bore an unwavering determination. With this stunt, my reputation in Hongxing is tarnished. Having betrayed the boss, which faction would accept me? To survive and establish a firm standing, there is only one path forward. The pilot listened intently. A smile slowly crept across Wu Jiahao's lips. Next, I must devise a way to bypass Liang Kun and secure Mr. Zhang's personal endorsement, enabling me to ascend to the rank of a red stick. The beams of the headlights shot straight ahead. The road ahead was an unknown realm, a matter of life or death, reliant solely on the weapons I wield. The black Accord maneuvered through the night, ultimately halting beneath an inconspicuous Tang building. This was a stronghold Wu Jiahao had secured in Boland Street, typically used for stockpiling goods and providing a resting place for his brothers. Boss, what you just did was incredibly cool. The pilot trailed behind Wu Jiahao. Excitement and admiration still evident on his face, his spirit still elevated. As he spoke, he mimicked the posture of firing a gun. That crown crashed into the barrier like a total fool. How satisfying. Wu Jiahao ignored his exuberance and walked straight to the statue of Guangong, took 3 incense sticks, lit them, and bowed 3 times before placing them in the incense burner. After completing this ritual, he slowly turned around. The fierce aura from the highway now replaced by a disquieting calm. He removed his coat, revealing a left arm wrapped in bandages. It bore the scar from a knife injury sustained during a previous skirmish on Boland Street, which had nearly healed. Wu Jiahao gazed at the pristine bandage, his expression completely impassive. He moved aside and retrieved a clean utility knife from a toolbox. Boss, what are you doing? The pilot stared, bewildered. Wu Jiahao did not answer. He unwrapped the bandage, scrutinizing the scabbed-over scar on his arm. Then, without a hint of hesitation, gripped the utility knife and drew it across the scar with force. Hiss! The pilot gasped sharply, his eyes nearly popping out. Boss, are you out of your mind? Blood instantly gushed from the opened wound, staining his entire arm crimson. Yet, Wu Jiahao appeared oblivious to the pain, not even furrowing his brow. He took up his bloodied hand, seized his phone, and dialed the number. Hello, is this Jimmy? A sharp voice responded from the other end. Brother Hao, why do you seek me at this late hour? I need you to do me a favor. Wu Jiahao's tone was as flat, as if discussing the weather. Find a reliable female journalist, someone bold, and have her bring a camera to the roadside near the 11th pile of Tsuanwan Highway in half an hour. Jimmy paused for a moment. The highway? Brother, how? It's the dead of night. I was just chased and had an accident there. Wu Jiahao's words instantly silenced Jimmy on the other end. Money is not an issue, Wu Jiahao continued, instructing her to take several photos of me and my car. Remember, make sure to capture the injury on my hand clearly. The more gruesome, the better. He gazed at his continuously bleeding arm, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Also, I have already thought of the title for the article. It shall be titled Hongxing New Star, Betrayed by the Boss, Bloodstains in Mong Kok. Jimmy remained silent for a full 5 seconds before responding in a tone laced with reverence. I understand. How go? I assure you it will be handled. After hanging up the phone, Wu Jiahao meticulously re-wrapped his wound with bandages, allowing the crimson blood to gradually seep through the pristine white cloth, a sight both shocking and poignant. The plane nearby was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the situation. Boss, is this a self-sacrificial strategy? Mere self-sacrifice would not suffice. Wu Jiahao donned his coat once more, concealing the ghastly sight of his injured arm. He gazed out at the nightscape of Mong Kok, where neon lights flickered and desires flowed unabated. Liang Kun wished for my demise, even desiring that I bear the stigma of a traitor in death. However, I shall not acquiesce to his wishes. Not only must I survive, but I will also ensure his utter disgrace. Chapter 56. The Allure of Bandages, Blood Profits, and the Spotlight. Fei Ji, you must go now and spread the word. Wu Jiahao turned to Fei Ji, locking eyes with him as he spoke each word with clarity. Just say that I, Wu Jiahao, have worked tirelessly for the gang on Bolan Street. Yet, Big Boss Liang Kun has turned against me, feeling threatened by my accomplishments. Tonight, he has sent people to ambush me on the highway, intending to silence me. Make the tale as tragic as possible, with as many details as you can muster. Let all of Mong Kok know, let the entire Hongxing know what kind of person Liang Kun truly is. Fei Ji nodded vigorously, his eyes ablaze with determination. Understood, boss. I will head out immediately. As he watched Fei Ji hastily depart, Wu Jiahao proceeded to dial several numbers. Bigu, it's me, Ahao. Taizi Gu. Are you free? I have something to discuss with you. Hanbin Gu. He spoke briefly, succinctly summarizing the situation, his words heavy with the grievance and indignation of being suppressed by a powerful figure. These calls were paving the way for tomorrow. After completing his tasks, he drove his black Accord alone towards Tsuanwan Highway. There, a female journalist, clutching her camera, trembled in the biting wind. Upon seeing the blood-soaked bandage on Wu Jiahao's arm, her professional instincts kicked in, and she momentarily forgot her fear, and the flash of her camera lit up the scene. The next day, Hongxing headquarters. A massive pearwood table was filled with the leaders and spokespersons of Hongxing. The head, Brother Jiang Tiansheng, occupied the central grand chair, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an elegant demeanor paired with an undeniable authority. To his left sat the gang's financial and disciplinary officer, Baiji Fanshenyao. Liang Kun, today in high spirits, donned an ostentatious Versace suit, occupying the first position to Jiang Tiansheng's right, animatedly bragging to the nearby Baji, spitting words with fervor. De B, seated opposite, wore a displeased expression, sipping tea without even glancing at him. The atmosphere in the hall was serious yet tinged with an odd tension. Suddenly, the main door swung open, drawing the attention of every gaze. Wu Jiahao, clad in a simple black jacket, stepped in with steady strides. His left arm was wrapped in a thick bandage, dark red stains hinting at dried blood, emanating an air of chilling detachment. What are you doing here? Liang Kun was the first to rise, angrily pointing a finger at Wu Jiahao. This is a meeting of the headquarters. You, a mere lowly underling, have no right to be here. Get out. Liang Kun's voice echoed through the hall, and all eyes turned to Wu Jiahao, awaiting his response. Wu Jiahao stood firm, his gaze calmly traversing Liang Kun to lock onto Jiang Tiansheng at the head of the table. He remained silent, yet his eyes and posture spoke volumes. Just as the tension reached its zenith, an unexpected voice broke the silence. Liang Kun, that's not how we should phrase it. Dabi slowly set down his teacup and spoke. Although Ahao is presently just a blue lantern, he has accomplished a monumental task for the gang in securing Bolan Street. By all rights, he is a benefactor of the organization. Why shouldn't he be present at the main meeting to hear the decisions of the bosses? Dabi's words left everyone momentarily stunned. While it was common knowledge that Dabi and Liang Kun were at odds, No one anticipated he would openly defend Wu Jiahao. Liang Kuan's face turned a deep shade of crimson. "Dabi, what are you implying? He is my man. Do you think you can butt in? Your man?" Dabi scoffed. "Didn't you send people to the highway last night to deal with him? Almost got him killed. You." Liang Kuan nearly leaped in fury. "Enough." Jiang Tiansheng, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. His 2 words brought immediate stillness to the hall. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze lingering on Wu Jiahao's injured arm for a moment before slowly stating, "Since you are here, take a seat." He gestured to an empty spot opposite Liang Kuan. "Sit there." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the room. That seat was reserved for those of equal rank as the hall masters. Allowing a mere underling to sit opposite a hall master? This was unprecedented. Liang Kuan's expression soured to a near breaking point. Yet he dared not challenge Mr. Zhang's authority. He could only watch as Wu Jiahao, under the astonished gazes of all the bosses, pulled out the chair and sat down calmly. Once seated, Wu Jiahao remained silent, merely observing Liang Kuan with a calm, yet provocative glare. Liang Kuan felt as though he were being roasted over a fire, uncomfortable and agitated. Jiang Tiansheng cleared his throat, signaling the official commencement of the meeting. He began with some pleasantries, summarizing the recent affairs of the gang before shifting the focus. "The purpose of gathering you all today is to announce an important matter." All ears perked up in anticipation. Jiang Tiansheng turned to Liang Kuan, a smile gracing his face. "Liang Kuan, your strategic command in securing Bo Lan Street has been commendable." Liang Kuan's face brightened instantly, sitting up straighter. "After consulting with several elders, we have decided to promote you to the spokesperson for the Wanchai district. From today onwards, the entire Wanchai will be under your jurisdiction." This decision detonated like a bomb within the meeting room. What? Spokesperson for Wanchai? Could Liang Kuan's contributions truly warrant such elevation? The hall masters exchanged incredulous whispers, their faces reflecting shock and confusion. Elder Si furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. "Mr. Jiang, according to the rules, the credit for securing territory should go to those who fought on the front lines, while the bosses merely guide the efforts. Bestowing all the credit upon Liang Kuan and promoting him directly seems overly hasty, does it not?" In the corner, Ba Ji murmured to a companion, "Damn, this is too blatant. How bled and fought for this. Yet all the rewards are going to Liang Kuan?" Liang Kuan, however, paid no heed to their murmurs. His face flushed with excitement as he stood, bowing deeply to Jiang Tiansheng. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your support. Thank you, esteemed bosses, for the promotion. I, Liang Kuan, will undoubtedly serve the gang with utmost dedication and loyalty." Jiang Tiansheng nodded in satisfaction and addressed Chen Yao, stating, "Since everyone is aware, let us proceed with the voting as per our established customs." Chen Yao rose to speak, but a chilling voice abruptly resonated throughout the assembly. "I object." All eyes turned towards the sound, revealing Wu Jiahao slowly rising to his feet. He gazed intently at Liang Kuan, his eyes sharp as a blade. The leader, the one who speaks on behalf of others, derives authority from virtue and reputation. How can one who would betray even his own brothers, seeking their utter destruction, be worthy of such a position? By what right does he claim to lead? If he assumes the role of a spokesperson, how can he command respect? Wu Jiahao's words pierced the heart. Liang Kuan's smile froze on his face, swiftly replaced by an explosion of rage as he pointed at Wu Jiahao, shouting, "You're talking nonsense. Wu Jiahao, you are slandering me without any evidence." Chapter 57, Hongxing 101. Liang Kuan's collapse and mockery across the internet. Evidence? Wu Jiahao coldly snorted, producing a stack of photographs from his pocket and forcefully slamming them onto the conference table. The images scattered across the floor, each depicting a scene from last night on the highway. The black Acura, with its crumpled front, showed Wu Jiahao leaning against the car, the blood-soaked bandage on his arm glaringly vivid under the flash of the camera. At 11 last night, on Suanwan Highway, Liang Kuan dispatched his top horse, a Yao, to ram my vehicle, intent on ending my life. This is the evidence. You speak nonsense. Liang Kuan exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What do these photographs prove? Perhaps you crashed your own car to frame me. Ah, interjected the ever-observant Big B, his legs crossed and a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he turned to Liang Kuan. Since you claim he is framing you, do you dare summon your top horse, a Yao, to confront him in front of Mr. Jiang and the esteemed guests? Liang Kuan was rendered speechless in an instant. A Yao? That bastard A Yao is still lying in the hospital. Even if he weren't incapacitated, would he dare to call A Yao out? The moment he did, everything would unravel. As Liang Kun anxiously fidgeted, a sudden beeping filled the room. A fax machine in the corner of the conference room had come to life, drawing everyone's attention. A piece of paper, emblazoned with a newspaper headline format, slowly emerged from the machine. Chen Yao approached, picked up the warm paper, and upon a mere glance, his expression shifted dramatically. He hurried over to Jiang Tiansheng, handing him the fax. Jiang Tiansheng accepted it, glancing down. The headline of the fax loomed large. In shocking black letters, internal strife in Hongqing. Gold medal enforcer bloodied on the highway, suspected of being silenced by a boss. Beneath the title was a striking image. In it, Wu Jiahao stood alone by the highway guardrail, his bloodstained bandage a harrowing sight, his eyes filled with rage and despair. The photograph was strikingly impactful, vividly alive. Jiang Tianxing's expression darkened instantly, his demeanor transformed. He slowly lifted his gaze, and behind his scholarly glasses, two piercing glints of cold fury bore down on the sweating Liang Kun. The conference room fell into a profound silence, everyone acutely aware that a grave situation had unfolded. The fax paper, though light, felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Each word was like a searing iron brand, scorching Liang Kun's eyes. He recognized not only Wu Jiahao's accursed face, but also another smaller image beneath the headline. In that photograph, a Honda Civic lay in ruins, its front end resembling the aftermath of a beast's attack. Inside the driver's seat, a bloodied man was trapped, lifeless, eyes closed. That man was none other than his top horse, A Yao. The article's content was equally shocking, as the journalist vividly detailed the harrowing chase on the highway last night. Reports indicated that Liang Kun's top horse, A Yao, was at the wheel, intentionally colliding with Wu Jiahao's Acura 3 times, attempting to force it off the overpass. After the Acura was cornered, gunshots rang out. Wu Jiahao was shot in the arm, blood flowing profusely. The words gunshots struck like a bullet, piercing through the psychological defenses of everyone present. Liang Kun's mind buzzed, leaving him blank. He was finished. All his calculations had failed to foresee that Wu Jiahao, the unfortunate one, would not only survive but also summon reporters to document the scene. Was this not evidence? This was incontrovertible proof of Liang Kun's attempt to murder a fellow member and the use of firearms. Very well. Jiang Tianxing's voice resonated gravely as he gently placed the fax on the table, his movements tender as if handling a piece of art. But in the next moment, bang! Jiang Tianxing slammed his hand on the table, causing the entire mahogany conference table to tremble violently. Teacups jumped, and tea spilled. Liang Kun, he bellowed, his voice like thunder, reverberating through the conference room. You've acquired quite a talent. Haven to you. Jiang Tianxing forcefully removed his glasses, slamming them on the table, his previously scholarly eyes now bloodshot, radiating an ominous glare. Using firearms against your own people? Do you wish for the entire Hongqing to make headlines, awaiting a crackdown from the police in Hong Kong? This question sent Liang Kun's heart racing, freezing his blood. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt stuffed with cotton, rendering him speechless. Cold sweat drenched his white shirt, clinging to his back, both chilly and itchy. Jiang Tianxing pointed an accusatory finger at Liang Kun, his fury threatening to ignite him. I have investigated your top horse, A Yao. 3 years ago, he helped you eliminate a rival in your territory. That person vanished without a trace. 2 years ago, he was involved in the disappearance of a small-time leader from Heilian Sheng, whose body was later found at Kuntong Pier. And last year, with each revelation, Liang Kun's face paled further. These were all deeds carried out by A Yao, executed with precision, leaving no trace. He thought he was above suspicion. Little did he know that the dragon head, Jiang Tianxing, was fully aware of everything. He is nothing but a mad dog you, Liang Kun, have unleashed. A weapon. Previously, you used him against outsiders, and I turned a blind eye. Now, you train that weapon on your own brothers. Jiang Tianxing's voice grew colder, each word striking Liang Kun's heart like ice picks. Liang Kun, do you believe that without you, Hongqing cannot function? Silence enveloped the room, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All the hallmasters bowed their heads, eyes to the ground, breathing cautiously. Fearful of catching fire, Liang Kun's once brazen demeanor was utterly extinguished beneath Jiang Tianxing's thunderous wrath, leaving only despair and trepidation. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair, seated to Jiang Tianxing's left, slowly lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it. He was the hall master of Yuan Long, Ce, one of the most senior figures in Hongxing. Mr. Jiang, the voice of Ce was hoarse yet steady. I perceived that this matter had escalated beyond mere trivialities. He set down his teacup, his murky eyes sweeping over Liang Kuan's pale visage. Infighting among comrades and the use of firearms constituted a grave breach of the society's code. A person who disregards the lives of his own brethren possesses no virtue. Ce paused momentarily, articulating each word with precision. I propose to revoke Liang Kuan's qualification for the position of spokesperson. Such a person is unworthy of occupying this role. Ce's words fell like a colossal stone cast upon a tranquil lake. I concurred with Ce's perspective. The leader of Tunmen, Ba Ji, immediately echoed his sentiment, his face a mask of indignation, as though he shared in the outrage. Damn it, what are we, the underlings, striving for in the outside world, toiling and bleeding for the society? Is it not the hope that the big shots will shield us and provide us with sustenance? Chapter 58. The package of dark secrets. Ba Ji suddenly smacked his thigh, his voice rising an octave. Now, it seems that just as the younger brothers have made their contributions, the elder brother is preparing a coffin to silence them. If this news spreads, who would dare to serve the gang in the future? Wouldn't that dishearten the countless brothers below? Ba Ji's words resonated deeply with many. Among the assembled hall masters, who had not risen from the ranks of the lower-tier brothers, they understood the sentiments of those beneath them. Loyalty is reciprocal. If you, the elder, are unkind, do not expect your younger brothers to be righteous. In an instant, several hall masters nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Liang Kai shifting from that of spectators to contempt and estrangement. As the tide turned, a sharp female voice suddenly pierced the air. Is it appropriate to say such things? Everyone turned to see that it was Bo Lan Jia's hall master, Liang Ma. She had always maintained a good relationship with Liang Kai, relying on him to support many businesses in Bo Lan Jia. With her crimson nails and a lady's cigarette in hand, she exhaled a cloud of smoke with undeniable allure. In the world of Jianghu, when younger brothers misbehave, it is natural for the elder brother to exercise authority. Ultimately, this is an internal family matter for their hall. Are we outsiders overstepping our bounds? Her words were a clear attempt to exonerate Liang Kai, framing intentional murder as mere discipline. Family matter? The usually silent Wu Jiahao finally spoke again. He slowly raised his head, his sharp eyes fixated on Liang Ma, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Liang Ma, when I ventured to Thailand for the gang, I nearly lost my life. Did you think I was on a leisurely holiday? When I was held at gunpoint by a dozen firearms, where were you? When I was chased from Bangkok to Hong Kong Island, where were you? Wu Jiahao's voice was not loud, yet each word was crystal clear, laden with pressure. He methodically inquired, did you support me with a single bullet or a single round? A burst of laughter escaped Debi, who quickly covered his mouth. But his shaking shoulders betrayed the effort it took to stifle his mirth. Liang Ma's face flushed a deep shade of purple. Wu Jiahao's question was too incisive. It was as if he had stripped her bare in public and dealt Liang Kai a resounding slap. Support with a bullet? This blatantly suggested that Liang Kai was the one wielding the gun. Liang Ma's fingers trembled with rage, yet she could not muster a single retort. Jiang Tianxing observed the unfolding drama keenly. He glanced at Chen Yao, who understood the cue and whispered in his ear, Mr. Jiang, with Ba Ji and Ce included, 8 hall masters have already rallied behind Wu Jiahao. 8. Out of 12 hall masters, 2/3 have taken a stand against Liang Kai. The hearts of the people have made their choice. Jiang Tianxing slowly rose, readjusting his glasses to restore his scholarly demeanor. However, the words he spoke next were colder than any blade. I hereby announce. He surveyed the room, his voice low yet resonant in every ear. The nomination of Liang Kai as the spokesperson for Tongluan is hereby revoked. Liang Kai's body trembled, as if all his bones had been extracted, collapsing into his chair. It was over. Completely over. Yet, Jiang Tianxing's judgment was not yet concluded. He cast a glance at the ashen-faced Liang Kai and added in a detached tone, furthermore, regarding the firearms issue mentioned in the newspaper. A thorough investigation is required. Our Hongxing will not tolerate the emergence of a second Daquan gang. With a crisp sound, the fine porcelain teacup that Liang Kai had been gripping shattered in his hand. The sharp shards cut into his palm, and blood mingled with the scalding tea, dripping down his fingers. The tea stained his trousers, creating a chaotic mess. Yet, he felt no pain, only an overwhelming chill and a seething resentment. The room fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Liang Kai's bloodied hand. Resentment, refusal, madness, countless emotions intertwined in his gaze, ultimately transforming into a bottomless abyss of cold darkness. He did not tend to his wound, allowing the blood and tea to mix, dripping onto the luxurious carpet and blooming into a sinister red flower. This was no mere loss of face. In front of all the Hongxing Hall masters of Hong Kong Island, he had been cast into the depths of despair by Jiang Tianxing's single utterance. Tongluan was lost, and the position of leader had become a colossal joke. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, Liang Ma's shrill voice once again intruded inappropriately. She sprang to her feet, pointing a finger at Wu Jiahao, her former charm replaced by sheer madness. Mr. Jiang, even if Liang Kai is at fault, it should be the gang that punishes him. It is not for you, a mere CG, to dictate here. He has taken my Bolan Jia by force and injured hundreds of my brothers. How do we account for that? According to Hongxing's rules, he has overstepped his bounds, showing disrespect for authority. He has disrupted the order of the gang. Liang Ma, pushed to the brink, was willing to risk everything. Now that Liang Kai had fallen, her own ship was sinking. If she did not fight desperately, she would be the next to be dealt with. She sought to muddle the waters, attempting to shift the blame for the grave offense of firearms onto Wu Jiahao's internal conflicts of not adhering to the rules. However, Wu Jiahao did not even blink. He simply clapped his hands lightly. The meeting room door opened, and a sharp-dressed young man entered, carrying a thick folder. The young man respectfully placed the folder on the table before Wu Jiahao. Wu Jiahao leisurely opened it, not even casting a glance at Liang Ma, his gaze sweeping over the assembled hall masters. All of you esteemed uncles and leaders are present here, a perfect witness. His voice was soft, yet clearly overshadowed Liang Ma's outcries. I, Wu Jiahao, took control of Bolan Jia, deploying 327 brothers and incurring a total expenditure of 183,000 in medical fees, settlement fees, and tea expenses. He paused, lifting his gaze, finally locking eyes with Liang Ma, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. I have not requested a single penny from the society regarding this sum. Furthermore, Wu Jiahao delicately extracted a receipt from his folder and pushed it forward. This is the document I had someone deliver to the society's treasury. The regulatory fees for Boland Street over the next 3 months amount to 3 million, which I have already paid on behalf of Liang Ma in advance. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. The masters present exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. To build an empire, one must invest their own funds? And not only that, after securing the territory, instead of seeking immediate returns, he chose to pay the society's dues up front for a full 3 months. What an extraordinary maneuver. What a remarkable vision. He has truly become a moral benchmark for the society, an exemplary employee of the year. To be stared at the receipt, his eyes nearly bulging out, with only one thought racing through his mind. Wow, this kid can act better than I can. Chapter 59. Hongxing Werewolf Kill. Lian Kuan's resurrection armor. Liang Ma's face, once a shade of liver, immediately transformed into a ghastly pallor. Wu Jiahao's words struck deeper than the previous bullet point. It was no longer a mere slap in the face, but a brutal tearing away of her facade, casting it to the ground, where it was trampled mercilessly. Did you not claim others were unruly? They understand the rules better than anyone. Even the accountant must give them a nod of approval. Did you not assert that others were overstepping their bounds? This is merely a demonstration of concern for the society, an expansion of territory. Wu Jiahao offered her no respite, his icy voice continuing to resonate. Yet, Liang Ma, your men follow closely behind, capitalizing on the chaos in the streets to collect protection fees from every household. What do you intend? To play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird lies in wait? Have you returned the money you collected to the society? With a sudden rush of blood, Liang Ma nearly choked, her throat constricting painfully as she staggered back a step, collapsing into her chair, her face ashen and lips trembling, rendered utterly speechless. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Each of Wu Jiahao's words felt like a blade, shredding her veils of deception, exposing her most avaricious and repugnant visage. The meeting room fell into an eerie silence once more. The elderly figure, Uncle Xing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Clearing his throat, he spoke deliberately. Mr. Jiang, I observe that this young man, Jiahao, conducts himself with methodical precision and audacity, and what is most commendable is his dedication to the society. Our Hongxing is in dire need of such spirited youth. Merit should be rewarded. We cannot allow our brothers risking their lives on the front lines to feel disheartened. Uncle Xing's words were imbued with gravitas and righteousness, prompting the elder hall masters present to nod in agreement. Only Jiang Tianxing bore a knowing smile, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful arc. He understood precisely why Uncle Xing had chosen this moment to speak. Just the night before, Wu Jiahao had personally visited, bearing a box of the finest Wui Mountain Dahong Pao tea. Beneath the leaves lay a promissory note for 1 million. Uncle Xing was correct. Another hall master, Baki, quickly chimed in, exclaiming, "Mr. Jiang, not only has Jiahao seized control of Bolan Street, but he has also rid the society of scoundrels like Lin Kun, whose reckless behavior was a blight upon us. His merits are monumental. I propose we elevate Jiahao to the rank of Red Stick, granting him rightful authority over Bolan Street. This is undoubtedly the will of the people." Baki's voice was robust and his resolve unwavering. Their harmonious exchange elevated the atmosphere instantaneously. Jiang Tianxing observed everything keenly. With money paving the way, public sentiment was clearly in favor. This lad, possessing both courage and cunning, understood the art of financial persuasion, a true asset indeed. He gradually rose, surveying the assembly before his gaze settled on Wu Jiahao. "Jiahao, step forward to receive your commendation." Wu Jiahao's heart raced, and he stood, making his way to the center of the hall. Jiang Tianxing regarded him with a glimmer of admiration, though his gaze was predominantly scrutinizing. "Wu Jiahao, for your contributions to the society's expansion, your loyalty is commendable. I hereby announce, by exception, the appointment of Wu Jiahao as a Red Stick, temporarily assuming the role of the spokesperson for Bolan Street, effective immediately. Red Stick, temporary spokesperson." This accolade not only granted Wu Jiahao immense prestige, but also retained an element of control. The title of Red Stick conferred status, while the role of spokesperson wielded real power. The term temporary hung over him like a sword of Damocles, a reminder to remain humble. Ingenious. Truly ingenious. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Wu Jiahao bowed respectfully, maintaining a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance. Yet, at that moment, a defiant voice pierced the air once more. "I refuse to accept this." It was none other than Liang Ma, her eyes ablaze with the desperation of a gambler who had lost everything, her gaze fixated on Wu Jiahao. "Mr. Jiang, the society has rules. One cannot assume the position of hall master before 30 days have passed since the flag was raised. On what grounds does Wu Jiahao merit this exception?" This was her last lifeline, an attempt to invoke the society's regulations against Jiang Tianxing's decree. All eyes turned to Jiang Tianxing, eager to see how he would navigate this predicament. To their surprise, Jiang Tianxing merely chuckled derisively. His laughter was laced with disdain and mockery. He slowly turned to Liang Ma and asked, enunciating each word, "Rules? I recall when you seized Sham Shui Pa from Helianqing. It seems you did not wait a full 30 days, did you? Did you ever adhere to the rules?" Boom. Liang Ma's mind felt as if it had been struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving her utterly blank. Her mouth agape and face pale, she stood frozen in place. Indeed, in her pursuit of power, her methods had been far more unscrupulous than Wu Jiahao's. Jiang Tianxing's words had unmasked her past. In the face of absolute power, the so-called rules were but a jest. Liang Ma crumpled, rendered incapable of uttering another word. With her silenced, Jiang Tianxing's expression brightened. He turned back to Wu Jiahao, his demeanor now amiable, as if the cold-hearted tyrant had vanished. "Jiahao, since you are to assume the role, we must adhere to the customs of our Hongmen. 3 is a necessary number. 3 individuals must be bound in brotherhood to establish a pact. To be a Red Stick, you must select a white paper fan and a straw shoe. Have you yet chosen anyone?" The true test had only just begun. The white paper fan represents the strategist of the hall, overseeing finances and personnel, while the straw shoe serves as the liaison, managing both internal and external affairs. The significance of these positions is self-evident. Only those with absolute loyalty may serve. Jiang Tianxing then shifted his gaze to the corner, where the lifeless figure of Lin Kun sat. "Ah Kun." Lin Kun trembled, slowly raising his head, his eyes vacant. Jiang Tianxing's tone was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable command. "You and Jiahao are ultimately sworn brothers. Now that Jiahao has ascended, you, as his elder, should also make a gesture. Let it be so. You shall designate a white paper fan and a straw shoe for Jiahao, to atone for your previous transgressions and to uphold the fellowship of our Hongxing." With these words, shock rippled through the assembly. Even Dabi stood aghast, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit within. This operation is astonishingly audacious. Is Liang Kun truly sending his trusted confidant to Wu Jiahui? It is difficult to discern whether this individual is a loyal aide or merely a harbinger of doom. Everyone is aware that the relationship between Wu Jiahui and Liang Kun has devolved into an irreconcilable conflict. The person Liang Kun dispatches, one can surmise, is either an undercover agent or a traitor, perpetually scheming to ensnare Wu and find an opportunity to strike. Jiang Tianxing's strategy is both cunning and ruthless. He has managed to placate Liang Kun while simultaneously placing a shackle on the burgeoning power of Wu Jiahui. What he desires is not an uncontrollable Wu Jiahui, but rather one that he can dominate with an iron grip. All eyes are now fixed upon Wu Jiahui, eager to witness how he navigates this perilous situation. Surprisingly, instead of displaying anger, Wu Jiahui merely chuckles. He gazes at Jiang Tianxing and then casts a glance at Liang Kun, whose face is twisted with malicious glee, smiling with an unmistakable irony. Chapter 60. The Pinnacle of Workplace PUA. The undercover of enemies as benefits. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your kind intentions. He took a step forward, locking eyes with Liang Kun's resentful gaze, and spoke slowly. However, you want Brother Kun's men to assist me? I fear I am not worthy of such fortune. Are you truly finding me allies? Or are you preparing to send me on my way prematurely? The atmosphere became eerily silent, as Wu Jiahao's cutting words resonated clearly among those present. This was no mere expression of gratitude. It was a resounding slap to both Jiang Tianxing and Liang Kun in front of everyone. The tension instantly permeated the entire hall. Every breath was held, and not a soul dared to exhale. They gazed at Wu Jiahao, the newly elevated young man, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Insanity. This young man has surely lost his mind. How dare he speak to the leader in such a manner? Does he not value his life? Liang Kun's visage twisted in fury. It was contorted, filled with malice, and tinged with a hint of exposed vulnerability. His resentful eyes bore into Wu Jiahao, as if he longed to pounce and consume him whole. What? What the hell did you just say? Liang Kun's voice was hoarse, akin to a broken gong. Each word squeezed out through gritted teeth. Yet, Jiang Tianxing remained composed, a serene smile gracing his face. He lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves before taking a deliberate sip. Brother Hao, do temper your anger. He set the cup down, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. Brother Kun only means well. Since you do not appreciate his gesture, why not allow Brother Kun to express himself? Who does he wish to recommend to assist you? Jiang Tianxing deftly returned the ball to Liang Kun, employing a strategy of overt persuasion. He aimed to compel Liang Kun to publicly declare his stance, thereby cornering Wu Jiahao into a response. Liang Kun inhaled deeply, suppressing the murderous intent that surged within him. He understood that today's gathering was orchestrated by Jiang Tianxing, and he had to navigate it carefully. He intended to make Wu Jiahao aware that even in defeat, placing nails in his coffin would be a trivial task. Very well, Liang Kun rasped, struggling to rise from the ground, his gaze sweeping over his loyal subordinates. Ultimately, it settled upon a scrawny lackey. Shigo. The lackey, named Shigo, trembled and hastily stepped forward, his head bowed, too afraid to meet anyone's gaze. Mr. Jiang, Brother Hao. Liang Kun forced a smile that was more painful than sorrow itself. I recommend Shigo as Brother Hao's accountant. He is sharp-witted, adept at calculations, and has always managed my accounts. Absolutely trustworthy. The moment those words escaped his lips, a twitch flickered at the corner of Dabi's mouth behind Wu Jiahao. Trustworthy? I trust you not at all. Everyone in Hongxing knew that this Shigo was Liang Kun's top lackey, the one who had led the charge to ambush Wu Jiahao in the parking lot. To make him the accountant? He would likely abscond with the funds in 3 days and vanish from Wu Jiahao's life entirely. Jiang Tianxing was clearly aiming to lead Wu Jiahao to his demise. All eyes refocused on Wu Jiahao, anticipating his next move. To refuse? That would mean disrespecting the leader and his fellow brothers. To accept? That would be akin to placing a ticking time bomb at his side. It was a veritable deadlock. However, Wu Jiahao's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations yet again. He neither erupted in anger nor offered a rebuttal. He merely regarded the lackey named Shigo in silence, suddenly smiling. Shigo, is it? Wu Jiahao's voice was gentle, yet it sent shivers down Shigo's spine. Brother Hao, he stammered, trembling as he dared to raise his head, only to be met with Wu Jiahao's unfathomable gaze. sending him into a state of sheer terror. Wu Jiahao's smile grew ever more radiant. I recall last year in Macau, someone gambled away everything, even putting his wife up as collateral for the casino. It was I who, out of regard for our brotherhood, intervened to redeem her. At that time, you still owed me 30,000 in medical expenses, promising to repay in a month. Now, it seems nearly a year has passed, hasn't it? Tell me, where is the money? Boom. Shigo's mind went blank, his face drained of color, and his legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. Brother Hao, I didn't mean to. He stuttered, his words tumbling over themselves in panic. The hall fell into a profound silence. Liang Kuan's expression transformed from a ghastly shade of pale to a deep, furious purple. He had intended to send a trusted aide to irritate Wu Jiahao, but had forgotten this crucial detail. This was akin to offering his face to Wu Jiahao for a public slap. Wu Jiahao could hardly be bothered to cast another glance at the prostrate Shigo. He turned instead to retrieve the nomination form from Chen Yao's table. With a crisp sound, in full view of the astonished onlookers, Wu Jiahao tore the form to shreds, the fragments cascading like snowflakes at Liang Kuan's feet. Forming a bond with a gambler who can stake his wife. Wu Jiahao's voice was icy and resonated throughout the hall. Do I, Wu Jiahao, want to remain in this line of work? I cannot afford such a disgrace. Liang Kuan felt a surge of bitterness rise in his throat, nearly choking on the blood that threatened to spill forth. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, his entire being trembling in humiliation. This was a blatant act of degradation. Wu Jiahao offered him no reprieve whatsoever. Jiang Tiansheng observed this scene with a flicker of unnoticeable admiration in his eyes. Quite ruthless and decisive. This one has the makings of a formidable individual. Yet, his expression soured slightly. Brother Hao, what are you doing? Even if you are dissatisfied with Brother Kuan's nomination, there is no need for such theatrics. We are all brothers here. Matters can be discussed amicably. Wu Jiahao, upon hearing this, smiled once more. He bowed slightly to Jiang Tiansheng, his demeanor respectful, yet his words remained unyielding. Mr. Jiang, I am indeed aware that discussions can be held amicably. Since I cannot place my trust in Kuan Ji's associates, I shall instead rely on those whom I deem trustworthy. With that, he clapped his hands. Immediately, two figures entered from outside. One was a young man adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an air of refinement. The other was a short-haired woman dressed in a fitted outfit, radiating confidence and poise. It was none other than Jimmy Zai and Shi Sanmei. Upon seeing them, Dabi's eyes nearly bulged out. By heavens, this fellow has even prepared a backup plan? Wu Jiahao pointed at Jimmy Zai and proclaimed loudly, "This is Jimmy Zai. Previously, he managed my accounts at the casino in Pujing, with every detail meticulously accounted for. I trust him to be my Baiji Shan." He then gestured towards Shi Sanmei. This is Shi Sanmei. As everyone knows, Bolan Street is a melting pot of individuals, and managing the nightlife business is particularly challenging. Having a woman oversee it proves to be more convenient and commands greater respect. No one is more suitable than her in her flip-flops. Wu Jiahao's voice resonated firmly. Most importantly, he withdrew 2 documents from his pocket and placed them decisively on the table. I have already prepared their transfer applications, and I am merely awaiting your approval, Mr. Jiang. Chapter 61. The Victory of Cash Power. 3 million laundering package. The entire hall was silent. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone was astounded by Wu Jiahao's series of maneuvers. He rejected the surveillance, selected his own team, and even had the application prepared in advance. This young man truly thinks several steps ahead. His meticulousness is frightening. Jiang Tianxing's expression finally altered slightly. He gazed deeply at Wu Jiahao, his eyes filled with profound meaning. He initially intended to place a shackle on Wu Jiahao, but unexpectedly found himself outmaneuvered. Now, he was in a predicament. To agree would be to acknowledge that his previous arrangements were futile. To disagree would mean facing Wu Jiahao's justifiable reasoning and procedural adherence, leaving him without any grounds for rebuttal. After a silence that felt like an eternity, Jiang Tianxing suddenly smiled. Good, good, good. He exclaimed thrice, applauding with enthusiasm. A hero emerges from youth. Our Hongxing needs young men like you who are full of ideas and courage. Since you have made arrangements, as the leader, I must naturally support you. Chen Yao, who had remained silent until now, immediately stood up. Mr. Jiang, go, complete the formalities. Understood. Chen Yao nodded, picking up the application and casting a complex glance at Wu Jiahao. At this point, everyone believed the matter was settled, and Wu Jiahao had emerged victorious. However, Jiang Tianxing was clearly not prepared to let him off so easily. Howzy, Jiang Tianxing spoke leisurely. While establishing your position in Mong Kok is crucial, one must not forget the rules. Although you are working in Mong Kok, a Kun is your senior and a veteran of the organization. In the future, you must regularly report to Brother Kun regarding all matters in Mong Kok and seek his opinions. This is for your own good. Do you understand? The final move had arrived. A chill ran through the crowd. Jiang Tianxing was granting Liang Kun the legitimate authority to intervene in Mong Kok affairs. Under the guise of reporting, it was, in fact, a means of surveillance. With this command in place, Liang Kun could easily excuse himself to guide operations on Wu Jiahao's territory, inserting his people and undermining Wu Jiahao's authority. This maneuver was infinitely more insidious than the previous appointment of a confidant. Liang Kun's eyes sparkled instantly. He looked at Wu Jiahao with a cruel smile on his face. Kid, trying to compete with me? You're still too green. However, facing this final shackle, Wu Jiahao's expression remained completely unperturbed. He simply stared at Jiang Tianxing and suddenly pulled out another document from his pocket. It was a file encased in a leather pouch, appearing somewhat aged. He gently placed the document on the table and slid it towards Jiang Tianxing. Mr. Jiang, you are right. One must not forget the rules. However, when Uncle Xing was still around, he personally granted me a letter of independent management authorization. Wu Jiahao's voice was low, yet it detonated like a bomb in the ears of those present. The authorization letter clearly stated that as long as I could make a name for myself in Mong Kok, I would have full responsibility for all affairs there, without needing to report to anyone. Uncle Xing was a firm believer in rules. I trust his words still hold weight, don't you think? A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Uncle Xing, one of the last remaining elders of the organization, and Jiang Tianxing's elder, his authorization letter was, in many respects, more effective than the leader's command. This kid, he even possesses something like this? Jiang Tianxing's smile completely froze on his face. Beside him, Shen Yao's eyes flickered intensely upon seeing the familiar seal and signature on the document. He suddenly realized that the power dynamics in Mong Kok had irrevocably changed from this day forth. This young man, Wu Jiahao, was no longer a mere pawn to be manipulated. He was a tiger, having broken free from all shackles. The meeting ended on a sour note. Wu Jiahao, accompanied by Jimmy and Shisanmai, exited the Hongxing headquarters under the watchful gaze of many complex expressions. Just as they reached the door, a voice called out from behind. Howzy? Wu Jiahao turned around to find Dabi, who was leisurely following behind, cigarette in mouth. He approached Wu Jiahao and offered him a cigarette. Wu Jiahao accepted it, lit it, and remained silent. Dabi inhaled deeply, exhaling a large smoke ring, and lowered his voice. Congratulations, from now on. Mong Kok will be under your command. Is there something you want? Wu Jiahao raised an eyebrow. Dabi grinned, revealing his large yellow teeth, and nudged Wu Jiahao with his elbow. Howzy you see? About the business on Boland Street. How about? You give me 30%. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes glimmering with greed. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiahao chuckled. He turned to Dabi, slowly blowing smoke in his face. 30%? That's negotiable. Let us see if you have the capability to take it yourself. The smile on Dabi's face faded, looking more woeful than ever. He watched Wu Jiahao and his companions depart, the cigarette he had been holding falling to the ground, sparks scattering everywhere. Damn it, Dabi spat bitterly, crushing the cigarette but underfoot. What a formidable dragon crossing the river. No, now he is a local tiger. A subordinate approached Dabi. Brother B, what about our business on Boland Street? Shut up, Dabi retorted, delivering a slap that left the subordinate seeing stars. Did you not notice he completely disregards us? Take what? Go take it with your head. The implication was clear. If one wanted to take something, they would have to fight for it. The more Dabi thought about it, the angrier he became. Kicking a nearby trash bin in frustration. Let us go. Back home. Damn it, what bad luck. In Mong Kok, an inconspicuous ice room remained brightly lit even in the dead of night, with staff busy serving tea and meals. In a corner booth, Wu Jiahao, Jimmy, and Shisanmai sat together. The table was adorned with several cups of iced tea and pineapple buns. Wu Jiahao stirred the ice in his cup leisurely, the sound of clinking resonating softly. Leaning back on the sofa, Shisanmai crossed her arms, her eyes still filled with excitement. Howzy, today was truly, incredibly satisfying. You have yet to witness the visage of Jiang Tianxing and Liang Kun. as dark as the bottom of a pot. Jimmy adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone steady. "Brother Hao, how did you acquire that letter of authorization from Uncle Xing?" This inquiry piqued the curiosity of all present. For that document was the unequivocal trump card in today's endeavors. Wu Jiahao lifted his gaze, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Uncle Xing, now advanced in years, had his only son studying abroad, incurring considerable expenses for tuition and living costs. He did not respond directly, yet his implication was unmistakable. Jimmy grasped the situation instantly. Even heroes must bow for the sake of a meager livelihood, and elders must pave the way for future generations. At that moment, a tall and robust figure strode in briskly, approaching their table with purpose. It was Feiji. He plopped down, seized a cup of iced milk tea from the table, and gulped it down voraciously, wiping his mouth afterward, his expression rife with confusion. "Brother Hao, I'm a bit perplexed. During the meeting, I heard that Mr. Jiang intended to send someone to our Mong Kok, and that Liang Kun would, guide us in our work. I was fully prepared. At your command, I would lead my brothers to charge in and confront them. But afterward, why did those hall leaders, one by one, speak in your favor? Especially Ba Ji, isn't he in cahoots with Liang Kun?" Chapter 62, the scene of Liang Kun's social death. The half-hour leadership experience card. Wu Jiahao waved his hand, igniting another cigarette, and gazed thoughtfully at Feiji. "Feiji, do you comprehend?" Feiji was taken aback. "Just now, were you contemplating taking action again?" Wu Jiahao inquired. Feiji nodded earnestly. "Liang Kun is too arrogant. I couldn't restrain myself." Wu Jiahao exhaled a cloud of smoke, his eyes deepening in contemplation. The issues that can be resolved through physical means are trivial. To truly be a leader, one must not rely solely on brute force. He pointed to his temple. "It is here that you must learn to navigate. It is not about how to harm others, but rather how to calculate the hearts of men. You must discern what your brothers desire and penetrate the intentions of your adversaries." "Fear not." Feiji nodded, a semblance of understanding flickering in his eyes. Wu Jiahao studied him and suddenly recalled something, continuing. "I have a task for you." "Tell me, boss." Feiji straightened his posture immediately. "Assist me in investigating a matter." Wu Jiahao lowered his voice. "Liang Kun operates without principles. I suspect he will not relent. Look into the origins of the firearms he possesses." "Firearms, meaning guns. This is the most sensitive and lethal aspect within the gang." "Understood." Feiji nodded gravely, his expression serious. He retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, along with a pencil stub, seemingly prepared to jot down the assignment. Wu Jiahao's gaze inadvertently fell upon the open collar of Feiji's shirt. Beneath his t-shirt, a corner of a red booklet was faintly visible. The cover bore the embossed golden characters, "Hongxing Society Discipline Manual." Wu Jiahao's eyes flickered slightly. He recalled from the original narrative that Feiji was renowned not for his fighting prowess, but for his almost obsessive adherence to the gang's rules and regulations. It was this discipline that earned him the trust of others amidst later turmoil, ultimately leading him to rise in rank. It seemed that this habit was already ingrained in him. A subtle smile curved the corners of Wu Jiahao's mouth. "What a gem! It requires careful refinement." As night deepened, Wu Jiahao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office in Mong Kok, surveying the dazzling expanse below, a land steeped in lights and excess. This was now his kingdom. Ding dong. The screen of his phone illuminated, revealing a message from Jimmy. The content was succinct, merely stating, "Kong has contacted Dongxing Yaoyang to procure a batch of firearms." Dongxing, the sworn enemy of Hongxing. Liang Kong was resorting to colluding with outsiders to combat him. Truly, his lack of principles knows no bounds. Wu Jiahao deleted the message, grasped a Cuban cigar from his desk, cut it, and lit it. The rich smoke slowly ascended, obscuring his expression. His gaze pierced the night, directed towards the Boli Street, Liang Kong's territory. It was rumored that Jiang Tiansheng had prepared to conduct a ceremony to formally appoint Liang Kong as the hall master. Wu Jiahao inhaled deeply from the cigar, drawing the pungent smoke into his lungs before exhaling slowly. "A ceremony, you say?" he murmured softly, a cold smile gracing his lips. "It seems I must prepare a grand surprise for you." The following morning, as the sun's rays broke through the mist, illuminating the streets of Mong Kok, chaos erupted across the underworld. At the newspaper stands, the headline blared, "Hongxing infighting. The leader resigns in half an hour." The bold black typeface accompanied a strikingly blurred photograph of charred vehicles reduced to skeletal remains, cordoned off with police tape. all set against the backdrop of Mong Kok's flickering neon lights. Is this for real? Half an hour? That's absurdly swift. A gang member clad in a tank top, tattooed dragon on his arm, exclaimed, cigarette dangling from his lips as he pointed at the newspaper. The tea house nearby buzzed with excitement, akin to a boiling pot. Liang Kong has truly lost face. An elderly man enjoying his morning tea slapped the paper on the table, his wrinkled face alight with laughter. He thought he could ascend, but what happened? The ladder was kicked away. It's not just the ladder. They stripped him of his pants. Another chimed in. The report claimed that the formidable Jiahao emerged unscathed, while the dozens of assassins sent by Liang Kong met their demise, dead, injured, or captured, leaving no survivors. Jiahao, the young man who made a name for himself in Mong Kok? Indeed, the scene was something out of a movie. Jiahao single-handedly toppled Liang Kong's assassin convoy. Rumors spread with greater fervor than the truth. In the alleys and streets, Wu Jiahao's exploits had been embellished into a legend. Did you hear? Jiahao possesses the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Nonsense. My brother was at the corner and saw it with his own eyes. Jiahao's kick sent a Toyota soaring 10 meters. Is that true? More real than gold. He single-handedly overturned 10 assassin cars without a scratch. Is he even human? A veritable god of war. Meanwhile, Liang Kong became the greatest laughingstock in all of Hong Kong's underworld. Some young thugs even began to mimic Liang Kong's distinctive brash tone, teasing one another. In this game, one must uphold their word. If you promise to be the leader for half an hour, then that's all you get. Pathetic. Not even Boley Street can accommodate you. Little brother, no wonder Mr. Jiang can't lift you from this quagmire. Additionally, some mischief makers concocted a catchy rhyme that spread to every corner of Temple Street. Half-hour leader, Liang Kong's might is paper thin. Provoked the river dragon, now a sickly cat he has been. In Mong Kok's streets, it's Jiahao who reigns supreme. Meanwhile, in Liang Kong's office on Boley Street, the atmosphere was stifling enough to extract water. The Italian-imported leather sofa bore deep, jagged cuts from a knife, exposing the white stuffing within. The once valuable Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase now lay shattered on the carpet, a mere collection of fragments. Liang Kong's eyes were bloodshot, filled with fury. He resembled an enraged beast as he seized De Chong by the collar and pressed him forcefully against the wall. Speak. What on earth are those people outside saying? Liang Kuen's spittle nearly splattered across Shaqiang's face. The latter, paralyzed by fear, turned pale, his legs trembling, and stammered, Kun. Brother Kun. Outside they are saying. Saying what? Speak clearly. Liang Kuen bellowed, the veins on his arms bulging. They say you are merely a figurehead for half an hour. Shaqiang closed his eyes, bracing himself, and continued, they claim you are unworthy of your position, shamefully tarnishing the reputation of Hongxing. Unworthy of my position? Liang Kuen echoed these 4 words, his facial muscles twitching violently. Shaqiang dared not meet his gaze, his voice dwindling. Some even say you should. Retire to Chizhu for your twilight years. Chapter 63. Hongxing's war god transforms into the king of e-commerce with a resounding crash. Liang Kuen seized the crystal ashtray from the table and, summoning all his strength, hurled it against the wall. The heavy ashtray obliterated the drywall, leaving behind a gaping hole that was a stark testament to his fury. To hell with your retirement. To hell with your unworthy position. Liang Kuen released Shaqiang and began to pace the office like a caged beast, his chest heaving violently. The glaring headlines in the newspapers, the unabashed jeers from the tea house, the mocking rhymes from street thugs, all these memories cut through his already fragile pride like a series of sharp knives. When had he, Liang Kuen, ever endured such a humiliating disgrace? He craved revenge. He vowed that the scoundrel named Jiahao would find no peace in death. No, to kill him outright would be too merciful. A glimmer of vengeful light flashed in Liang Kuen's eyes. He intended to sever Wu Jiahao's lifeline first. Abruptly halting, he fixed a steely gaze on Shaqiang and bellowed, pass on my orders. Throw all of Jiahao's goods into the sea. He thinks he can fight? He thinks he can sell diapers? Today, I shall ensure he can't sell a single diaper. Let us see if his men will still follow him when the money runs dry. Meanwhile, in Wu Jiahao's factory, a scene of bustling activity unfolded. Forklifts moved back and forth as workers unloaded cartons of diapers adorned with delightful cartoon designs from a massive shipping container. The air was permeated with the faint scents of paper and non-woven fabric. Everything here stood in stark contrast to the violent world outside. Wu Jiahao stood by the window of his second-floor office, observing the commotion below with a serene expression, as if last night's harrowing shootout were merely a scene from an unrelated film. Beside him, Jimmy was visibly excited, clutching a report. "Brother Hao, the quality of this batch is exceptional. We've already prompted Lianxing several times. Once we send these out, the payment will be promptly received." Wu Jiahao nodded, remaining silent. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the polished desk. He awaited a phone call. Indeed, soon enough, his phone vibrated on the desk. It was an unfamiliar number. Wu Jiahao glanced at it, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he answered, switching to speaker mode. On the other end, Sha Chong's characteristic voice, laced with both flattery and trepidation, broke through the cacophony of background noise. "Brother Hao, it's me, Sha Chong." "Spit it out," Wu Jiahao replied coolly. "Kuing go. He has gone mad. He just ordered that all your goods be." Sha Chong's words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. Jimmy's expression changed instantly. What is that fool trying to do? Yet Wu Jiahao gestured for him to remain calm. His gaze remained fixed on the unloading truck below, his expression devoid of any turbulence, instead revealing a barely perceptible smirk. If Liang Kun wished to sever his financial resources, so be it. He thinks that by cutting off my goods, he will cut off my income, Wu Jiahao said nonchalantly. Jimmy was taken aback. "Brother Hao, what do you mean?" "He is cutting off our income." This batch of diapers was a business Wu Jiahao had painstakingly established. To placate others in the gang and stabilize Liang Kun, he had deliberately allocated a portion of the profits to him. In essence, Liang Kun was profiting without any effort. Now, he intended to destroy this source of income himself. He believes that by smashing my goods, he will eliminate my financial lifeline, Wu Jiahao declared, picking up a document from the desk, glancing at it just long enough to toss it into the nearby shredder. The document had prominently displayed the words, Mong Kok Division's third-quarter dividend budget report, Liang Kun. The shredder devoured the paper, reducing it to meaningless strips. Wu Jiahao turned to face the puzzled Jimmy and spoke calmly. "Jimmy." "Yes, Brother Hao." "Contact the people at Lianxing." Wu Jiahao's fingertips lightly tapped the desk, creating a crisp sound. "Just mention to them that our goods are never short of buyers." "Yes, Brother Hao." Jimmy's voice held a newfound urgency. "Liang Kun thinks that by severing my goods, he is severing my financial lifeline." Wu Jiahao approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the industrious factory below. The workers were energized, drenched in sweat. The salaries they received monthly here were far more stable and dignified than the protection money they collected on the streets. He was mistaken. Wu Jiahao extended a finger, tapping the glass. "What he is severing is not my financial lifeline. It is Hongxing's." Jimmy's mind raced, but he struggled to keep pace with Wu Jiahao's thoughts. "Brother Hao, if we consume this batch ourselves, the financial pressure will be immense. And as for Lianxing, who said we have to consume it ourselves?" Wu Jiahao turned back, wearing a smile that Jimmy could not decipher. The market in Xinjiang is vast. There are many eager to profit, and he was far from the only one dealing with Lianxing. "If Liang Kun wished to shatter my bowl of rice, I shall invite the entire underworld to dine with me." Returning to his desk, Wu Jiahao picked up a red marker and boldly marked an X over the area of Mong Kok that belonged to Liang Kun on a sprawling map of Xinjiang. "If he enjoys fighting, I shall indulge him. However, I shall play by my own rules." Wu Jiahao's gaze turned as frigid as ice. "Go, dial the number for the Lin organization." Jimmy's heart sank. The Lin organization was a venerable gang in Hong Kong Island. Having remained low-key in recent years, yet possessing deep roots, especially in the Tsuen Dock area, where their influence was entrenched. "Brother Hao, what are you planning?" He dared not ask further, quickly flipping through a notebook for the number and dialing it. In Tsuen, a clandestine mahjong parlor was shrouded in smoke, the air thick with a murky haze. A middle-aged man, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers and draped in a magnificent gold chain, was audibly shouting while savoring a cigar. "I've won. A pure sequence of who. Bring forth the money." He was known as Lin Shi, a prominent figure within the Lin faction. His underlings hastily nodded and bowed, presenting stacks of cash. At that moment, a younger associate approached cautiously, clutching a phone. "Brother Shi their SA call for you. Can't you see I'm in the midst of winning?" Lin Shi bellowed. Even the King of Heaven would have to wait. He brusquely shoved the young man aside, grumbling. "Brother Shi." The caller claims to be Chi Lin Hao. Chapter 64. The Awakening of Cash Power. The expansion plan of the business landscape. Chi Lin Hao. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, then dismissively waved his hand. What is Jiahao? I have never heard of it. Tell him to call back another day? The face of his subordinate turned pale, his voice trembling like chaff. Hongxing's Jiahao. Damn. As Lin Shi picked up a mahjong tile, upon hearing the words Hongxing, his hand trembled, causing the tile to drop onto the table. When he heard the name Jiahao, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. Bang! He slammed his hand down on the table, causing the mahjong tiles to jump. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. Lin Shi snatched the phone, and the arrogance that had adorned his face moments ago was replaced by a broad smile, his waist instinctively bending. Hello? Hao Ge? Oh, it's you, Hao Ge? He abruptly pushed aside the chair beside him, standing up straight, as if awaiting the orders of a superior. Hey, it's me, Lin Shi. The people downstairs were being foolish. Please don't take offense. On the other end of the line, Wu Jiahao's voice came through flatly. At Suanwan Pier, I need a few of your shops. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Lin Shi replied without a second thought. Whatever you say, Hao Ge. Even if it's the entire pier, just say the word. I only need warehouses A7 and A8, the largest ones. Understood. Rest assured, Hao Ge, I will have people clear them out immediately. I guarantee that before the sun rises tomorrow, it will be spotless, and I will personally deliver the keys to you. Wu Jiahao acknowledged with a sound before hanging up. In the office, Wu Jiahao looked at Jimmy and pointed to the location of Suanwan Pier on the map. Jimmy immediately understood and circled the area of influence of the number gang with a red pen, a circle of collaboration. As he gazed at the map, his heart raced. Hao Ge was no longer merely conducting business. He was wielding money to redraw the underground territory of Xiangjiang without shedding blood. Next, Wu Jiahao's voice resonated once more. He Lian Sheng De Di. Jimmy's hand hesitated in midair, filled with doubt. Hao Ge, De Di is notoriously brave, yet lacking in wisdom, and his temperament is quite foul. Partnering with him may not be very prudent. His foul temperament stems from his belief that others are unworthy of conversing with him. Leaning back in his chair, Wu Jiahao crossed his legs. His recklessness signifies greed, and he cannot conceal it. Such individuals are best controlled. Jimmy ceased further objections and promptly dialed the number. The phone rang for an extended period. Beep, beep, beep. It was only on the third ring that the call was answered, and the crisp sound of dice clattering against a porcelain bowl echoed in the background, accompanied by a rough voice. Damn it, who the hell is calling at this hour? Jimmy glanced at Wu Jiahao and steeled himself to speak. Di Ge, I am from Hongxing. My boss, Jiahao, wishes to discuss a business deal with you. The other interrupted in laughter, and De Di's characteristic arrogant voice boomed. Hongxing? Jiahao? The 49 gang? Even the bird in my pants weighs more than you. You want to discuss business with me? You might as well send Jiang Tianxing instead. Scram. Jimmy's face turned crimson. However, Wu Jiahao, with a stoic expression, took the phone. He remained silent. On both ends of the line, a prolonged silence ensued for 5 seconds, punctuated only by the sound of dice clattering. Just as De Di was about to hang up in irritation, Wu Jiahao spoke calmly. He Lian Sheng elects a spokesperson once every 2 years. I heard that Alu has recently opened 3 electronic factories in Tunman, and his business is booming. The sound of dice clattering abruptly ceased on the other end, plunging the conversation into a deathly silence. After a long pause, De Di's voice returned, but this time devoid of its former arrogance, infused with a weighty caution. What do you want to say? Nothing much, Wu Jiahao replied evenly. I merely wish to inform you that where there are those who can profit, there are also those who cannot. I have a business proposition that requires neither your capital nor your manpower. Wu Jiahao paused, articulating each word deliberately. Every month, you can lie back and earn 200,000. On the other end, a chair shifted, suggesting that De Di had removed his feet from the coffee table. His fingers began to tap rhythmically on the desk. Are you referring to that diaper business that made Liang Cohen so furious he almost bled? News travels fast. Wu Jiahao smirked, for this was precisely the reaction he had sought. He deliberately picked up a nearby ledger, opened it, and read aloud in a volume neither too high nor too low, but clear enough to be heard on the other end. Suanwan Etienne Department Store, counter, single-day sales yesterday, 3,026 packs. Factory price 30, retail price 78, gross profit 60%. After deducting channel fees to the store, labor, logistics, net profit. Snap. The sound of a lighter igniting came from the other end. De Di took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaling slowly. That fool Yang Kun is willing to ruin such a golden opportunity. That's why he can never be the boss, Wu Jiahao added lightly. This statement struck Didi like a precise needle, piercing his heart. Didi, was desperate to be the boss. What do you want me to do? Didi's tone had grown exceedingly serious. Quite simple. Wu Jiahao traced a line on the map from Tsuanwan to Didi's territory in Taipei. My goods need to pass through your territory and be distributed in the new territory's markets. I require your assurance that the goods and people will be safe and sound. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. All right, deal. Didi confirmed with a decisive tone. Wu Jiahao smiled. Just as he was about to hang up, Didi suddenly called out, "Hey, one more thing, have your subordinate, that Jimmy, bring 2 samples over. Damn it, I want to see what kind of product is so profitable and let my son try it." Wu Jiahao glanced at Jimmy, who was left dumbfounded, and signaled him with his eyes. Jimmy quickly scribbled a note on a sticky paper and handed it to Wu Jiahao. Wu Jiahao glanced at it and replied into the phone, "No problem. Digo, it has come to my attention that Asa has recently welcomed her 3rd child. Congratulations are in order. I have instructed Jimmy to prepare a gift box for the newborn, and we shall deliver it together tomorrow." On the other end of the line, Didi seemed momentarily taken aback before bursting into a hearty laugh. "Ha, excellent. You, my brother, are on point." After hanging up, Jimmy gazed at Wu Jiahao with admiration in his eyes. "How did you know Didi's wife had given birth to their 3rd child?" Wu Jiahao gestured toward his head. To accomplish great things, one must not only possess the ability to fight, but also the capacity to remember. Keep track of your opponent's family, preferences, and weaknesses, all stored right here. This knowledge is far more powerful than any weapon. Jimmy nodded solemnly, feeling that the lessons he had absorbed today surpassed everything he had learned in the past few years combined. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the orange-red glow flooded the office through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The light perfectly illuminated the words affixed to the window, Qilan Rihua. Those characters glowed a fiery red, akin to a blazing flame. Chapter 65, The Uprising of the Housewives. Tsuanwan Mall is in chaos in Tsuanwan Qian Southeast Square. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom found itself immobilized just 20 meters from the mall's entrance. Outside the vehicle, a throng of people surged, creating a din that was deafening. The scene was more exaggerated than the hustle and bustle of the new year at Chiang Tai Sang. The driver honked several times, only to receive disdainful glances in return, while the line ahead remained utterly unyielding. A bodyguard, clad in a black suit and wearing sunglasses, squeezed through the crowd, drenched in sweat. He opened the car door, nearly bowing to the ground, and breathlessly reported, "Madam, it's impossible to get in. The entrance is as congested as the flower market on New Year's Eve." In the back seat, a woman in a Chanel ensemble, donning oversized sunglasses, slowly removed her shades to reveal a sharp and competent face. She was the wife of Didi, known as Didi Sa. While Didi commanded respect as a formidable figure in the He Lien Sheng circle, at home, particularly regarding finances, he was obliged to heed Didi Sa's authority. She cast a glance outside, her brow furrowed. The mall's enormous glass doors were already packed to capacity, with several security personnel forming a human barricade, their faces flushed as they struggled to maintain order against the throng. Even more absurdly, several housewives, dressed in pajamas and slippers, clambered up the partially opened iron gate like Spider-Man, waving cash and shouting something. "What on earth is happening? Is there a rice giveaway today?" Didi Sa's tone was displeased. "No, madam." The bodyguard wiped his forehead, gesturing toward the crowd. "They're all here to grab diapers." "Diapers?" Didi Sa was taken aback. She peered through the mass of people and finally discerned a banner at the entrance, alongside a wobbly stand. Bold red letters proclaimed, "Qilan Daily Necessities Diapers, exclusively sold in Hong Kong. Limited to 2 packs per person." At that moment, a commotion erupted within the crowd. A stylishly dressed woman screamed as her Chanel handbag was knocked from her grasp, instantly trampled by countless feet, leaving no trace behind. The corner of Didi Sa's eye twitched. To see these women, who typically treated designer bags as priceless treasures, abandon their belongings in a frenzy. These diapers must be more coveted than cosmetics. "Get out of the car." Didi Sa pushed open the door, and 2 bodyguards immediately flanked her, forcibly parting the crowd. As she stepped into Qian Southeast Square, a wave of mixed sweat and perfume enveloped her. The mall manager, a portly man named Luo, stood atop a table with a loudspeaker, hoarsely shouting, "Please do not push. Neighbors, there are still items on the shelves. Everyone will have a share." Please line up. However, his voice was quickly drowned out by the cacophony of the crowd. Line up, my foot. By the time we line up, the yellow flowers will have wilted. Move it, come on. Hey, who stepped on my foot? In front of the diaper counter, chaos reigned supreme. As several salespeople brought out a box of stock, the cardboard was ripped apart before they could even unpack it, and the diapers were snatched away in an instant. Amid the disorder, two housewives began to wrestle over the last pack of large-sized diapers, their hair becoming a tangled mess as they exchanged heated insults regarding each other's families. You old hag, I saw that pack first. Are you blind? I clearly touched it first. The Jiahao observed this madness with a cool demeanor. Instead of joining the fray, she bent down and picked up a pack of diapers that had been trampled and dirted. She moved to a relatively quiet corner and had a bodyguard hand her a bottle of mineral water. With a twist of the cap, she poured half the bottle onto the cotton layer of the diaper. The water was instantly absorbed. To her astonishment, the damp area visibly flattened within seconds. She delicately touched the spot where she had poured the water with two well-manicured fingers. The sensation that met her fingertips caused her sharp eyes to narrow in realization. Dry? It was completely dry, like cotton that had just been sun-dried, warm, soft, and devoid of any moisture. She turned the diaper over, meticulously examining the reusable adhesive strip on the side and the ergonomic leak-proof design on the inner thigh. In that moment, what she beheld was no longer merely a pack of diapers. Instead, it transformed into a machine relentlessly churning out profits. What the hell? What's going on? My territory is in chaos? D, driving his ostentatious Hummer, arrived at Qian Southeast Square, taking in the scene before him. His wife, the same woman who would wail for ages at the slightest inconvenience, was now squatting before the trunk of the Rolls-Royce like a scholar, with a ledger spread open beside her. She was using a lipstick to jot down notes in the book. Wife, what are you doing? D removed the cigar from his mouth, his expression one of utter confusion. Without looking up, Jiahao emphatically circled a number in the ledger with her lipstick and pushed the book toward D. Take a look for yourself. D leaned in closer. The ledger detailed the sales figures from the Chilean diaper counters in 3 malls in Sunwon. Sunwon Plaza, daily sales of 83,000. Qian Southeast Square, daily sales of 91,000. And Yulai Fong, daily sales of 75,000. Beneath, a line of smaller text revealed the calculations Jiahao had just completed. After deducting all costs, the daily profit amounted to 12,000. This was merely our small portion. Chilean daily necessities takes the lion's share. Jiahao raised her gaze to meet her husband's, her eyes glinting with a spark of ambition. This does not even account for the influx of customers drawn in by the diaper frenzy, which has spurred at least a 15% increase in revenue for surrounding shops. Husband, in just 1 week, we did nothing but lie around and made a net profit of 180,000. Jiah's eyes widened in astonishment. He bit down on his cigar, producing a crunching sound. 180,000. In 1 week, he commands a band of several hundred brothers, engaging in violent skirmishes. After a month, deducting the relocation expenses, medical fees, and legal costs for his subordinates, the sum that remains in his pocket is merely this amount. Now, the revenue generated from selling these trivial items for the child's excretory needs rivals his monthly earnings. With a sudden thump of his thigh, Jiah startled the bodyguard standing beside him. Damn it! Had I known this venture was so lucrative, I should have had him establish a presence throughout the entire Xinjie region. 20 locations. He now comprehends why that Chi Lin Hao dares to offer a monthly sum of 200,000, solely to ensure the safe passage of his goods through his territory. In comparison to this business, that 200,000 is but a trifling sum. Chapter 66. Reforming Corporate Culture. From downsizing to business at the same moment. Within the depths of the underwater tunnel connecting Sunwon to Hong Kong Island, Brother B from the Hung Hing Triad was impatiently pressing his horn. The traffic ahead was utterly stagnant. What on earth is happening? Is Sunwon giving away free wives today? There are so many people. Brother B grumbled irritably. Beside him, his wife was in high spirits, holding 2 large shopping bags and shaking them as if presenting a treasure. Darling, look what I managed to grab. Inside the bags were several packages of Chilean diapers. You won't believe it. I searched all over Hong Kong Island and could find none, only here in Sunwon. Those housewives went crazy over them. Brother B glanced at the bags with indifference. For someone of his stature, diapers were as inconsequential as roadside toilet paper. However, in that fleeting moment when his gaze swept over the packaging, he froze. In the lower right corner of the bag were several striking characters accompanied by a majestic Chilean logo, Chilean Daily Necessities. That name seemed so familiar. Suddenly, Brother B's mind flashed back to 3 months ago, at the underground boxing arena on Palam Street. He recalled the young man who had been publicly humiliated by Liang Kun, ridiculed as a short mule. That young man, whose eyes concealed a wild beast yet was forced to bow his head, wasn't he called Jiahao? Brother B's heart sank sharply. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Meanwhile, in a top-floor office of a skyscraper in Tsim Sha Tsui, Wu Jiahao lounged in his executive chair, leisurely savoring a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. Jimmy stood opposite him, barely able to contain his excitement and admiration. Brother Hao. It's exploded. Truly exploded. Sister D just called personally, practically screaming for help, saying their stock has completely run out and urging us to triple our supply immediately. She also mentioned that as long as we have stock, she'll cover all the malls in New Territories West. We can set our own terms. Jimmy's voice trembled with exhilaration. Having followed Wu Jiahao for quite some time, he had witnessed his fair share of significant events. But never had he seen a situation where the wife of a triad leader personally called to seek collaboration over a single product. This was no mere negotiation. It was a financial coercion compelling the other party to capitulate. Wu Jiahao set down his coffee cup, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Everything was unfolding precisely as he had planned. He gazed out the window, the breathtaking view of Victoria Harbor before him. He spoke softly yet firmly. Tell Sister D, we can provide the goods. However, we want 70% of the New Territories West channels. Also, I require her husband to come and negotiate with me in person. In the top-floor office of Tsim Sha Tsui, Wu Jiahao hung up the phone, his fingers gently tapping on the smooth mahogany desk, producing a crisp sound akin to the ticking of a clock. Jimmy stood by, holding his breath. The man on the other end of the line, whose furious voice could be heard echoing through the receiver, was none other than the pillar of Lin Sheng, Brother D. Yet, throughout this exchange, Wu Jiahao maintained an air of calm confidence. Just moments ago, Brother D's phone rang with a sound that resembled a death knell. Upon answering, Wu Jiahao was met with a thunderous roar. Jiahao, you scoundrel! Why didn't you tell me sooner that these diapers could bring in such profits? In the background, Sister D's sharp and excited voice pierced through, drowning out Brother D's fury. Darling, stop scolding. Ask him, can his production line add more lines for us? No, 5 more. We'll cover the costs. Wu Jiahao moved the receiver slightly away from his ear, chuckling nonchalantly into the phone. Brother D, why be so angry? Business is about harmony and prosperity. I told you before, I'm delivering a grand gift, money for you to spend. I wasn't deceiving you, was I? As he spoke, he slid over a freshly printed factory-designed blueprint to Jimmy. Jimmy's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a blueprint for a new factory 3 times the size of the current one. Brother Hao. He had anticipated this surge in orders. On the other end of the line, Brother D fell silent for a few seconds, his heavy breathing akin to a bellows. He was no fool. He could discern the subtext in Wu Jiahao's words. I'm bringing you money, and you still scold me? Damn, Brother D muttered under his breath, his tone softening with an impatient greed. All right, Jiahao, you've got guts. You want me to negotiate in person? I'll do it. Set the time and place. Wu Jiahao replied coolly, wait for my call. With that, he hung up decisively, not allowing the other party a chance to say another word. The initiative had been firmly in his grasp from the very beginning. On the other side, in a cha-chan tongue in Wan Chai, Brother B stirred his milk tea irritably with a spoon, the stainless steel against the porcelain cup creating a grating sound. He had circled the establishment 3 times, his mind consumed by the commanding Chilean logo and the words Chilean Daily Necessities. He could not fathom how, just 3 months prior, that subservient young man before Liang Kun had transformed into the influential Jiahao, stirring the entire New Territories with his golden egg-laying enterprise. No, this lucrative opportunity cannot be monopolized by Brother D alone. The Hung Hing must have a share of this pie. Taking a deep breath, Brother B resolved to dial the number he had obtained from his subordinates. The call connected swiftly. Hello? A young yet unsettlingly composed voice responded. Brother B cleared his throat, forcing a smile, adopting the tone of a seasoned figure in the underworld. Is this Jiahao? I am Brother B from Hung Hing. Hee, Brother Hao, truly impressive for someone so young. He began with mutual flattery before shifting the conversation to a more roundabout approach. Oh, speaking of which, my wife has been running around for your diapers lately. Having traversed the entirety of Guangdao, one finds oneself unable to procure what is sought. One must ponder whether your business has grown excessively grand, rendering us husbands rather embarrassed. Wu Jiahao, seated in his executive chair, listened to Brother B's convoluted flattery over the phone, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He found little desire to engage in circles with these old foxes. Brother B, Wu Jiahao interjected abruptly, cutting through the incessant chatter. If you wish to distribute in Wanchai, just say so. The words from Brother B on the other end of the line faltered mid-sentence, abruptly stifled, followed by a fit of harsh coughs. His aged visage flushed a deep crimson. Damn it, this short mule dares to disregard me. Yet, contemplating the profits akin to a money-printing machine, Brother B quelled his ire, managing a few forced chuckles. Haha, Brother Hao is indeed straightforward. Conversing with an astute individual is effortless. Tomorrow, I shall send my right-hand man, Jimmy, to survey the situation in Wanchai. Wu Jiahua's tone resembled more of a directive than a negotiation, merely instructing him to guide the visit. Brother B's grip on the phone tightened, his veins bulging. Ultimately, he squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Understood. Chapter 67. The Self-Cultivation of the Underworld. How to elegantly hang your opponent in the office of DB, Hongxing. Chun Haonan awkwardly entered, cradling a whole box of Qilin diapers. Behind him, Shanji followed in a carefree manner, and upon seeing the Qilin logo on the box, he could not help but mutter, "Dalao B, have we sunk so low as to sell diapers? If this gets out, won't those clowns from Dongxing laugh us to scorn? We are out here hustling, not running a business." DB, already simmering with anger, exploded at these words. He seized a folder from the desk and hurled it at Shanji's head. Smack. Laugh at your mother. What do you know? DB shouted, pointing at the box of diapers in Chun Haonan's arms. Do you have any idea how much money can be made from this box? Huh. A specialty store in Tsuen Wan can sell 90,000 a day. After deducting costs, that bastard D can lounge around for a week and rake in 180,000. 180,000. Enough to buy 10 of your rusty Mitsubishi. Driving that car around is what truly embarrasses Hongxing. Both Chen Haonan and Shanji were left dumbfounded. 1 week, 180,000? And that's just the small change? This was far quicker than their collection of protection fees or engaging in violence, and it was infinitely safer. DB was panting, his chest heaving violently. He walked to the window, gazing at the bustling street below. A brand new Isuzu truck slowly passed by, emblazoned with the words Qilin Daily Chemicals and that Qilin logo, glaring under the neon lights of Wanchai. That truck was heading towards the most prosperous shopping mall in Wanchai. That was his territory. Now, however, it was being encroached upon by a young man named Qilin Hao. As night fell, on the rooftop of a factory in the new territories, the evening breeze fluttered the corners of Wu Jiahao's clothing. Beneath him lay a newly installed assembly line, the roar of machines composing a symphony of wealth. Jimmy hurried up to the rooftop, handing over a financial report, his voice trembling with excitement. How good? The finance department has just calculated, including all the venues promised by D in the new territories west and the channels from B in Wanchai. We at Qilin Daily Chemicals are projected to exceed 8 million in pure profit next month. 8 million in 1 month. Jimmy felt his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. Just months ago, such figures were beyond his wildest dreams. However, Wu Jiahao calmly accepted the report that would drive anyone else mad with excitement. He glanced at it, then pulled out a Zippo lighter from his pocket. With a flick, the orange flame danced in the night. To his astonishment, he set ablaze the report worth 8 million. The paper curled in the flames, turning to ash and scattering in the wind. Wu Jiahao's gaze drifted beyond the roaring factory, towards the brilliantly illuminated city center. In that direction was a second-hand car dealership renowned throughout the entire island. Liang Kuan's dealership. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Liang Kuan. The show has only just begun. Back in the office of Hongxing, the atmosphere was tense, akin to the calm before a storm. Chun Haonan and Shanji remained entranced by the shock of 180,000 in a week, unable to regain their composure. This was not merely a sum of money. It represented a realm they had never imagined. DB, in frustration, waved his hand, pushing aside the bothersome box of diapers from the desk, as if venting some impotent emotion. Dalao, are we really going to engage in this business? Chun Haonan finally found his voice, his expression complex. He was no fool. He understood the immense profits represented by this venture. Yet, having grown up on the streets, his ingrained belief was that Hongxing wielded knives, not calculators. DB scoffed, turning to the tea table to pour himself a steaming cup of pu'er, unbothered by the heat, and downing half of it in one go. Engage. Of course, we must. He slammed the teacup down on the table, producing a dull thud. Do you think I want this? Now the entire New Territory's West Indies territory are flooded with Chilean daily chemicals goods. Even the convenience store at the police station is selling them. Damn it, now on the streets, people don't ask whom you've cut, they ask how many packages of diapers you sold today. The more Dabi spoke, the angrier he became, pointing towards the direction of Wan Chai. Now, that Chilean house truck has already rolled into my territory. His people are coming to inspect tomorrow. If I don't take action, do you believe that in 3 days, those old geezers from Tsuan Wan, Kun Tong, and Yao Ma Ti will be begging Chilean how to supply them? At that point, all the money on the island will be made by other gangs. Are we just going to stand by and watch? In the office, a dozen core subordinates following Dabi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from disdain to shock and greed. They were out here hustling for what? Was it not for money and women? Now a path that was 100 times safer than collecting protection fees and 1,000 times more lucrative lay before them. Anyone who still felt ashamed for selling diapers was truly out of their mind. Dalao is right. Damn it. A fool is one who doesn't make money. What's so shameful about selling diapers? I'll speak to the supermarket owner downstairs tomorrow. The crowd erupted with excitement, their previous disdain vanishing, leaving only the primal thirst for wealth. Dabi watched as his subordinates became fervent, his expression softening slightly. He tapped the table, and the room fell silent. His gaze finally landed on Shanji. Shanji, here. Shanji immediately stood at attention, straightening his posture. Tomorrow, when Chilean house people arrive, you take a team of brothers and greet them well. Wherever they point, we set up shop. If any clueless merchants dare to whine, or if those clowns from Dongxing come to stir trouble, Dabi's eyes turned fierce. You know what to do. Yes, Dalao. Shanji replied, puffing out his chest and responding loudly. Initially, he felt a sense of shame in selling diapers. Yet upon learning that it involved greeting people and paving the way for the community, his old swagger reminiscent of a gangster resurfaced. After all, this was indeed the traditional trade of our Hongxing. Brother B nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze towards the ever-silent Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan was lost in thought, fixated on the ornate calligraphy of the Hongxing rules emblazoned on the wall. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. And at the very bottom, in small print, one rule read, brothers within the gang must not engage in business. Under the office's illumination, this regulation seemed particularly ironic. Chun Haonan's gaze resembled an invisible pen, decisively striking across through those words. It became evident that in this world, the most vital lesson was not loyalty, but rather the ability to adapt. Chapter 68. The temptation of Bentley. In the conference room of Chilean Rihua factory, Wu Jiahao occupied the main seat, rhythmically tapping a Mont-Blanc pen against the table. The crisp sound echoed like a pendulum, striking at the heart of the person on the other end of the line. Behind him stood Jimmy, scribbling notes in a small notebook with remarkable speed. The phone was on speaker, and a voice, tinged with flattery and urgency, emerged from the receiver. Jiahao, you are truly the pride of our Hongxing. They say youth is formidable. I, your brother Ji, have heard your name ringing through the West District. The caller was none other than Ba Ji, one of the 12 hall masters of Hongxing, known as Ko Shui Ji, the master of the West District. Let me tell you, we are all family here. Look, Dabi and Lianxing's Didi have collaborated with you. We in the West District cannot lag behind, right? Ba Ji rambled on, his core message clear. He wanted goods. Wu Jiahao twirled the pen in his fingers, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remained silent, allowing Ba Ji to continue his performance. After an extended monologue without response, Ba Ji felt a twinge of anxiety creeping in. Jiahao, are you listening? The terms for collaboration can be the same as with Dabi. I can have the deposit sent over immediately. The pen in Wu Jiahao's hand came to a halt. He gently tapped the contract laid out before him with the pen's tip. Jigu, he spoke softly, yet his voice bore an undeniable authority. We are all brothers in Hongxing. Discussing money can hurt our feelings. Ba Ji was momentarily taken aback, but soon rejoiced. I knew you were loyal, Jiahao. That deposit, it can be waived. Wu Jiahao replied coolly. However, I have a condition. Ba Ji's heart raced. What is it? I want you to mortgage the 3 warehouses next to the West District dock under your name to me. Wu Jiahao's tone was as casual as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. We'll sign a transfer agreement. Whenever we cease our collaboration, the warehouses will be returned to you. What? Ba Ji's voice shot up an octave. Those 3 warehouses were his lifeline in the West District, essential for smuggling and survival. This demand was akin to placing a knife at his throat. Jiahao, you must be joking. Those are mine. Jigu, Wu Jiahao interrupted him decisively. There are plenty of big shots across the island eyeing these goods. If you don't want them, others certainly will. You have 3 minutes to consider. With that, Wu Jiahao fell silent, merely watching the ticking clock on the wall. In the conference room, only the sound of the second hand moving and Ba Ji's increasingly labored breaths filled the air. Jimmy stood by, holding his breath, filled with awe at Wu Jiahao's youthful yet formidable profile. This brother of his was not after mere money. He sought the very authority of Hongxing. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. Just as the 3rd minute was about to conclude, Ba Ji's voice came through the phone, drained of all strength. All right, I'll mortgage. A slight smile crept onto Wu Jiahao's lips as he pushed the contract aside. Jimmy, take note. Yes, Jiahao. Jimmy hastily jotted down the details, the pen gliding across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound. By chance, he caught a glimpse of Wu Jiahao's personal notebook, which lay open to a particular page. In the center of that page was a photograph cut from a newspaper. The image featured the flamboyant and arrogant Liang Kun, whose beaming face bore a large, sinister cross drawn in red marker. In Kowloon, within a bustling nightclub, deafening music reverberated through the air, mingling with the intoxicating scent of alcohol and hormones. Liang Kun was flanked by 2 voluptuous models, who fed him fruits and fine liquor, reveling in the comfort of the sofa. Brother Kun, have another drink. You're so impressive. Liang Kun laughed heartily, playfully pinching one of the model's cheeks, just as a nearby table of small gang leaders caught his attention with their gossip. Have you heard? Hongxing's Debi has started selling those Chilan diapers too. Really? Is that true? That thing is so profitable. Even Debi is diving in. Not just that. I heard from my cousin that Chilan House stocked goods at Debi's venue in Wanchai, and on the first day, one mall alone sold over 100,000. That's like earning the price of a Benz in a single day. Is it that exaggerated? That's faster than printing money. That's why he has Chilan Hao. He's got the brains. Unlike us, still caught up in fighting and killing, barely making what he earns in a day. Suddenly, Liang Kun slammed his glass down on the table, shards of glass and liquor scattering. He pushed away the 2 startled models, his previously jovial expression morphing into one of fury and rage. A Benz? Earning a Benz a day? That Wu Jiahao, who 3 months ago was groveling before me. A surge of uncontrollable jealousy and humiliation ignited within Liang Kun, burning through him with a painful intensity. He seized the large mobile phone on the table, his fingers turning white from the pressure. Hello, Sha Chong. As soon as the call connected, Liang Kun erupted. The voice on the other end, still heavy with sleep, replied, Kun. Brother Kun? What is the matter at this hour? I ask you, how much money has that Chilan Hao made? Sha Chong hesitated. Brother Kun, well, go find out. Now. Immediately. Brother Kun, I'm looking into it. Sha Chong's voice wavered, revealing his discomfort. The rumors were outrageous. Some said he earned millions a month. Others claimed it was over 10 million. I don't want to hear rumors. I want exact figures. Liang Kun forcefully overturned the coffee table in front of him, startling everyone in the booth into a stunned silence. On the other end of the phone, there was a brief pause before Sha Chong's voice dropped to a lower tone, laced with trepidation. Brother Kun, the news from the streets is difficult to verify, but someone has seen it. Chilan Hao. He picked up a new car from the dealership this afternoon. What car? Liang Kun's eyes turned crimson. It's a Bentley, Sha Chong stammered, the latest model. A Bentley TR, boom. It felt as if something had detonated in Liang Kun's mind. The pinnacle of luxury automobiles. The Bentley TR. That was a vehicle he wouldn't even dare to envision. After years of unwavering loyalty to Mr. Jiang, enduring countless struggles, he was still driving an outdated BMW. Why should Wu Jiahao, a mere street thug, have the right to such opulence? Why? Chapter 69. Liang Kun breaks down. His former subordinates now earn more than him in the dead of night. The office on the top floor of the Chilan Daily Chemical Factory radiated light. A vast sales map of Hong Kong Island adorned the entire wall, dotted with red pins marking the various successful distribution points. From the new territories west to Wan Chai, and now to the recently negotiated Western District, the glaring red almost entirely engulfed Hong Kong Island, resembling an unstoppable army laying siege to the land. Wu Jiahao stood before the map, clutching a red marker. His gaze fell upon the northeastern corner of the map, an area still devoid of any markings. Ci Yun Shan, Mong Kok, Yao Ma Ti. These were all territories belonging to Liang Kun. Brother Hao, Jimmy entered, holding the latest sales report, his face glowing with excitement. We just compiled all the channel data, and our daily sales have stabilized at over 200,000, and it's still climbing. Wu Jiahao nodded, took a brief glance at the report, his expression serene. He picked up the red marker and heavily circled the area controlled by Liang Kun on the map. The red circle resembled a noose, tightly ensnaring that territory. Jimmy. Yes, Brother Hao. Wu Jiahao turned, a sly smile playing on his lips. Inform the production department to prepare a special packaging for the next batch. Jimmy paused, puzzled. Change the packaging? To what? Wu Jiahao's smile widened, revealing a row of white teeth that glimmered ominously under the lights. We'll print a design that will make Liang Kun regret ever seeing it. Outside the window, the moon had been obscured by a thick blanket of clouds. The darkness engulfed Hong Kong Island like unyielding ink, mirroring Liang Kun's current expression. Wu Jiahao stood before the colossal sales map, a half-burned cigarette pinched between his fingers, the crimson ember flickering in the dim light. The noose drawn in red marker that encircled Liang Kun's territory appeared as a grotesque scar, imprinted on the map and etched into his memory. After a moment, Jimmy rushed back in. Brother Hao, the production department has been notified. He closed his notebook, the excitement still evident on his face. The design that will make Liang Kun regret it is ready. His blood pressure will surely skyrocket upon seeing it. Wu Jiahao responded with an indifferent hum, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray, his gaze remaining calm as a still pond. Dealing with Baji was merely a part of his plan. The true feast lay in confronting Liang Kun. To handle such a rabid dog, one must employ not only brute strength, but also cunning. His aim was to stoke the flames high and watch as Liang Kun leaped into the fire, reducing himself to ashes. At that moment, the private phone on the desk began to beep insistently. Wu Jiahao glanced at it and picked up the receiver. On the other end, Zhang Meiron's voice came through, tinged with a hint of reproach and a soft undertone. Brother Hao, have you forgotten something? Wu Jiahao was taken aback. And then it dawned on him. Arun, you're still awake at this hour? Humph. How can I sleep? Zhang Meiron pouted from the other end. I'm supposed to pick up Shi San Mei from the hospital tomorrow. You promised me. You haven't forgotten, have you? Wu Jiahao smacked his forehead. Indeed, he had completely forgotten about it amidst his busy schedule. Don't worry, I won't forget. I'll be there on time. He reassured with a smile. After hanging up, Wu Jiahao rubbed his temples. To pick someone up from the hospital, he needed a vehicle. His previous second-hand Toyota had been wrecked during the altercation with Chun Haonan and was sent to the depths of the sea. The newly acquired Tiger had Benz? Too ostentatious. Driving that car to the hospital would surely attract half of Hong Kong Island's reporters, turning the headlines into Chiang Tai Sang accompanies his lady out in style. What a disaster that would be. What's wrong, Brother Hao? You look troubled, Jimmy inquired, inching closer. I need to pick someone up tomorrow, but I have no means of transportation, Wu Jiahao replied casually. Jimmy nearly burst into laughter, suppressing his mirth as he teased. No way, Brother Hao. They say you earn enough for a Benz in a day and are worth millions. Yet you don't even have a car? Should I call a taxi? Taxi. Wu Jiahao shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing. Chiang Tai taking a woman out of the hospital in a taxi? Do I still want to make a living in Hong Kong Island? He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the bustling night scene below, a glimmer of resolution flashing in his eyes. It was time to acquire some new attire. With his status elevated, his display must match. Jimmy. Yes, Brother Hao. Do you know Jiahao from Saikung? Jimmy's eyes lit up. Are you referring to that Jiahao from the Changle gang who deals in smuggled cars? I know him. A former boss of mine often sourced cars from him. Contact him, Wu Jiahao commanded with an unwavering tone. Tell him Chiang Tai is coming over, and he should showcase the best goods in his warehouse. He paused and added, choose the most expensive ones. I'll foot the bill. Understood, Brother Hao. Jimmy replied excitedly, rushing off to make the call. He knew that this young boss was about to embark on yet another sensational venture. Half an hour later, a nondescript Nissan sedan pulled into the Sai Kung dock area. The vehicle belonged to the factory and was typically used for deliveries, but today it had been requisitioned by Jimmy. Brother Hao. Up ahead is Jiahao's car lot, Jimmy said as he drove, narrating the situation. This Jiahao is a key figure in the smuggling car business at the Sai Kung dock. Nearly all smuggled and pawned cars on Hong Kong Island pass through his hands. He is quite the opportunist, but generally adheres to the rules. Jimmy paused, lowering his voice. By the way, Brother Hao, previously, Liang Zainan, that is, Chen Haonan, tried to stir up trouble and ended up taking a significant loss here with the Shah. Oh, Wu Jiahao stroked his chin, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I'm curious to see just how capable this Shah truly is. The car soon halted in front of a large yard adorned with a sign for Shah's auto repair shop. The courtyard was ablaze with light, filled with dozens of dilapidated old vehicles. A few bare-chested young men were energetically waxing a Mitsubishi sports car that had changed hands numerous times. Upon hearing the roar of the engine, a short and stout middle-aged man, clad in a floral shirt and adorned with a gold chain around his neck, emerged from the office, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Jimmy Zai? Look at you flourishing now. You still remember to visit me, your old friend. Before he even arrived, his voice had already reached them. Upon seeing Jimmy Zai step out from the driver's seat, Shah immediately opened his arms wide, rushing forward to embrace him heartily, his large hands thumping against Jimmy Zai's back. Shah, I brought a distinguished guest with me. Jimmy Zai laughed as he extricated himself, gesturing towards Wu Jiahao, who was descending from the back seat. This gentleman is none other than the most renowned figure on the streets today. Qi Lin Hao, my boss, Wu Jiahao Hao Go. Chapter 70. The workplace welfare ceiling. Shah's gaze immediately shifted to Wu Jiahao. He scrutinized the young man, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes, quickly supplanted by the shrewdness characteristic of a businessman. Ah, it is indeed the esteemed presence of Hao Go. I beg your pardon. With a broad smile plastered across his face, Shah approached eagerly, pulling out a thick smuggled cigar from his pocket and offering it to Wu Jiahao. Hao Go is truly talented and striking, even more so than depicted in the newspapers. Here, try this exquisite Cuban treasure. Wu Jiahao waved his hand, declining the cigar, and replied coolly, Shah, let us dispense with the formalities. Jimmy mentioned you have something of interest? Indeed, of course. Shah, seeing him cut to the chase, ceased his idle chatter and promptly led the way. This way, Hao Go, the valuables are inside. What you see outside is merely for show to fool the authorities. He guided Wu Jiahao and Jimmy through a workshop cluttered with grease and discarded parts, arriving at the far end of the warehouse. In front of a shelf piled high with tires, Shah fumbled around until he pressed a concealed switch. With a rumble, the shelf slowly slid aside, revealing a vast secret garage hidden behind it. As the lights in the garage illuminated, even Jimmy couldn't suppress a gasp. A Porsche 911, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Ferrari, alongside several top-tier sports cars whose names even Jimmy struggled to recall. They lay like dormant beasts, each impeccably polished and glimmering enticingly under the lights. How go look? Shah exclaimed, akin to a collector showcasing his prized possessions, as he patted the hood of the nearest red Porsche 911. The latest model from '96. Almost brand new and in excellent condition. A new one goes for $1.2 million, but here, only $600,000. A fixed price. You won't find another in all of Hong Kong Island. Wu Jiahao's gaze swept over the ostentatious sports cars, and he subtly furrowed his brow. These vehicles were too eye-catching, too reminiscent of nouveau riche and gangsters, not befitting his current status. Ultimately, his eyes landed on a black sedan quietly parked in the shadows of the garage. It was a Bentley. With its poised lines and substantial body, it stood out amidst the gaudy sports cars, exuding a low-key yet commanding presence, akin to a well-tailored gangster, elegant yet lethal. This vehicle is quite impressive. Wu Jiahao strolled over, his fingers gliding across the Bentley's mirror-smooth surface. Subtle yet powerful, it aligns with my identity. Shah, noticing his interest, brightened, eagerly rushing over to expound. Hao Go has a keen eye. This is a Bentley TR. Just went into production 2 years ago, handcrafted. With a V8 engine, it's as powerful as a bull. The previous owner was a Brit who went bankrupt and pawned it to me. The condition is absolutely top-notch. Wu Jiahao disregarded his boasting, simply extending his finger to gently tap the thick window glass. $600,000, all-inclusive paperwork. Can you manage that? He stated, mirroring the price he had just mentioned for the Porsche. The flesh on Shah's face twisted into a grin, rubbing his hands together. Oh dear, Hao Go, you're really hitting my artery here. I can't sell it for less than that. But upon catching the cold glint in Wu Jiahao's eyes, he swiftly shifted his tone. However, since you're a valued guest, it's your first visit. Let's consider it a gesture of friendship. $600,000 it is. Just add 20 000 for my trouble, and I'll have the license sorted overnight. I guarantee it's legitimate. You won't have any issues on the road." Wu Jiahao nodded. This was precisely what he sought. He disliked complications. "Jimmy, prepare a check." He retrieved a checkbook and a pen from his inner suit pocket, handing them to Jimmy. Jimmy swiftly scribbled a series of numbers before tearing off the check and presenting it to Desha. 300,000 deposit for the license. "I'll settle the balance when I come to collect the car," Wu Jiahao stated coolly. Desha accepted the freshly printed check, his eyes gleaming with delight as he beheld the figure of 300,000. "No problem. Rest assured, how go? You're straightforward. In the future, whether buying or selling cars, just turn to me. Desha, I will guarantee you the lowest price in all of Hong Kong." As he regarded Wu Jiahao, Desha saw him as a veritable deity of wealth, one who could part with hundreds of thousands without a flicker of an eye. This was no mere gangster. He was a true magnate. Having finalized the Bentley deal, Wu Jiahao felt in high spirits and turned to leave. Desha, like a loyal lapdog, trailed closely behind, his face a mask of joy. "How good, take care. Do visit us again." As Wu Jiahao reached the door, he paused, turning around to survey the dilapidated vehicles scattered around the yard, finally locking onto a silver-gray Volvo sedan. The model was somewhat dated, but the maintenance seemed decent, with a sturdy and robust appearance. "Jimmy," Wu Jiahao called, beckoning his companion. "How good, what is it?" Jimmy dashed over. Wu Jiahao pointed at the Volvo, casually stating, "You should take this one." "Huh?" Jimmy momentarily froze, unable to comprehend. Wu Jiahao, finding his bewildered expression amusing, playfully tapped him on the back of the head. "What do you mean, huh? This is for you. You can't be driving that old Nissan from the factory every day while running business." Jimmy's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, For me? How good this? This isn't appropriate. This Volvo must cost around 200,000. It's too ostentatious. How would I look driving it?" Though he was now aligned with Wu Jiahao at heart, he remained the meticulous and low-key individual he had always been. The thought of driving a 200,000 car made his hands tremble. Wu Jiahao's brow furrowed slightly, impatience creeping into his voice. "You are now the general manager of Chiang Daily Chemicals. You are my brother, Wu Jiahao. Driving a shabby Mazda to conduct business tarnishes my reputation. Do you understand? Listen to me. This is the vehicle. It's safe, durable, and suitable for someone like you to run business." A few words stirred warmth within Jimmy's heart. Hauge not only regarded him as a subordinate, but also nurtured him as a brother, considering even the car he drove and the potential mishaps that might arise. The nearby business-savvy Desha immediately discerned the underlying significance and hurriedly chimed in. Indeed. Hauge speaks the truth. Jimmy's your status has changed. You are now the general manager. Your vehicle is your facade. He patted his chest and assured Wu Jiahao, "Rest assured. Hauge, this Volvo S70 is in excellent condition, nearly brand new. If you express your desire, how could I possibly ask for payment? This car shall be a gift to my brother Jimmy, as a gesture of friendship." Chapter 71. The temptation of the co-pilot and the jealous little wife. Desha's words were eloquent, skillfully preserving Wu Jiahao's face while also courting Jimmy, the future benefactor. Wu Jiahao glanced at him and smiled, recognizing that this Desha truly knew how to navigate social situations. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Desha before lighting one for himself. "Brother Desha, since you are so generous, I, Wu Jiahao, shall ensure you do not suffer any loss." Exhaling a plume of smoke, he continued slowly, "As for the deposit on that Bentley, you may keep it. Tomorrow, please complete the paperwork for both vehicles and deliver them to my ice room in Mong Kok, and I shall settle the payment in full. Additionally, I have recently established a daily chemical company named Chiang Tai Sang, and I foresee a collaboration with you in the transportation business on Hong Kong Island." Upon hearing this, Desha's eyes lit up with excitement. Selling 2 water trucks would yield only a modest profit, but establishing a connection with Chiang Tai Sang promised a continuous stream of long-term business. Now that was a true lifeline. Brother Hao, you flatter me too much," Desha exclaimed, his face quivering with emotion as he grasped Wu Jiahao's hand tightly. "Rest assured, by tomorrow at the latest, I will deliver both vehicles along with all the proper documentation to you in Mong Kok. I guarantee it will be done flawlessly." His gaze toward Wu Jiahao had transformed from that of a mere benefactor to that of a second father. Wu Jiahao nodded in satisfaction and patted the still-dazed Jimmy's shoulder. "Go on, give your new car a try." Brother Hao. Jimmy's eyes glistened with tears as he touched the cold, smooth steering wheel of the Volvo. his palms sweaty. He had never dreamt in his life that he would be able to drive such a fine vehicle. The next day at noon, Jiahao indeed demonstrated remarkable efficiency. A majestic black Bentley TR and a discreet silver Volvo arrived punctually at Wu Jiahao's ice room. Wu Jiahao tossed a set of keys to Jimmy before settling into the driver's seat of the Bentley. The V8 engine roared to life like a beast awakening from slumber. The embrace of the leather seats and the luxurious wooden interior filled him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. This was the essence of power and wealth. He did not rush back to his turf. Instead, he drove aimlessly through the streets of Causeway Bay, reveling in the breeze. The appearance of the Bentley TR undoubtedly stirred a small commotion on the streets. Passers-by paused, casting envious or jealous glances. This sensation of being the center of attention caused Wu Jiahao's smile to widen. As he approached an intersection, he spotted two familiar figures. San Mei and Zhang Meiran stood by the roadside, seemingly waiting for a ride. With a playful spirit, Wu Jiahao pressed the accelerator and smoothly parked in front of them. Lowering the window, he donned sunglasses and, adopting a flirtatious tone, whistled. "Hey there, lovely ladies, where are you headed? Care for a lift?" Dressed in a sharp jacket, San Mei had her hands in her pockets, impatiently watching the road. Hearing his cheesy pickup line, she frowned and prepared to retort. "Lift? You think you're so special just because you're in a fancy car?" Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of the grinning face in the driver's seat. The remainder of her words lodged in her throat. San Mei's mouth fell agape in shock, as if she could fit an egg inside. "Brother Hao, is this your car?" Beside her, Zhang Meiran covered her mouth in astonishment, her beautiful eyes curiously examining the imposing black vehicle. She extended a finger, cautiously brushing against the Bentley's mirror-like surface, feeling its icy touch. "Wow, this car is stunning. The paint shines like a mirror. Brother Hao, this must cost over 100,000, right?" In Zhang Meiran's mind, a car worth over 100,000 was already an unattainable luxury. Wu Jiahao removed his sunglasses and raised an eyebrow at her. "Over 100,000? You underestimate me. This water truck," he held up 6 fingers, "costs 600,000. If pursued through proper channels, it might even exceed 800,000. Both San Mei and Zhang Meiran gasped in disbelief. 600,000. The figure detonated in their minds like a bomb. San Mei's eyes widened, her jaw dropping in astonishment. 600,000. Goodness. My father spent a lifetime playing the lottery, and when he won a prize, it was only 64,000. Not even enough to buy your car. She felt her worldview shatter. Previously, she had thought Wu Jiahao was tough and formidable, a noteworthy figure. Now she realized she had severely underestimated him. This was no mere gangster. He was a walking money-printing machine. Wu Jiahao beamed at their naive expressions, reveling in his triumph. He swung open the passenger door. "Get in, ladies. If you keep chatting, I might just drive off." Regaining their composure, they hurriedly climbed into the car. As the door closed, the outside noise seemed to fade away. The spacious interior was filled with the scent of high-quality leather and a new car. San Mei, seated in the back, explored her surroundings like a curious child, while Zhang Meiran quietly sat in the passenger seat, her gaze never leaving Wu Jiahao's profile. The car smoothly merged with traffic. After a moment of silence, San Mei suddenly fixed her eyes on the back of Wu Jiahao's head, speaking earnestly. "Brother Hao, I've thought about what you said in the hospital, and I've made my decision." Wu Jiahao glanced at her through the rearview mirror, encouraging her to continue. San Mei took a deep breath, her resolve unwavering. "You saved my life from those thugs at Dongxing. From now on, I am committed to you. I want to join Hongxing." Her declaration was resolute, devoid of hesitation. Wu Jiahao nodded, a look of approval gracing his face. "All right." He offered no further words, yet the single affirmation resonated with strength. "You will not regret today's decision. Prepare yourself. In 3 days, Mr. Jiang will personally initiate our affiliation. I will come to pick you up then." Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing that name, San Mei's heart leapt with fervor. The leader of Hongxing, Jiang Tianxing. It was indeed the leader himself who had taken charge. What an extraordinary honor. She realized that her gamble had paid off. Following Wu Jiahao, the future was undoubtedly radiant. At that moment, Wu Jiahao felt a gentle pinch on the soft flesh of his lower back. Without needing to look, he knew it was Zhang Meiran. He heard her whisper in his ear, imbued with a hint of melancholy and a touch of playful affection. "Humph, the moment we meet, it's all business talk. You don't pay any attention to me." Wu Jiahao turned his head, lowered his voice, and exhaled warm breath against her ear, chuckling softly. Once business is concluded, let's find a place tonight where I can truly indulge you with conversation. Chapter 72. The V8 Acceleration. The shy and beautiful Mei Run engages in a race. Wu Jiahao, glancing through the rearview mirror, captured the delicate blend of shyness and mild reproach on Zhang Meruan's face, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of delight within. He deliberately pressed down on the accelerator, the V8 engine emitting a low growl, and the immense force of acceleration pressed both of them back into their seats. Ah! Zhang Meruan let out a soft exclamation, instinctively gripping the armrest in front of her, her cheeks reddening further as she cast a furtive glare at Wu Jiahao. In contrast, the spirited Shirsan Mei in the back seat appeared thrilled, as if riding a roller coaster. Wow! Brother Hao, your car is incredible. The sudden surge of speed left Zhang Meruan feeling a bit dizzy, prompting her to quickly lower the window slightly to let the fresh air in. The cool breeze brushed against her face, alleviating some of the heat she felt. Observing her flushed complexion, Shirsan Mei leaned in curiously. Hey Run, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you carsick? No. Not at all. I'm just a bit warm. Zhang Meruan stammered, her gaze avoiding the driver's seat where Wu Jiahao sat. The smile on Wu Jiahao's lips deepened. Hold on tight. Let me show you what the speed of a luxury car feels like. As he spoke, he skillfully maneuvered through the traffic, attracting the attention of many onlookers. After a while of playful antics, Wu Jiahao gradually reduced the car's speed, and the atmosphere within the vehicle quieted down. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed Shirsan Mei's serious expression and asked, Sister Ding, you weren't joking just now, were you? Once you join Hongxing and pledge allegiance to Guan Eryi, there's no turning back. Have you truly thought this through? Shirsan Mei straightened her posture, resolutely patting her chest with a determined sound. Brother Hao, Chui Xiaohua, keep my word. I have but one life, and you have saved it. From now on, if you say east, I shall not go west. Besides, my father is a gambling addict, and my mother has run away. I have been surviving on Palan Street since childhood. What turning back is there? I have no path. Following you, I finally have a road to walk. Her words resonated with conviction, imbued with a sense of irrevocable determination. Wu Jiahao nodded in approval. This was the Shirsan Mei he knew, bold and loyal. 3 days later, at the Hongxing headquarters, Hongshan Temple. Today marked a significant occasion, as the leader Jiang Tiansheng would personally preside over the ceremony to initiate the rising stars of the organization. The square in front of the temple was teeming with people, a sea of black-clad Hongxing members gathered to witness the event. The heads of various factions began to arrive in succession. Liang Kun, adorned in a flamboyant white suit and sporting slicked-back hair, swaggered in alongside his entourage, including Sha Chong. Just as he settled in, a sarcastic voice called out from the side. Oh, Brother Kun, congratulations on your wealth. Liang Kun turned to see his longtime rival, the boss of Tongluan, Debi, accompanied by several others, including Chun Haonan and Shanji, approached with a smirk. Liang Kun frowned, displeased. Debi, have you taken leave of your senses? What wealth are you talking about? Debi chuckled, raising his voice intentionally. Brother Kun, are you still pretending? Thanks to your subordinate Qi Linhao, I made $50,000 in just 3 days. And that's in US dollars. At these words, many nearby pricked up their ears. $50,000 in 3 days? What kind of business yields such riches? Liang Kun was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. Qi Linhao, what nonsense is that? I have no connection with him anymore. Though he claimed this, doubts crept into his mind. What scheme was that lad up to? What kind of goods are so profitable? Liang Kun couldn't help but inquire. A nearby faction leader from the Shihuan district, Ko Shui Heba, chimed in, licking his lips. Brother Kun, that's not very considerate. With such a lucrative opportunity, why hide it from your brothers? It's diapers. They're selling like hotcakes over in Tsuanwan. I hear that the profits from those Qi Lin daily necessities alone can reach over $1 million in a month. Qi Linhao is the owner. Diapers? Liang Kun's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He recalled that just a few days prior, Wu Jiahao had indeed sent him a batch of products, asking him to help distribute them, but he had dismissed them as rubbish and returned them. Now, hearing of profits soaring to over $1 million, it felt as if a knife had been plunged into his heart, causing him to wince in pain. The surrounding subordinates erupted with excitement, surrounding him eagerly. Brother Kun, you were so close to Qi Linhao. You used to be his leader. Help us out. Yeah, Brother Kun, connect us. We want to sell diapers too. Brother Kun, let us join in on the riches. The flattering faces crowding around Liang Kun felt unbearably irritating and humiliating. His countenance darkened, veins bulging on his forehead as he forcefully pushed the crowd away, bellowing in anger. Get lost. All of you, get the hell away from me. I've told you, I have nothing to do with him anymore. Can't you understand human speech? Debi watched with amusement, arms crossed, and added fuel to the fire. Oh, no connection anymore. I heard that Jiahao initially wanted to give you the goods for exclusive distribution at your Mong Kok faction, but you rejected them? Ha ha ha, Brother Kun truly values integrity over money. A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd, all staring at Liang Kun as if he were a fool. He turned down a business worth millions? At that moment, Liang Kun's face turned crimson with humiliation. He felt he had become the laughingstock of all Hongxing. Shame, anger, regret. An array of emotions surged within him, shattering his composure. Debi, I curse you. You're courting death. Liang Kun roared, like a raging bull, swinging his fist towards Debi's face. Bang! His fist never reached Debi, as several influential figures and their subordinates swiftly restrained him. Brother Kun, calm down. What day is it today? Mr. Jiang is about to arrive. Liang Kun struggled violently, still roaring in fury, looking utterly disheveled. Just then, a deep rumble of an engine grew louder, approaching from afar. A brand new black Bentley TR glided into view and came to a stop at the edge of the square. As the car door swung open, Jiahao gracefully descended from the driver's seat. Today he donned a bespoke dark red suit, sans tie, with the collar casually unbuttoned at 2 points, exuding an air of composure intertwined with a hint of nonchalance. Shortly thereafter, the doors of the front passenger seat and the back seat also opened. Jimmy, clad in a sharply tailored black suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, bore a stern expression reminiscent of a shrewd business elite. Meanwhile, Shisanmai appeared in a striking ensemble of black leather jacket and trousers, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, radiating a spirited elegance with a piercing gaze. The trio's entrance instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, particularly Jiahao, with his commanding presence and unhurried demeanor, seemed far removed from the image of a novice member of the Sijio faction. He exuded an aura even more impressive than some of the established leaders in attendance. Chapter 73, The Helicopter of Power. The birth of the god of war on Boland Street in a corner of the square, Chun Haonan and Shanji gazed at the unfolding scene with expressions of complex emotions. Look at Shi Linhao, it hasn't been long, and he already carries himself with more grandeur than even Liang Kun. Shanji gritted his teeth, his voice laced with envy and resentment. Once, they were the most illustrious youths in Tongluan. But now they found themselves trailing behind Debi, witnessing others bask in glory. De Tian'er whispered from the side, What if we sell some diapers too? Smack. Chun Haonan swiftly delivered a slap to him, glaring as he scolded, Sell your head. Are you seeking death? His gaze fell upon the radiant figure in the distance, his fists instinctively clenching. As the crowd fell silent, a resounding voice echoed, Mr. Jiang has arrived. The crowd parted to create a pathway, and Jiang Tianxing, the head of Hongxing, strode forth with an air of authority, flanked by his loyal subordinates. Beside him was the organization's chief steward, Chen Yao. Jiang Tianxing's gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting on Jiahao, to whom he gave a slight nod. Chen Yao stepped forward and called out with robust conviction, Open the altar. The prepared disciples immediately brought forth the incense table, candles, gold basin, rooster, and other ceremonial items. The doors of the Hanshan temple slowly opened, revealing the statue of Lord Guan within. The atmosphere instantly became solemn and reverent. Jiahao, Jimmy, and Sister Shursen straightened their attire and approached, kneeling on the prepared mats. Jiang Tianxing took an ancient Hongmen dagger from Chen Yao's hands. Holding the long blade, he gently tapped the tip on each of their shoulders in succession, speaking in a deep voice, Hongmen opens the mountain. Loyalty and righteousness come first. This blade shall strike down treachery above and traitors below. Today, in the name of the Hongxing leader, I bestow upon you 3 positions. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear, imbued with undeniable authority. Jiahao, brave and resourceful, has rendered great service to the organization. Today, I appoint you as the Sea Heir Lu Red Stick. May you continue to expand the territory for the society. The words Red Stick elicited a collective gasp from the crowd. Ascending from the lowest rank of Jiaozai directly to the esteemed Red Stick, This honor was rarely seen since the founding of Hongxing. Liang Kun and Debi exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Wu Jiahao bowed his head and replied solemnly, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Jiahao shall dedicate himself to the society, even unto death." Jiang Tianxing nodded with satisfaction, directing the blade towards Jimmy. Li Jiayuan, skilled in commerce and exceptionally wise, has opened new revenue streams for the society. Today, I appoint you as the C.E.Wu white paper fan. May you manage the accounts well and bring in abundant wealth. Jimmy bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you for your support, Mr. Jiang." Finally, the blade rested on Sister Shirsan's shoulder. Cui Xiaoxiao, a woman of great fortitude and loyalty. Today, I appoint you as the C-Sen Airgrass Shoe. May you connect the internal and external, working tirelessly for the society. Sister Shirsan trembled with excitement, shouting, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Xiao shall not shy away from any sacrifice." "Good," Chen Yao shouted, presenting 3 bowls of wine. A large rooster was brought forth, its throat slit, and the steaming blood dripped into the bowls. "Once you drink this wine, you are brothers. Share in blessings and bear hardships together. Betrayers shall meet the same fate as this chicken." Wu Jiahao, Jimmy, and Sister Shirsan raised their bowls and drank heartily. The ceremony was complete. From this moment on, they were no longer nameless figures, but had acquired true titles and status as red sticks within the Hongxing society. As the ceremony concluded and the incense table was removed, the solemn atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a cacophony of voices and a myriad of complex glances. All eyes, like spotlights, fixated on Wu Jiahao, Jimmy, and Sister Shirsan. Red stick, white paper fan, grass shoe. They had seemingly arrived on a helicopter. Especially Wu Jiahao, who just over a month ago was a mere Jiaozai running errands for Liang Kun, now elevated to the pinnacle of the society as the Sea-Air Lu Red Stick. This was akin to a myth. "Congratulations, Hao Ge. Hao Ge, do take care of us from now on." "Jimmy Ge, Sister Shirsan, congratulations." Many leaders and older figures from various factions approached with smiles, eager to ingratiate themselves. The spotlight was on Wu Jiahao, who had become a favored figure before Mr. Jiang. Who wouldn't he want to make their acquaintance? Liang Kun stood at the periphery of the crowd, his face dark as ink as he observed the throng surrounding Wu Jiahao. He felt as though his lungs might explode with rage. That position, that honor, was rightfully his. Wu Jiahao was his protege, yet now they stood on equal footing? How could he endure this? "Damn it," Liang Kun muttered under his breath, unable to remain any longer. He turned to leave, saying gruffly to those nearby, "I have matters to attend to. I must go." Debi seized the opportunity, sauntering over with his wine glass, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Oh, Kun Ge, why the rush to leave? Aren't you going to take a few more looks? Your former subordinate is quite the figure now, a red stick. You're also a red stick, but their status far exceeds yours." With every word, Debi's taunts pierced Liang Kun's heart like needles. The nearby leader of the West Ring, Baki, chimed in with a sarcastic laugh. "What the rush? I see the jealousy is turning your eyes red. You can't bear to stay, can you? You pushed away your own fortune, and now that they've succeeded, you're acting like a mad dog. How unbecoming." Liang Kun's footsteps halted abruptly as he spun around, his eyes blazing with fury at Debi and Baki. "What the hell did you say? Are you looking for death?" Debi raised his hands innocently. "What did we say? We were merely congratulating Qi Linhao. Why are you so agitated? Oh, did we strike a nerve?" Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, unable to be contained. Liang Kun trembled with rage, his fists cracking ominously, but he understood that to act violently here would only lead to his own downfall. He fixed an intense gaze in the direction of Wu Jiahao, a look brimming with resentment and bitterness. "We shall see." Liang Kun squeezed these words through clenched teeth, ultimately leaving with an overwhelming sense of humiliation and fury, retreating amidst a chorus of mockery. Observing Liang Kun's disheveled figure, the loyal subordinate Feiji beside Wu Jiahao scratched his head in a somewhat bewildered manner. He quietly inquired, "Big brother, does Kun really have issues with the venue?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jiahao turned his head, gazing at his devoted yet somewhat dim-witted chief subordinate, and chuckled as he patted his head. "Feiji, it would do you well to pay more attention when there's nothing pressing. How else will you assist me in the future?" Feiji nodded in a seemingly understanding manner and refrained from further questioning. Chapter 74. The Battle of Mockery among all villains. On the other side of the square, Chun Haonan and his group watched the scene unfold from a distance. Shanji's eyes were fixated on Wu Jiahao's brand new black Bentley, nearly drooling. Nangu, look at that brat Jiahao. He really knows how to make money. Diapers. Who would have thought they could be so profitable? We need to devise a way to make money too. Otherwise, when will we ever get our chance? Shanji rubbed his hands together, impatience evident in his tone. De Tian Air, with a glint of mischief in his eye, lowered his voice to propose a rather ludicrous idea. Anan, Shanji, how about, we also sell diapers. We can imitate his. Upon hearing this, Shanji's eyes lit up. Right. That's a brilliant idea. It's just diapers. We can find a factory, whip up a batch, repackage it, and call it Fengwang brand. Qilin Fengwang sounds impressive. It will definitely sell. If he sells for 100, we can sell for 80. No, 70. We can definitely snatch his business. Chun Haonan listened as the two brothers became increasingly ridiculous, his brow furrowing tightly. Although he felt envy and also wanted to make money, he was much more composed than Shanji and De Tian Air. He lowered his voice and admonished, "Keep your voice down. Are you trying to get us killed? Imitating his goods? If he finds out, our legs will be broken. Have you forgotten how ruthless he was last time on Boland Street?" At the mention of their previous beating, both Shanji and De Tian Air instinctively shrank back. Yet, Shanji still stubbornly mumbled, "So what should we do? Just watch him get rich alone? Damn it, thinking about it is infuriating." Chun Haonan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the figure in the distance, surrounded by admirers, someone he once looked down upon, even having beaten him before. Now, that person stood at an unattainable height. The stark contrast stirred a sense of suffocation within him. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. No, it absolutely cannot end like this. Outside, the clamor seemed to be isolated from the inner sanctum of Hongshan Temple. Jiang Tianxing sat leisurely in a grand chair, savoring a cup of exquisite pu'er tea. Chen Yao stood respectfully by his side. Wu Jiahao, Jimmy Zai, and Shi Sanmei entered the room. "Mr. Jiang, Yao Gu." Jiang Tianxing lifted his eyelids and gestured for Wu Jiahao to take a seat. "Ahao, sit down." Jimmy Zai and Shi Sanmei discreetly positioned themselves behind Wu Jiahao. "Ahao, you are now a red stick. Every word and action represents the face of our Hongxing." Jiang Tianxing's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Wu Jiahao straightened his back, listening intently. Jiang Tianxing set down his teacup and continued, "You fought well for that territory on Boland Street. However, holding on to it will not be easy. I've received word that the prince from Hehitu and Huashan from Dongying have been making some moves lately. These two are no pushovers, especially the prince, who has been entrenched in Yaomati for years. With deep roots, he has nearly 1,000 capable subordinates, while you." Jiang Tianxing looked at Wu Jiahao. "You have a mere 300 men at your disposal. Do you think you can hold such a vast street while fending off the disturbances from the prince in Huashan?" As his words fell, the room fell into silence. This was both a warning and a test. Wu Jiahao understood the gravity of the situation. He straightened his chest, meeting Jiang Tianxing's gaze with determination, and declared resolutely, "Mr. Jiang, rest assured, Boland Street is mine to defend, and I will guard it with my life. I will not tarnish the reputation of Hongxing, nor will I let the gang down." His words were powerful and resonated. Jiang Tianxing smiled knowingly, lifting his teacup and gently blowing on the steam, leisurely stating, "Young man, having ambition and drive is commendable. However, sheer determination is not enough. You must learn to harness the power around you. The gang is a collective. You are not fighting alone. Should you encounter difficulties, need manpower, or require the gang's intervention, do not hesitate to ask. Never bear the burden alone and allow small issues to escalate into larger ones. Understood?" His words were grandiose, filled with the concern of a mentor for his protege. Yet, Wu Jiahao scoffed inwardly. "Ask for help? How convenient. If I were to seek your assistance today, would I still be the decision-maker of Boland Street? Or would it be you, Jiang Tianxing? Would every decision I make henceforth require your approval? Would I have to share every penny I earn with you? In that case, I would merely become your dog on Boland Street. You think you can control me? It won't be that easy." As thoughts raced through Wu Jiahao's mind, he wore a mask of deep gratitude. He stood and bowed deeply to Jiang Tianxing. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Jiang. Ahao understands. I will handle it well and ensure you need not worry." Jiang Tianxing nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "All right, go now. Many brothers are waiting outside to toast you." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Wu Jiahao exited the inner hall with Jimmy Zai and Shi Sanmei. Once outside, rejoining the bustling crowd, Jimmy Zai leaned in and whispered, "Ahao, what did Mr. Jiang mean by that?" Shi Sanmei furrowed her brow. "Yeah, It sounded caring, but I felt something was off. A cold smirk crept across Wu Jiahao's lips. He raised a glass and downed it in one go, casually remarking, "He wants me to beg for his help, so he can rightfully extend his hand into Boland Street. He wants me to be his puppet, guarding his territory and generating profits, while he simply sips tea in his office, controlling everything." Jimmy's eye instantly understood, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What a clever scheme. If we genuinely ask for help, it would mean owing him a massive favor, and we would have to bow to him from then on. Humph, these old geezers are so devious. Sure, San Mei scoffed dismissively. Wu Jiahao raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with defiance. Do you expect me, Wu Jiahao, to be reduced to a mere dog for him? Absolutely not. The more he wishes to see me falter, the more resolutely I shall stand tall and proud. Let him realize that without him, Jiang Tiansheng, I, Wu Jiahao, can thrive just as well. Meanwhile, in a lavish nightclub in Wangjiao, Liang Kun stormed into a private room, fury etched across his face as he kicked the door open. The young models inside, caught off guard, quickly surrounded him. One provocatively dressed woman, with a sultry tone, clung to Liang Kun's arm, saying, "Kun Gu, who has upset you? Please don't be angry. It would break my heart to see you distressed. Get lost." Liang Kun, consumed by rage, had no inclination to indulge her flirtation. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, sending the young model crashing to the floor, her cheeks swelling instantly. Chapter 75. The Darkening of Liang Kun. The incompetent rage of the refund brother. Get the hell out of here, you worthless wretch. The remaining young models fled the private room in sheer panic, their faces pale with fright. Liang Kun sank heavily into the sofa, seizing the whiskey on the table, and without pouring it into a glass, drank directly from the bottle in large gulps. The liquor trickled down the corners of his mouth, staining his expensive suit. Shaqiang cautiously entered, observing the furious Liang Kun, scarcely daring to breathe. Kun Gu, bang. Liang Kun smashed the whiskey bottle onto the floor, sending shards of glass scattering. Chiang, find a way for me. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a wounded beast as he roared, "I will make Wu Jiahao pay dearly. He must understand what it means to betray Liang Kun." Chiang trembled in fear, racking his brains for a solution, when suddenly, an idea struck him. "Kun Gu, if we cannot handle him ourselves, we can seek assistance." "Who?" Liang Kun glared at him. Chiang leaned closer to Liang Kun, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Kun Gu, have you forgotten? The Prince of Hehe too has always wanted to extend his influence over Boland Street. Previously, Wu Jiahui's encroachment was against the prince's people. This grudge is surely etched in the prince's memory. Now that Wu Jiahao has just become a red stick, his foundation is unstable. This is his most vulnerable moment. We can contact the prince and propose that we work together to expel Wu Jiahao from Boland Street. The territory will belong to the prince, and we only need Wu Jiahui's life. The prince would surely be willing to cooperate with us." As Liang Kun listened to Shaqiang, the fury in his eyes gradually transformed into a glint of sinister calculation. "Indeed, how did I not think of that? Wu Jiahao, you think you're so tough? You have Jiang Tiansheng backing you, but you only have 300 men. The prince commands nearly 1,000, and with my men from the Mong Kok faction, we can encircle him. Let us see if you survive this." A malicious smile crept across Liang Kun's face. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," he exclaimed thrice, slapping his thigh with enthusiasm. "Let us proceed with this plan. Chiang, at last, your brain has sparked to life. You must handle this immediately. Inform the prince that as long as he takes action, I, Liang Kun, will fully support him. I want Wu Jiahao to perish without even knowing how." In the dimly lit private room, Liang Kun's laughter resonated with an eerie and terrifying quality. At the bar of Hehe 2, the deafening heavy metal music could not mask the tension in the air. The prince sat behind the bar with a dark expression, holding a glass of expensive royal salute, yet he delayed taking a sip. Since Wu Jiahao had seized control of Boland Street, his mood had been as foul as if he had consumed excrement. This was not merely about territory, it was about his dignity. Suddenly, a cacophony of drums erupted outside the bar, startling the prince. "What the hell is going on out there? Is there a funeral?" A flunky hurriedly rushed in, his face more sorrowful than a mourner's. Prince Gu, it's bad. A group of aunties has arrived outside." "Aunties?" The prince was taken aback. Before he could finish his thought, a colorful array of aunties, clad in vibrant shirts and sporting permed hair, stormed in with great fervor. The leading auntie held aloft a bright red banner emblazoned with golden characters that glittered under the bar's lights. "Thank you, great benefactor. Hihi tu sui zai?" One auntie bellowed with a voice that rivaled a loudspeaker. "Which Prince Gu is here? We are from the Yao Ma Ti Welfare Association. We came specifically to express our gratitude. Thank you for driving away those thugs collecting protection fees from Boland Street, restoring peace to our lives. You are truly a great person, a living Buddha." The bar fell into an instant silence. All the flunkies were petrified, staring blankly at the unexpected guests, then fearfully glancing at the prince behind the bar. The prince's expression visibly darkened, shifting from brooding to ashen, and finally to a shade of deep purple. "Thank, great benefactor. Hihi tus sui zai?" He enunciated each word from the banner as if they were being squeezed from between his teeth. "Sui zai. This is a blatant humiliation. It is as if they are grinding his face into the dirt with their shoes. Which bastard sent you here?" The prince erupted, shattering the glass in his hand onto the floor. The aunties were startled by his outburst, but the leading auntie, evidently unfazed, folded her arms defiantly. "What? We can't praise good deeds anymore. Young people today, get out." The prince roared, pointing towards the door, his voice resembling that of a wild beast. "Take this trash with you. Get out." Just then, the phone at the bar rang urgently. A flunky scrambled to answer. "Hello, hello? Volcano Go?" In the next moment, a voice far more furious than the prince's erupted from the other end of the line. "Where's the prince? Get him on the phone. That bastard Wu Jiahao. Did he send you a banner too? I received one here. It says Dongying Volcano, Paper Tiger. I swear, this kid is too arrogant." The prince snatched the phone, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Volcano, no need for words. I cannot swallow this grievance. Let us unite. We shall strike together. 3 days. Just 3 days. I want Wu Jiahui's head displayed at the entrance of Boland Street." There was a brief silence from the other end. Then a chilling voice responded, "Agreed. It's a deal. This time, if we do not turn him to dust, I shall reverse the characters of Volcano." Meanwhile, in Lian Kuan's office, he reclined with his legs crossed, a cigar dangling from his mouth, his face betraying unmasked schadenfreude. "Ha ha. Aqiang, did you hear? The Prince of Hihi Tu has allied with Dongying's Volcano. How many men does Hihi Tu have in Yao Ma Ti? Over 1,000. And with Volcano's rabid dogs. Wu Jiahui? 300 men. What can he use to defend himself?" His head. Liang Kuan chuckled so heartily that his cigar nearly slipped from his grasp. This time, he was undoubtedly doomed. Not even Jesus could save him. Mark my words. Sha Chong adjusted his glasses, yet a hint of concern lingered on his face. "Kuan Gu, while that may be true, but that Wu Jiahao lad is quite the enigma. What if he seeks assistance from the gang, especially with Jiang Tiansheng, who seems to hold that boy in high regard? Seek assistance?" Liang Kuan scoffed with disdain. "Do you think the prince is a fool? Hachi Tu has long since declared their stance. Any gang on the entire Hong Kong island that dares to lend support to Wu Jiahao is effectively declaring war against Hachi Tu. Who would be foolish enough to offend that ferocious tiger for the sake of Wu Jiahao? As for Jiang Tiansheng," Liang Kuan's gaze turned mischievous. "That old fox would be delighted to see Wu Jiahao falter and come begging for his help. He was simply waiting to witness the unfolding drama." Chapter 76. The Awakening of Cash Power. The wealthy child of fortune buys your life. As for Jiang Tiansheng, that old fox is eagerly anticipating Wu Jiahao's downfall, hoping he will come to him for help. He is just waiting to enjoy the spectacle. Just as Liang Kuan finished speaking, a flustered underling rushed in. "Kuan, brother Kuan, something big has happened." Liang Kuan frowned. "What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling?" The underling, gasping for breath, stammered, "The boss, Mr. Jiang, just made an announcement. He told all the heads of the factions that as long as Wu Jiahao can hold on to Boland Street, he will personally step down and support Wu Jiahao as the leader of Boland Street." "What?" The smile on Liang Kuan's face instantly froze, and he sprang up from the sofa. "What did you say? Repeat it." The underling trembled in fear and repeated himself. The office fell into a dead silence. Liang Kuan's expression shifted, filled with shock and confusion. Jiang Tiansheng, this old fox. What on earth does he intend to do? Is he helping Wu Jiahao or pushing him toward his demise? At Boland Street, in Wu Jiahao's temporary office, both Jimmy and Sister Shersan wore serious expressions. The news of the alliance between the prince and Volcano swept through the entire organization like a tempest. Everyone believed that Wu Jiahao was facing inevitable disaster. Not to mention Jiang Tiansheng's seemingly supportive, yet truly fatal command. Win, and he becomes the leader. Lose, and he loses his life. This is a gamble that cannot be won. Yet, Wu Jiahao remained composed, seated in his office chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. His gaze profound and devoid of any visible emotions. In his mind, a cold, mechanical prompt echoed. Beep. Detected a lethal threat from Hehidu and Dongying. Triggering emergency mission. Make a name in one battle. Mission objective. With overwhelming force, repel all invading enemies and establish the name of Jiahao in Hong Kong Island. Mission reward. 5,000 organization reputation. Advanced knife skill storm / random territory enhancement card X1. A cold smile gradually formed at the corner of Wu Jiahao's mouth. He raised his head and cast his gaze over the worried faces of Jimmy and Sister Shirsan. Jimmy, I'm here. Jimmy immediately replied. Go, spread the word for me. Wu Jiahao's voice was low, yet each word resonated with undeniable power. Tell everyone on Hong Kong Island who wants to make money that I, Wu Jiahao, will invest 10 million. Hire someone to watch the territory. Jimmy and Sister Shirsan widened their eyes in disbelief, thinking they had misheard. 10 million. Wu Jiahao paid no heed to their astonishment and continued. The rules are simple. Anyone willing to help me defend Boland Street, each will receive 5,000 cash. Payment will be given right after the fight. If injured, I will cover all medical expenses. If, unfortunately, one loses their life, a compensation of 1 million will be provided. If any of the red sticks from the faction are willing to assist, I will offer an upfront fee of 100,000 for each. I can't believe it. 10 million? Jimmy's voice trembled. Brother Hao, are you joking? We don't have that much money in our accounts. That's 10 million in cash. Not stocks or fixed assets. Even if we sold all of Boland Street, we couldn't raise that much cash flow. Wu Jiahao chuckled, pointing to the ledger on the table, which belonged to Chiang Daily Chemical Company. Who says we don't have it? This month, Chiang Daily Chemical's net profit has already exceeded 800,000. Our production line is running 24 hours nonstop. The money will only keep increasing. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the bustling Boland Street below, exuding an air of dominance. Jimmy, you must remember, in this world of underworld, what loyalty and rules are all false. Only money is real. When the prince announces that anyone who helps him is offending Hehidu, it is because his offer isn't high enough. As long as the price is right, not only will they dare to offend Hehidu, but they will even be willing to take down the top boss. Under a generous reward, there will always be brave men. Now, do you understand what you need to do? Jimmy stared blankly at Wu Jiahao's back, his heart filled with overwhelming shock. He finally comprehended Wu Jiahao's audacious plan. This was not a gamble. It was a way to forge a path to survival using money, challenging the entire underworld's rules with wealth. A surge of passion coursed through him as he vigorously nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes behind his glasses. I understand, Brother Hao. I will take care of it. I guarantee that by tonight, all the gangsters on Hong Kong Island will know this news. With that, he turned and swiftly departed, his stride filled with an unprecedented zeal. The news spread like wildfire, terrifyingly swift, throughout Hong Kong Island's underground world. Hello? Have you heard? That Jiahao from Hongqing is spending 10 million to hire people to fight. I heard it's 20 million. They say it's 100,000 per head. Is that true? Does he have that much money? He is not just bragging, is he? Who cares if he is bragging? My cousin's brother is in Boland Street and says he has seen Jiahao's men distributing money. In an instant, the entire underworld of Hong Kong Island was in an uproar. In countless small factions, phones rang incessantly. In Kowloon Walled City, a bald boss playing mahjong abruptly pushed aside his cards. Stop playing. Stop playing. Quickly call Jimmy. Ask him if he really is giving out 100,000. Damn it, who cares about Hehidu? Not making money is foolish. In Kun Tong, at an underground boxing gym, a muscular man dropped the weights and shouted at his subordinates, call up all the fighters. Bring your weapons. We are going to Boland Street to make a fortune. Even some factions that had conflicts with Hongqing couldn't resist the temptation. Boss, we have issues with Hongqing. Conflicts? Does money care about conflicts? This is about helping Jiahao personally, not siding with Hongqing. Tell the brothers this is extra cash. Anyone who wants to go can go. We'll share the profits. And what of Hehidu's threat? In the face of a staggering 10 million Hong Kong dollars. The verbal threats appeared utterly feeble. Within Wu Jiahao's office, the incessant ringing of telephones created a cacophony, nearly overwhelming the lines. Hello? Is this Brother Jimmy? This is a Hu from Chongla. I am bringing 50 brothers over. When do you need them? Brother Jimmy. We are from the De Quan gang. We have numbers. We can fight. Can the price be elevated? Brother Jimmy. Witnessing this frenzied spectacle, Shirsan Mei was left astounded. She realized for the first time that combat could transpire in such a manner. This was no longer mere street brawling. It was the orchestration of a mercenary army, assembled solely for the sake of bounty. Chapter 77. The Elite Training Class. From Fengjie to the ambitions of top stars in a dimly lit billiard room in Mong Kok, Liang Kun, cigar in mouth, skillfully pocketed the black 8-ball, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. Damn it, that scoundrel Wu Jiahao is as good as dead this time. That old fox Jiang Tai Sang is clearly sending him to his doom. With the likes of Huangzi and Huashan, along with Hehitu and Dongying. There are over 1,000 people. Even if each of them spat on him, they'd drown him in Boland Street. The henchmen surrounding him immediately began to flatter him. Indeed, Brother Kun, you are the future of Hongxing. That kid merely had a stroke of luck. He has run into a hard wall this time. Once he is gone, Boland Street will be a matter of your command, Brother Kun. Liang Kun exhaled a cloud of thick smoke, preparing to deliver more derisive comments when the door of the billiard room was suddenly flung open with a loud crash. His top henchman, Sha Chong, tumbled in, drenched in sweat, his face a mask of terror. Kun, Brother Kun, it's bad. Something major has happened. Liang Kun furrowed his brow, impatiently scolding. What is all this shouting about? Is the sky falling? Did Wu Jiahao get himself killed? Sha Chong shook his head vigorously, breathless as he exclaimed, no. It's even stranger than that. That Qilin Hao, he somehow got his hands on 10 million. Now the whole of Hong Kong Island is proclaiming it, hiring people to guard Boland Street for him. 5,000 for each head, 100,000 for a red stick. If someone dies, it's $1 million compensation. Right now, the entire Kowloon underworld is going crazy. They're all rushing to Boland Street to collect their money. With a resounding crash, Liang Kun slammed his cue stick down onto the dark green billiard table, leaving a deep dent. The smile on his face froze completely, his eyes bulging in disbelief. What did you say? 10 million? Cash. Liang Kun seized Sha Chong by the collar, lifting him up, spitting words in his face. Where did that Wu Jiahao get so much money? Does he think he is printing banknotes? Terrified, Sha Chong stammered in explanation. I heard that his Qilin Daily Chemical has made nearly 10 million this month, and those venues on Boland Street are raking in astronomical sums every day. Qilin Daily Chemical? ISNT, that just a soap-selling business. Liang Kun shoved Sha Chong away, feeling drained of strength, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing onto the billiard table. His mind buzzed with confusion. He could not fathom how a soap-selling enterprise could be more profitable than his collection of protection fees or running nightclubs. And such massive profits. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with jealousy and rage. Damn it. So what if he is rich? Does he think those hired thugs can deter the mad dogs of Hehitu? They're just a mob that can be scattered with a rush. Liang Kun cursed viciously, yet the panic deep within his eyes was unmistakable. For the first time, he felt the fear of Wu Jiahao, the once inconsequential figure he had dismissed, now grown to a point that instilled dread in him. In stark contrast to the fury in Mong Kok and the upheaval across Hong Kong, the atmosphere in the Kowloon ice room was calm. The old ceiling fan creaked, and the air was infused with the aroma of milk tea and pineapple buns. The proprietor, Xiaoshan Bao, personally served a pot of freshly brewed silk-stocking milk tea to Wu Jiahao, who was seated at the table. He glanced out the window at the throngs of gangsters hurrying toward Boland Street, shaking his head with a wry smile. Howsy, I truly admire you. With the knife of Hehitu nearly at your throat, you still find time to come here for afternoon tea? Xiaoshan Bao, once a big shot in the Yao Ma Tea district and a red stick of Hongxing, had now retired and opened this ice room. Seasoned by the storms of the underworld, he was nonetheless taken aback by Wu Jiahao's audacity. Wu Jiahao lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it before taking a leisurely sip. Brother Bao, when soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall block it. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across the young patrons in the ice room who were covertly stealing glances at him. What is there to fear? If the sky falls, there is someone tall to bear it. By the way, Brother Bao, do you have any young lads here who wish to show off? They can earn money by following me. Xiaoshan Bao sighed, pointing at the eager youngsters. Look at those kids. Their eyes practically glowing green. They're just waiting to rush to your office and sign up. However, they are merely fantasizing. The Prince of Hehitu is notoriously ruthless. It's not worth it to offend him over some money. Wu Jiahao smiled, but remained silent. He knew that the time was not yet ripe. Once he won this battle, the entire Hong Kong island would witness a different landscape. At that moment, the door of the ice room swung open. Sister Shursan entered with an air of urgency, flanked by two sharp-eyed, muscular men. How go? Sister Shursan approached Wu Jiahao directly, her face alight with excitement. I brought my 50 best fighters. Each one is a capable hand. Wu Jiahao nodded, a look of approval crossing his features. Excellent. Just in time. He turned to Jimmy, who had been following closely behind. Jimmy, take Sister Shursan's brothers to register and assign them to the elite team. Each of them will receive a deposit of 10,000. Yes, how go? Jimmy immediately complied and led the two men away. In the ice room, the young patrons watched this scene with envy, their eyes turning red. A deposit of 10,000. That was money they could not hope to earn in half a year of hard work. Sister Shursan rubbed her hands together, leaning closer to Wu Jiahao, lowering her voice, half joking and half serious as she inquired, how go? If we win this time, Mr. Jiang said he would make you the boss of Boland Street. What about me? Can I? Wu Jiahao set down his teacup, looking at her with a smirk. It depends on your performance. As long as you dare to fight and strive, not just Boland Street. I could help you seize the entirety of Yao Ma Ti. Sister Shursan's eyes sparkled with excitement. As night fell, Boland Street was brilliantly lit, but lost its former bustle and glamour. A tense atmosphere permeated the air. Inside Wu Jiahao's temporary office, people came and went. The ringing of phones intermingled with shouts, creating a cacophony. A robust man with a face marked by excess flesh was quietly brought before Wu Jiahao by an airplane. He was none other than Desha from the Changlu gang. Upon seeing Wu Jiahao, Desha revealed a sycophantic smile, rubbing his hands together as he said, Brother Hao, I have long admired your reputation. The commotion you stirred this time is truly, simply tremendous. Wu Jiahao, with an impassive expression, gazed at him and replied, Speak plainly. I have no time for circumlocution. Desha's smile faltered, and he quickly responded, Brother Hao, how forthright. I will get straight to the point. Our Changlu gang consists of 200 brothers, all capable fighters. If you are willing to offer a price, we can guard this street for you. The price is negotiable. Wu Jiahao raised a finger, interrupting him. 8,000 per person. I will pay you half now. The remaining balance will be settled upon completion of the task. Desha's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. 200 men at 8,000 each amounts to 160,000. An initial payment of 80,000 in cash is substantial. Chapter 78, Jiang Tianxing's Edict. Do you regard me as a pawn? In a surge of joy, Desha was about to nod in agreement when Wu Jiahao's cold voice echoed once more. However, I have a condition. Your people must not claim they are fighting on my behalf. You shall state that it is a matter of justice concerning He too, and that your Changlu gang cannot stand idly by. Should anything arise, I will not take responsibility. If you win, not a single cent shall be withheld from you. Do you dare accept? Desha paused momentarily, quickly grasping Wu Jiahao's intent. This was a ploy to make them scapegoats while simultaneously distancing himself from the conflict. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment. No problem. Rest assured, how go? Even if someone finds out, I will never admit it. He declared with conviction. We simply cannot tolerate those arrogant scoundrels of He too. To forego wealth is akin to being a fool. As for reputation, what value does it hold? Content with a check amounting to 800,000. Desha departed, leaving the office in a profound silence. Wu Jiahao stood before an expansive map of Hong Kong Island, his gaze sharp as a blade. Jimmy and Sister Shursan stood behind him, their expressions grave. Reports indicated that the forces of He too were most likely to advance from the eastern and western street entrances. Wu Jiahao circled both points on the map with a red pen. He pointed to the eastern street entrance and turned to Sister Shursan. Sister Shursan, you will lead 100 of our own brothers along with the 50 elite you brought to secure the east. Remember to utilize barricades and obstacles. Do not engage them head-on. Understood. Sister Shursan clenched her fist and nodded vigorously. Wu Jiahao then directed his attention to the western street entrance. Jimmy, you shall take 100 men to defend the west. Your task is not to engage in combat, but to delay. Employ every means necessary to keep them at bay outside the street. Yes, how go? Jimmy adjusted his glasses, a glint of determination in his eyes. And what of me, how go? What shall I do? The eager Feiji inquired from the side. Wu Jiahao's gaze fell upon the center of the map, where their current building stood. The remaining personnel will be assembled into an elite mobile unit, led by myself. My voice turned cold and resolute. Should one side falter, I will lead reinforcements there. Remember, we may be outnumbered, but this battle is not merely a contest of numbers. It is a test of ferocity and resilience. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in direct confrontation. Our objective is to repel them, not to annihilate them. He turned to his three most trusted subordinates, enunciating each word with gravitas. I intend for all of Hong Kong to know that Boulogne Street belongs to me, Wu Jiahao. Whoever dares to come shall meet their demise. Meanwhile, in Mong Kok, within a dimly lit billiards room, a sharp crack resonated as the last black 8-ball sank into the pocket. Leon Kun, cigar in mouth, one arm draped around a scantily clad companion, proudly planted his cue stick on the ground. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? A clean sweep. Brother Kun is simply that impressive. He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke towards Sha Chong, lounging on the opposite sofa, his demeanor brimming with arrogance and disdain. Sha Chong, do you think that idiot Hao has lost his mind? The Prince of Hehe Tu and Huashan have rallied nearly 1,000 brothers over in Xia Yunshan. 1,000? How many does that fool have? 200 to 300? That wouldn't even suffice for a snack. Sha Chong forced a sycophantic smile, eagerly chiming in, Indeed, what Brother Kun says is true. However, I've heard that the lad has come into some money. Could he be hiring external help? Hiring help? Leon Kun erupted into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke, his companion chuckling alongside him. Do you think Hehe Tu is without means? The prince has already declared that any gang daring to lend aid to Qi Lin Hao will find themselves at odds with Hehe Tu. Assist him? You'd be stripped of your title by the next day. Right now, the entire underworld is merely watching the show, waiting to see how he meets his end. Leon Kun downed a glass of whiskey in one gulp, delighting in the misfortune of others. A mere Sijo dares to challenge me? How naive. He had long viewed Wu Jiahao with disdain, secretly wishing for his downfall at the hands of He Tuesday simultaneously. Whispers of the unfolding drama reached the ears of various leaders within the Hongxing faction. A piece of news spread like wildfire. The head of Hongxing, Jiang Tiansheng, had made a public proclamation. If Wu Jiahao could hold Boulogne Street for a month by his own merit, he, Jiang Tiansheng, would personally endorse Wu Jiahao as the rightful leader of Boulogne Street. Upon hearing this news, the entirety of Hongxing fell into silence. It was evident to all that this was not a reward but a calculated ploy to roast Wu Jiahao over a slow fire. No one within Hongxing dared to speak up, let alone extend a hand in assistance. In Causeway Bay, within BGE's home, he patiently played with his beloved daughter, a gentle smile gracing his face. Yet, his gaze frequently drifted towards the window, his thoughts already racing towards the impending storm brewing in Yao Mati. This was a ruthless move by the leader. Bigu mused internally. A month? Let alone a month. If he can survive tonight, it would be a testament to Wu Jiahao's tenacity. What had this boy done to offend the leader? Could it really be, as the rumors suggested, that he had crossed paths with the leader's woman? Bigu shook his head, unwilling to contemplate further. The leader's will was synonymous with Hongxing's will. Anyone who dared oppose it faced but one fate. In Bigu's eyes, Wu Jiahao was already as good as dead. At the temporary command center on Boulogne Street, when Jiang Tianxing's edict reached Wu Jiahao's ears, he merely chuckled coldly. Do you regard me as a pawn? How flattering. It seems you wish for my demise to be even more expeditious. Wu Jiahao's eyes betrayed no hint of wavering. He had long anticipated that no one within Hongxing would come to his aid. From the moment he resolved to seize Boulogne Street, he had steeled himself for a confrontation with the world. Just then, an icy mechanical voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. The main quest has been triggered. Shatter the reputation of Hehe Tu. The task description states, in the realm of martial arts, it is not only strength that matters, but also fame. As a venerable organization, Hehe Tu possesses an illustrious reputation. The host must, with overwhelming force, completely annihilate Hehe Tu's offensive during this conflict, rendering the name Hehe Tu a source of ridicule in the underworld of Gangdao. Task rewards include a deterrent power of 1,000 and the unlocking of commercial layout privileges. Deterrent power. Commercial layout privileges. Wu Jiahui's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Memories swiftly flashed through his mind of the establishments he had taken over on Boulogne Street after eliminating Xianshi, as well as the terrifying cash flow of Pingqing Daily Chemicals, which operated like a money-printing machine. Money. What he currently lacked the least was money. So what if Hihidu had a large number of members? In the face of absolute wealth, the so-called rules of the underworld and the supposed deterrence of organizations are nothing but nonsense. Chapter 79. The Business Genius. Selling rope for more than crabs, I accept the mission. Wu Jiahao silently repeated in his mind. He suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying brilliance. Jimmy, Brother Hao, I'm here. Jimmy promptly stepped forward, having been standing by. Wu Jiahao fixed his gaze upon him, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable fervor. Relay this message. I, Wu Jiahao, will put forth another 10 million. Cash. Recruiting. Jimmy's pupils dilated in shock, nearly convinced he had misheard. Another 10 million? Boss, what are you planning? Have you lost your mind? Before he could voice his concerns, Wu Jiahao's voice rang out again like a rapid-fire barrage. This time, I want clear pricing. For ordinary CGO members, any who dare come, capable ones will receive 5,000 each. For those with a reputation in the gang, capable leaders will receive 50,000. For any notable Hongkoan who can bring men to join, 100,000 each. And if any leader from a district dares bring their entire crew to assist. Wu Jiahao paused, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Give them 300,000. Tell them the money is ready for collection. I, Wu Jiahao, always keep my word. Jimmy was utterly stunned. He opened his mouth, throat dry, unable to utter a single word. The price was simply outrageous. This was no mere recruitment. This was an attempt to shatter the very rules of the underworld with currency. But as he contemplated, he quickly grasped Wu Jiahao's confidence. Pengcheng Rihua, that commercial empire reaping fortunes daily. Not to mention 10 million, even 100 million would be within Brother Hao's reach. Realizing this, Jimmy's initial shock was swiftly replaced by a fervent excitement. He understood that an unprecedented storm was about to be unleashed by their own hands. I understand, Brother Hao. Jimmy nodded vigorously, adjusting his glasses, the lenses sparkling with enthusiasm. I will take care of it immediately. The news spread like wildfire, soaring through the corners of Guangdao with a terrifying speed. Initially, when the leaders of the smaller gangs heard this news, their first reaction was to scoff. 10 million? What a joke. Has that Jiahao lost his mind? Just boasting. As a CGO, where would he get that much money? Exactly. It must be a bluff to intimidate, Hihitu. They exclaimed. Furthermore, Hihitu had already declared that anyone who dared assist him would be walking a treacherous path. Who would offend Hihitu over uncertain money? Only a fool would do that. However, when Jimmy utilized all channels to disseminate the fearsome profitability of Wu Jiahao's Pengcheng Rihua, half-truths and all, the tide began to shift throughout the underworld. Damn, that soap-selling Pengcheng Rihua belongs to Jiahao. I've heard their monthly revenue is in the tens of millions. No wonder he dares to offer such a price. So that 10 million is real. In an instant, countless small gang leaders, who had previously been mere spectators in mahjong parlors, sauna houses, and nightclubs, found themselves restless. They began to reevaluate the calculations. The threat from Hihitu was indeed formidable. Yet, 100,000 for a Hongkoan, 300,000 for a leader. This amount was enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Risk? What does risk matter? In this life, who doesn't keep their head on a swivel? For wealth, men perish. For sustenance, birds fall. In no time, the phones, once silent in fear of Hihitu's threat, began to ring frantically. Hello? Is this Brother Jimmy? I'm Fei Jiwen from Tang. I have 30 brothers, all skilled fighters. 5,000 each, right? We're on our way. Brother Jimmy, I'm Sang Biao from Lianingsi. Our boss said he'll personally lead the team. Tell Brother how we don't want 300,000, just 250,000. But we need half the payment up front. The underworld was in complete upheaval. The allure of wealth detonated like a powerful bomb, shattering the carefully maintained threats of Hihitu. In the back kitchen of the Mong Kok Bing Shi, the sound of a sharpening stone scraping against a knife echoed rhythmically and sharply. Xiashan's Huang, bare-chested, revealed his well-muscled frame marked with old scars. His gaze was focused as he meticulously honed the blade in his hand to a gleaming sharpness. Under the cold light, his slightly limping right leg stood out conspicuously. On rainy days, the deep-seated pain served as a reminder of that fateful afternoon 20 years prior. The leader of Hihitu, Ding Tian, that two-faced scoundrel, had lured him to Macau for a game, only to ambush him with hundreds of men. He fought his way through blood, but lost a leg in the process. By the time he dragged his wounded body back to Guangdao, his father had already been buried. He hadn't even had the chance to say goodbye. The loss of his father's farewell was a grudge he could never forget. Brother Leopard, there are rumors outside that Hongxing's Chilanhao has offered 20 million to recruit troops, intending to clash with all factions of Gangdao against He 2. A colleague peeked in, lowering his voice, excitement and tension evident on his face. Xiaoshan Wang continued his work without pause. He picked up the well-honed knife, squinting at the sharp edge under the light, nodding in satisfaction. He said nothing, silently moving to the corner where a massive freezer stood. Pulling open the heavy door, a rush of cold air met him. He did not glance at the frozen pork and beef within, but instead reached deep inside. After a moment of searching, he retrieved a long, tightly wrapped parcel bound in oilcloth. With a swish, the oilcloth unfolded, revealing not frozen meat, but 3 well-maintained, gleaming machetes. The handles still bore the familiar red cloth strips he once favored. Xiaoshan Wang picked up one of the blades, gently wiping the cold steel, his eyes swirling with 20 years of repressed hatred and murderous intent. He took out his phone and dialed a long uncontacted number. "Hello, Tuing." His voice was hoarse and low. "It's me, Bao." The atmosphere was charged with urgency as the news unfolded regarding a significant transaction linked to the He Tuesday. Meanwhile, within the makeshift command center of Wu Jiahao, a different scene was playing out. Brother Hao, there's been a grave development." 13 May burst into the room like a whirlwind, her high heels echoing on the floor with a resounding thud. She had rushed in so hastily that her chest heaved violently, her breath nearly escaping her. The outside world has turned upside down. He too has declared that within 3 days, you will be completely eradicated from Bolin Street. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her. Wu Jiahao, the man who was being hunted by the entire underworld, sat leisurely at the table, a steaming bowl of beef brisket noodles before him. He picked up a slice of beef, blew on it gently, and methodically placed it in his mouth. "Why the haste?" he remarked, not even lifting his gaze. Even if the sky were to fall, he insisted on filling his belly first. Chapter 80, Bolin Street 101. The debut battle after 2.5 years of practice. My heavens. You still have the leisure to eat noodles? 13 May was almost beside herself. She abruptly pulled out a chair and sat down, lowering her voice. "I ask you, is that 20 million for recruiting really true?" "Of course it is," Wu Jiahao replied, picking up a pair of chopsticks and slurping the noodles loudly. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, 13 May's eyes instantly sparkled. She rubbed her hands together, leaning forward, her face adorned with a blend of shrewdness and excitement. "Brother Hao, how about this? You give me 2 million. I'll gather my girls and form a charge team. When the time comes, we'll go in head first. Let them lie on the ground and see how those fools from He 2 slice them up. They can't possibly attack women, can they?" Wu Jiahao nearly choked on his noodles, raising his head to look at 13 May with amusement. "Is that what you call a headlong charge? I think it's more like a lying flat strategy. Isn't it? Oh, call it whatever you want, as long as it works." 13 May insisted with conviction. Wu Jiahao set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and the smile on his face faded, his gaze becoming profound. 13 May, Bolin Street. It cannot continue like this. His calm statement caused the laughter on 13 May's face to freeze instantly. She stared blankly at Wu Jiahao, momentarily failing to comprehend his meaning. "Have you ever bought crabs?" Wu Jiahao suddenly inquired. "Huh, yes, I have." 13 May struggled to keep up with his line of thought. "Then do you know that the rope used to bind the crabs is soaked in water? When weighed, that wet rope is sold at the price of the crabs," Wu Jiahao said, looking at her intently. "What we are currently doing is the most basic flesh trade, not much different from selling crabs. But what I aspire to do is sell that rope, for a price even higher than that of the crabs." 13 May was utterly bewildered. Ignoring her expression, Wu Jiahao continued to outline his grand vision. Step 1, selection. Gather all your girls. And I will personally choose the most beautiful and those with the greatest potential. Step 2, packaging. Send them to Central. Hire the best instructors to teach them dancing, wine tasting, tea art, and even foreign languages. I want to transform them from streetwalkers into high society socialites. Step 3, marketing. I will have Jimmy contact Xiangjiang Daily to create a fashion column for them. Furthermore, we will invest in sending them to Shaw Brothers film set. Even if it's just for a minor role without lines, they must appear on screen. With every word Wu Jiahao spoke, 13 May's eyes widened. She felt as if her mind had been bombarded, buzzing with disbelief. What on earth is this? A beauty pageant? When they gain fame, we will transform the Huiguang nightclub into a top-tier private club. Wu Jiahao's speech quickened, his eyes sparkling with madness. To join, one must pay a $1 million membership fee. Want to meet these stars? Sure. Based on their fame, they will be rated 1 star, 2 stars, or 3 stars. The meeting fees will double according to their star rating. Just drinking and chatting, nothing else. Our income will no longer be the meager flesh trade, but rather premium spirits costing tens of thousands a bottle, along with exorbitant tips willingly offered by our guests. Tell me, how much do you think such a business could earn in a month? Wu Jiahao fixed his gaze on 13 May, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. 1 billion, is that enough? Monthly income exceeding 1 billion. 13 May sprang to her feet, her chair crashing to the ground with a loud clatter. She stared intensely at Wu Jiahao, her chest heaving not from exertion, but from sheer shock. Having navigated Bolin Street for years, she thought she had seen the ceiling of this colorful industry. Yet, the blueprint Wu Jiahao painted shattered her previous perceptions entirely. This was no longer a mere flesh trade. It was the creation of a money-printing machine, a commercial empire that treated men as fools, compelling them to willingly empty their pockets. After a brief moment of daze, an unprecedented fervor surged through 13 May's mind. She understood. She fully grasped Wu Jiahao's madness and ambition. Brother Hao. Her voice trembled as she looked at him, her eyes filled with admiration and desire. Leave the training to me. I will handle it. I promise to get it done perfectly. She knew this was the greatest opportunity of her life. Seize it, and she could leap from being a big sister of Bolin Street to a genuine businesswoman. All right. Wu Jiahao regarded her with appreciation. He picked up the phone and directly called Jimmy. Jimmy, immediately allocate 500,000 in cash to 13 May as startup capital for the training program. If the funds are insufficient, we can always add more. The instructions were concise and devoid of superfluous words. After hanging up, 13 May remained immersed in immense excitement, while Wu Jiahao had already taken out his phone, leisurely sending a message. The recipient was his girlfriend, Zhang Meiran. The message was simple. Meiran, I've enrolled you in a training class. Feel free to join, just as a life experience. After sending the message, Wu Jiahao deleted the record, a discreet smile curving his lips. He trusted 13 May's capabilities, but that did not equate to trusting her loyalty. Allowing his woman to mingle within the training ranks served both as protection and surveillance. The movements of all the old guard in Bolin Street must remain firmly under his control. He could not afford to make a single misstep in this game. 13 May departed with fervor, armed with 500,000 in cash and a blueprint capable of altering her destiny. Within Wu Jiahao's temporary command center, the clamor had yet to cease. Just as 13 May left, Jimmy's phone rang incessantly, almost exploding with calls. Hello? Who is this? Oh, Uncle Fu, you've been retired for over a decade. And you still want to come out and contribute? What? You want to bring your old buddies along? No, you should stay home and play mahjong. Matters of violence are no longer suited for you. After hanging up, the phone rang again. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Jimmy answered, his tone growing increasingly weary. Greetings, Hua Fu Go. What brings you from Dongxing to join the fray? Upon hearing that it was a member of Dongxing, Jimmy furrowed his brow. This group, typically at odds with Hongxing, now seeks to partake in the spoils? Oh, Jimmy brother, one mustn't speak in such a manner. Matters of the Jianghu are best resolved within the Jianghu. We are all in this for the hustle. Let us earn our fortunes together. The voice of Dongxing's Hua Fu dripped with a certain insincerity, prompting Jimmy to suppress an eye roll. I have heard that your Qilin Hao intends to recruit soldiers to confront He too. My subordinates are no mere rabble. They are seasoned warriors. Seasoned warriors? Jimmy scoffed. Hua Fu Go. Are you suggesting that your female soldiers are preparing to charge forth as a battalion of human cannon fodder? As these words left his lips, Wu Jiahao happened to arrive beside Jimmy, catching the remark and allowing a smirk to dance upon his lips. He took the phone from Jimmy and, speaking casually into the receiver, remarked, Hua Fu Go. I fear your female soldiers might, upon encountering those from He too, cast aside their weapons and instead make their way to the nightclub for merriment. Chapter 81. The Aesthetic of Madness. Even your ancestral grave is raised on the other end of the phone. Hua Fu paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha! Qilin Hao is indeed Qilin Hao. His words are simply delightful. But seriously, the ladies in my group are exceptionally charming. If they were to go to battle, they would surely be a striking sight. A sight is unnecessary, Wu Jiahao replied nonchalantly. This time, our conflict involves real weapons, not a beauty pageant. However, if Brother Hua is truly interested, you could send those female soldiers to Shursen Mei. She is about to commence a training program, and perhaps she could cultivate them into socialites. The future would be bright for them. His words were a blend of truth and jest, effectively dissuading Hua Fu's inclination to interfere while simultaneously promoting Shursan Mei's socialite training program. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Fu chose not to broach the subject of sending female soldiers again. He understood that Wu Jiahao was politely declining while also providing a clear alternative. All right, Qi Lin Hao, I appreciate your candor. I shall not disturb you further. Let us have tea together when you are free. Hua Fu concluded, wisely ending the call. How go? Your strategy of leveraging strength against strength is truly brilliant, Jimmy remarked, giving Wu Jiahao a thumbs up. Wu Jiahao merely smiled, remaining silent. He was aware that this was merely the beginning. The phone rang again, and Jimmy glanced at the caller ID, his expression shifting. Hello, Dabuhe. What business do you have with our How Go? Jimmy's voice carried a hint of wariness. Dabuhe was a minor leader associated with Lien Sheng, and typically, he had little to no dealings with him, let alone with Hong Xinghe, brother Jimmy. Don't be so distant. Dabuhe's voice was overly familiar. I heard Qi Lin Hao is looking to engage in Hehe too. That's quite a lucrative venture. I, Dabuhe, may not have much, but I do have a sizable crew. About 100 men, each capable fighters. As long as the price is right, I guarantee we can smash Hehe 2's stronghold to smithereens. Jimmy shot a glance at Wu Jiahao, who nodded slightly in response. 100 men? How do you calculate the price? Jimmy inquired. Easy. 10,000 per head, including food, lodging, and medical expenses. If we win, there's an additional 20% bonus. Dabuhe declared, boldly. Jimmy mentally calculated the figures. 100 heads would amount to 1 million. This price was considerably higher than the average mercenary rates in the market. Dabuhe, can your men truly fight? Jimmy asked, skepticism evident in his tone. Absolutely. I, Dabuhe, have been in this line of work for years. Would I deceive you? My brothers are all from Kowloon Walled City, seasoned in battle. Dabuhe assured him, thumping his chest. Jimmy noted Dabuhe's quote on paper, but discreetly marked it with a cross. He was aware that many of Dabuhe's men were unreliable, while they appeared fierce. They would likely flee at the first sign of conflict. Their combat effectiveness was questionable, making them suitable only as cannon fodder. As Jimmy and Dabuhe negotiated, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the command center. Get out of my way. A loud roar accompanied by a red-haired lackey of Jimmy's was sent flying as if struck by a speeding vehicle, crashing heavily to the ground with a cry of agony. At the entrance of the command center stood a burly man, blocking the doorway like a wall. He wore an oil-stained tank top that revealed his muscular physique, bulging veins on his arms, a menacing scar across his face, and wielded a bloodied machete, his gaze fierce as that of a ravenous wolf. It was Zheng Wu, known as Brother Jiaqian. Who is Qi Lin Hao? Zheng Wu strode into the command center, surveying the room before fixing his gaze upon Wu Jiahao. He instantly recognized Wu Jiahao as the leader here, his composed demeanor indicative of someone far beyond a mere minor leader. Jimmy's expression darkened as he prepared to reprimand, but Wu Jiahao gestured for him to remain still. I am, Wu Jiahao replied calmly, setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth. Zheng Wu approached Wu Jiahao, plunging the machete into the ground with a resounding thud, the blade embedding itself in the floor, trembling from the impact. I am Zheng Wu from the Number Gang. I heard you are offering a 10 million bounty for recruits. Is that true? Zheng Wu's gaze was penetrating, filled with scrutiny. It is true, Wu Jiahao replied nonchalantly. Good. Zheng Wu grinned malevolently, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper depicting a rudimentary map. I have 100 brothers from Kowloon Walled City, each a desperate fighter. As long as the money is right, I can ensure they dismantle Hehe 2's lair. Zheng Wu pointed to a location on the map, his tone brimming with arrogance. What is your price? Jimmy asked coldly. A flat rate. For 100,000. Zheng Wu extended 4 fingers, his voice gravelly. This includes their settling in fees and medical expenses for any injuries sustained. Let us be clear, in battle, there are bound to be casualties. Medical costs and compensation for the deceased must be accounted for. Jimmy exploded at this, for 100,000. Are you robbing us? The Shuanghua Honkin costs only 300,000. You, a mere thug from the Number Gang, dare to ask for 400,000. He pointed an accusing finger at Zheng Wu. Zheng Wu's expression shifted to one of disdain. He glanced at a can of beer on the table, snatching it up effortlessly. With a crushing force, he flattened the can in his hand, producing a deafening metallic crunch. Beer foam sprayed everywhere, causing Jimmy and Wu Jiahao to instinctively recoil. Zheng Wu discarded the crushed can onto the floor, grinding it underfoot before locking his fierce gaze on Jimmy. Shuanghua Hongkan is nothing. Provided the money is sufficient, I will even unearth the ancestral grave of He too for you. He grinned ominously, revealing his stark white teeth. Jimmy was momentarily taken aback by Zheng Wu's ferocity, rendered speechless. Wu Jiahao regarded Zheng Wu with a glint of appreciation in his eyes. Though audacious, this man exuded the tenacity of a reckless outlaw. This was precisely the kind of fearless individual he sought. All right. Wu Jiahao suddenly spoke, a hint of approval in his tone. I will pay the 400,000. Upon hearing this, Jimmy abruptly turned to Wu Jiahao, his face a canvas of shock. Brother Hao, he exclaimed urgently, gesturing for Wu Jiahao to refrain from acting impulsively. Wu Jiahao, however, paid no heed to Jimmy. His gaze remained fixed on Zheng Wu, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Nevertheless, I have one more request, Wu Jiahao stated. Zheng Wu raised an eyebrow, encouraging Wu Jiahao to continue. You mentioned toppling the stronghold of Tuan. If you can successfully incinerate the main hall of Tuan, I shall reward you with an additional 100,000. Wu Jiahao's tone was calm, yet resonated with authority. 100,000. As a bonus for your demolition efforts. Zheng Wu's eyes instantly sparkled, akin to two stars illuminating the night sky. After years of navigating the underworld, this was his first encounter with such a magnanimous employer. Chapter 82. The Professional Ethics of Jiaqingu, Deposit? A Narrow Mindset. Excellent. Qilin Hao, you are quite straightforward. Zheng Wu grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, declaring, I accept this deal. What about the deposit? Don't you need to give a little something up front? Jimmy could not help but inquire. No need. Zheng Wu waved his hand dismissively, speaking with pride. When I, Zheng Wu, conduct business, I always receive payment upon completion, never deferring debts. Rest assured, as long as the funds are sufficient, I guarantee to leave the He-2 establishment in ruins. Having said this, Zheng Wu turned and left, intent on rallying his crew. Watching Zheng Wu's departing figure, Jimmy remained somewhat incredulous. How go? Is this number helping Zheng Wu? Truly reliable? His demands are exorbitant, and he doesn't even want a deposit. Jimmy expressed his concern. What he desires is money, not a deposit. Wu Jiahao replied nonchalantly. Such individuals, once you provide adequate funds, can indeed create a rift in the heavens for you. He trusted in Zheng Wu's ruthlessness and, more importantly, the power of wealth. At that moment, Wu Jiao's phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted an unfamiliar number, yet his intuition suggested the call was significant. Hello? Wu Jiao answered. Is this Qilin Hao? This is Defei. A robust voice resonated from the other end. Imbued with a sense of camaraderie, Wu Jiao raised an eyebrow. Defei, a formidable lieutenant of Jiang Tai Sang, was known for his generosity and loyalty. Defei Gu, what brings you to call? Wu Jiao inquired. Haha, Qilin Hao, you've been making quite the stir lately. Defei's voice carried a note of approval. I heard you're planning to tackle He too? I, Defei, may not have much, but I have several capable men under my command. Would you like me to bring them over? Wu Jiao's interest was piqued. Capable men, typically referred to individuals who had clandestinely crossed over from the mainland to Xiangang, often ex-soldiers or fugitives. These individuals were well-trained, possessed formidable combat skills, and had a greater thirst for wealth than local gang members. Defei Gu, what do you mean? Wu Jiao queried, puzzled. It was unusual for Defei, a subordinate of Jiang Tai Sang, to reach out spontaneously offering assistance. Oh, don't even get me started. Defei sighed on the phone. That old fox Jiang Tai Sang has been increasingly stingy. After all these years of loyalty, I can barely get a drop of soup. I believe he wants to push us old brothers aside to make room for those newcomers like Chen Haonan. Defei's tone brimmed with dissatisfaction and resentment, clearly indicating a significant rift with Jiang Tai Sang. Wu Jiao astutely recognized the opportunity. Defei Gu, what do you mean by that? He feigned ignorance. What do I mean? It means I'm fed up with Jiang Tai Sang. Since he refuses to feed me, I might as well join you. Qilin Hao, Defei declared boldly, you've been on the rise lately. Following you is far better than sticking with that old fox. Wu Jiao felt a surge of joy within. This was an unexpected boon. Defei's inclusion would undoubtedly bolster his strength against Tuesday Defei Gu. Since you hold me in such high regard, I shall not disappoint you, Wu Jiao assured earnestly. For the people you bring, I will pay according to the standards of the Hongkuan, 30,000 per head. 30,000. Defei clearly paused, then erupted into hearty laughter. Jiahao, you are quite generous. Rest assured, since I, Defei, have promised to assist you, I will ensure he too is brought low. Excellent. Defei Gu, I shall await your arrival. Wu Jiahao responded firmly. After hanging up, Jimmy looked at Wu Jiahao, excitement illuminating his face. How Gu? With Defei Gu on board, our victory is assured. Jimmy exclaimed, elated. Wu Jiahao nodded, yet his expression remained serious. Jimmy, contact Chong Mao immediately. Have him discreetly investigate the backgrounds of Defei Ji's men, Wu Jiahao instructed. Jimmy hesitated briefly before comprehending Wu Jiahua's intent. How Gu is concerned they may have ulterior motives? Jimmy queried. Caution is the mother of safety, Wu Jiahao replied calmly. These are precarious times. We must remain vigilant. He picked up a pen from the table, scribbling notes on paper. Zheng Wu's warriors from Kowloon Walled City shall form the decapitation squad, charging directly into the He-2 headquarters to incinerate it. A glint of cold determination shone in Wu Jiahua's eyes. Defei's men will serve as the assault team, responsible for breaching the front lines and tearing apart He-2's defenses. Wu Jiahua's strategy began to crystallize. We will split into two flanks, attacking the He-2 headquarters from both sides. I shall ensure they have no time to react. Wu Jiahua's voice was low and powerful, filled with murderous intent. He could not afford to make a single misstep in this game. On Hong Kong Island, at Repulse Bay, in a hillside villa overlooking the entire bay, the water in the swimming pool shimmered with a brilliant blue under the sunlight. Jiang Tiansheng, clad in a silk robe and puffing on a thick Cuban cigar, reclined leisurely on a sun lounger. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, refined and bespectacled, known as Chun Yao, the white fan of Hongxing. Dragon Head, all intelligence has been confirmed. Chun Yao adjusted his glasses, reporting in a calm tone. Jiahao has borrowed 200 Jiaozai from He Lian Sheng Std. The gold medal enforcer of the numbered gang, Zheng Wu, has also brought 100 desperate men, claiming to be the death warriors from Kowloon Walled City. Additionally, our own grass shoes from Hongxing, Defei, has privately brought over 100 men, stating his intention to assist Jiahao in seizing power. With each piece of information Chun Yao shared, a wry smile crept further across Jiang Tianqing's face. He removed the cigar from his mouth and languidly exhaled a perfect smoke ring, watching it dissipate in the air. Defei, oh Defei, this unfortunate lad is increasingly disregarding me. Jiang Tianqing spoke softly, yet his tone exuded undeniable authority. Dragonhead, should I dispatch someone to retrieve him? According to gang rules, colluding with outsiders is a grave offense. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Chun Yao's gaze. Retrieve him. Jiang Tianqing scoffed, flicking the cigar in the crystal ashtray. Why should I? He wishes to pursue wealth, so let him do so. That lad, Jiahao, is quite generous. With Defei following him, he is bound to reap considerable rewards. Jiang Tianqing once again inserted the cigar into his mouth, savoring a puff with great satisfaction. Once he concludes the He-2 and his pockets are filled with riches, while many are left dead, you may then send your men over. Charge him with the transgression of disrespecting the guild's rules and unilaterally instigating conflict, and eliminate him. The positions under his command, along with the territory he has claimed, will conveniently become vacant, creating space for Chun Haonan and his associates. Jiang Tianqing's tone resembled that of someone casually commenting on the pleasantness of the day. It seemed as though Defei, a loyal servant of Hongxing for many years, was merely a pawn to be discarded at his whim. Chapter 83, Jiang Tianqing's scheme. First lay off old employees, then recruit fresh graduates. Chun Yao felt a chill in his heart and promptly lowered his head. I understand Long Tu. He quickly jotted down several names in his notebook. Jiahao, He-2, Number Gang, Zheng Wu, and Defei, who had already been sentenced to death by Long Tu. These individuals were merely temporary pawns in Jiang Tianqing's grand strategy. Once the battle was over, they would be eliminated. Go ahead. Jiang Tianqing waved his hand, instructing Dai Bi to prepare. Once Jiahao and He-2 had exhausted each other in their conflict, he was to seize the opportunity to benefit from their strife. Yes, Long Tu. Chun Yao respectfully bowed and swiftly departed. In Causeway Bay, at the B's headquarters, the sound of mahjong tiles clashing and raucous curses melded into a cacophony. Chun Haonan and Shan Ji were gathered around a table, animatedly discussing something. Nangu, have you heard? Jiahao is about to clash with He-2. This is a major spectacle, Bao Pai exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. What is so impressive about Jiahao? He is just a dog under Liang Kuan. Shan Ji scoffed, though envy flickered in his eyes. Chen Haonan remained silent, clenching his fists. Ever since he was publicly beaten by Wu Jiahao, that name had become a haunting specter in his mind. He constantly thought about reclaiming his honor, wanting everyone to know that he, Chen Haonan, was no coward. At that moment, Chen Yao pushed the door open and entered. The previously boisterous room fell silent, and everyone stood up respectfully, calling out, "Yao Gu." Chen Yao nodded and walked straight to Bi. "Bi Gu, Long Tu has issued a directive." Bi quickly rose, gesturing for Chen Yao to sit and speak. Chen Yao wasted no time, relaying Jiang Tianxing's orders verbatim. Long Tu's intention is for you, Bi Gu, to remain inactive until they have finished fighting, and then we will clean up the aftermath, seizing both He Tu's territory and Qilin Hao's domain in Xianshan. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Haonan and Shan Ji's eyes lit up. "Bi Gu, this is a golden opportunity," Shan Ji exclaimed, jumping to his feet in excitement. "Once Qilin Hao falls, the lucrative territory of Bolin Street will be up for grabs. We can seize it." "Exactly, Bi Gu. Let South go for Bolin Street." De Tian air chimed in. Smack. Bi slammed his palm onto the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Shan Ji. "What nonsense. Do you even know who Qilin Hao is? He can knock out the Thai boxing champion, Kola, with a single punch. He spent millions borrowing men from He Lianxing and Number Gang. He didn't buy lives, he bought fates. What do you think you have to contend with him? Are you going to wager your heads for territory?" Bi trembled with rage, fully aware of these youngsters' limitations. Sending them to confront Qilin Hao was akin to sending them to their doom. Chen Haonan and Shan Ji were left speechless, their spirits crushed, unable to speak further. Breathing heavily, Bi waved his hand dismissively. "Get out. Go collect protection fees. Don't loiter in front of me. It's irritating." "Yes, Bi Gu." Chen Haonan and the others scurried away, dejected. Watching them leave, Chen Yao adjusted his glasses and remarked calmly, "Bi Gu, there's no need to get so worked up. Young people always have their ambitions." Bi scoffed. "Ambitions? They're just courting death. Yao Gu, go back and tell Long Tu that I understand his intentions. However, the bone in Xianshan is too tough. I fear my old bones cannot handle it." Chen Yao regarded Bi with a deep gaze, nodded, and then took his leave. In Wan Chai, at an inconspicuous ice room, Wu Jiahao stirred his iced lemon tea, the ice cubes producing a crisp, clinking sound. Opposite him sat the serious-looking Bi. "How's I? Jiang Tianxing wants me to take your Xianshan after the battle." Bi pushed aside his hot milk tea, lowering his voice to get straight to the point. "His true intention is to wait until you and He too have exhausted each other, then swallow both of your factions in one go." Wu Jiahao paused momentarily, lifting his head to meet Bi's steady gaze. He had long suspected that Jiang Tianxing, that old fox, had ulterior motives, but he hadn't anticipated his greed would be so insatiable. "Bi Gu, why are you telling me this?" Wu Jiahao inquired. Bi's fists tightened discreetly beneath the table, veins bulging on the back of his hands. "Because I haven't been pleased with him for a long time." Bi's tone was filled with suppressed fury. The position of the Wan Chai power broker was rightfully mine. But because Liang Kun capitulated, Jiang Tianxing handed it over to him. I've defended the territory for Hongxing for so many years. And in the end, I'm worth nothing. Wu Jiahao observed the bloodshot eyes of Bi, confirming that he was not pretending. This was a pent-up resentment that could not be feigned. "Bi Gu, how do you propose we collaborate?" Wu Jiahao asked directly. When speaking with an astute individual, there's no need for convoluted language. "We'll stage a double act." Bi leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice further. "I'll bring 100 brothers and pretend to attack your Xianshan. In reality, I'll guard your rear to prevent other factions from taking advantage of the situation. The condition is that I want 10% of the monthly profits from Pingqing Daily Chemicals, which is under your name." Bi finally revealed his terms. Pingqing Daily Chemicals was Wu Jiahao's cash cow. 10% of its profits was no trivial sum. Yet, Wu Jiahao didn't even blink. He lifted his iced lemon tea and took a leisurely sip, the coolness of the melting ice sharpening his mind. Looking at Bi, a knowing smile crept across his face. "Deal." Wu Jiahao's response was crisp and decisive. A mere 10% of profits in exchange for an insider of Bi's stature and the opportunity to thwart Jiang Tianxing's plot was a transaction that promised immense returns. Bi visibly relaxed, his tightly clenched fists uncurling. He realized he had made the right bet. "How's I? You truly are a person of great ambition." Bi's tone carried a hint of admiration, but his expression quickly turned serious again. "However, don't think this matter is so simple. Dabi lowered his voice even further, leaning in closer. The cunning fox, Jiang Tiansheng, has clandestinely arranged meetings with the prominent leaders of He Lianxing and Dongxing. What? Even though Wu Jiahao was somewhat prepared, this revelation sent a chill down his spine. Jiang Tianxing has actually allied with two other major factions. His scheming is as sharp as a crackling fire. In Big B's eyes, there was nothing but disdain. He intends for you to engage in a brutal struggle with He too, creating a river of blood. Then, he will join forces with He Lianxing and Dongxing, effortlessly devouring your territories, flesh and bone alike. As if slicing through a cake. In that moment, Jiang Tianxing will emerge as the paramount victor of the Hong Kong underworld. Meanwhile, you, Qi Linhao, will merely become an inconspicuous name in his ledger of achievements. The oppressive heat weighed heavily in the air, yet Wu Jiahao felt a sudden chill creeping down his back. A brilliant strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, followed by the mantis catching the cicada while the yellow sparrow lurks behind. Jiang Tiansheng, that old fellow perched atop his throne, possesses a heart darker than anyone else and employs methods more ruthless than all. He not only seeks the demise of He too, but also desires the disappearance of this disobedient newcomer king. Chapter 84. The Art of Tyrant Management. How to mobilize 500 men as cannon fodder with a mere $10,000. Brother B. Thank you for the timely warning. Wu Jiahao drew a deep, steadying breath. His gaze sharpened once more, resolute and incisive. We are now aboard the same vessel. Tell me, what shall we do? It is simple, replied Dabi, his eyes glinting with cold, calculating intelligence. At precisely 3 o'clock in the morning. 2 days hence, we strike. I shall follow Jiang Tianxing's orders to the letter, leading 100 brothers in a bold, ostentatious feint against the southern gate of your Tsiun mountain stronghold, making as much noise as possible, drawing every eye, every ear, every ounce of attention toward that spectacle. But in truth, he continued, pausing for effect, I shall relay, via walkie-talkie, the precise location of Ho Hop to S True Armory to your western contingent. Dabi paused again, then added with quiet emphasis, that is, to Zheng Wu, the so-called Jia Qiangu of the number gang. Let his men descend upon the armory and obliterate it. Wu Jiahao's eyes flared with sudden, fierce illumination. A strike beneath the cauldron, cutting off the very source of their power. Brilliant and ruthless. Without arms, Ho Hop to's so-called elite warriors would be reduced to little more than street thugs brandishing melon knives, stripped of firepower, stripped of credibility, stripped of cohesion. Excellent. Wu Jiahao nodded sharply, jaw set. The moment their armory detonates, morale will shatter. Their ranks will fracture. Panic will cascade like wildfire. That instant, he said, a dark, predatory smile curling his lips, will be our hour of reckoning. I shall lead a select strike force, myself at the vanguard, cutting straight through the chaos to their heart, to the very seat of their authority, and sever the head of that so-called crown prince of Ho Hop Tu. A decapitation operation. Dabi's pupils contracted sharply. He had not anticipated such audacity, not even in his wildest calculations. Yet he relished this ferocity. Brilliant. Unflinching courage. Dabi slapped his thigh in approval. How's I? Tonight, we either ascend together atop Ho Hop to's corpse or sink together into the murky depths of Victoria Harbor, feeding the fish. I, Wu Jiahao, never engage in transactions that yield loss. He picked up a napkin from the table, wiped his mouth with deliberate calm, and rose. Brother B, I shall return with triumph. With that, he turned and strode out of the ice cream parlor, his back straight, his gait unwavering, his resolve unassailable. Dabi watched him go, then lifted the cup of long cold milk tea before him and drained it in one slow, solemn draught. He knew, beyond doubt, that from this moment forward, the underworld of Hong Kong would descend into an unprecedented maelstrom of blood and fire. And he had staked everything upon that young man. Once outside, Wu Jiahao immediately dialed Jimmy. Jimmy, our plan has shifted. On the other end, Jimmy, busy tallying men and munitions, paused, startled. Brother Hao, what has happened? Listen closely, Wu Jiahao commanded, voice taut as drawn wire. The original plan is amended. Zheng Wu's decapitation squad remains tasked with torching Ho Hop to's headquarters, but they await my signal before acting. As for De Fei's assault unit, the frontal assault is cancelled. Instead, disperse them into small, agile cells. Let them sow chaos around the perimeter of Ho Hop to's headquarters, harass, ambush, and disrupt any reinforcements. Make the waters turbid, so that no one sees the current beneath. Jimmy's voice tightened with dawning alarm. Brother Hao then who leads the main assault? A glacial light flickered in Wu Jiahao's eyes. His voice dropped, low, edged absolute. I do. Immediately, select 30 of our most formidable, most fearless brothers. Form them into a new unit, the Chilan Suicide Squad. I shall lead them myself, to deliver a most singular gift to Ho Hop, to S paramount leader. This game of strategy had grown infinitely more intricate, and infinitely more perilous, with the BS entry. Jiang Tianxing fancied himself the Oriole, waiting to snatch the prize. Then Wu Jiahao would devour the cicada first, and break the mantis legs before it could even raise its arms. Let us see how high that Oriole dares to soar, when its wings are bound in blood and ash. Inside a high-end bar owned by the Crown Prince in Ho Hop to S territory, the deafening bass of club music was muffled behind thick, soundproof doors, leaving only a suffocating silence within the private booth. Crash! An exquisitely crafted whiskey tumbler shattered against the floor, amber liquor splintering across the tiles like liquid gold amid jagged glass. Huashan's eyes burned crimson, fierce. Unblinking, the eyes of a bull goaded beyond endurance. His chest heaved violently. That wretched Chilan Hao, he's borrowed 100 men from Defei and another 100 from the number gang. He now commands 500. His roar reverberated off the walls. We had 1,000 against his 500. Victory was certain. But the longer we delay, the more variables multiply. Across from him, the Crown Prince sat unmoved, elegant, unhurried, with practiced grace. He clipped the tip of his cigar, as though preparing for a formal banquet. He lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a slow, curling veil of smoke that veiled his impassive face. Behind the haze glinted eyes, cold, sharp, and merciless. What is the haste? The Crown Prince murmured, voice silken, detached. More men? I command more than he does. Huashan blinked, then erupted. Where? From where do you draw them? I know your 300 men better than you do. I have persuaded the venerable Ding Tian, the Crown Prince replied, tapping ash with languid precision, his lips curving faintly, almost imperceptibly, with disdain. The main hall has agreed to dispatch 500 elite reinforcements. Huashan's face first lit with euphoric disbelief, then darkened, suspicion dawning like storm clouds. He was no fool. What is the price? He demanded. When has that old fox ever offered charity? The Crown Prince fixed him with a long, penetrating gaze, then spoke, each syllable deliberate. Waited, inescapable. After victory, all of Palan Street shall be ceded, entirely, to the central headquarters. What? Huashan exploded, kicking over the low lacquered table in a single, furious motion. Surrender Palan Street, the richest jewel in our domain, to the central hall? Then what are we fighting for? To bleed for Ding Tian's glory? To serve as his gatekeepers? I curse your mother. Prince, have you lost your senses? The Crown Prince slammed his cigar into the ashtray, then hurled the glass tumbler beside it, shattering it to shards. You are the one who has lost his mind. His voice, though low, carried a glacial, paralyzing chill, silencing Huashan's fury in an instant. You've roamed this triad for decades, yet you still see only the inch before your nose. Is it not a masterstroke to trade unclaimed territory for 500 expendable soldiers? He rose, stepped forward, and loomed over Huashan, towering, commanding, inexorable. Let Ding Tian's men charge first. Let them deplete Chilan Hao's ammunition, exhaust his manpower, break their own backs upon his defenses. Our forces, rested, unspent, will follow in silence, gathering the spoils after the slaughter. When victory is won, we will emerge virtually unscathed. While how many of Ding Tian's 500 will remain standing? His voice dropped to a velvet murmur, hypnotic, venomous, irresistible. And then, who, across the entirety of Ho Hop 2, will possess the strength, the legitimacy, to speak? That old man, he said, his smile thin as a razor's edge, has lingered long enough upon the throne, and we shall become the new leaders. The words of the prince left Huashan momentarily stunned, as the flames of his anger gradually extinguished, giving way to avarice and ambition. Indeed, the notion of leadership, as his heart surged with tumultuous emotions, the open hem of his suit, driven by rage, revealed a black handgun tucked at his lower back. The prince's gaze inadvertently flickered across, his pupils contracting imperceptibly. Although his expression remained unchanged, he had already sentenced Huashan to death in his mind. My good brother, even the gun is at the ready. Is this a surprise prepared for the celebration banquet? The atmosphere between the two grew subtly tense, as the newly ignited alliance of ambition suddenly revealed a profound and unfathomable chasm. Chapter 85. 100,000 for betrayal. The dilemma of the gangster. The night deepened. An inconspicuous Toyota lay in the shadows of the dock. A man clad in a tank top, his arms adorned with tattoos, opened the door and took a seat inside. He was a Pao, the captain of reinforcements sent by Ding Tian. With a nod towards the driver, the prince, a Pao received no words of pleasantry. Instead, the prince directly tossed a black briefcase onto the passenger seat. With a click, the case opened to reveal neatly stacked cash amounting to 100,000. A Pao's breath grew heavy. "Prince, what is this?" "A Pao, let us speak plainly," the prince replied, his fingers lightly tapping on the steering wheel. "The old man is aging, and the gang requires fresh blood. For the operation the day after tomorrow, your men need not rush in. Allow the people of Chilan how to properly entertain those eager novices at the front. Your task is to conserve strength. Do you understand?" A Pao licked his dry lips, nodding vigorously as he closed the case and held it tightly against his chest. "Rest assured, I, a Pao, understand the importance of conserving our strength for the gang." As the Toyota vanished into the night, a cold smile crept across the prince's face. "Huashan, what do you intend to challenge me with?" In Xiunshan, the warehouse of Pengcheng Ri Hua was brightly lit. Wu Jiahao stood before a massive map, flanked by Jimmy, De Fei, and the imposing figure of brother Zhenwu, who emanated an aura of unapproachability. The atmosphere was tense yet tinged with the excitement of an impending battle. "The plan has changed," Wu Jiahao's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. "We have received news from Debi, Jiang Tiansheng, that old fox has struck us from behind once again. He aims to pit us against He Tu until we are exhausted, then join forces with Dongxing and Lianxing to tear us apart." Upon hearing this, De Fei spat a thick phlegm onto the ground, cursing, "That Jiang Tianxing. Instead of tending to business, he excels at betraying his own." Wu Jiahao raised a hand, signaling for calm. "Thus, we can no longer play by the rules. We must act more wildly, more crazily than they do." His gaze turned toward De Fei. "Brother Fei, cancel the direct assault for your 500 brothers. Your new task is a feigned attack." Wu Jiahao's finger pressed firmly on the map at the southern gate of Xianshan. "Use all your Molotov cocktails. The louder the commotion, the better. The flames must be visible throughout Kowloon. I want you to create the appearance of 1,500 men with your 500. Draw the prince and Huashan's main forces firmly to the southern gate." De Fei grinned widely, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Brother Hao, you can count on me. My brothers from the big circle are professionals at stirring up trouble." Wu Jiahao nodded, shifting his gaze to Zhenwu. "Zhenwu, boss, please speak." Zhenwu replied succinctly as always. "Your assassination team has a new target." Wu Jiahao picked up a red pen and marked a large cross on a remote street in the north of Xianshan. "Here, on Xianshan North Street. At 3 o'clock the day after tomorrow, a 500-man team will approach from here. They are reinforcements from He Tuesday." A cruel smile curled at the corners of Wu Jiahao's mouth. "But they are not here to fight me. They are here to meet their demise. They are mere cannon fodder prepared by the prince for Ding Tian." Zhenwu raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the turn of events. "I want you to set an ambush here. Eliminate all 500 of them. Leave no one alive. Let them arrive in all their glory and depart in utter disgrace. As for the price," Wu Jiahao looked at him, "in addition to what we previously agreed upon, I will increase your compensation. For each head, 5,000. No upper limit." A sharp intake of breath escaped even De Fei, who was accustomed to grand spectacles. 500 heads would amount to 2,500,000. Such a generous offer was unprecedented. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Zhenwu's otherwise stoic face as the flame of greed ignited in his eyes. "Boss, you are generous. My brothers will certainly relish this task." Jimmy, who had been listening with bated breath, couldn't help but interject, "Brother Hao, what about the main attack? What about our own brothers?" Wu Jiahao turned, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "The main attack will be handled by me. My 30 Chilan suicide squad will serve as the true dagger plunged into the enemy's heart. Once the southern gate is ablaze and the north street runs red with blood, drawing everyone's attention, I will lead them from an unexpected direction straight into the heart of He Tu's headquarters and take the prince's head." Meanwhile, Huashan, having just parted ways with the prince, did not return home. He sat in his car, mulling over the prince's recent words, growing increasingly uneasy. Using Ding Tian's men as cannon fodder? Preserving strength? Such fine words. If they win, the prince remains unscathed, while my men at the southern gate will surely suffer casualties. In this balance, will I retain any power? He does not seek to be a leader. He desires to be the sole leader. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Huashan retrieved another phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this a POW? On the other end, a POW hesitated before responding. Is that you, Huashan? What brings you to call at this hour? Don't play coy with me. Huashan growled. Did the prince approach you? Did he give you 100,000 to have your men dawdle at the back? Silence enveloped the line. Huashan sneered. A POW. After all these years with Ding Tian, you know how he treats you. Do you genuinely believe that once the prince rises, there will be rewards for you? Today he can use you as cannon fodder. Tomorrow, he can sacrifice you. Enough of the nonsense, Huashan. What do you want? A POW's voice had grown cold. The prince offers you 100,000. I will give you 200,000. Huashan gritted his teeth and declared, when we take action the day after tomorrow, your men need not engage with Jiahao. Instead, turn your weapons and coordinate with me to disperse the imperial prince's loyalists first. Once we succeed, I shall not only reward you with 200,000 in cash, but also grant you the position of deputy leader of Hichu. The voice on the other end, a POW, became increasingly breathless. On one hand, there was 100,000, while on the other, 200,000 along with the deputy leader title. This choice was by no means difficult. Brother Huashan, you are my true comrade. A POW's voice brimmed with loyalty. Rest assured, I have long harbored disdain for that bastard, the prince. The day after tomorrow, my men will heed only your command. After hanging up the phone, Huashan revealed a sinister smile. Prince, you wish to play deviously? I assure you, I can outmaneuver you. Chapter 86. Hotel Review. 5-star service with a 40-person machete SBA in the dead of night. The room of Wu Jiahao was illuminated solely by a solitary desk lamp. He gazed quietly out at the nightscape, the flickering lights of the entire Kowloon Peninsula dancing before his eyes. Suddenly, his phone on the table vibrated, revealing an encrypted message. The sender was an untraceable virtual number, an agent placed by DB within the core of He2's financial operations. The message was concise yet laden with significant implications. Prince's reinforcement captain A. POW, 100,000. Instruct him to feign effort. Volcano will pay a POW 200,000 to turn against the prince and launch an attack. As Wu Jiahao read the message, the smile on his face grew increasingly cold and triumphant. What a splendid drama this was. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Now, both the mantis and the oriole had begun to clash amongst themselves. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhengwu. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Boss, Wu Jiahao stated, still observing the view outside. Zhengwu, we need to modify the plan slightly. Your ambush location remains unchanged, but the timing of the strike must shift. Wait for their infighting to erupt into gunfire before you act. Remember, eliminate those who might betray first, then take out the spectators. I want that street transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. O Division, Major Crimes Unit. A massive white tactical board was densely covered with photographs and relationship diagrams. At the very center loomed the face of Wu Jiahao, adorned with a smirk tinged with mockery. Senior Inspector Su Jibin held a red laser pointer. The beam firmly fixed on Wu Jiahao's image. Everyone, the latest intelligence, Su Jibin's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority in the hushed office. Known as Qilin Hao, Wu Jiahao had, through various channels, borrowed over 1,000 men from the Daquan Gang, the Vietnam Gang, and even the Hao Ma Gang, with the objective aimed directly at He2's stronghold in Xiantian. A strict order had been issued from above. Su Jibin's gaze swept across every officer present. We must not allow a gang brawl involving 1,000 men to erupt in Hong Kong. This is our bottom line. From this moment on, all leave is cancelled, and everyone must be on standby 24 hours a day. As soon as he finished speaking, the young officer Ma Jiahao slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Sir, what are we waiting for? Let's directly apprehend Qilin Hao, the prince, and the volcano crew. If we lock them all up, there won't be a fight, will there? In a corner, an older officer, Du Wenbin, leisurely cleaned his thermos and, hearing this, pulled a wry smile. Ahoy, do you think this is your first day on the job? Du Wenbin unscrewed the lid of his cup, blowing on the goji berries inside, and spoke slowly. What evidence do we have? What can we rely on? Just the testimonies of those gangsters? Qilin Hao could claim he is hosting a large hometown meeting, and what could you say to that? If we rush in to arrest them, within 3 hours, the gang's high-priced lawyers will have them all released. By then, we may face complaints, and we might not even keep our uniforms. The young officer Ma Jiahao, furious, slammed his fist on the table. Du Wenbin shook his head, took a sip of hot tea, and fell silent. He had seen too much. These gang leaders understood the law better than anyone. They constantly tested the boundaries of legality, letting you see them but never grasp them. On the other side, Officer Shin Mei bowed her head, diligently noting the meeting points in her notebook. Yet, on the last page of her notebook, her pen tip uncontrollably sketched the profile of a man, the very visage of Wu Jiahao. She drew with intense focus, her eyes betraying a curiosity and fascination of which she was unaware. What kind of person was this man? Meanwhile, in a basement of an abandoned factory in Kowloon, the air was thick with the acrid scent of machine oil, sweat, and gunpowder. 20 men stood in 2 neat rows, statuesque in their demeanor. Each wore heavy black ceramic body armor, their faces painted in camouflage, their eyes devoid of emotion, exuding a chilling and lifeless ferocity. These men were the desperate fugitives Wu Jiahao had rescued at great expense from the Golden Triangle battleground in Laoshan prison. They were true killing machines. The weapons in their hands were modified German MP5 submachine guns, shorter and with a higher rate of fire, specifically designed for close-quarters combat indoors. Wu Jiahao strolled past them, his hands clasped behind his back. His steps were light, yet each footfall seemed to echo the heartbeat of everyone present. He spoke not a word, but scrutinized each of his creations with his fathomless gaze. These 20 individuals were his true aces, the Chilean death squad. Jimmy, standing beside Wu Jiahao, felt a chill run down his spine as he observed the men radiating an aura of terror. He instinctively quieted his breath. He had no doubt that these 20 men could effortlessly shred through any gang of hundreds. This was not a battle of equal dimensions. At last, Wu Jiahao halted, turning to face them. "Welcome to Hong Kong," he said, his voice calm, yet imbued with an inexplicable power. "Your task is simple. Follow me and kill. Your rules are also straightforward. Obey me and live." Any questions? No one responded. The basement was enveloped in a stifling silence. Wu Jiahao felt a sense of satisfaction. He sought not thinkers, but obedient blades. Very well. He turned to Jimmy. "Equip the brothers and let them rest. They must be well prepared. A grand venture awaits tonight." "Yes, how good," Jimmy nodded eagerly. As they exited the basement and inhaled the fresh air above ground, Jimmy felt revitalized. He glanced at Wu Jiahao, who was intimately linked with Zhang Meiran, and could no longer suppress his curiosity. "How good? The great battle is just past midnight the day after tomorrow. Are we going to the hotel tonight?" Just moments ago, Wu Jiahao issued an order that left him utterly perplexed. He was instructed to head to the Regal International Hotel in Kowloon Tong and secure the most luxurious presidential suite. This evening, Wu Jiahao intended to check in with Zhang Meiran. What a time to indulge in hotel accommodations when the situation was so dire. Instead of responding directly, Wu Jiahao retrieved a tablet from his pocket, opened a photograph, and handed it to Jimmy. The image displayed a document printed in traditional Chinese characters, bearing the ominous title He Tu Bishaling below the title. A series of names was listed, with Chilan Hao at the top. The individual known as the prince held himself in high regard and preferred to employ underhanded tactics. Wu Jiahao remarked coolly that he assumed sending a few assassins to eliminate him before the decisive battle would resolve everything. Thus, he would undoubtedly dispatch someone. Jimmy suddenly understood. "Brother Hao, Yumi,